Hello everybody and welcome back to the Regional Championship from Star Wars Unlimited live here in Bilbao. I'm here, Dries Gewaert, joined with Ben. Hello Ben, how are you?
I'm fantastic, Dries. It's another great day of Star Wars Unlimited action here, live from Bilbao, Spain, in the Regional Championships. Day 2 of a bumper weekend of the tournament, and it's time to talk Premiere today.
Yeah, today we're going to the other main event that we are hosting this weekend. We have 677 players that will participate today. We're doing 9 rounds today of Swiss. Tomorrow will be followed by 5 rounds, and then we go into the top 8.
Yes.
Don't forget, yesterday we already had a tournament where we had 446 players, I think, if I'm correct.
Yeah, around about the 450 mark.
Yeah, around that. They are also still participating today with their other side events. They are going into a draft today, so still sealed. They will also be playing their top cut tomorrow, and we will also see the finals of that.
We will indeed, yes. There are 36 players that made it through from yesterday's coverage. If you missed it, the coverage is archived over on YouTube on the Fanfinity channel, so be sure to check that out. But after this weekend is all over, you don't want to miss a second of Premiere. But yes, 36 players made it through the sealed portion of the Limited Regional Championships yesterday. So as Dries said, they will be moving on to Booster Draft today in pods of 8. But we are focusing entirely on Premiere today, where there's been a little bit of a shake-up as well. Force Throw now suspended, ineligible for play in Premiere. I think it's fair to say that it's opened the format quite up a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. Like, we saw a really change into the meta, so to say, from the format as soon as the Force Throw was thrown out. If we look at our friends from America, we saw that they already had their sector qualifier. And you saw that Palpatine did great there.
Yeah.
Well, even better than great, right?
It ended up winning the whole thing, yeah. The Portland sector qualifier we had last weekend. I believe we've got a little bit of an information graphic as well for those that maybe have missed the events and see what the top 8 was. There is a lot of variation there. I mean, one of the least surprising aspects is that Han Solo worth the risk, Han 2 as it's affectionately known in the community, with that Vigilance Force base, still a very, very dominant showing from it, 3 out of the top 8 decks. But then you've got Anakin Skywalker with Force Vigilance base there as the runner-up. You've got Cad Bane Tarkin Town, which was remained relatively untouched via the Force Throw suspension. Did utilize the card in little bits here and there, but not one that is overly reliant on the Force mechanic. Kira Datavault making a comeback. That's not necessarily the control deck that I had on the forefront of my radar. And then Han Solo, the original Han Solo from Sparta Rebellion with the 30 HP command base. A lot of people excited about Han 1 potentially being back in the fray.
Yeah, indeed. I also think it's a pretty fan favorite from the start of the game. From Spark of Rebellion. A lot of people played it as well. So I think there will always be people who are like, no, this is my favorite leader, and I'm going to make him work no matter what. No matter what's changing around him, I'm going to make him work.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that were kind of maybe tuned out of the deck. Obviously, the previous suspension wave that we had with Jango Fett leader unit, Triple Dark Raid, and also DJ being a little bit of a sort of preemptive ban, with Fantasy Flight Banes being quoted as saying, we saw this deck being really, really good during the Twilight of the Republic format. We don't immediately want it to become a problem deck all of a sudden again, but certainly showing that you don't need DJ to be able to make this leader work.
Yeah, DJ made it extremely powerful, but it wasn't really necessary to still achieve a lot with the deck. And I think that's really nice that they already been thinking like, oh, okay, this could be less enthusiast for the players. If we see that too much, let's preemptively get this out of the pool to not make it too much of a problem.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that is the results that we've seen from the sector qualifier in Portland over in North America. But of course, that's not the only layer to the Star Wars Unlimited competitive circuit. We've also got the planetary qualifiers. Spoke about them yesterday a lot in the limited format, with there being a Sheffield planetary qualifier last weekend in the United Kingdom. We've also had PQs going on around Europe, around the world as well. And a couple of results from those have been interesting to see as well. I think we've got a little bit of a graphic as well to give you an idea of what the planetary qualifier level has been doing. We've seen quite a few different decks that that have popped up here and there. Sabine Wren being one of the strongest ones in representation. Old school Sabine Energy Conversion Lab with 6 finishes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it's remarkable to see how it's like the same game that we're playing here in Europe, yet we're playing like almost another meta, so to say. You see Sabine here being the top deck represented with 6 top 8s in the PQs. Then next to it, already Catbane, also a more aggressive deck, we could say. Followed up by the Han that we already saw and the Anakin that we already saw. But I think it's remarkable that we're playing like the same ban list, the same card pool, the same sets coming out, but yet we have such a different style compared to our neighbors across the ocean.
Yeah, certainly. So there's a couple of really interesting things that stand out to me here on the second side, from 5 and 6 in particular. Boba Fett with Data Vault, that was a leader unit that originally, when it was introduced into the game for Jump to Lightspeed, it was paired with a 30 HP Cunning base 9 times out of 10. That was how I played the deck, but as the format evolved and continued on, I also saw that, you know, Data Vault was becoming a prominent aspect and a prominent base that was paired with. Data Vault sort of took over the format a little bit towards the back end of the Jump to Lightspeed format. Now Data Vault being the accepted base to pair with Boba Fett. You get access to the command aspects, you get access to things like Super Laser Technician, Resupply to be able to ramp you the extra resource, Overwhelming Barrage as well to be able to deal a lot of non-combat damage in one fixed point, and also boost up either a big ship or a big unit that you played out the phase before, or your piloted Boba unit, say like into Ruthless Raider or the 4-cost Fett's Fire Spray, to be a really, really heavy hitter.
Yeah, correctly. Most of the time we saw him with Cunning, I think.
Yes,
so a lot of yellow in the decks, but now suddenly having that card pool, like getting more white, it seems like Command has a lot of potential to work in synergy with the leader effect of Boba.
Yeah, absolutely so. And speaking as well of Command villainy, we also saw there about Emperor Palpatine. Palpatine being the winning deck from the Portland sector qualifier. That came out of nowhere, in my opinion. That was an absolute shock and surprise.
I'm not sure that there were only 2 Palpatines that made day 2, and actually he won.
Yeah.
Must have been really an incredibly good player with Palpatine.
Certainly so, yeah, certainly so. The biggest surprise for me, though, is how popular Palpatine has become with the Cunning aspect. For me, Emperor Palpatine was always best paired as its sort of control routes with Vigilance, because you get so many of those Vigilance 1-for-1 removal cards. Power of the Dark Side, Merciless Contest in Mono Villainy, Fell the Dragon, Rivals Fall, Takedown, No Glory on the Results, Super Laser Blast is the big panic button if you're going up against an aggro deck that's going a little bit too wide.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's the thing. There are so many removal that Palpatine can play, and just the idea behind the deck that you just want to wait as long as you can to get those really big cost cards out. That's that can be really painful to aggro decks with all the removal that they're playing right now.
Yeah, certainly. So it's interesting in that regard to see that players have kind of peeled away from pairing it with a Vigilance base and instead gone, no, you know what? We've got tools in Cunning. Yes, you've got things like No Good to Be Dead, Frozen in Carbonite we're seeing getting a little bit more play as well to be able to just sort of withstand that early pressure, as you say, so that we can then try and ramp up to that big 8-resource deploy necessary for Emperor Palpatine's leader unit.
Yeah, indeed, And I really wonder what we're going to see today now, as we saw that America had a Palpatine win. Will we see more Palpatines now in our Premier pool as well? Or will we be like, no, we are Europe. We are Europe. We want to go base. We want to go aggressive.
Yeah.
And I really wonder what we're going to see here. I'm betting on a lot of Sabines. We saw that in Lille as well. We saw it just in the graphics as well, that there are a lot of Sabine players here in Europe. So I think a best bet is to put your money on a Sabine for this weekend.
Yeah, I think Sabine is always a really nice and safe choice to go with. It's a set 1 leader that is paired with a set 1 base generally. An Energy Conversion Lab has seen a little bit of play and experimentation with Data Vault during the Jump to Lightspeed format. Did very well actually in Lille in the last regional qualifier we had in Season 0. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether that is the right line for Sabine nowadays. Obviously, there's not been too many planetary qualifiers or major events after the suspension wave has come in. So in Europe, at the very least, we're operating with kind of limited data in that regard. But like you say, I think
smaller data vault, we could say.
A smaller data vault, absolutely, absolutely. But I think, like you say, I think it's always a nice, safe, and easy option to go with. A lot of people have tried and tested with Sabine at some point in their Star Wars Unlimited career. I know I certainly have as well.
Yeah, for sure. It was also my first leader that I played with.
There you go.
I was like, I want to play this. I don't really know how to play this. What do you suggest? Just play Sabine. Don't think, just go base.
Just go base of the plays, hit Fleet Lieutenant and Battlefield Marine on phase 1 and phase 2. 4 cores I believe in for a win.
Indeed.
Job's good.
It feels so good if you can resolve 4 cores for a win. Oh, there's nothing better than that.
It certainly is so amazing. I'm also really interested to see if we're going to have any surprise decks floating around. Not necessarily a surprise deck, but I know that Pilot Vader, the Victor Squadron leader Darth Vader pilot from Jump to Lightspeed, has been seeing quite a heavy uptick in play over the past format and a bit as well. Being able to generate those TIE Fighter tokens action phase after action phase, if you've attacked with a fighter unit in that phase, can just prove so wide. And that Clone Combat Squadron unit is just, it could get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing. But now, of course, we're playing Premiere. There will be more removal in the decks that we're going to see. It's not going to be like yesterday when you can drop a big bomb and then it's going to be over. But I also hope to see a bit more variety of plays. We're actually going to try to get that for you guys, at least for the first rounds. Get as much and special decks that we can find and leader combinations. And how further we go into the top, we're probably going to see a bit of the same deck. Let's hope not, but
well, we'll see. We'll see. We've got 2 whole days of premiere coverage for you across Saturday and Sunday, and of course, as just said earlier, we will also be sprinkling in the final of the limited regional championships tomorrow afternoon and into the evening as well. So be sure to not miss a moment if you didn't already plan to do so already. We've talked a lot about some of the decks and some of the players that we might be looking to highlight as well. Let's highlight what we're all here for, and that's the prizing. Yes, let's see what these players can have the opportunity to walk away with. So, just by participating in the event today, 664 players, plus all the players that played yesterday in the Limited Regional Championships, will be walking away with that beautiful Pilot Vader playmat and Pilot Vader promo card.
It's so nice. Like, for me personally, I really thought this was going to be like a top mat. I saw the design and was like, wow, this is amazing. And then I hear his participation. I'm like, okay, I also need a ticket. I also need that playmat.
Yeah. I also need the pin that you get for top 100, 256. I've not seen it yet. I've not seen it in person, but I know the Star Wars Unlimited pin game is very, very strong. So if we can get an idea of what that looks like, maybe if we can potentially bring it up onto the stream at some point throughout the day, I'd love to see it. Whether you're getting it back, I'm not 100% sure I can guarantee that, but at the very least, players that make it onto day 2, which follows the same rules as yesterday, anyone with a 7-2 record or better will automatically proceed into day 2 tomorrow, will earn themselves that beautiful Night Sister playmat, as well as a Luke Skywalker promo card as well.
Yeah, very beautiful as well, the design. Not 100% my taste, but tastes can different.
Yeah,
that's
a bit more of a villainy player.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
I respect it.
The power of the dark side. It flows in me.
Absolutely,
you know?
I respect it. I respect it. And then, of course, the finalist prizing, all nice and indicated on both the playmats and the promotional cards as well, with the champion walking away with those mats and the bragging rights as well. So a lot to play for, and one of the most important aspects as well to play for that's not on the graphic and visual there is the qualifier points to earn that invitation to the Galactic Championships.
Yeah. I think that's most of the people why they're here as well, to get more experience in bigger tournaments, to get more an idea of what they can face in environments like this, because this is not just your local or something, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, so for the regional championship breakdown, works a little bit like this. The top 64 will earn themselves 25 points, a quarter of the way already into their invite for the 100 necessary. Top 32 will get 50 points, top 16, 75. From top 8 onwards, it's an automatic invite. Top 850 points, top 4, 200. Second place will earn 300 points, and then the champion will walk away with a huge 400 points for that Galactic Championships invite and trying to earn into those top spots as well.
Wow, 400 points, that's already really big, right? To get your jump start to go to the Galactics. If you would have to estimate or guess, or how many points does a player need to have to be sure I'm going to the Galactic Championship?
100. 100 is the automatic benchmark for you to be able to qualify into the Galactic Championships. So to get an automatic invite from this weekend, you're wanting to finish top 8 or higher. Top 16 or top 32 certainly gets you a strong way in there. Just get a strong finish at a planetary qualifier at that point. So say you finish top 32, earn 50 points. You're then looking for 2 top 4 finishes at a planetary qualifier to earn that 100 to immediately qualify.
I'm pretty sure if you can make here top 32, that you can get a really good job in a planetary qualifier, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The law of averages will certainly be on a strong side for you if you're going to be able to do that. But I love the point system now that we've got in here.
It's a good idea.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously in Season 0, we had for the Galactic Championships open invitation, and it was a real celebration of the first year of Star Wars Unlimited. But now this points qualification system, it really rewards those players that are consistent, that are attending these events really regularly, and also doesn't discredit the really one-off strong performances that players are able to have. A major event like this, someone's maybe gone, oh, well, a load of my local area, a load of my local games group is going to Bilbao for the regionals here. I'll play along, why not? And all of a sudden, you're finishing top 8 and you're heading to Las Vegas.
Yeah, it will be crazy story, right? They're like, oh yeah, I just tagged along with my friends. We were going here, we were having a good time. And oh yeah, I can go to the Galactics right away.
Absolutely. And especially with it being so early in Season 1 as well, we've still got so much time, so many more events to be able to get yourself into for those. So if you haven't already and you're watching on in this weekend and thinking, you know what, I'd like to have a crack at this. I'd like to try and earn my invite. There'll be plenty of events to keep an eye on. You can see just behind us as well this beautiful shot of the venue hall. The players are getting, it looks like their judge briefing and their final instructions ahead of the start of the main event itself. So we shouldn't be too far away from round number 1. Yeah. If there was a leader that you were looking at and you think, okay, by tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening in the Premier Final, we're going to be talking about this leader, what one do you think it is and why?
I'm going to say something that's never going to happen.
Okay.
But I hope it does.
Okay, we like hope. We like some out there picks. Maul.
Darth Maul.
Okay, is this set 2 Maul or is this new Maul?
No, it's a new Maul.
New Maul.
From Legends of the...
okay.
I really hope to see him. I'm just a Maul fan. It doesn't matter if he's performing well. I just hope it's... I just hope that he will do a great job.
Well, we've got an idea of the current top 10 in the general metagame at the moment in Star Wars Unlimited Legends of the Force. So we'll be able to have a look at it and see if Darth Maul is in there.
I highly doubt.
Not necessarily, but there are a couple of really, really strong names in there and strong leaders in there. Cad Bane Tarkintown being at number 1, definitely very, very interesting. That's a deck that I've been high on for quite some time. It's just really, really explosive, could go really, really wide, and getting all of those Underworld units onto the board with getting those 1 damage pings that turn into 2 damage pings when the leader unit deploys. Certainly would not be surprised if that makes it all the way to the top.
Yeah, also with the cunning, you have the waylays and stuff like that. Easy to get rid of, harder to deal with units. That's and it's almost what we predicted with the PQ results, right? We see Boba Fett, we see Sabine, Han Solo, Worth the Risk in the top 4, and that was almost the same top 4 that we had, right?
Yeah, certainly so. Gar Saxon with an Energy Conversion Lab is an interesting one. That's a deck and a build that I know a lot of people that are very devoted to Gar Saxon. I know that there's a man with us currently in the social team in Callum that is a big believer in Gar Saxon with Energy Conversion Lab.
I've even said in Lidl to pitch as like the deck that I thought would do great was this combination.
Okay.
But it was a way back, right? And now we see it suddenly here on screen. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, absolutely. So whether we'll see it in the top 8 or further on, that's yet to be decided. However, Yoda Sensing Darkness with the Jedi Temple. This is a really, really cool deck. I saw this a couple of weeks ago at the Cheltenham Planetary Qualifier, and I was a big, big fan of what this was able to do. The winner of that event, Silk Michaels, actually played this deck with Yoda Jedi Temple. It was really, really cool. You have so many great and adept force units in that heroism package, and it's just a really, really nice one to be able to rely on.
And how would you describe the game plan of this deck? Is it...
It's quite mid-range.
Yeah, okay.
It's quite a mid-range deck. Obviously, with sort of your vigilance, heroism units, you've got that inbuilt restore mechanic, quite a lot of those as well. You've got also access to the command aspect there, so things like Sundari Peacekeepers for some early raid and restore as well. Doesn't have the force tag, sure, to be able to generate the force token for action phase after action phase, but it is just a solid early game piece, maybe against those aggro decks and those Sabine Energy Conversion lab lists that we might be seeing running around in quite some numbers. For the control players, however, again, Palpatine with the Cunning base, winning the Portland set to qualifier, as we mentioned earlier. That was undoubtedly going to see an uptick in a little bit of play. Kira Data Vault as well was a popular deck, and a deck a lot of people were brewing with in the late stages of the Jump to Lightspeed format. Early stages of Legends of the Force kind of fell by the wayside a little bit, but now, post-Force Throw suspension, a lot of people are taking this deck seriously again.
Yeah, we saw Kira a lot as well in Lille, I think.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think it's only logical that people still play this deck, that they're still like comfortable. It's a comfortable pick if you've been playing it since Jump to Lightspeed. Like, we're already 6 months further in time, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And then you've got the Han Solo Audacious Smuggler. That is Han 1 from Spark of Rebellion with Echo base, the Command 30 HP base as well. So plenty of different decks to keep an eye out for. If I was to pick one of them, I'm going to go Control.
Really?
I think. I'm going to go Control. If you've got a general aggro-heavy field, I think that Control can have a really, really nice matchup into it. And I see the Palpatine, I see the idea behind the Palpatine list. Historically, though, I've never been a fan of pairing it with Cunning. I feel like pairing it with Vigilance, you just get so many more really, really strong control options that we mentioned about earlier. If I was to go a Control list, I'd either go with Kira Data Vault or Iden Versio Data Vault, which has been seeing a bit of a comeback post-suspension wave, particularly around sort of the Store Showdown level. And seen a couple of players in the UK that have been doing quite well with it. That one could maybe just sneak under the radar.
Yeah, Iden is maybe a bit of an off-meta pick, we could
say.
Yeah, and it could surprise people, right? Because they've been... I'm sure if you ask the players in the venue, how many Sabines have you played? How many Palpatines have you played? How many Bobas have you played? But how many Idens? I don't think a lot. So it could have the surprise factor. Not really, if your opponent doesn't know what your deck does, how will it stop you, basically, right? Yeah,
absolutely. Well, let us know as well what you think in the chats of the streams. What decks do you think are going to do well this weekend? What decks do you think are going to surprise us as well? There's some leaders that we haven't talked about. We haven't mentioned too many Legends of the Force leaders.
Exactly.
And there was a notable absence of Mother Tolzin in that list as well. The Force Throw suspension obviously hitting it, but did it hit the deck too hard, or can it still function?
Well, it's not really something to like look at for today, but yesterday in Seals, she was amazing, right? But like I said, it's not the same. It's a whole different pool. It's a whole different area, but it has potential, I think. Everything has potential if you build towards it, I think. And I feel that's like the power that Star Wars Unlimited has. Every leader can be something.
Yeah,
at some point.
Certainly, and especially when you take into account the side deck as well into those matchups. If you are playing, certainly, one of those more off-meta picks, or something like Iden Versio or Maul as well, and you're going into a format where you go, okay, I'm expecting a lot of Sabine, I'm expecting a lot of the Palpatine as well. I want to be a little bit more mid-rangey maybe to try and combat that, strong enough to withstand the aggro and then fast enough to go past the control. You know, I can tech in for that sideboard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why the sideboard is for, to change your strategy, to optimally adapt your deck to what your opponent is doing, and also maybe try to counter what your opponent would do to counter your deck, right?
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we will be getting ourselves underway very, very shortly. Of course, we've also got the limited Planet Regional Championship that's going on as well. We'll try and bring you a couple of updates here and there throughout the course of the day if we can. We won't be showing any of the booster drafts or any of the games, unfortunately, for that one, despite how much I might have advocated to get all the 8 players in a pod around a table and say, we want to watch you draft. That's not going to happen today. It's going to be all about the Premiere format, which is what Star Wars Unlimited is about. It is Premiere for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I do still think that it's great that a sealed tournament took place like this and a big event like this. Like, we had a lot of people show up for it. 477 in total or something.
Round about that number.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy in my opinion for a sealed game. Of course, a lot of people probably had the backup for today that they will be like, okay, I can just go play sealed. If all goes south, I'll just play Premiere today. But yeah, there's still a lot of people that showed up to play sealed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I was having this conversation with Al, one of the casters, yesterday about how it is such an interesting idea to have these double split tournaments of one being purely sealed, one being purely Premiere, but also putting forward the idea of, well, what happens when we get just one event but mixes both formats together? You start in sealed, for example, either in a draft or in the 6-pack sealed that we played throughout yesterday, or we go into Premiere later on in the day. We're about to go to Premiere today, though, because our feature match for round number 1 is ready, and we are able to get things underway very, very soon. And look at that. It's one of the players who played in the sealed regional championships yesterday. The reigning galactic champion, Philip Skudlarek, is in the feature match area.
Yeah, great to see him opening this event. I think it's really one of the more worthy players, so to say. Not that the other people are not worthy. Don't take me wrong, Ben. But one of the big names here attending this event today.
Certainly so, and he's going to be going up against Daniel Kraft on Pilot Boba with Data Vault. We mentioned this deck and this leader just a moment ago. Pilot Boba, all about creating non-combat damage. Anytime that you deal non-combat damage, you can exhaust the leader, and then you do 1 indirect damage to a player, which is damage that they directly themselves will assign, and goes around things like shields as well. For Philip, though, they are on tried and tested. It's Han Solo, worth the risk, with Energy Conversion Lab and sporting those beautiful galactic championship sleeves as well.
Yeah, they're very pretty. And indeed, the Boba leader for itself, you would say, oh, 1 damage, that's fine. I can just redirect it. But it starts to add up really quickly. I've played against one of the guys from production with Boba, and that guy is crazy, honestly. I was like, okay, I can handle this. I still have time. I can do my plays. But before I know, he was running over me, pumping out units, dealing indirect damage here and there. And yeah, it was just a really hard matchup.
Yeah, because one of the things that a lot of players will often do with the indirect damage that Boba Fett does, and there's a lot of units in this deck that will generate a lot of indirect damage, things like Allegiant General Pride, if you have the initiative, things like TIE Bomber, the Fett's Fire Spray as well, the 4-resource unit that we spoke about earlier on. A lot of people will just put that onto the base, but Philip's playing Energy Conversion Lab, so you don't necessarily have that much base health to work with, as we're already through the first action phase. Obi-Wan Kenobi for Philip, using Han Solo's leader action to be able to play it, play a card from hand. It costs some resources less, but you do have to deal some damage to it. And Daniel immediately taking to the skies with the Kylo's TIE Silencer.
Yeah, of course, Boba is a pilot, so I think we'll see a lot of space units here coming out from Daniel. It just makes more sense to have him be able to pilot himself into one of the ships as soon as it's possible.
Certainly so. We're immediately going to get 3 damage into each base as well here. Obi-Wan and Kylo's TIE Silencer going in. And now we're going to go ahead and see a bounty put on to the Kylo's TIE Silencer. Bounty Hunter's Quarry here. Card that we don't see too much of anymore. Attached unit gets bounty keyword. So if you can defeat that unit, you claim the bounty. Search the top 5 cards of your deck, or 10 instead if this unit is unique, for a unit that costs 3 or less, and play it for free. But Daniel had the perfect out and answer to it with the Disabling Fang Fighter to pop the upgrade.
Yeah, indeed. It's considered an upgrade, but I don't really think it's an upgrade in this case. But yeah, indeed, the answer was there from Daniel instantly.
And then Grogu coming out as well here for Philip Skudorek. This is one of the top legendaries of Legends of the Force that has been brought into the game. The 1/6 with the hidden keyword, which we spoke about in Sealed yesterday.
Yeah.
Not able to be attacked into on the phase that it is deployed, but with an action, you can heal 2 damage from a unit. If you do, deal that much damage to a unit. And of course, when we've got a leader that is putting 2 damage onto something to play those units out for a lower cost, it's going to be an easy target.
Exactly. The Grogu can have so much value in this matchup. Pumping out a unit, it gets damage. You just turn the Grogu sideways, the damage is gone, you got a unit for 1 cost less.
Certainly so. So we see that 4-cost Fet's Fire Spray does make its way down, the 3 indirect damage, all going on to the Grogu there. And now Pilot Poe is going to make his way onto the ground arena, but really, really nicely done in combination with the leader ability, playing it into the ground arena, triggering its when played as a unit ability to create an X-Wing token. You may attach this unit as an upgrade to a friendly vehicle unit without a pilot on it. So what we've done is we've dealt damage to the Poe unit, we've created the X-Wing token, Poe has jumped in the X-Wing and healed himself up.
Yeah, exactly. He healed himself up because he's not really a unit anymore at this point. He's a pilot, so an upgrade. And that's exactly what happened. So he has now basically a free, very strong space unit.
Yeah, and this has been a very strong start as well for Philip Skudorek in the early game here. For Daniel, he's been doing quite well. He's been playing on curve at 2, 3, and 4 resources. Not found any resupply or super laser technician for himself, however, to be able to get that ramp, get into the leader deployment of Pilot Boba on the action phase earlier. We are up to 5 resources, so Han leader unit is going to have the opportunity to deploy, but a really nice play here because that Poe Dameron, as you said, is now treated as an upgrade because it's a pilot. It is susceptible to the disabling Fang Fighter.
Yeah, and once again, Daniel has it in his hand. He's already played one, so really crazy that he has another one to answer the problem that Philip is pumping out. Now, of course, that X-Wing token is looking much less scarier for Daniel. Getting rid of the pilot, which was like the thing that boosted it up to be a scary unit, now is just a floating asteroid almost.
It's a floating asteroid with 1 damage on it as well, with a Fet's Fire Spray attacking in for 4, and then on attack, dealing 2 indirect damage because we control Boba Fett as a leader unit. But we've got the other Poe, the older Poe, that's making its way down onto the board now, playing the full 5 for this instead of the reduced cost from the Han Solo leader action. Wolf now for Daniel is an interesting one in the main deck, probably included to try and get around all of those restore units that are in the format at the moment. When played and on attack, bases are not eligible to be healed for this phase.
All right, yeah, that can be really good. I think a bit later in the game because you want to see him when you know you can get out lethal. But of course, when that's one of the fewer options you have in hand, you're just going to play it, right? Waste a turn or waste resources to something else.
Certainly so, as Philip is going to immediately take care of the Wolf, the X-Wing token flying into the disabling Fang Fighter as well. So a big crash in space, leaving just the Fet's Fire Spray alone there at the moment. And then the Obi-Wan Kenobi going in for some damage into the base here right now. So Philip, as expected with a Han Solo worth the risk deck, very, very heavily invested into the ground arena right now. Daniel had played a little bit of a two-pronged attack throughout the course of the game, but still that heavy reliance on space, as you would expect from a pilot leader unit. And that pilot leader is going to have the opportunity to deploy in this action phase now with 6 resources. And on deploy, if it is played as a pilot, if it's deployed as an upgrade, you get to deal 4 damage divided among any number of units that you choose. So a couple of options here could potentially try and go for just removal of one thing, or go ahead and try and spread some damage around and set up for something like an overwhelming barrage later in the action phase.
Yeah, as soon as Boba gets into a ship, he starts to get really dangerous. Like now it's okay, some 1 damage here, 1 damage there, but once he's in the ship and he starts blasting, you have to be careful.
Yeah, all of a sudden it turns that Fett's Fire Spray from a 4-4 into an 8-8. And if you're adding on Overwhelming Barrage boosts onto that as well, that turns it into a 10-10 that could potentially crash in. And with only a 25 HP base, 10 damage puts you 1 away from game on board. So Philip is going to have to be careful about that right now. Has already used the Grogu action to put some damage onto the Fett's Fire Spray. That's why there's 2 damage counters on there, while Philip does have an empty space arena right now, and we're seeing a payment of 6 here. It's going to be Planetary Bombardment, which is an interesting one here. It's going to deal 8 indirect damage to Philip here. Would deal 12 if Daniel controlled a capital ship like Ruthless Raider, for example. Fett's Fire Spray, however, it's a very, very imposing unit. It's not a capital ship, however.
No, not yet. It needs to grow a bit, I think.
Yeah, Boba needs to do some work on it, get some upgrades on there. As we see, Philip is going to start directing all of this 8 indirect damage across. Poe Dameron, the 5-cost unit, hasn't taken any damage yet, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Philip is enticed to put some indirect damage onto there, but it looks like we've put a little bit on Grogu, we're putting a little bit on Obi-Wan. The Han Solo leader unit looks like it's getting some as well at the moment here, that's going to put it on 1 HP remaining after the Planetary Bombardment has finished resolving. We've taken 3 into the 5-cost Poe, like I thought we might take some damage there, and 1 into the base as well, which is a little bit dangerous if Philip can't remove this Fett's Fire Spray, and we go attach Pilot Boba onto the Fett's Fire Spray, and then use that Overwhelming Barrage that I was talking about earlier.
Exactly. It looks like he's going to use the Poe Dameron.
With the effect. Yeah. So we've got the on-attack effect coming through, discarding away a Cham Syndulla. Makes a lot of sense. Daniel hasn't ramped at all during this game, so he's not gone 1 aspect ahead. So he's going to deal the 2 damage on attack to the unit. And it looks like we're discarding a 2nd copy of Cham Syndulla here. We might be discarding a card from our opponent's hand.
Yeah, as there's no upgrade on the field, that's the only option that Philip has right now. Poe Dameron says that you have 3 effects that you can use when you discard a card. Of course, only when you're able to do it, right? So looks like Daniel is thinking about which card he's going to discard. With only 2 cards in hand, it's a tough situation. It's a really nice play here from Philip to start hand controlling Daniel, because if he has no options, what is he going to do? He's going to deploy his pilot maybe as just a ground unit. Not optimal, not what you want to do here with a Boba.
Yeah, not at all, because it only comes down as a ground unit, as essentially a vanilla 4/7. It's got no other effect text if it is deployed onto the ground arena. Interestingly, we discarded War Juggernaut there as the card from the secondary Poe Dameron effect. That's not a card that I've seen in many lists for Pilot Boba at this moment in time. Was obviously very, very big and very, very popular during the Legends of the Jump to Lightspeed era with Triple Dark Raid, but really intriguing to see this one here being included.
Yeah, it also kind of makes sense, I would say. It's still a vehicle. Boba can still pop into it, right? So he can still beef it up. But maybe that's also the reason why he discarded it, because it's not the right time to have this card in hand. So I can lose this card, it will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a good unit generally. You've got, like I said earlier, the Han leader unit is 1 damage away from being sent back into the leader zone. The Obi-Wan Kenobi is getting close there as well on 4 damage that it has taken. It is only going to be able to take 1 more as well before it goes away. So War Juggernauts, when played, could potentially be impactful, but at that point, you're using essentially a whole action phase here, and when Philip is really starting to put the pressure on, 21 damage now out of the 33 required on Data Vault to be able to take game 1 and a very, very wide ground arena. Daniel needs to try and find multiple units pretty quickly, as well as a good target to pilot this Boba leader onto.
Exactly. Some draw engine would be really nice at this point, because only 1 card in hand. The option is play 1 card or don't play 1 card, right? It's really, we're going to see. We're going to see what Daniel is going to do. I think he's still thinking what the optional play is.
Yeah, it's about whether he just goes ahead and passes here, which he does, which Philip is just going to immediately claim the initiative for, because he doesn't want to give that opportunity for them to spend extra resources, deploy that pilot boba onto the ground, and just get a value trade into something. So good heads-up work there from Philip, completely foregoing playing anything on the 6 resource action phase, but you got a really nice wide board state as it is. First action is going to go ahead and be to attack with the Poe Dameron, discarding 2 cards out of hand again here to burn an extra 2 damage onto the base, and then force a discard of a card in hand. I think Daniel has just said, that's enough. Let's wrap it up. We don't have the opportunity to rebuild from there, and Philip Skrudlarek takes game 1 pretty handily there.
Yeah, it was very nicely done. The Grogu did, like I said, he had a lot of value, not even healing, but even damaging the space units, which Philip had no answer to for that moment with the unit. He was just able to crowd control it, so to say, with the ground units that he had, which was really beautiful, because he pinged it first with the Grogu to heal another unit that was on the field, and then he killed it with the Poe Dameron with the extra damage that he can do with this card.
Yeah, it is one of the big issues that you can run into when you're playing Pilot Boba, is that if you are at that 6 resource action phase and you've got absolutely nothing in the space arena, you do not want to deploy that Pilot Boba. You want to have some kind of vehicle in the space arena that's going to be able to help you out in some way, shape, or form, so that you can get that dividable 4 damage that you have the opportunity to divide as well. It's one of the few instances of that kind of indirect damage style mechanic that you get to direct, similarly to like Devastator as well. So we see the players going in to the sideboards here. Philip looked like that they were a little bit more happy with how the main deck was constructed. Daniel, however, looking through the side deck here and seeing what kind of options that maybe they could go and bring in. I'm looking at maybe things like Turbo Laser Salvo could be really, really nice to bring in here. Choose an arena. A friendly space unit deals damage equal to its power to each enemy unit in that arena. So a sort of Super Laser Blast light, as you will.
Still, it's a 7 cost. It's a pretty expensive card. We need to get to that range to be able to play it. And as we saw, Philippe, how fast he was pumping out units. We're getting there, but he's not going to have a lot of lives left when we get into that stage, if it goes like a last game, of course.
Yeah, and that is the thing about this Han Solo Energy Conversion Lab list, is that it is already inherently so quick because of that resource cheating that you are able to do with the leader unit, being able to play a unit from hand with a 1 resource reduction just at the cost of 2 damage to it. We've already highlighted the synergy that has with the Grogu unit from Legends of the Force as well, that Philip saw on perfect curve on 3 resources. But then you mix Energy Conversion Lab in with that as well. I mean, Philip didn't even use the epic action of ECL in game 1, but that adds a whole nother layer of speed that this deck can give.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've been saying, they're pumping out units at a pace that is very hard to match, I think, for a Boba. And we just saw it. I hope indeed, like you said, that the Super Salvo can do something for him, because even if it's just on the fire spread, it's still 4 damage divided on every single unit in that area, and that will do a lot, because Philip's units are big in numbers, but they're not big in life pool.
Yeah. I mean, certainly, even if you're going and maybe looking at that a little bit better with the Pilot Boba having already been attached onto the Fet's Fire Spray from the action phase before, now all of a sudden we're dealing 8 spread across the board, which hits so many other units. Hits things like the 5-cost Poe a little easier. Hits things like Kelleran Beck as well a little bit easier. Things like Wrecker, Blue Leader if it's ambushed in with the experience tokens as well. It hits so many other units that you are able to try and wipe away, especially when you are sort of inherently lane dodging so aggressively in the space arena as Pilot Boba. We see the players have drawn into their opening hands here. We are getting ourselves ready and underway for game number 2. Daniel is going to start it off again with a Kylo's TIE Silencer like he did in game 1. Philip is going to go with that leader action and play out the Sundari Peacekeepers.
Yeah, indeed, the same opening as Daniel. I hope he's a bit happier now than he was last time. We saw a super tactician get resourced again. This time he's not going to do that. Maybe he's going to try to start answering the ground area from Philip, even though we saw it mainly focuses on that. So maybe it would be smarter to stay away from that and just keep on spamming space units. But we'll see what the plan is that Daniel has in mind, what he sided into.
It is going to be the super laser technician. Yeah, I think when you've got the opportunity to rat here, and obviously with the 2 damage inherently that Han Solo leader unit is doing anyway. Oh, as we see an ambush in of the Sabine's masterpiece here for the clear of the Kylo's TIE Silencer. Really, really nice utilization of that there. Obviously, we do control a command unit as well on attack, so we get the experience token, meaning that it is going to go ahead and survive the attack of the Kylo's TIE Silencer with the 3 power. So really, really nice and heads-up work there from Philip, and using that energy conversion lab, as I said, for that extra dimension of speed.
Yeah, that's a very nice play, and executed very nice.
Oh, but we've got IG-2000 that's going to come down here and be an immediate response to that Sabine's masterpiece now as well. The 344, which has the overwhelm keyword, but more importantly here, deals 1 damage to each of up to 3 units, so clears that final damage away necessarily for the Sabine's masterpiece to go away. And the Sundari Peacekeeper as well puts that 1 damage closer to this being a value trade instead for the super laser technician, as opposed to just being the crash in to get the resource here. Both units in the ground arena are gone, and Philip now double-checking the resource row just to see exactly what's been going in there for the past couple of action phases. Battlefield Marine to kick things off here. Daniel will claim the initiative. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Do not absolutely underestimate the 3-3 for 2 abilityless card. It has been seeing play since Spark of Rebellion and will continue to see play for as long as the card is in rotation.
Yeah, a good thing from Philippe is that he still got some value out of the Peacekeeper. He got to do that damage on the base because he know I'm going to lose it to this Super Tactician. I need to get something out of it. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, also got the restore off as well, so it meant that the Kylo's TIE Silencer attack into base on action phase 2 was essentially free, essentially just wasting an action there from Daniel's point of view. But Daniel is in a lot better position here in Game 2 than he was in Game 1. We're going to see Vet's Fire Spray make its way down onto the board, and now it means for Philip that there's not going to be an immediate sort of denial of this pilot boba deployment here. We can now either deploy it onto the IG-2000 to get the immediate big swing on this action phase, or we can deploy it on to the Vet's Fire Spray to get that extra little point of damage and set up for that potential overwhelming barrage play later on in the game. We are just going to see the IG-2000 attack in, though, first here into the base. Philip is going to snap deploy the Han Solo leader unit in response. 2 resources open here for Daniel, so no opportunity for an open fire. We're going to see Boba deploy on the ground.
Okay. That's not something I expected to happen at all. There must be a really good reason for Daniel to do this, because like we said before, at this point it's just a vanilla. I don't even know what the stats are on the ground unit Boba, to be honest.
It's just a 4-7.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a 4-7, which is going to go ahead and attack. Philip here playing a hotshot DL-44 blaster from hand as opposed to from the resources with the smuggle mechanic. And is just going to get the damage here going onto the base. Now a payment of 3 going to go into the space here with a disabling Fang Fighter, not using the when played because Fang Fighter is a you may, not a you must. So going to keep around that hotshot blaster on Han Solo, quite thematically. And now a damaged Battlefield Marine being played out thanks to the Han Solo on attack ability as well. So Philip happy to go wide here, and Daniel playing a very interesting 2-pronged game here with double space unit, and now that pilot Boba leader unit having been deployed on the ground. Daniel will have the initiative and first action here. We're paying 5. It is going to be overwhelming barrage. It's only going to deal 6, though, as the potential instead of possibly dealing 10.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to wrap around my head why he would deploy it as a ground unit. Maybe he just wants to be able to trade or something into the units that Philip is pumping out, but still, it could have been so beautiful. Han Solo with a blaster, Boba in his fire spray. Why
Yeah.
are they not giving us this? Come on.
Yeah,
Come
are
on,
these
guys.
people truly Star Wars fans? We got the thematic win of Han Solo with the hotshot blaster. We didn't get it with Fett piloting his own fire spray. But as you say, undoubtedly there'll be some kind of reason that Daniel has done this. The players always have more access to information than we do up here in the caster's desk. So if he does end up winning this 2-1, I'll definitely be picking his brain as a Boba pilot player myself with Data Vault. For now, though, we are going to go ahead and see the IG-2000 crash in to the Fang Fighter. Is going to get an overwhelm point of damage also flying into the base. And now, Gorilla Attack Pod is going to be played down. A card from Spark of Rebellion, a common for 6, but because there is a 15 or more damage on a base, not just your opponents, it does count yourself as well, it's gonna enter into play ready.
Yeah, a great card to have, especially with the base that Philip is playing. You can also just pump it out like that. Ready?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, with the ambush, you could just go ahead and ambush it in to an enemy unit. But right now, I'm interested to see whether it's going to attack into the pilot Boba unit, get some grit stacks on it for later on, knowing that there's only 2 resources and not really much ambush that is played on the ground arena at the particular point for pilot Boba here. So could crash into the pilot Boba, get some grit stacks. Does give the opportunity for Daniel to just claim the initiative, however. So it's definitely a bit of an intriguing back and forth that we're running into. Daniel is going to fly in with this boosted Fett's Fire Spray. Remember, this has got the +1/+1s on it at the moment for the overwhelming barrage that was played at the first action of this phase.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it while you were talking. He could have used the Han Solo ability to get Gorilla Pot out, to even get more damage onto it for the grid effect, to even pump out more damage in that first attack that it launches. But that wasn't the case. He just got 2 damage on it, which is also already very nice for grid. That means he's a 6/6 right now. And that's already looking a scary unit for being a 6 cost.
Yeah, and that 2 damage that's been put on there from the Boba, the Fett's Fire Spray on attack ability, it's indirect damage, and unfortunately for Daniel, there's no 8-cost Devastator that's in the space arena, so Daniel doesn't have the option to assign that damage himself. It's all down to Philip there, which is going to go ahead and be dealt with. We are going to see the pilot Boba Fett attack into the Gorilla Attack Pod and make sure that Philip isn't going to get a big 6 damage swing into the Data Vault base, which is looking pretty precarious at the moment on 26 HP right now, 26 damage rather, I should say. Battlefield Marine number 1 is going to do some damage in now as well, put us up to 29 here. We are 1 damage short right now of being able to win in 1 action, but if there's a hotshot blaster in the resources, Philip will have the boost and be able to attack with that unit. So Daniel needs an answer, really, to this Battlefield Marine. We find it as well with a Ruthless Raider that's going to be able to deal 2 damage into the base. And I think from there is going to be a scoop up. Philip is conceding, and we're going to game 3.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. The moment that Boba was played into the ground area, I was like, okay, it's going to be hard for Daniel to win, because this is one of the power plays, right, of Boba, to get him into the ship, get out that extra damage. But he decided that's not the play right now. And I think that shows that Daniel is a real good Boba player if he can recognize the patterns, when to pilot him, when to ground unit him.
Yeah, certainly so. Like you say, it's very, very easily when you are playing a leader unit that is pilotable to just immediately say, well, I've got to attach him as a pilot, and especially when you're only getting an effect happening when he's played as a pilot. But 4/7 stat lines on leader units certainly aren't bad, and when you've gone ahead and gotten that extra resource as well during that game with the Super Laser Technician on curve, got a value trade with that SLT as well, crashing into the Sundari Peacekeepers, certainly not a bad line of play to go. And undoubtedly, like you say, Daniel will not only have had countless hours and games on this pilot Boba list in preparation for this weekend, but also would have been playing so many of those games
Yeah.
against Han Solo worth the risk.
Yeah, for sure. Like we saw, it's a really popular deck right now, so it only makes sense that he will be playing against it. He played it against it in other events, so he's prepared for this matchup. He knows what's up.
Well, he's been able to take one game off of the reigning Galactic Champion. Can he do it again and put Filip Skudlarek on a 0-1 record to open up here this morning in the Regional Championships on the Premier format? Filip is going to have the initiative for the first time in this best of 3 as well here in round 1. So I'll be intrigued to see what Filip does with the first action of phase number 1. Here's all set to go with his 2 resources. Daniel, it looks like, might have taken a mulligan or just consulted the side deck once again. The 10 card kind of extra deck that you can go into to help equal out any maybe slightly unfavorable matchups here. So Daniel certainly must have seen something there to prompt him to go back in. And in fact, we are just going to see now a mulligan here from Daniel, not happy with what he initially drew.
Yeah, he's probably digging for the hat trick, right? He wants to see that Kylo silencer once again. So, and he didn't see it in his first hand. He's like, oh, I'm going to dig for something else. Or maybe he wants to see some answers that he sided in once again to already have them in hand to be sure when the opportunity comes that I'm able to use them. Why not? It's free. Why wouldn't you use it, right?
Yeah, you get it once per game, and if there's ever a little bit of doubt, especially in these early stages of a tournament, while it is just a flat X2 record or better that qualifies you into day 2 tomorrow, regardless of where you take your losses throughout the day, you always want to start a tournament on a winning note. You always want to start on the front foot and making sure that you have that good headway of steam going into the remaining rounds here today. So Daniel here mulliganing that first opening hand. I spot a Super Laser Technician there in the hand, which is very, very nice as a phase 2 play. Spot War Juggernaut in there. I spot Force Choke in there as well. But we are going to start things off. First action is just going to be to deploy that Grogu with the Han Solo leader action here. For Daniel, we do see the Wolf as a phase 1 play here for 2 resources. But does Daniel maybe just want to claim the initiative here to make sure that he is going to be playing that Super Laser Technician first action? And that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, indeed. Greatly predicted by you, Ben. But yeah, indeed. It would be one of the better plays, I think. He's even resourcing the Wolf. So yeah, he's not going for that right now. He doesn't need it right now. Indeed, this Super Laser Technician will be the play. Get in that extra resource as well when you go for the trade here.
Yeah, and it's even better for him here because it means that the Grogu ability, the Grogu action, is going to deal the 1 damage into the Super Laser Technician. So he's actually getting the extra resource on this phase. But that's why Filip was so happy to let Daniel have the Super Laser Technician action. Cham Syndulla gets played down. It was discarded in game 1 to Poe Dameron effect. Here, though, it's going to get played, and it will match Daniel with the ramp that he was able to accomplish. So that means now that with this resource in the regroup phase, Filip is eligible to deploy Han Solo leader unit, and Daniel still has to wait 1 action phase.
Truly beautifully played. Playing out the own card that Daniel played and got into play to his advantage of Filip, and that's just, it shows he's a galactic champion.
Absolutely so. That Cham Syndulla, though, has done all of the work that it was going to do. Open fire out of the hand from Daniel to be able to burn that Cham Syndulla for 4 damage. We see the leader deployment. We see Allegiant General Pride is going to make its way down into the ground arena, one of the few ground units that you generally see in Pilot Boba lists, because on attack, if you have the initiative, you get to deal 2 indirect damage to a player, but we have the answer for it with the Han Solo leader deployment to be able to attack in. We now see Poe Dameron making its way down onto the board here. Because we have that 5 resources, because we Cham Syndulla'd, we don't have to deal damage to it, and it is still at its 6/6 printed stat line, and this is already getting very scary for Daniel.
Yeah, indeed. It's clear who's in the seat, in the driver's seat here for this match. at least for this game right now, because we know in Star Wars everything can change suddenly.
Well, we do see the War Juggernaut is going to come down here from Daniel. We saw it get discarded in Game 1 to a Poe Dameron on attack effect. So when played, it's going to spread 1 damage across any number of units here, and it's going to be targeting all of the units on Philip's side of the board. And importantly, that is going to boost War Juggernaut up as well for +1 for each damaged unit that is on the board. And it's even going to get an extra stat here with the Grogu effect going ahead and activating. So that is a +4 right now in its power, thanks to all damaged units being on the board right now.
A 7/5 unit is pretty scary, to be honest. But it will probably get traded out as soon as Philip can. I think it's too dangerous to leave a unit like that just on the floor.
Yeah, you want to ideally, though, try and get some kind of burn damage in there. An open fire of some description of force choke here out of aspect would be quite nice as well to just immediately deal with that 5 HP like you're saying. We do have the 2 that we can generate immediately from the Poe Dameron attack, but trying to trade either the Poe or the Han Solo leader unit into that Juggernaut here doesn't feel amazing. We do see again for the second game running that Pilot Boba is going to deploy onto the ground here.
Philip doing some math here, looking at his next line of play, I think. I would also think that you would now deploy Boba into the War Juggernaut to get him even more beefier. But yeah, then you just, like I said before yesterday, you put all your eggs in one basket, and if you drop your basket, then you drop the game.
Yeah, it's always very, very scary to try and deploy pilots into units as well, especially when you're playing against an aggression deck. We've already seen how good that disabling Fang Fighter has been for both players across this best of 3 set so far. And as we've already established, pilots are treated as upgrades as soon as they jump into a vehicle. So a disabling Fang Fighter would have just immediately been able to ping away the Poe or the Boba here, as we're going to see Poe Dameron is going to go ahead and get played down here. Looks like we're using it with the Han Solo action as well to get it in for 1 resource cost less, jump into an X-Wing and get that damage already healed off.
All right, it looks like Daniel is not going for a trade. He's just going to start going base and see where he ends up, I think, for now.
And we're now going to see Armed to the Teeth is going to get added to the Poe Dameron ground unit here. Attached unit is going to get, on attack, give another friendly unit +2 power for this phase, and Poe itself is going to also get a +2 powers boost here. So this is attacking for 8 power as it is already, and could also go for 10 to base if the on-attack effect does target the Data Vault itself. However, I think Philip, with the indication, the tapping of that Showcase Pilot Boba leader unit, is going to be putting that 2 damage into the Pilot Boba here from the on-attack effect. No, it is going to go into the base here, discarding the disabling Fang Fighter, and then the Poe is just going to go into the Boba leader itself here. So Boba leader ends up going away, as opposed to just taking a little bit of chip damage here, and the chip damage instead flies in to that 33 HP Data Vault.
Yeah, totally makes sense. You don't want to buff up the War Juggernaut even more.
The War Juggernaut's going to get cleared here as well, thanks to the +2 boost that is granted from the Armed to the Teeth attack. Philip just sees the value in saying, okay, my leader has a lot of great value back in the leader zone, as well as being deployed as a unit. So let's just trade it in. Let's make sure that your board is absolutely wiped out. I know for a fact that there are very few ambushing units or units that come in ready in your list. So let's just go ahead and make it so it's going to be really hard for you to continue the tempo here. And even with the big damage differential that there is between the base here, there's also a big unit differential as well.
Yeah, for sure. We do see an overwhelming barrage in the hand of Daniel, but yeah, he first needs to get some units out before he can actually use it. But we're going now at the 7 resources, which means bigger units are going to come out normally.
And it means Maul for you as well.
Let's
You're a
go.
Maul fan. You get Darth Maul onto the board
Not for
in
long.
phase 1. It is going to ambush in and take care of that arm to the teeth Poe. But because of all the damage that it took in that trade and in that attack into the pilot Boba earlier on, it does mean that a lot of overwhelm damage is going to trickle over into that energy conversion lab base with a 25 starting HP. So not a bad phase there from Daniel. No non-combat damage, unfortunately, being dealt here. So the pilot Boba effect not going to be able to be activated. But Daniel can happily say, you know what, I'll claim the initiative. Maybe a little less happy, though, now with Cassian Andor coming out of the smuggle. Sundari Peacekeeper now coming onto the board as well from the Han Solo leader action. And then double swings in with the readied Cassian and with the Grogu.
Yeah, Philip is really taking the lead here in this game, I would say. Damage-wise, it's they're at the same damage at the moment, so that's looking good. But if you look at the board state, if you look at the hand, I think Philip is really taking the high road here.
Yeah, well, the one thing that Daniel can take a little bit of credit in here is that while it is the same damage represented on the base, it doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. Because with Energy Conversion Lab, you're starting with 25 HP. With Data Vault, you're starting with 33. So that's already an 8-point damage differential between the two bases at the start of every game that Daniel has working with here. So essentially, Daniel realistically is on sort of 3 damage if you're matching both of them.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he's ahead for now in damage-wise, but board state-wise, I wouldn't say that he's ahead for now. You never know what they pull out of their sleeves, right?
Well, this Devastator could certainly give Daniel a little bit of help here. Now, all of that indirect damage that is going to be played out and directed from things like the Fett's Fire Spray, like TIE Bombers as well, that we've not seen so far in the game, is all going to be able to be assigned by Daniel himself, and on play has been able to deal 4 indirect damage to each opponent. That's also triggered the Pilot Boba effect, but look at the amount of stuff that is still flying in to the base at the moment. That Sundari Peacekeeper as well, not only with the Raid 2, but also Restore 2 to wipe away some of that damage that's going into the base. We're now seeing Energy Conversion Lab fire in with the ambush. The MC-30 Assault Frigate is going to be played out with ambush. It is just within that Energy Conversion Lab range to be able to attack in. It's got Overwhelm and it's Raid 1, so it's attacking in for 6 and being able to not only deal with the Devastator, but also, because of the 2 damage that it took from the Grogu action, pour 2 into Data Vault as well.
Again, a really great play here from Philip. I thought Daniel was going to start trampling out of the water that he was in with the Devastator, because it's so important that you do indirect damage with the Boba, but it's even more important if you can say, oh no, I wanted that unit.
Yes.
You're not deciding at all. I'm going to decide where that damage is going to, and I'm going to nuke that one unit so I can do a trade that is in my favor.
Yeah, and it also sets your planetary bombardments up really, really nicely on the next action phase. Because the Devastator is obviously a capital ship, that means that the 12 indirect damage that's being dealt from controlling a capital ship when planetary bombardment is activated is assignable by you. So you can direct a lot of damage, essentially either wiping a board or just saying, you know what, I'm just going to burn you for 12 and win the game here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a crazy amount, right? 12 damage coming out on a 25 base. That's almost, it's 50%, we could say.
Yeah.
So that's incredibly high.
Certainly so. Just had a little look at making sure, I think we had the life tallies all correct there, being represented on the base. We see 2 more damage being wiped away from Philip's Energy Conversion Lab, thanks to the Restore 2 of the Sundari Peacekeeper. We do see that TIE Bomber has been played down. Now here comes Pilot Vader, but he's being played on the ground. It's a 7/7 for 6 with no other stat line, whereas if he was attached as a pilot, he would only cost 3 resources, or 5 resources, I should say, for a little bit cheaper. But here in this situation, just trying to be played as a 7-7. Now Gorilla attack pod being played down here with the Han Solo effect as well to be able to get the grit stacks. Grogu onto itself as well. Grit to game and take the victory there. Philip Skularek, the galactic champion, taking the win against Daniel on Pilot Boba by 2-1.
Yeah, exactly. Already a really big achievement, right? Getting one game from the Galactic Champion.
Oh, yeah.
I would brag about that forever, I think. But yeah, unfortunately, didn't see what he wanted to see. He had to make some different kind of plays than you would expect with a Boba deck. Like when he piloted, when he ground united it instead of piloting it. It was a bit of an odd play. It did give him the win. This time, not that much.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest difficulties there for Daniel in that matchup was that 3 to 4 resource action phase where we had the Super Laser Technician on the board. Philip was happy to say, okay, I'll deal the 1 damage with the Grogu effect to give you the resource, but that's because I've got Cham in hand that I can immediately play out in the next action to be able to match you on resources that you've ramped as well. I already deploy a phase earlier at 5 resources, so I'm getting closer to that action to deploy and go ahead and push the game further on from there. Well, if you tuned in yesterday, you know that we like to spoil you here as viewers of Star Wars Unlimited major events and regional championships, because that means we don't have just one feature match that we can go ahead and watch and talk about. We have got a second. So we're going to cross over to that right now and see what else is out there in the early days. We've got Cad Bane up against Yoda here, and we're jumping in to game 2 of this best of 3 as well.
Yeah, looks like it's Daniel versus Andrea, and the game is already in play. No, they're siding right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that they are in the sideboard stage at the moment, and Andrea took game 1 as well by going through in that victory that we unfortunately were not able to see. But Cad Bane, I mentioned earlier, is a deck that I'm generally been quite a fan of. Can be very aggressive, can also be quite mid-rangey as well, with its ability to just play on curve, play a load of underworld units on the ground and get continuous damage pings onto some units. Yoda, however, is a really, really cool one and a really interesting one. Plays obviously a lot around the Force, but plays a lot around some really high-cost units as well. Things like Luke and Anakin, the father and son duo, Crate Dragon, 5-cost Rey is a really cool card in this deck from Legends of the Force, because with Yoda's leader action, you can put a card onto the top of the deck, or in other ways, you can put a card onto the top of the deck and then draw that card in that same action phase. And when you draw Rey during the action phase, as long as you control an aggression leader or base, which we control a base in this case, you can reveal it from hand, and if you do, you deal 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to a base. It's an incredible combo in this deck.
Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy, to be honest. It's a lot of free damage you get out there.
Yeah, definitely is. Well, it looks like both players are finishing themselves up with sideboarding, so we'll be able to get into game 2 very, very soon. And of course, we spoke about that damage differential in game 1, the feature match 1. It's going to be in play in feature match 2 as well. Andrea using the Force aggression base here with the 28 starting HP, where Daniel is using Tarkin Town with the 25 starting HP there. And is one of the decks that runs it the most, along with Quinlan Voss, but the latter of which we haven't been seeing too much of anymore.
Yeah, indeed. Compared to Jump to Lightspeed, Quinlan was like a very popular deck. Also one of the top contenders, I think, to actually win the whole event. But yeah, from I don't know, he suddenly disappeared. Maybe he fell off with new cards getting added into the pool. Not that played anymore. There are just better options, I think, for now.
Yeah, I do think that the Force Throw suspension really did hurt Quinlan, because it did have a little bit of a kind of hand disruption sub-theme that went on the deck. Force Throw, Pillage. You also had cards like Ahsoka Tano, as well as the players are getting themselves their Darth Vader promos, and Andrea immediately popping that in the binder.
I love that. It has to be secure as soon as it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the best parts about coming to a major event like this. You get all this really, really cool prizing. You get all these really, really cool cards and things like that. I know for me, I'm always a fan of showing off those cool cards. So any of the promos that I've been fortunate enough to pick up from last season's sector and regional qualifiers, I'm playing them in either my Twin Suns deck or in my main deck, in the case of Emperor Palpatine, in my Pilot Boba deck. I love to show that off. I love to, you know, flex all the bling that we possibly can, and especially pay tribute to the amazing artists that contribute to Star Wars Unlimited as well.
Yeah, I think the art is very, very nice from these cards. It's really enjoyable to just watch them, have the collection, have all the cards. It's really nice. Yeah, they're doing a great job there.
Certainly so. Always got to thank the artists for the work that they do on this game. But now it's going to be time to thank the players for joining us in this Feature Match 2 area, because they are all shuffled up and ready to draw into their opening 6-card hands post-sideboard. So we'll get a little bit of a look and see exactly what we are going with. Looking in Andrea's hand there, immediately he's not happy with what he saw. I only saw a copy of You Are My Only Hope, which is a really, really cool card. Another one of those enablers for some of the cards like Rey, like some of the cards like Chiari Mundi as well, to be able to just get things onto play straight away. If you've gone ahead and put one onto the top of the deck from the Yoda leader action there. Daniel as well wasn't happy with their opening hand, so both players are going to go ahead and take the Mulligan and the reshuffle.
Yeah, like we said earlier when we saw the other game, why not utilize it when you can? There's no penalty in Star Wars Unlimited for doing a mulligan. So, yeah, just use it. Why not?
Certainly so. Well, we now have the reshuffle all underway and all completed. So these 6 cards that both players are going to draw into, they are stuck with them. So if they are not as good as maybe either player was looking for, they are going to have to stick with them here. I think I see Planetary Bombardment as one of the cards there from Andrea's hand. I see a couple of Vigilance options. I think I see another copy of You Are My Only Hope as well at the back of the hand there for Andrea. So he's going to have some interesting choices for resources, as is Daniel here, who's really agonizing over this second one here, is choosing between either Surprise Strike or McClunky. I think I see a Hotshot Blaster in the hand there as well, which for some reason hasn't immediately gone into the resource row. If it was Hotshot Blaster, it does find its way into resources now, however, and we are ready to get ourselves into game number 2. And the first action is going to be Criminal Muscle for Daniel at a claim of the initiative for Andrea. No phase 1 play there to go up against the 2-1.
Yeah, not what we really want to see. You want to be on curve as much as you can, but that won't be the case now for Andrea. He's going to watch out what's... he's going to watch and think for a while before he even resources. But that's the same for Daniel. Players really taking the time, seeing what their options are in their hand, and looking out for what they could potentially use.
Yeah, well, we've got 30 minutes on the clock still, so there's still plenty of time in terms of actual game length. But I think the biggest issue for Andrea here is I don't think that there's actually too much that he's able to play even on the second action phase there, at least at first look. Daniel there does commit to his resource decision here. It is going to be a payment of 1. We do have Owen Lars at the very least, so that will be able to go ahead and search for a force unit when Owen does get defeated at some point, hopefully for Andrea, during this game. And now for Daniel here, not immediately flying in with this 2 damage into the base from the Criminal Muscle. We did say, remember, that he has that Surprise Strike in hand. We've also got the McClunky to be able to bounce back an Underworld unit into the hand, one of the top events in the deck. Yep. But we are seeing a payment of 3 resources here. No, we're not thinking against this. Really agonizing about what is going on here. It is just going to be the attack of the Criminal Muscle. 2 damage into the base. Andrea here with 2 resources open on their action. And I don't know if there's much more they can do. There's a takedown that's pulled to the front of the hand. That's not going to help. It costs 4. We see Boba unit is going to go ahead and get played here from Spark of Rebellion. Also will trigger the Cad Bane to deal 1 damage to the Owen Lars, and then claim and pass between the 2 players, and we move into the regroup phase.
Yeah, pretty good round from Daniel. Of course, he's able to play on curve. That's always better than having to skip your first round, so to say. I really hope for Andrea that he draws into some cards that he can start using at this point. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough pickle for Andrea that he's in.
Yeah, well, we are at 4 resources now, so the takedown in hand is live. There's also, it looks like that might be an Entrenched that's been pulled to the front of the hand there as well for Andrea to try and lock down this Boba Fett unit as opposed to just defeating it outright. It is eligible to be defeated by takedown with 5 or less remaining HP on the unit. And we're going to start here for Cad, going ahead with the Bazine Natal. So we're going to get an exact idea of what's in hand here. Okay, this is looking interesting. Turret, Planetary Bombardment, Takedown, Secretive Sage, and the Kiadi Mundi here. Couple of really nice options that Daniel could go ahead and steal here. It is going to be the Turret Imwe that we are going to get rid of.
Yeah, one of the better cards, I think, from the hand. It was a very strong hand that Daniel got to see here, so he knows, okay, there's a lot of stuff that I need to hold on to. And yeah, we're going to see how it's going to announce.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and get the Owen Lars when defeated ability activating here now as well. So going to go ahead and check the top 5 cards of the deck, and we're going to grab ourselves a Kiadi Mundi again here. That is the beautiful prestige version of the 4-cost Kiadi Mundi from Legends of the Force. When played, you can use the Force. If you do, you get to draw 2 cards. We always love a little bit of card advantage to us in the game, especially when they have the opportunity to go ahead and actually replace those cards and sort of manipulate them as we like to with the Yoda leader action, which we're going to go ahead and see now here as well. Using the leader action to, because a unit left play this phase, draw 1 card, then we get to put a card from our hand to the top or bottom of the deck. So Andrea here will have a little bit more consultation to do before he goes ahead and either puts a card onto the top of the deck or maybe even just filters one away to the bottom.
Yeah, sometimes it's not a bad idea to just put something to the bottom of the deck. You're like, okay, in this case, in this scenario, against this matchup, it won't be 100% what I need. But yeah, we will see what he will do. But there's certainly an option sometimes. The Sage is coming down here with the shield, already a good layer of protection. But yet, Daniel still has a big units there on the ground.
Yeah, Secretive Save is just a little bit of an odd one here on this board state, honestly, in my opinion, because you've got the Boba Fett that is already still on the board. Boba Fett's on attack action. If this unit is attacking an exhausted unit that didn't enter play this round, you could deal 3 damage to the defender, but instead we're going to forego that on attack ability that Andrea could just circumnavigate by not attacking with a Secretive Sage. We're going to use the McClunky to be able to bounce back an Underworld unit, deal 3 damage to pop the shield. We're now seeing C-3PO make its way down onto the board here as well. And it's going to get a little bit more insight exactly on to what is going on the deck. You get to, when played on attack, choose a number, then look at the top card of the deck. If its cost is the chosen number, you can reveal and draw it.
That's also pretty good. Like, I feel the Yoda deck is really built around hand knowledge and getting into the cards that you really want to have, instead of other cards and other leaders where you see that they're just like going at it, see whatever I get, and hope to play on curve.
Yeah, certainly is. And now into the 5 resource action phase here. Still a little bit away from both of these leaders deploying here. Yoda deploys on 7 resources. Cad Bane deploys on 6, so we'll be able to make its way onto the ground arena in the next action phase. But right now, we're just going to pile some more damage into the base. 2 goes in first off with the Criminal Muscle here. And remember, we do have that Bazine Natal that is back in our hand here for Daniel, if we want to get a little look as to what's been getting drawn here from C3PO, from Yoda Leader, what's also been drawn in the regroup phase as well to rip something out. There is the takedown that I thought was going to get played in the last action phase to deal with the Boba Fett 3-cost unit, make it so that they're not going to take 3 extra damage into the base in this action right now. And now Daniel having a little look into the resources. Could we see maybe a smuggle of something out here from the resources? Or is this just going to be a check of what's gone in there through the course of the game? No, it does look like it's going to be a check and play from the smuggle, with there being Bazine Natal and double Hotshot Blaster that looks like that it is there, eligible to be deployed out. It is going to be Bazine Natal, so keeping the one that we have in hand available to us. And what else do we have? Double Planetary Bombardment, Fell the Dragon, double Kiadi Mundi here in hand for Andrea. Fell the Dragon here, maybe a good grab here. We've not had the Force generated at all for Andrea in this game, so you're not going to draw the cards from Kiadi Mundi. And Planetary Bombardment here, only able to deal some damage into an arena. Deals 3. It was a Planetary Bombardment draw. Oh, we hit Ray off of the replacement resource here. Now, this is going to be interesting here because that player is drawing a card. It's not going into the resources, so it is going to trigger the effect to be able to deal 2 damage into a unit and 2 damage into a base as well. So we can deal the 2 damage into the Tarkin Town. We can either immediately clear the Criminal Muscle, which is exactly what we're going to do, leaving that Bazine Natal alone for now. But really, really good hit. And it was that combo that I was talking about in the start of this game that you can really easily manipulate with the Yoda Leader.
Yeah, very nice that actually got shown off here on stream. It's very cool that the people at home were able to see what the plays that you were talking about. You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely do. As we are still with Andrea's action here now, I believe, because quite a lot of things happened there. We are still on our action, but Daniel, I think now just indicating that we want to use the Cad Bane ping ability because of an Underworld card has been played. So it looks like there might just be a little bit of confirmation about either whether the timing was missed on that activation or whether because it's a case of because the unit was played from the smuggle, it might kind of circumnavigate the Cad Bane effect, whatever the situation it will be.
I think it still counts as being played, even as it's from the resources. But I think because the Ray also was resolving that they're like, oh, what's going on here? What is the right sequel of events that we should do, I think.
Yeah, a lot of actions happened in one kind of moment there in that sort of interaction. So we'll take a moment here for the judge to be able to just figure out everything that's going on. For Andrea, though, on their next action, we've got the C3PO on our board. A friendly unit has not left play during this game, but a unit itself has left play, so we don't have to worry about friendly units. We are going to see the C3PO, it looks like, go down here, however, or maybe just take an extra damage from the Cad Bane ping, as the players are just continuing to discuss exactly what the resolution is going to be. It looks like that we are going to continue on here, and it might have been a situation where we've just missed the timing for Cad Bane in this interaction here. But Andrea checking their resources, checking to see that maybe if there's one thing that we can play ourselves out of the smuggle and sort of be an aha gotcha moment right back at Daniel after the Bazine Natal was played during this action phase here.
But yeah, it's kind of weird that it could miss timing because like it was still resolving the Ray as it got. It's just a sequel of events. But yeah, if the judge rules it like that, then that's the law.
Yeah, well, it is a you may after the bold text, so in theory it is something that is missable.
Optional.
And and doesn't kind of break the game, as it were, if it is missed, however. So we are continuing on with live action here. C3PO effect went ahead and looked at the top card just to get a preview of what Andrea was going to potentially be drawing with this Yoda Leader action, which has gone to the bottom of the deck now from the hand, and Death Star Stormtrooper as the last card played there for Daniel. A simple 3-1 with no other stat lines for one resource. Sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, a 3-1 for a 1 cost, that's pretty good. Okay, it dies quick, but 3 damage is a lot.
Yeah, and it's a perfectly fine trade as well into C3PO. For example, here it's got 3 health left remaining on it and only does 1 damage back, so you can take the easy 1-for-1 trade there with perfect maths between both of the units to be able to stop that value engine being generated for Andrea here by being able to continuously check the top card and make sure that you're either drawing it into hand from the C3PO or into the Yoda to get a little bit of foresight on what's coming next. But instead, Daniel is just going to favor the race. Base is the place, and we are going to go ahead and swing the 3 damage into the Fortress Vader, putting them on 10. And now Andrea is going to have the next action here on the 6 resource phase. Cad Bane is eligible to deploy on this action phase here. Yoda, however, is not. They have got to wait 1 more action phase. We are going to see the second copy of the planetary bombardment, however, that we knew was there available to a player there, or in fact, bombing run, sorry, not planetary bombardment, bombing run is going to make its way down to be able to deal 3 damage to each unit in that arena, completely wipe the ground, but it does leave a free ground arena for Cad Bane leader units to go and deploy into.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, right? You want to see your leader shining in the ground arena, totally alone, ready to burst some damage left and right whenever it's necessary.
Yeah, and now it's going to get a hotshot blaster as well, played out from the smuggle. So this is going to be a lot of damage that's going to fire in here. It's 2, plus the raid 2 that it gets when attacking, plus an extra 2, so a 6 damage swing there from the Cad Bane in 1 action. The power of hotshot DL44 blaster being played out from the smuggle once again, and then the lurking tie being played out in the space arena. This card is a really, really tricky card to deal with, Lurking TIE Phantom, because it can't be removed by alternative effects. You have to be able to attack into it to be able to clear the way.
Yeah, and that could be an issue if you're not really playing space units. I'm pretty sure that that Andrea already thought about stuff like that. It's common to see these cards that get into play. And yeah, if he doesn't have any heart removal, like just crashing into it or getting rid of it with another unit, then the lurker is just going to stay there for a while and keep whooping the Fortress of Vader until it's down.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that raid 2 as well, it's swinging in for 4 each attack instead of just the printed 2. Yoda leader unit as well has deployed in the first action of the 7 resource phase. I think primarily to try and 1, generate the force, and 2, generate the restore. But the surprise strike now coming down from Daniel to be able to immediately 1 action clear the way of the leader unit, attacking with the Cad Bane, giving it an extra attack boost than that it's already being granted from the Hotshot Blaster. Yaddle comes down in replacement of Yoda as a little bit of restore, but unfortunately it's only a regular unit. It's coming into play as exhausted as opposed to coming into play ready like your leader unit does.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Daniel, I would say, right now. Even damage-wise, it's phenomenal. He's only 12 points away from winning this game against Andrea, while Andrea is still 22 points behind.
Yeah, this looks incredible for Daniel here right now as we're going to waylay the 5-cost Ray back into Andrea's hand here as well. And then some damage being dealt to the, or some bouncing going on as well for the Yaddle as well. This is a really, really tough board state that they are finding themselves in at the moment. Andrea and Daniel showing off the power of this Cad Bane Tarkin Town list, a deck list that hasn't really changed much from Jump to Lightspeed into Legends of the Force, and it was already a pretty strong deck in Jump to Lightspeed, as Anakin is going to make its way down onto the board. The minus power and minus health is going to be able to get around that removal of the TIE Phantom and be able to take it down.
A beautiful way to play around the restriction that was written on the card.
Oh, and another hot shot blaster. It's going to get double hot shot blasters, and that's going to prompt the scoop from Andrea. Their flavorful start to things in feature match action here in Star Wars Unlimited's premier regional championships. We had Han Solo with his hot shot blaster under Philip Skudlarek. We had Cad Bane dual wielding there to close out that game. Really, really nicely done. Well, all the players are getting themselves ready to go into round 2 very, very soon. But before then, we can hear from Philip Skudlarek, the reigning Galactic Champion, after he took a victory in Feature Match 1 earlier on in the coverage today. So, Philip, let's hear what he has to say.
Hi guys, welcome back to the Regional Championship in Bilbao. Today we've got a constructed event. We're already 1 round in, and I'm here with the winner of round 1. One of the winners of round 1, and our current reigning Galactic Champion, also a proud member of Team Enigma, Beton. So, Philip, congratulations on winning your round. Great start to the day. Obviously, just the start you're looking for. You really want to get round 1 won, you know, settle those nerves, make sure you're comfortable for the rest of the day. Not necessarily the matchup you wanted going into round 1, but you got the win, which is what's important. So, let me know how you're feeling.
Yeah, thank you. I'm feeling really good. I slept well. I was happy with my performance yesterday, so I felt confident. When I saw my opponent, I was kind of sad because, especially on round 1, you want to like have the easy win, the good start to the tournament. And Boba it's not a terrible matchup, but if played well, it can be really hard, and it just goes to down how good of like how many barrages, how many IGs your opponent gets. And my opponent played extremely well. He knew exactly what he was going to do versus a deck that not many people know how to play against. Even though it's similar to Han Blue, it has completely different thresholds of life. So Boba needs to know exactly what he is doing. And he surprised me game 1. I managed to win. Game 2, he just went locked in. He played every single turn perfectly. He locked me out of 4 resources because of it. But game 5, my deck is prepared for it. So I had every single answer possible. But really, kudos to my opponent, because Boba can be an easy deck to play. But if you know what you are doing, it's an extremely threatening deck to play against.
Just wanted to also ask you a question about the deck you chose today. Anybody who knows you knows you're very experienced on this deck. In testing in our Enigma team, you play the deck fantastically well. We saw the meta breakdown earlier, and almost nobody's on this list. It's very, very rare, which you seem to have a habit of doing, bringing decks that nobody else is playing. So just tell me where you think Han 2 ECL fits into the meta. Does it require a really, well-trained pilot, or can anybody pick up the deck and play it?
I don't recommend to pick up this deck. If you don't have like 600 games to spare, because every single match you need to know exactly what units you're looking for, when you can play using your power, when you can use ECR early or late. It's a really close margin deck, so the deck I really like to play. But if you know what you're doing, it has, in this meta especially, it has favorable matchup into most of the top decks. And it's also a deck that finishes the games quickly. You are not tired really heavily after the match. So and it is my favorite leader and my favorite colors to play. So I'm really happy I can bring it. We made a lot of changes to the deck. It's fit for the meta that we have, and I'm really happy how the deck performs. And I'm hoping to go undefeated today.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sure you'll do really well either way. But congratulations on your win for round 1. Thank you. Can we give a round of applause, everyone at home, for our Galactic Champion and round 1 winner, Beton. Congratulations there, mate. Thanks for the interview. So after this, we'll be heading to a quick break, and then we'll be straight in with round 2. Thanks, guys.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Bilbao, Spain for the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championships Premier Edition. We're in day 2 of this 3-day extravaganza weekend, but day 1 of the Premier Regional Championships. Ben and Krishiv here with you for the call for this round. And we've got a really cool matchup here in round 2. We said about how the format has started to maybe open up a little bit with the force throw suspension. A lot of players becoming a little bit more expressive in their deck building. We have got Kylo Ren with Data Vault being paired up against Darth Vader with Cunning.
Yeah, and I've got to say, you know, those of you who have been following my antics for a while will know I'm a big Kylo Ren enthusiast. I absolutely love this deck, so very excited to finally see some Kylo action on stream. I know Driss obviously was talking yesterday as well, plenty about how badly he wanted to see some Kylo on stream, so of course very excited. We are jumping right into the game. Our players are getting set up, and that may be a familiar face for those of you who have been watching Star Wars Unlimited coverage for quite some time. On the right-hand side there, we have Carl Woodwiss on that Vader Yellow, and we are jumping right in. Vader Yellow doing its aggressive Vader Yellow things. Lots and lots of space units. This is exactly what Carl will be wanting to see. Similarly, already seeing that Pershing turn 1, that is a nice plus card. Definitely not too bad, although I suspect she probably would have preferred to see a space unit.
Yeah, definitely against this very heavy space aggressive unit. Darth Vader's pilot action. If you attack with a non-token vehicle this phase, you get to create a TIE Fighter token. And as you said there, Chris, you have a perfect double 1 resource opening action phase for Carl with that TIE Fighter, the First Order TIE, as well as the Droid Starfighter. Not one we see typically in a lot of Pilot Vader lists, but I'm a prequels enthusiast. I know you are too, so
absolutely.
That's going to happily be there for us, as it's going to crash in for 1 damage.
Exactly. I mean, really all you're looking for in these opening turns as Pilot Vader is playing as many space units out as you can. And so for those of you at home who perhaps haven't seen this deck before, Pilot Vader has this very powerful action where if you have attacked with a non-token vehicle unit, so basically a ship that isn't a TIE token, then you get to create a TIE token with that leader ability, as we see Carl doing here. And this is very scary because you start producing a lot of units out in that space arena. Often it can be very tough for your opponent to interact with them very much. And Loretti is really not seeing anything I think she wants to here. We're seeing her use that Pershing action, then play out that Super Laser Technician. That's usually something you want to do in the other order, right? You want to be able to play out that Super Laser Technician and then use that Pershing action to defeat the Super Laser Technician so you are able to ramp. Of course, Carl having the perfect out there in the Sanction Shuttle. Another reason why having so many of these bodies on the board is so scary is that Pilot Vader does get to coordinate very effectively, and being able to just capture anything that's 3 or less on curve is extremely powerful.
Yeah, Carl having a fantastic start here. You can already see 4 wide right now in the space arena, and that's going to go even further in now at the 4 resource action phase with the Clone Combat Squadron. The unit gets +1/+1 for each other friendly space unit that you have in play. Loretti now on their 4 resource action phase. We're going to see a merciless contest come forwards here, which is certainly an interesting one. Kind of a similar way to running sort of Power of the dark side. Each player chooses a non-leader unit they control, and they defeat those units. Carl here has units to burn, and we'll just see the TIE Fighter token
Absolutely. And of course, this is a nice thing that Loretti has access to doing here, because it will allow her to ramp, as Merciless Contest allows, well, forces both players to defeat a unit. Though, of course, Carl is probably very happy to see this, because that's Loretti basically tapped out, you know, got a couple more resources. There's nothing that, and this is a potential issue with Kylo Data Vault versus, I mean, I'm a big Kylo Energy Conversion Lab enthusiast. I love this deck. But one of the issues with Data Vault is, yes, while you do have that significantly larger buffer of HP, you are unfortunately not able to be as proactive in answering some of those threats. And here we see that Carl's kind of been given a free rein here to just do whatever he wants to do. And for 3 resources here, we are going to see that Victor leader come down. And this is pretty bad, because everything on Carl's board besides that Victor leader is now getting +1/+1, which means that lowly 1/2, well, it's now a 2/3, which is pretty scary. and we are making a token, and then we are going to be able to take advantage of the raid 1 here. We're putting a lot of damage onto this base very, very quickly.
And all of a sudden, those 1/1 tokens become 2/2 tokens, X-Wing stats, and they can be very, very strong indeed here. Loretti at least has found a space unit to try and contest a little bit in the space arena with the Inferno 4. Looked at the top 2 cards of the deck and put one on top and one at the bottom, I believe, was the end of the result there. And then here is the Soulless one.
Just another 1-drop unit there. You know, Carl really curving out, playing as many units as he possibly can. And again, not necessarily one we see that often, as you were saying, but it seems like Carl is really prioritizing in his deck having as much redundancy as possible in those early plays.
But what you can also do here is you'll notice the on-attack ability. You may exhaust a friendly droid unit or General Grievous, the latter of which isn't really going to matter here. If you do, this unit gets +2 for this attack. Well, that droid starfighter, funnily enough, is a friendly droid unit. So if we really want to, we can exhaust that droid starfighter on the attack of the Soulless one and get in for what will be 4 damage, thanks to that Victor leader buff as well.
Exactly, and you might be wondering why you'd want to do that, and sometimes that action compression of just being able to do your damage a little bit faster is what allows you to win those games. Now, as someone who has played quite a lot of Kylo, I've been in this position before, the same position that Loretti is in here, and she's really just not seen the tools you need in this matchup to have any kind of meaningful interaction. We're seeing here, I think this is probably going to be an Anakin coming down. We don't have any heroic upgrades in the discard. I don't even actually think we've seen Loretti use that Kylo ability a single time.
We've not.
So while we are going to be able to give -3/-3 to something, unfortunately, Loretti's not going to be able to get back that Pershing from the Sanctioner Shuttle thanks to that Victor leader buff. So, of course, she is going to be able to defeat something else, or she is choosing to. She is really valuing getting that Pershing out. So she's going to go ahead and still give that -3/-3. It will be able to be cleared by the Inferno 4, but at this point, Carl is really, really far ahead. We are 2 turns away from a Super Laser Blast or any other kind of real board wipe. Maybe an Overwhelming Barrage on Loretti's next turn could potentially see her coming somewhat back into this, but I mean, Carl would have to basically not really play any units for that Barrage to be meaningful this turn. And even still, I mean, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 7... I think this is, what, 12 damage coming at Loretti's face this turn?
Yeah, and there's also a lot of HP on the units that are on there, thanks to that Victor leader buff. So even with the Inferno 4 being the only unit on right now, yes, we've got the Anakin Skywalker to be able to send us away for 7 with the Overwhelming Barrage, but still, because of that boost that the Victor leader is getting, you're only really getting rid of 2, maybe 3 units at a push if you're including a TIE Fighter token or the First Order TIE Fighter with the Raid 1 there. We are going to go ahead and see the first leader activation at the very least from a Loretti discarding legal authority for it. And then we get the Inferno 4 trade that was always telegraphed from the commitment of the -3/-3 reduction from the Anakin when played. Dr. Pershing is back into control for Loretti. But as we've established, is it too little too late? Vader Pilot is going to be eligible to deploy on the next action phase.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue, right? As the Kylo player, what you're really ideally looking to see here is a turn 1 space unit, and you probably want to entrench it on your second turn, or something like a Space Sentinel. Now, having a look through Loretti's list here, you know, I'm not seeing any of those Space Sentinels, and I'm only seeing 1 copy of Entrenched, and that's in the sideboard. So I think Loretti potentially making a completely reasonable decision here to say, well, you know what, Vader Yellow, I don't think this is going to be a matchup I'm going to play very often, and certainly if we recall the breakdown that Ben and Driss went over at the start of the stream today, only about 3% of the field is on this deck, a completely sensible call. Although, of course, unfortunately, when you run into the matchup, you suddenly start to regret those decisions you made before you registered your deck.
Yeah, as we do see the Shuttle ST-149 come down, and in fact, Carl completely emptying out the hand as well with another TIE Fighter for 1 to be able to finish off the phase. What do you want to make sure as well that Shuttle ST-149...
And we are just going to see the concession from Loretti,
wow,
which makes total sense. There's honestly no way you are coming back into the game in this situation once Vader Yellow gets this far ahead. And this is really the strength of that Vader Yellow. It's one of the best, arguably the best decks in the game that says, okay, I'm going to present you with a problem. you are going to have to solve this problem. And if you don't, there's going to be... Well, Carl has showed up with an absolutely marvelous T-shirt featuring, I suspect, some slightly outdated professional headshots from myself and Ben.
I was 14. I was 14 in that shot, and I was in a play of Oliver as the Artful Dodger. But that is... Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm pretty sure that's my prom photo from when I was 16. So, you know, significantly more hair than I have now, but that's life.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Oh, that's amazing. That's hilarious. So that goes to show sort of the wider community in Star Wars Unlimited.
Exactly.
Obviously, we've made no secret here that we know Carl. We're familiar with Carl. I was playing some games with him actually in the hotel last night on Pilot Boba as well. But yeah.
I was not expecting that. This is actually Carl's first major tournament, larger than, I think he said, 64 players.
Yeah.
So, you know, definitely coming to play and, of course, doing extremely well. Before we do jump into that game too, Ben, do you think there's, I mean, looking through Loretta's sideboard, is there anything you think that she has that is really going to be able to help this matchup besides that one copy of Entrenched?
I don't really know, because everything in terms of unit-wise looks a little bit too much on the later cost. Things like the Enforcement Orca and the Devastator. Restock really isn't going to make any kind of in place here. That's more for sort of those Vigilance Mill kind of strategies. And then Fell the Dragon, there's not anything that's really sort of massive.
Besides the Clone Squadron,
Besides
right,
the Clone Squadron and the deployment of the Pilot Vader as well onto a unit, that makes it into that sort of Fell the Dragon range to peel off the pilot. But realistically, it's probably just the Entrenched that's actually going to help here for Loretti. I think, like you say, it's going to be more about the start in the main deck that's actually going to be more important and impactful here. Keeping that Pershing ideally on action phase 1, getting a little bit more utilization out of the leader action as well. We only saw it once, and by that point there was a huge TIE squadron that was just circling around action phase after action phase. So I think that's probably going to be more the key here. We see Carl going into his sideboard at the moment. So what are we thinking here? I mean,
The Lurking Ties, I would say.
Yeah.
I think the Lurking TIE Phantoms are one of those cards that, because it basically, Kylo is one of those classic aspect pairings of command, vigilance, villainy we see all over the place across a wide variety of leaders. Potentially the most diverse aspect pairing in terms of leader-based combinations, because that fundamental core of cards that though you get with that combination is so strong. But one of the weaknesses there is a difficulty in handling cards like Lurking TIE Phantom. And of course, we know this, Carl doesn't know this, but in Loretti's list, you know, we don't see any copies of Perilous Position, for example. Or any of those early game ways to handle a Lurking TIE Phantom. Of course, Loretti can use Anakin Skywalker later on in the game, once the game gets to that point, but you're really trying to answer a unit that's basically going to be going in for 4 or 5 damage if there's a Victor leader out as soon as possible. I also think Carl's probably going to bring in that Bazine. He does know that there's basically only a few cards that he's really going to be worried about in this matchup. One of them, of course, being Overwhelming Barrage. Although, looking through Loretti's list, I don't think she plays it, so it's not even something that he's really going to have to worry about, though, of course, he doesn't know that. So really, I mean, it's just sort of going to show that Vader Yellow, it's a deck that had fallen off in popularity quite a lot over the past few weeks and has some weak matchups, certainly in the format. You think of sort of the Hans that really have a very favorable matchup into this Vader Cunning deck. But unfortunately for Loretti, just because it's decreased in play rate doesn't mean it's not going to show up.
Yeah, and wasn't happy as well with the opening 6-card hand that they drew, so it's going to immediately go ahead and send it back. Carl here agonizing a little bit more about keeping hold of this opening hand. To see the outmaneuver that looks like has gone into the resources, keeping a hold of Waylay in there as well. We've kept a hold.
2 turn 1 plays, I think, by the looks of things.
That's always generally a good keeper. I think I definitely saw a TIE LN fighter at the very least.
That is not a good opening hand for Loretti.
Oh, no. Resupply, Heirloom Lightsaber, 2 of them. 2 resupplies, in fact, and an Anakin, which we saw in Game 1, didn't really help because that Victor leader came out and put the Sanctioneer's Shuttle out of reach, out of an immediate 1-for-1 removal. We're going to see an immediate action of the Kylo Ren action.
That Inferno 4. the Inferno 4 not coming through. And this really is the issue. I mean, Loretti only has 3 copies of a turn 1 play in space. And as a Data Vault deck, you have 60 cards in your deck. So the odds of you seeing that do really start to decrease. Carl, having these 2 turn 1 plays, you know, one of the advantages of the Data Vault deck is that 33 HP, but against a deck like Carl's where you steamroll that advantage so fast, it's not really doing enough. Now, something like a timely intervention with that Inferno 4 on this turn would potentially go some way to buying Loretti that time, but, you know, 1-for-1ing your opponent when they're playing 1 or 2 units every single turn, and you're not keeping pace with that, is a guaranteed way to lose this tempo battle.
Well, we see Merciless Contest come down as the first action there. It's either Title and Fighter or Title and Fighter that we're going to have to defeat away. The surviving one will go ahead and attack in for 2. Kylo Effect being activated, discarding away a Craving Power, picking up a Cunning upgrade there in Shadowed Intentions, which is an interesting one. And now we've got the TIE token being generated. 7th Fleet Defender, which is always historically
fantastic card.
Been a very good card.
So Shadowed Intentions is a very, very cool card, very powerful, but you're mainly using it in those long game control mirror matches because it basically allows you to circumvent your opponent's removal when the game does go to that sort of state. Not so useful against this incredibly aggressive deck that is dodging into the space arena. And as we enter the 4 resource turn, you know, Loretti not really having any good plays here from the looks of things. You know, we have a couple of Power of the Dark Sides, but once that first token comes on the board for the Vader Cunning player, it's just not good enough. And we see here Loretti knowing that very much this clock is ticking down very, very quickly and essentially needs some sort of a miracle when it comes down to Carl's draws, really, in order to see that.
Yeah, at least the slight little bit of advantage for Loretti here is that I don't think that there is a Victor Leader available to Carl on this action phase.
No, there's one in that hand.
Oh, there is one?
Yeah.
No.
But Carl is going for... I thought there was one, but Carl's
the first
going
order
for...
tie.
The first order tie. But Carl going for a Stolen AT Hauler. This is a incredibly fun card that has really come in and out of playability depending on what the meta looks like. Of course, seeing most play in the jump to lightspeed format thanks to that Spark of Rebellion, Han 1, usually paired with Command or Green. And that's where we really saw it seeing that initial playability. But of course, Vader Yellow loves this card as well, especially against a deck like Loretti's where it's going to really struggle to answer that card without some piece of hard removal. Ideally, something like a takedown. Now, we do actually see Loretti has that takedown, and this may be what gets her back in the game, because giving her a nice, big unit in space is potentially going to allow her to actually come back in. Again, no barrages, but just to be able to keep getting some of those value trades. This may be what Loretti was hoping to see. Of course, we don't know for sure.
Yeah, but it does mean that when defeated ability is going to get activated here, so we can choose an opponent for this phase. They may play this unit from its owner's discard pile for free. So Loretti, at some point on this action phase, is going to get that 4/5 Stolen AT Hauler on their side of the board, and is going to at least be able to use it to clear 1, 2, maybe 3 units throughout the preceding action phases. It'll just be about whether those action phases are going to be afforded to them, because at that point, there's going to be more units on the board. Pilot Vader would have had the opportunity to deploy, as we see that exact when defeated action getting taken advantage of now. But that's before Carl is going to get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage into the base here with the remaining units.
Yeah, and Carl not really seeing a reason to want to get back this Hauler, because yes, he could put that 3 damage into the Hauler and then finish it off with that tie 1-drop and get it back. But I think Carl just going, you know what, I'd rather just put 5 damage onto the base here. I'm going to make my token. Not only that, I'm going to play down my my Lurking Tie, which of course has come in from the board, and I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that you can't do anything at all with that Stolen AT Hauler. And coming into the 6 resource turn here for already. Now, we do
Oh,
know
wow.
that this Anakin is going to be able to defeat 2 units, as we did see the discard, I believe, of the Heirloom Lightsaber
We did.
on that first turn of the game. So we are going to be able to defeat the Lurking TIE and defeat that shielded unit that I'm
Seventh
blanking
Fleet.
on. 7th Fleet, that's the one. We are going to be able to defeat both of those, which are the most threatening units on this board. But at that point, Loretti is tapped out, and Carl has free reign to flip that Vader leader onto any of these units, make a load more tokens, and just start turning his cards sideways.
Yeah, this could be a very, very scary position indeed, with 6 space units wide, and that stolen AT Hall unfortunately not going to reactivate in the regroup phase here, thanks to that no good to me dead that Kyle played as the final action on the phase here. 6 resources, so it does mean, as Krishiv said, that Pilot Vader is going to have the opportunity to deploy either into the Lurking TIE Phantom or into the 7th Fleet Defender, most likely, with those being the highest statted units at base value at the very least. But we know that Anakin is going to be a potential option as well, available to Loretti. Are they going to go and immediately slam it down? No, we're going to no glory it instead.
Perhaps did Loretti resource the Anakin and maybe no,
No, it's still there.
I'm not sure why that was the decision that was taken, because I think I'd rather defeat 2 units here than 1. Because now the issue is this Vader can flip onto that 7th Fleet Defender and become a very, very large unit indeed.
Yeah, as we're going to see the activation there of the Kylo effect, discarding Legal Authority. Unfortunately for Loretti, it looked like picking up an Heirloom Lightsaber. Carl using the leader side action of the Pilot Vader first to create 1 more TIE token. And now everything is going to jump into the red zone here, chunk a load of damage in. There is that fear that we were wondering about of Pilot Vader leader deploying into the 7th Fleet Defender, creating 2 more TIE Fighter tokens, and meaning that this Pilot Vader with a 7th Fleet is going to attack in for a bunch of damage here. It's like 8 damage in total.
Absolutely huge amounts. I mean, we are looking at lethal in 1 action, no matter what here. There is literally no card in the game that gets Loretti out of the situation. Maybe if she had just 1 more resource, she'd be able to Super Laser Blast here and potentially stabilize on that 31. There is a chance if that was in play, although I say that, and we do see the concession there, which makes sense. Although saying that, yes, I mean, she does play 3 copies of Super Laser Blast, but yeah, I think Loretti there basically going, this was not my matchup.
It certainly was not. It was, though, for Carl Woodwist, though, a clean 2-0 victory with Pilot Vader Cunning up against Kylo Ren with Data Vault. I think it's fair to say there we didn't really get to see the true power that Kylo Ren, even as a leader, is able to provide. I mean, this is a leader that reached the grand final of the Galactic Championships as well in Season 0.
Oh, absolutely. I do think, we have seen a pretty significant decrease in play rate of Kylo ever since that Force Throw suspension. Now, I do think part of that is we did lose the viability somewhat of that Kylo Tarkin Town deck that was doing so well at the Galactic Championship. Though, and I think also a lot of players expecting to see a bit more aggro in the start of this new format where people didn't really know what was good. And of course, as we were seeing earlier, lots of Sabine ECLs doing very, very well in those initial planetary qualifiers. So that's probably why we've seen a little bit of a decrease in those Kylo participants, but I expect it to increase as this format goes on all the way through till the end. And we can talk about Kylo all day, to be honest. I can talk about Kylo all day, but I believe that we have lots of time left for a second feature match. So why don't we go ahead and jump right into that, because we have got another fantastic matchup for you here. We're jumping in to another wonderful matchup here. We have got Lando from Shadows of the Galaxy against Pilot Vader paired with Vigilance.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. Lando Calrissian with Impeccable Taste is one that I've been wanting to make work for a long, long time, and primarily using its smuggle keyword as well. A lot of people that have played it and seen a little bit of a success have kind of ignored the leader ability to some sort of degree, but it is one that generates and likes to play essentially with the smuggle. It reduces smuggle costs in the resources, essentially, on its leader unit side, or its leader side, but not necessarily one that we see a lot of advantage getting taken of it. We now do see here from the opening phase, we've got the phase 1 double 1-drop matching the kind of play lines that I imagine that Aaron will be wanting to try and take here with Pilot Vader, but Inferno 4 on action phase 1 means there's not going to be that early aggression.
Yeah, well, so Vader paired with Vigilance is a much slower deck. It's less of a deck where you're trying to present as many problems for your opponent. You are playing a little bit more into that mid to late game. You are taking advantage of some of those later tools. You know, as we sort of look through Aaron's deck list, we can see here, you know, we are playing copies of Malevolence, which is a card from Twilight of the Republic that doesn't see a great deal of play, but of course, very powerful in a deck where you're able to make lots of these units for free, these token units, which you can then exploit to play out these units, these big units very, very cheaply. We're seeing some powerful pilots. I think we saw one in Aaron's hand just there in the Iden Verso. We are seeing cards like Overwhelming Barrage. So just these sort of classic, very, very powerful cards here from the Vader side. And we do see Aaron taking out that first unit there, and we're seeing this immediately like, okay, Aaron recognizing, I'm pretty sure I am the control here, unsurprisingly. And this Lando Tarkin Town is definitely going to be the aggro. Lando, of course, trying to play out those cards, basically dumping your hand as fast as possible, smuggling those cards out from your row at a discount, playing some of the best smuggle cards in the game. You know, I don't know, Ben, if there are any that sort of jump out to you from... I mean, this list is very, very interesting. There's a lot to talk about, actually.
Yeah, I mean, generally, obviously, when you think about Smuggle and you think about it being paired with the Cunning aspect, you immediately think Hotshot DL44 Blaster, one of the best cards in the game with the Smuggle mechanic. You think Lando Calrissian as well as an opportunity. You also, in this list, potentially think about something like Tech, giving everything Smuggle, and then all of a sudden your entire deck is able to be played from the resources, but also for their printed regular cost, because you essentially, with Lando, circumnavigate the tech tax, as it were, that gets put on everything.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and that would be my first thought, though, of course, looking through this list, I don't actually see tech. I do see this very interesting droid package, which we have 3 copies of Babu Freak, which is a new card from Legends of the Force that allows you to attack with one of your droid units, and you deal damage equal to its health rather than its attack. And we do see these droids, you know, like R2-D2, tend to have 4 HP, 1 attack, so quite weak offensively. Babu Freak completely flips that paradigm, makes these units much, much scarier. And we are just seeing, you know, a very, very aggressive list here. Lots of powerful upgrades that come out of the row on Lando's side. But, you know, none of that massively happening here at the moment. We are just going to see that Red 3 come in, defeat that Inferno 4, Red 5, and defeat that Inferno 4, get that damage in the base, and really start putting pressure on Aaron.
Yeah, it seems like quite a heavy space initiative that Helena is taking right now, which makes a lot of sense, judging about what you're playing against. You want to try and be able to have a deck that can make that pivot into a matchup like this. Vader as a pilot leader definitely would have been on the forefront of quite a few players' minds, I think it's fair to say, going into this event here this weekend from the Premier strategy, as we are just going ahead and seeing the when defeated ability being resolved there from the Inferno 4, after Red 5 on attack dealt that 2 damage to the previously damaged Inferno there.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a little bit of consideration here from Aaron. What do I want to do? We are going to go ahead and just trade, getting some nice value out of that Pilot Iden Verso, I believe, is what went on there. It was giving us that shield, drawing up a card. Victor Leader coming into the hand. Very, very nice here. It would potentially put Helena in a little bit of a sticky situation. Also lets us set up for potentially quite a nice Overwhelming Barrage, which we also see in Aaron's hand, which I suspect that we're trying to make good use of on the next action phase.
Yeah, and now we do go ahead and see the deployment of Lando Calrissian himself as well. Lando, a 4-resource deployment leader, which action allows you to play a card using Smuggle. It costs less, just like the leader side does, but you defeat a resource you own and control. So that's one of the big drawbacks, and maybe one of the reasons why quite a lot of people haven't necessarily been playing Lando Calrissian with that super reliance on on the smuggle because you lose resources when you do. It's not like general sort of smuggle rules where you just sort of one for one your resource out of the row with the top card of the deck. You end up at a -1 even after replacing the card that you smuggle out. So it's a little bit of an awkward one to try and go into. Speaking of awkward things to go into, Victor Leader has indeed hit the board.
And we are seeing, you know, we saw in that last round just how powerful, the last game, I should say, just how powerful Victor Leader can be in giving you that wide stat buff. And now, okay, I think we are going to start seeing some of the smuggles coming out here. So we do see that Hotshot Blaster coming out there. And Helena looking to decide what resource to defeat with that Harn ability. So going down to 3 resources, but getting that really powerful value there of action cheating and getting that +2 upgrade onto the Lando, making it quite a large unit indeed. I believe that is a 7 attack unit. No, sorry, 4 attack unit.
Yeah.
Got the stats the wrong way around there.
Yeah, it's easy to do. Lando, not one that we get to see too often. And here as well, with the defeating of the, I believe that's BD1 that's there, that's gone into the discard pile
yeah,
there.
I think that's the organized play promo version.
Yeah, it is. But what it means indeed, however, in this situation is because it's been played out of smuggle using the Lando action, it's only cost us 1 resource.
Well,
so
exactly,
that resource that has been paid for Hotshot Blaster to smuggle it out and then replaced, which has come in exhausted, has immediately been defeated, meaning we've still got 3 active resources to play with for the remainder of this phase, whether that's playing a card again out of the smuggle, out of resources, or whether it's just playing down another unit out of hand to try and keep up this tempo.
Yeah, and Lando is this kind of deck where you stop resourcing around 4 or 5, really. And looking through the list, you know, the most expensive smuggle card that this deck plays is that Millennium Falcon 6-drop, which smuggles out for 6, which with Lando's ability will only be 4. So you don't actually really need to go above that, and you're trying to flood your hand out onto the board, take these advantageous trades. We are seeing here Helena using that Tarkin Town, recognizing, no, I really have to answer this Victor Leader, and Millennium Falcon being a fantastic card in this deck because you can simply just return it to your hand and keep playing it turn after turn, potentially resource it when you just need that resource. I think we're seeing another Hotshot Blaster go into the row there.
That's very,
either
very
that or
nice.
an Arm to the Teeth. You know, both of these really scary upgrades to be playing out for a very, very cheap cost. We are going to see Helena choose to keep that Millennium Falcon in play. Again, keep that pressure up. Aaron, this barrage is looking pretty tasty, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice here, I think, to pay the 1 and keep the Falcon around here as well. Aaron does have the initiative going into this action phase, and depending on the HP as well of the Iden Versio, I think it will survive an attack into the Millennium Falcon itself here on 1 HP with a 3 HP attack stat that Millennium Falcon does have at base value. Does mean that Red 5, however, can then just swing into it and pop the TIE token on its on-attack ability, so maybe more an incentive for Aaron to go base and encourage Helena to go, okay, you know, if you want to get with this pilot TIE fighter, you've got to take care of it first with your Falcon and then do it on your own accord.
Absolutely. I mean, I think what we're going to see here is that barrage coming down to clear up space because that will hit that wonderful 6 threshold, which we see coming up time and time again and giving you the best value out of your overwhelming barrages. Of course, 4 HP on that Red 5, 2 HP left on that Millennium Falcon. So I think we probably are going to see a wipe coming down. Now, the other option is we can just go ahead and defeat that Lando leader, turning off that leader ability for this turn, but then leaving us quite vulnerable to potentially something like a Waylay or something else, and meaning we're not really able to deal with space here. And I think Helena telegraphing that maybe she doesn't have the best things to do by keeping that Falcon in play, and so getting quite punished here, I think, for leaving it in play, whereas she could have had it in her hand and been able to get all those attacks through. This is now a 6/6 TIE fighter in space, thanks to that overwhelming barrage. And exactly as we saw there, the board is now swept up on the space end.
Yeah, Waylay here, actually, interestingly enough, against the TIE token would be really, really nice, because essentially what it'll do is it will defeat both things. Tokens don't have anywhere in hand that they can live, so they will immediately be defeated, and then the D-Pilot immediately peels off as an upgrade and goes into the discard pile. So instead of being a bounce, it would actually just be a straight-up defeating there if it were the case and if we were to utilize it. Instead, though, we are going to arm Lando Calrissian to the teeth, give him an extra 2 power for the remainder of that being around, and any other unit that is able to be played down here by Helena might be able to benefit from that +2 bonus as well that Arm to the Teeth will grant on attack.
Yeah, and we're seeing Aaron making the right choice, because otherwise he was going to be incredibly punished by that Sanctioner shuttle sitting in Helena's hand. If he'd chosen to defeat that Lando on the ground, he loses this tie token. It goes away completely. All the upgrades fall off it, and he finds himself in a very, very difficult position. But right now, this Lando is large and in charge. I mean, that is a 7 attack unit that is going to be coming in, smacking up to 16 damage. Aaron going up to 16, putting him 2 attacks away from lethal.
Yeah, the BD1 coming down really, really nicely there as part of the convention exclusive pack there with the droid blueprint artwork cards. I love these when these got revealed, and if anyone is able to trade me any of these cards, I will certainly be listening to some very, very intriguing trades, as there is the attack from the Lando Calrissian leader unit, boosted up.
Oh, sorry,
by,
8, I think.
Yeah, because it's boosted up by a +1.
Yes.
Thanks to the BD1,
yes.
and also has the Saboteur keyword, which maybe might not play into too much here throughout this game, but is certainly one that players do have to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, this is a tough situation for Aaron. I mean, he's had to claim the initiative here, not able to deploy his leader out, which I think we were... Oh, no, sorry. We are coming into that deploy turn.
Yeah.
But so, having that deploy available, but you really want to be answering this Lando here with this entrenched, which is going to be quite large here. Helena saying, you know what? I don't even mind. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of your board. Go ahead, entrench my Lando. You can deploy your Vader, I guess. I will just defeat it.
Yeah, really, really nicely done here from Helena there, even with the entrenched, stopping that Lando Calrissian from being able to attack bases for the remainder of the time that it is in play. There is potentially access, of course, to something like a Confiscate, maybe something like a Disabling Fang Fighter, with how many upgrades are running around in the format right
Absolutely.
now. You'd have to imagine that there has been a main deck consideration for that. Clone Combat Squadron coming down. Normally, we'd be shouting a little bit louder about a unit with this kind of power level being dropped into the space arena, but when it's not getting those boosts right now because it's only available itself, it will boost a little bit now with the tie tokens, but it could have been a lot stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Really not what Aaron will have wanted to have been seeing there. We do see that Babu Freak coming down. It's a little bit slow. He's not going to be able to get the value out of it this turn. But, Helena in a pretty decent position, but not as dominant as she was moments ago, thanks to that entrenched. Going to be really digging for an answer. Is that a Disabling Fang Fight in her hand? No, I don't think it is. So she is going to be looking for something here, looking to just keep pumping that damage through. She does have the initiative. Only 12 damage away from securing a win in this game. So she is going to be doing her best to do that. We are going to see this layer come down to tap that clone squadron, which is quite large, quite large. Sadly, no second barrage for Aaron here, who I think would be able to pretty much lock down this game with a second copy of that barrage. So both players really just in it. Could go either way at the moment.
I do actually think there is a copy of Disabling Fang Fighter that is in hand for Helena. So has a very interesting choice actually here. It's either to pop the entrenched from your own Lando to be able to free that up and attack into the ground arena, or could potentially go and pop the Vader unit instead because it's treated as an upgrade. There is Malevolence that comes down being played out with the Exploit mechanic from Twilight of the Republic, Exploit 4. It's a 7/7 Restore 2. When played, give a enemy unit -4 attack for this phase, and it can't attack for the phase. So that Sanctioner Shuttle not going to be able to swing during this action phase here. It's only going to be the BD1 that's eligible to attack, unless unless we Fang Fighter that entrenched off our Lando.
Which I think now there's absolutely no reason not to do. Helena probably saying, you know what, thanks very much for spending all those resources because my Lando's back in action and he's going to punch you in the face.
I love the very gracious way that Helena handed that entrenched back to Aaron there and saying, this is your card. I have no use for this anymore. I'm about to shoot first and blow the hell out of the shield generator complex with all of these upgrades that are on the board at the moment. And Aaron just kind of has to sit idly by and watch all this happen here. The Malevolence played this action phase, isn't going to be able to attack in. The Clone Combat Squadron was tapped down by the Lair Organa. We do have the Wingman Victor 2.
This is going to go ahead and make us another token, I believe. So this clone, you know, this is a big board on Aaron's side. Like, it's scary. You know, this is a lot of damage that Helena is facing down. But unfortunately for Aaron, this is lethal in one more attack.
Yeah, they're just way too far behind, and now the BD1 is going to generate as well off of the arms to the teeth on attack ability. So I was going to get a +2 boost to that power, making it a 3 damage swing that little helpful droid is going to be able to do here. Babu Frick or no Babu Frick, droids have got hands now in this format.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, these high HP units end up being quite sticky. Units your opponent doesn't really feel like they want to spend time dealing with. And suddenly later on in the game, they turn into these really scary threats. And I think, you know, unless Aaron sees Super Laser Blast, I'm not sure if Aaron plays it. Looking through the list, it doesn't look like it. So maybe a Barrage is the only way that he gets out of this situation. But it looks like we are packing up. Aaron realizing it's even a Barrage is not going to get me there. There is just too much HP on the board, too many units. Even with something like a Malevolence and a Pilot on it, I'm just not able to deal enough damage. I'm only 2 damage away from losing the game. Let's just go ahead and go to the next round.
Yeah, Helena taking a 1-game advantage up against Pilot Vader on Vigilance here. Always love to see these lesser played leaders in the formats and into these early rounds of major tournaments here as well. Might have to dig out my Lando Calrissian showcase for the last few times that it is currently in rotation legally in Premiere at the moment, and give it a spin before Secrets of Power makes its way out into our hands very, very soon. We see the players heading into their sideboards there. Helena immediately grabbing more Fang Fighters.
Yeah, and I think that's unsurprising. And actually, looking at her list, the fact that she had that 1 copy, pretty incredible. It is only a 1-of in that main deck, and it was exactly what she needed to lock down that game. Looking through the sideboard, though, other than this, I don't think there's... I mean, Breaking In and Open Fire are probably cards I would be interested in thinking about. Open Fire is a nice, clean answer to that Victor leader. And Breaking In, of course, just a pump effect. And we love to see getting extra damage onto base in matchups where you are the aggro. I'm not sure what you think, whether you would play L3 here. I don't think you necessarily mind too much, though. You can play it for free.
You can play it for free, but I'm
for 2, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, you can play it for 2 with the Smuggle Reduction, but I'm not 100% worried about being able to bring that in, I don't think. The Stolen AT Hauler, absolutely not. We don't want to give a Pilot Vader player any more space units that they are able to potentially play and buff up with both Victor Leader and then buff the Clone Squadron with. So absolutely not interested in those. I do like the Breaking Ins. I do like the ideas of the Open Fires as well, but that means that it is 6 cards being swapped in and out of a deck that looked pretty decently put together there in the main, at the very least. Saw a lot of really, really great options that they needed to at the points that they did. So, you know, it might just be a case of just the Fang Fighters and maybe a copy of Open Fire or 2 in there to be able to help out. You've already got Surprise Strikes available to you in Cunning, so Breaking In, not having to really necessarily worry about getting the Saboteur keyword. For Pilot Vader, however, I see a lot of Vigilance in there. Fell the Dragon targets non-leaders, so won't really be able to help with that big double upgraded Lando that we saw in the last game. Takedown, again, similar story. Direct Hit deals with vehicle units, but you didn't see too much vehicles in terms of like continuous advantage. Only really the Red 5 was an option there. Eager Escort Fighter as another ambush threat. I don't mind the sound of that.
Yeah, I
That
think
sounds
that one
pretty
sounds
good.
pretty good.
And then Gunship and Survivor's Gauntlet, which is an interesting one. To attach an upgrade on a unit to another eligible unit controlled by the same player. So maybe an opportunity to swap those entrenched around later on in the game.
Yeah, potentially if you find that there's something of a higher value target and you really want to be able to answer that, could be really, really good value. You know, also being able to throw around your own pilot upgrades as well. You know, we saw like the Iden Versio there being a really, really strong option. Lots of really, really solid choices here. And I think, yeah, if I was Aaron, I probably would be looking to bring in the devastating gunship there, as well as the eager escort fighters. Definitely, though, looking like a little bit of an uphill battle. Something that Aaron's really going to have to see that strong early game there in order to convert that through a nice barrage or two to stabilize the board and then win in that later period of the game, just because Lando is incredibly fast.
Yeah, it certainly is as well. And again, goes to that thing that we were talking about earlier, that the players that do go ahead and play Lando and have seen a little bit of success with it in formats past have kind of not necessarily ignored the smuggle reduction, but haven't put a over-reliance on it. I remember speaking to a player in a major event in the UK about a few months ago now, it's quite a while ago, picking their brain about this list, because I said, look, I pulled the showcase in a pre-release, in my Shadow of the Galaxy pre-release. I want to be able to play this. It's one of, I think, the best-looking showcases in the game.
Agree, 100% agree.
Who doesn't love Donald Glover being able to represent you on the battlefield here, as we're about to get ourselves ready to Game 2.
Yes.
But even they said the whole smuggle keyword thing, just don't really worry about it. Tech, who's Tech? You've got DL44 blasters.
Play the best ones, you know, use them to the best of your ability, but really this is a deck about putting pressure on the opponent. We are jumping into Game 2 here, and one of the things I have to say, as a privileged individual who lives in Europe, well, in the UK, but let's ignore that, is that we get to see some really fun and weird decks that don't typically get considered these really big meta threats. You know, looking at how diverse the field was today, actually, if you look at the graphic that was put up at the start of the day and you add up all the percentages, I think it was the top 10 most played leader-based combinations, it's only about 45%. So you add up the top 10 most played options and you're not even at half of the field, and that's what was so fantastic about this format. We're seeing that really large breadth of diversity, and that lets us see these weird leaders that we don't necessarily see so often when we're watching coverage from our friends over across the pond. We tend to see a lot very well refined, these powerful strategies which we know are good, and of course it's fantastic gameplay to watch. But I do love when we come into these European events that we get to see these weird decks and these off-meta choices that end up just doing really, really well.
Especially when you're going to that point as well. We've got 664 players that have started off with us here in round 1 this morning. If you're saying that under 50% of them, under 300 odd players are accounted for in those top 10 decks, in those strategies and base combinations that we are aware of, there's over 300 players that are playing things that either we're not aware of, or we've gone, oh, you know what? We forgot about that leader-based combination for an expansion or two. Now all of a sudden it's coming back into the fray again and maybe showcasing some potency. We are underway in Game 2. We have the First Order TIE Fighter in the Space Arena for Aaron, and R2-D2 coming down in the Ground Arena, taking a little look at the top card of the deck. This is old school R2, not the pilot one that came out in last expansion, but either when played and on attack, look at the top card of your deck and you may put it on the bottom or leave it on top. Double droids.
It's a pretty phenomenal start for Helena, because we see, I mean, look at this. Not only do we see that disabling Fang Fighter, which we do know how important that's going to be to making sure that Entrenched is not going to do anything, we also see that Sanctioner Shuttle, which is going to be online with that Coordinate, which is just so powerful. And we see these 2 attacks on Helena's board, not having the initiative. Lots of time to durdle those actions, take your time, get a little bit of damage in, see what's coming, so you can make the most use out of that ability.
And now we're seeing R2-D2 swing in for 2 damage here, not just the one, being boosted up by the BD1 effect. Pilot Vader going ahead and creating another tie token. There is that more of that kind of action delaying that we're seeing from Helena here, with just attacking with the units presenting on board, and now trying to wait and figure out, okay, do we want to go ahead and Fang Fighter away the pilot? Why do we have to do that when we can sanction his shuttle against it? Oh, we've got the
answer
ambush.
for answer, and we do see those sideboard cards coming in clutch for both players, really. You know, like we saw in that game 1, more copies in the main deck for Helena, and of course that ambush unit coming in for Aaron there. So both players. Babu Freak potentially quite large here, and I do believe I think that is a breaking in. So we are seeing those pumps coming in. I think we are going to resource the R2-D2 here every day of the week. Not really much use for it, seeing as we already have 1 copy out on the board, and we are maintaining our nice little, you know, 2-4 here in the R2 with Saboteur, of course, which is quite nice. We have our BD, we have that Babu Freak, which I think is going to potentially catch Aaron out here, because might not necessarily be expecting to suddenly get domed in the face for 4 attack from that R2.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever seen, obviously, Revenge of the Sith, you'll know for a fact that R2-D2 is not one to shy away from combat. Took down those super battle droids quite handily on the invisible hand. Well, now it's going to get even stronger here, potentially, with that Babu Frick action to potentially deal 4 damage into the base, because it's dealing with the HP as opposed to the power. We also have Lando Calrissian now deploying here that beautiful 4 resource epic action viability, 2 whole action phases before Pilot Vader can even think about deploying. It can continue to create tie tokens though, and this is a board state that is looking a little bit more akin to Pilot Vader and a little bit more useful for something like a clone combat squadron if we have it on this 4 resource action phase.
Yeah, and just for those of you who may have been wondering, Helena forgot to look at the top card of her deck there, so just making sure that that R2 ability is resolved. We are going to see the Smuggle out. I believe that is Armed to the Teeth.
It is indeed.
So we are going to start seeing a lot of damage coming down onto the board. If there is a Blaster in Helena's row, I think she's going to be feeling pretty good about this turn. You can play down that Babu Freak, set up for a very aggressive next turn, because so far, Aaron's kind of been playing the aggro in this weird role reversal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, both players are starting with that 5 HP differential as well between the 2 bases. Tarkin Town on 25, Shield Generator Complex, just your base 30 HP Vigilance base here. So already starting with that little bit of difference between the 2. Helena has been able to level out that difference, at least in starting HP, with the 5 damage that is on the Shield Generator Complex. But there is now that 3 difference again, back with Helena here on 8 damage right now. But thanks to Lando Calrissian, who is armed to the teeth, he'll be able to swing in for 4, boost up the BD1 for a +2 power boost for its attack for the remainder of this action phase. That'll swing in for 3, and if the Babu Frick does end up coming down in this action phase, all of a sudden we're not looking at potentially 4s and 3s from these R2-D2s or BD1s.
I think we are going to see this Malevolence come down here, which makes a lot of sense. We do want to just play this down, stop that Lando from dealing a lot of extra damage. I mean, basically 6 damage thanks to that Arm to the Teeth. Potentially put a little bit of a spanner in Helena's plans there. We do see a surprise strike, I believe that is. So it would have been a lot of damage that would have been coming through here. And Helena now potentially reevaluating, going, okay, maybe do I want to do this pump right now? Do I want to set up the Babu Freak? It can't attack there. Aaron just reminding her, thanks to that Malevolence ability. So we are just going to go ahead and swing 4 damage in with this BD. Still not bad at all, of course, you know, getting that damage in. We are going to see Aaron take the initiative there, and having this Malevolence set up with Restore 2, of course, very, very big deal. Sets up an incredible barrage with 9 damage, and while there is a lot of HP on Helena's board, it is going to be able to do something like answer the R2 and answer that Lando in 1 action. So, you know, I think Aaron's probably feeling in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, certainly is. One of the few cards in that villainy aspect as well that does have the restore keyword, and one that we haven't gotten to see too much since its release all the way back in Twilight of the Republic, but now here in this Vader Vigilance list, getting an opportunity to show itself and show the might of the Separatists here. And if we do have, like you say, that overwhelming barrage play, not only are we going to be able to spread out that 9 damage from the overwhelming barrage effect, we're then also attacking for 9 during the action phase as well with the +2/+2. But instead, first action is just going to be a swing 7 with the Malevolence, restore 2 from the shield generator complex base. So either no overwhelming barrage or there is one, and Aaron's got bigger, better plans for it.
I suspect there actually isn't one here. I think there's no reason you don't just shotgun play that. Aaron now basically going, you know what? I've got lethal in 3 actions. I need to play my Vader here, use my Vader ability here in order to make a token. I then need to swing for 3. It's going to push Helena up to 18, and then I'm going to be able to defeat you with 1 more swing from my Malevolence. So that's the situation Aaron is currently presenting. We are actually just going to see an Iden pilot coming down here, sort of doing the same thing, but this disabling Fang Fighter is going to come down and now continuing to slow down Aaron to getting to that lethal position here. We are going to see the Entrench come down onto this Lando. This is looking a little bit too tough for Helena to break through now. While we are going to be able to swing in, get 3 more damage in, still 16 damage away. And this Malevolence is just doing a huge amount to not only stabilize Aaron, but also keep applying that pressure to Helena's base. 25 HP is not that much.
No, it certainly isn't, and we've not even seen the epic action and the payoff being utilized yet for having that 25 starting HP with Attack in Town epic action. We got a great activation out of it in Game 1, but so far there's not really been any opportunity afforded to Helena to be able to use it, or at least use it for a supreme advantage gain here. They're going to have a little look into their resource row. Does still have the opportunity to potentially go ahead and use the Lando effect to get that smuggle reduction here, but at that point you're just attaching Hotshot Blaster onto R2, swinging.
Still 4.
It is 4, but when you're standing down a 7/7 and a 2/1 with Raid up in the space arena that's now got a shield on it as well, it just doesn't feel as strong.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think right now Helena has 1 action left in this phase because she knows that Aaron is going to swing in with that 3 damage to put her into lethal range. So she's confident that she's got this action. She can deal this extra damage. What she really needs to do is find something off the top of her deck just to answer this Malevolence for literally just 1 turn. And she is going to be able to get there. But it's not coming just yet. We are just going to see a swing 2. We are going to be able to look at that top card of the deck, maybe see if that's something useful, chuck it away to the bottom. We're probably looking for something. I mean, you know, looking through this list, I do think one of the issues is I don't really see any great options. You know, I don't see the Waylays. I don't see any easy way that Helena has to just answer this Malevolence in 1 shot. And that is really, I think, going to prove to be the biggest issue here. She just wasn't able to get enough of that damage in the early game.
Yeah, not even Surprise Strike here will be able to help out. You're 1 damage short of being able to Surprise Strike, disabling Fang Fighter into the Malevolence to be able to clear the way of it. So yeah, you're right. Waylay is realistically the ideal 1-card answer that we've got here, but if it's not in the list, then we're not going to have the opportunity to even try and dig for it here. There is the predictable swing of the First Order TIE Fighter, predictable in the sense of, as we've been saying, it puts Helena on that 1 action clock. Helena is just going to claim the initiative here, give herself as much time as possible. We've got Hotshot Blaster, and I think that's a Cartel Turncoat. That's the 2nd card that's been drawn. That's not going to help here in this situation. We've then got the Victor Leader as well as the Overwhelming Barrage that's been drawn along with the Survivor's Gauntlet as well. Neither of those are really going to necessarily matter here because you
have lethal in 1 action,
yeah,
right?
we just got first action swing.
Yeah, and I think this is really all Aaron is anxious about. It's like, okay, do you have the Waylay? If you have the Waylay, I lose in the situation potentially. I don't know if that barrage is going to be enough to get me there. I'm going to have to flip my leader first. it's going to give you an opportunity to get some of that damage in. We do see, you know, there's that blaster that's just in Helena's row, but I think Helena knowing, I'm not getting there. This isn't going to happen. Thanks to that Malevolence. And we just see the power there of creating these tokens, being able to exploit out a very, very large unit like that Malevolence, having Restore 2, having that basically ability to just like kind of stop something attacking. So you're saving, you know, that Malevolence has basically saved about 8 damage this game. If you think between the stun and the Restore 2, as well as putting Helena into lethal range, where actually if that Malevolence wasn't there, Aaron would have been up on 24 damage and would have actually been defeated by Hotshot going onto that Lando.
Yeah, certainly so. It was one of the things that I was really excited for when token units were finally starting to be brought into Star Wars Unlimited. I'm a big tokens guy. If you can let me swarm the board with a little load of weenies and pump them up really, really quickly for a big overwhelming swing, I am right in there. And then when you add the exploit mechanic to it, it's a really interesting diversity of, well, I can generate all these tokens, I can get the advantage from them by just attacking, but then I also can exploit them away to go ahead and pay for costs. There is the swing of the Malevolence to be able to go ahead and crash in, and Helena doing the maths there, realizing that 7 is going to be perfect maths to be able to clear the way of the Tarkin Town base, and the matchup is tied up here between Helena and Aaron. I'm not 100% sure if we're going to have time to be able to showcase the third game for you, unfortunately, but what we can showcase for you is an interview with our good friend and our winner from the first feature match this round. It's Carl Woodwiss.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm here with the winner, Carl. He's going to introduce himself for a few seconds so we get to know who this player is. He had an amazing blowout on stream. I'm sure you guys enjoyed that as well. But let's give it to Carl.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm Carl Woodwiss. I'm from the UK. Some people may know me from I run a lot of the streams in the UK. So naturally, I don't get to play in many events because we run a lot of the events. So this is quite a nice one for me. I actually get to come and play an event for the first time in a while.
Perfect. Very nice to have you here on stream as well, Carl. Being on the other side is probably something special for you. We saw you perform amazingly, we could say, on stream. Unfortunate for the other player, it was pretty one-sided, if I am correct. What are your thoughts going into this meta, going into this tournament? What was your preparation for this?
Yeah, it was a tough game. Kylo's sort of it's a good matchup for me. Kylo obviously does very well as it gets to the high resource count. Darth Vader's my guy. You know, I've been playing Vader, OG Vader, all the way through the three sets, trying to make him work. Luckily, we got the new Vader in 4, so I stuck with Vader. It's quite a difficult deck to run in this meta. You know, lots of ping damage, lots of bits of damage here and there. I mean, it's a deck that can get blown out by one card, right? If a really well-placed overwhelming barrage or a bombing run or something, it's a difficult deck to play into this meta. So I have sort of added a few bigger bodies, taken away some of maybe the aggro and made it a little more tempo-based. But unfortunately, yeah, I mean, I got a bad matchup in round 1 into a Gar ECL, which is a tough deck for me. But unfortunately, yeah, Kylo's a favourable matchup.
Very nice. Happy to see you shine here on stream. It was how to say it. You prepared here. You came here. Did you do a lot of tournaments? Did you come here with a lot of friends? Did you prepare? What was your idea here to get into the event like?
No, great question. So I'm probably the one that's done the least playing of this game, probably in the hall. So I get to see lots of games being played. I get to be parts of tournaments around with organized play events, so with the sectors. So I get to sit and watch lots of games being played. But I suppose that's where my experience that I'll bring into this tournament comes from. So I certainly haven't had the chance to play any store-based games, any PQs. This is literally my biggest tournament I've ever been to. I think the second largest is 64 players. So this is a great experience for me to be able to see what it's like in the players' shoes. But no, I'd like to say I've come fully prepared, but most definitely not.
All right, but great to see that you're analyzing of the game, that's kind of what you do, then comes into play here when you're actually playing the game. All right, this was Carl. He was the winner of the round that you just saw, and we're going to take it back to the casters.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to this Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship here in Bilbao. I am joined by, you can call me Al, of course, reprising our wonderful double act from yesterday, which was, of course, the limited event. But today we are here with Premier. Al, first time on stream for today. Are you excited for this tournament?
Now, as much as I was hyping up limited yesterday, and I do like limited, Premier is my baby. Premier is what we spend the bulk of our time as competitive players practicing for. You know, when a new set comes out, you spend a bit of time with limited, but you've really got to get your teeth into the new set and see what cards are good. So I'm glad to be back for Premier, and yeah, I'm glad we've got a full day dedicated to it.
Absolutely, so am I. And you know, we saw just how wide open the field was today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think we probably both have some favorite picks for decks we'd like to see do really, really well. So I'm gonna ambush Al. I haven't prepped him for this. I'd like to tell me your deck you think is gonna win the whole thing, and also a deck you would like to win the whole thing.
So as you said, this is probably one of the best metas we've had, and honestly, FFG have done a great job of when a meta collapses into one card like Force Throw, they ban it, and the meta. Look at how amazing this meta is. Like you said, less than half the field in the top 10 decks.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. So I think what I'm expecting to probably do well. There's a lot of CAD Tarkin Town. The new build, if you're not familiar with it, they run a lot of 1-drops, and it's much more aggressive than the old CAD. And that deck is really, really powerful. Has great matchups into a lot of the meta of the decks. That's why everybody's bringing it. So, well, one in 10 people are bringing it.
yes.
So I would expect, just based on the numbers, that deck probably is going to do quite well. As much as Sabine is my baby, and I absolutely love her, it's the deck I've played for, what, 5 sets now?
Yeah.
What are you
going to do post-rotation?
Well, who knows? Play Eternal. So yeah, I think she's not very well positioned into the meta. Han 2 blue, and worth the risk Shadowed Undercity there, I think is very underrepresented. The deck is
totally
incredibly
agree,
powerful. I'm surprised it's only 4 on the list. A sneaky little pick that's not on there that I've been working on non-stop in this new set, and that I know a member of Team Enigma is bringing to this tournament is Kazuda Security Complex.
Ooh,
so we'll have to see
cool.
if that can do well in the event. That would be fantastic to see.
Absolutely. And very briefly, my pick, I mean, the deck I'd love to see win is, of course, Kylo from Legends of the Force with Energy Conversion Lab. That is my baby. That is my favorite deck. And, well, we'll come to this in a second, my pick for the deck that's probably going to win is going to be that Han 1, but with Command. But here, we're seeing Han 1, this one of the only truly new decks to come out in this post-suspension era, because we saw, you know, Han 1 being really suppressed by that Force Throw because, you know, this deck runs so low on hand size that it's pretty punishing to just get Force Thrown and then you lose a unit and then you have no cards in your hand and then you're sad. Not so much anymore, and we are going to be able to play blue. We're playing blue Force here. We get our Anakins, we get our Lukes. This is the deck I was probably most excited for coming out of into this new format against Kylo from set 2, double red.
Yeah, Kylo is one of those leaders that really has not lived up to the potential I think some people saw in him. Any leader that deploys on 4 resources, we saw it last round with Lando, they all have potential because deploying on 4, or the vast majority, deploying on 4 resources is such a huge advantage for an aggressive deck. And Kylo has, you know, in theory, he can be a 4-deploy 5/4, which is a lot of pressure. We've seen how good Sabine has been over the years as a 4-deploy 2/5. So yeah, I think Kylo, he's always had a lot of potential. The issue he can run into is he's quite one-dimensional. You know, he doesn't, especially in mono red, he doesn't really have a lot of flexibility with decisions in the game. So a lot of it's just the deck building process. But yeah, we'll have to see if he can get there against Han 1.
And we are going to see Kylo immediately choking that Gungi. Poor guy. It is what it is. What can you do? Ezra, I should say, rather than Gungi.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think absolutely right. And one of the things that we do see often with these new formats is aggro being brought by players sort of thinking, okay, well, aggro is always going to be strong, and control decks generally are a little bit harder to play, harder to understand. When you move into a new format, right? When you don't necessarily understand what outs you need to have. We're seeing a Chirrut come down here, which is obviously fantastic.
Yeah,
for
just
Daniel.
a little interaction there. So Daniel placed down the Chiru, thought, okay, I'm safe on the ground. Damien then immediately attacked with the Guavian Antagonizer, a card that you only really see in this deck. And then it attacked in, and then Daniel was like, hold on, I mean, I've got Sentinel. No. The Guavian Antagonizer is one of the few units that sees play with Saboteur, so it can attack past that Chiru.
It's genuinely a very, very scary card. And we're seeing here, you know, Daniel going low in these hands, playing out ahead of curve. That's exactly what he wants to be doing. And going ahead, dealing with that Guavian antagonizer there. Going to be able to draw up a card from the bounty, I believe. Not sure if Daniel did that, but he should have.
Doesn't have to.
It's
optional.
Oh, it is optional.
Yep.
It is optional.
So
I
if he's
suppose.
forgotten, that's his problem.
Well, there we go. That's life. We do see the Iterant Warrior coming down here. The 4/4 limited powerhouse card, still incredibly good in Premier there. We are going to see, I think, the draw coming down here. And yeah, Damien going, yeah, you probably should have done that, mate. And Daniel going, yes, I would like to draw, please.
I think
thank
it is
you.
optional, actually.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. But anyway, just something to point out there. We talked a lot about yesterday about Chiru and how he dominated Limited. Such a powerful 4-drop. Itinerant Warrior as well, although we did see her less. But Chiru just did work all day. And then and we were talking about, I remember having the debate, maybe with Ben or yourself, about which, is he stronger in Limited, stronger in Constructed?
Yes.
Hard to say. Here, I mean, he was just dealt with Attacking Town and the Guavian Antagonizer. That was it, right? So he certainly did not appear as strong here as he was yesterday in Limited.
I mean, we are turning our cards sideways fantastically aggressively here as Kylo. And I think one of these things that is always fun when we see, since I would say pretty much the jump to light speed format, post that Django suspension, we have been in this format that's been very wide, very diverse, outside of that sort of blip with Force Throw. But even there, lots of mid-range decks. It was really what we saw dominating the field. We did see this huge drop-off in aggro strategies, a bit of a popularity rise in control, sort of ebbing and flowing, and certainly at the end of that jump to light speed format with lots of data vault decks everywhere, less popular now. And I think it's really easy for players to just forget how scary these aggro decks can be. We actually saw that in our last round, our Kylo Data Vault player just not respecting that Vader Yellow matchup and getting completely blown out because of it. And here, possibly, if Daniel has not made appropriate accommodations for this sort of aggro deck in his deck building, might happen again.
It's the natural circle of life, I think, or the circle of the meta, if you like.
Yes.
What happens, I mean, like you said, the aggro decks, they will get you because what people do, they get greedier and greedier and greedier. They see these data vault decks and think, okay, Boba data vault, I'm going to put in more stuff, and, the Yoda decks that come out, and then they just forget about them. And then people in these big events love to bring these random aggro decks that you barely see at your locals, Double Red Kylo, Lando, all these kind of decks, Kazuda, these decks that you really don't think about, and then they just get you. And then if you do not have enough tools for them, they'll just go under you and defeat you. So it's certainly something you've got to be aware of when deck building. Control, people are always kind of aware of that. They usually have some sideboard options for it, whatever it might be, Bazine or whatever it might be in your sideboard to deal with hard control. But so few people bring that. These big events, people love to bring aggro.
Yeah, and I have to say, actually, that upgrade there, I'm actually not sure what upgrade it is. I can't quite make it out. Is it Fallen? I don't think it's Fallen Lightsaber.
Is it not?
I don't think so, because it's only plus... I don't think
plus 3.
Oh, it is Fallen Lightsaber. I thought it was +3/+1. I can't read, is what we've established there. But anyway, this Kylo is absolutely massive, is the point there, right? Even if it was just a +1 HP, I think, the fact that it stops itself from being just immediately answered by that Iterant Warrior being really, really important. I think we are having a little bit of a judge call there just to sort some things out. But let's evaluate that board position there. I mean, we saw just on the Han side having the initiative, 5 resources. So we are, with that Han ability going into that flip turn, but only an Iterant Warrior contesting. Okay, maybe I can trade the First Order Stormtrooper or something. It doesn't feel fantastic. No. Meanwhile, we see that aggression in the Kylo player's hand, a very, very scary card indeed. And Kylo being absolutely massive. I mean, if it is a Fallen Lightsaber, that's a 7 attack unit. Going to be putting a lot of damage into Han's base very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's a difficult state to be in. I think Han 1 Blue can really struggle with some of these aggro decks getting under him because he really has a big power spike. When you talked earlier about Han 1 Green, he can resupply, he can actually get out on a playable turn. Han 1 Blue he's basically a 5 deploy leader, right? So and Kylo's a 4. He's going to put all his pressure in a turn earlier, and we saw it yesterday in draft where it's a slower format. So when you deploy a turn later, it's not that big a deal. In Constructed, it's a huge deal.
Yes.
If you deploy a turn after, and not only that, the amount of actions you have to take, right? You have to use the hand leader ability, then you have to deploy him, and then you can finally attack with him, and then you have the power spike where you can play a Luke from hand or something like that, or a hand unit. But until that point, the Kylo player is just slamming into your base with impunity, and we saw it there. I mean, he's in a lot of trouble.
Absolutely, and one of the advantages of the Han 1 Blue deck is more so even than Kylo, the ease with which you can set up that Anakin, because you can defeat any one of your resources, so you don't even have to do anything. You can get those villain cards into your discard. I don't think we actually saw any of those going into discard from memory, so an Anakin isn't even really going to bail him out in this situation. We are going to see here what happens. We are back in the game, and we are going to probably do some sort of trade. Probably want to take out the Bo-Katan. It's a very powerful unit for double red. It's a 3/3 for 2, draws you a card. Just a really fantastic card.
Yeah, I will say that I did remember seeing the very opening hand of Daniel. I'm not sure if he's still got it. I think he may do. He does have the Luke, I think Jedi Knight in hand. So he will have a stabilization tool if he can survive long enough. But I mean, the damage is racking up. You know, it's halfway there now, 14 damage on the base of Daniel.
Yeah.
And like I said, this...
and we do see there no villainous cards
Yeah.
in the discard. So Damien's probably going, well, I'm not going to get Anakin this turn. Probably going to be something like a Luke. Let's just go ahead and sink this damage in. I don't think Daniel has a great answer to what I'm doing this turn. And, you know, Aggression is a really, really powerful and a really scary card. Is going to be able to, I believe it does 4 damage, so you're going to be able to defeat that Iterant Warrior. Yeah, you know, and that potentially would be something Daniel was worried about and why he did decide to just throw that in immediately so he didn't lose the shield, take the damage and just lose the unit like entirely and not be able to do anything. It is really possible to get a little bit greedy in these situations. And I think that goes to the point of when we see this really high-level play and why some of these off-meta decks...
Oh, it's a Battle Fury.
Oh, it's a Battle Fury. That is...
There we go. We got there.
There we go. Yeah, yeah. Which is so strong here in this situation, in this deck, right?
Yeah.
That's a huge upgrade for Kylo because you get to keep that power down. Absolutely massive. Really nice there.
Yeah, and a nice little interaction. It's probably not going to matter too much this game, but occasionally it can come up, especially against some slower decks, where you can discard your Kylo's TIE Silencer, the card, his namesake ship, and then obviously replay it as well. So the card that was printed in the same set with him, it's obviously the card he's designed for, but it also works really well with Battle Fury.
Yeah, and I believe one of the other modes of aggression is you ready something. So right now, Damien is facing down a lethal, and I do not think he has enough actions. Well, maybe the thing is Damien can pass, right? So we're going to see this Han flip. We're clearly trying to set up a Luke. Luke is going to answer 1 card.
Yeah.
And all Damien needs to do is wait for this Luke to come down, ready the other card, and basically put Daniel in this checkmate situation. Or he can just, you know, claim. But both work because we are going to see 2 damage coming in from this space unit to put it up to 26. Either way.
It's very, to be fair, it's closer than it looks because if Daniel could attack in and get the Luke down, he could potentially clear off the Kylo and then next turn start to stabilize. He's just got 1 too many units, Damien.
Yeah, and I think Daniel has to make the right call here to swing this Han into that First Order Stormtrooper because if he doesn't, he is 100% like defeated on board.
Yeah, the Death Star Stormtrooper there, the nice organized play one. What
Yeah,
set was
very
that from?
nice.
Must be
I think
right.
that was Star Rebellion. I think that was very first set,
right, yeah. That's a nice blast from the past.
Yeah, but yeah, I think like I was saying, one of the advantages of these rogue decks is we see at high level play, when both players are so incredibly good, you don't win by necessarily like being a better player than your opponent. You win by them just making a mistake because they are less experienced in the matchup. They don't know these critical inflection points in your deck where this is the card you have to target, these are the threats I have, but you do because you are experienced against these meta decks.
This is exactly the debate you have to have as a competitive player coming into these events all the time. Do I play a more standard meta deck that is on average more powerful? Hand 1 Blue is against the field a more powerful deck than Kylo Tarkintown. It's a fact. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
It's
No,
true.
no, it's absolutely true.
But the advantage you get by
We are
playing...
going to see the concession
There you
there.
go, yeah. The no way you can get out of that checkmate situation. But the advantage you have, like you said, by playing the Kylo Tarkintown is, you know, your opponents, I'm sure that most of them have played against this deck at some point. It's been around, you know, since the second set. But it's been a long time since it's never really been mega popular, and it's been a long time since it's in a lot of play. And you know, they may have been a long time since you played against it. And it's one of those decks where, like you said, you could forget about aggression. You know, you might not consider things like Battle Fury, and you can just get caught out. So yeah, it is the to and fro you've got to decide between when you're practicing with your teammates, with your friends. You know, do I play a meta deck or do I play? I mean, the ideal situation, a deck that's off meta, that's strong, and you know it really well. Yeah, that's the ideal.
It's called Kylo ECL, my friend. That's exactly what it's called.
No, I said it was a strong deck.
Ah, how dare you! I'm now pull out the tournament results. Pull out the tournament results.
Hey, no. That's a long time ago.
It wasn't that long ago. It was like about a month ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's have a look here. Our players are sideboarding, and so we can try and have a look here at exactly what they are playing in those sideboards. We are having a little bit of a slow tech situation here, just pulling up these lists. But, I mean, generally speaking, I imagine Han's got, you know, maybe something like Vigilance or something like Entrenched in his list, which is probably going to help out significantly in this matchup. But looking at the Kylo deck to start, what we're looking at in this sideboard is we do see a Saw Gerrara, which is quite a scary card. A Wolf to deal with some of that healing. We do see 2 copies of Ruthless Raider in the board here for the Kylo player, which I think I'd be putting right in. Really annoying card to answer for Han 1 blue. I mean, outside of sort of, waylays and things like that.
Entrenched, I suppose. Could
Yeah,
also help with
Entrenched,
that.
yeah. And we also see, I mean, just honestly, a lot of these cards are really good in this matchup. Infiltrator skill, giving you Saboteur, outing that turret, that's going to be one of Han's best outs to your aggressive situation on the board, and you have some of these answers ready to go in your sideboard. Looking now over to the Han deck, and we can have a look at this list and see exactly what's in the board here. We do see Grogu, which I think is going to be really, really strong in this matchup. I'll be putting 3 copies of that in immediately. Potentially the Daughter as well.
Yeah.
Another really, really solid
really
card.
help here,
Yeah. We do see some Spark of Rebellions. I don't think I'll be putting those in.
No, they're for the anti-control.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't want to be setting up my opponent's leader getting more powerful and also not presenting any threats on the board.
Particularly bad in this matchup.
Exactly, and just sort of generally looking through this Han list, I'm seeing some really interesting cards here. In terms of villainy units, actually, I'm only seeing Bazine and just 1 copy at that. So this is looking like a little bit of a difficult Anakin to set up.
There's no good to me dead there.
No, there is no good to me dead. You're absolutely right. So there are 2 cards in the 50 that are going to enable you to set up that Anakin and Power the Dark Side. That's 4.
Yep.
Al can read, and I can't. This is what we've established.
The numbers are going up.
The numbers are going up. 4, we're looking a lot more reasonable.
4's probably pretty good.
I think 4's about right, especially with how easy it is to set it up. And in Kylo ECL, I play 5, but that's something you have to discard, takes an action. You have to actually have it in your hand. So I think 4 does seem to be about right. And I know in those Data Vault Kylo decks, you tend to play about 6 to 7, just so you have enough. So it's looking really, really good. I'm hoping to see some really powerful plays here from this Han deck because, I mean, it's one of my absolute favorites coming into this new set. I love the Anakin unit. I genuinely think it is the coolest card design in Legends of the Force by far. And I think it's, I thought it would be pretty good. I didn't have any idea of quite how strong it would be. I mean, I think it's really shown itself to far and away be the most powerful card from the set.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of those cards where it's really hard to evaluate because at the end of the day, how many, almost every card, we saw yesterday in Limited, you can play cards out of Aspect. It's not a big deal, certain cards. In Constructed, it's a lot more of a restriction. There are very few cards that are viable to play out of Aspect. And Anakin being clearly is such a great card because you can see that, people are playing cards that, how often are you actually going to pay 5 for a Power of the Dark Side? It's very rare. You're actually going to do that. Just simply having these like blank cards almost in your deck to enable Anakin, occasionally they will come up. But
Absolutely.
it just shows the power level of that card.
Yeah, 100% agree. But although saying that, I think we are entering this phase of the game. I mean, in year 1 of the game, I don't think you saw off Aspect pretty much ever. Maybe very, very rarely.
Vigilance.
Vigilance was the only one, and even then, you were
one.
still playing it in Vigilance decks. It was just, I wasn't playing like double Vigilance. And, you sort of needed that for those control mirrors. But once we've come into this Legend of the Force meta, we are seeing a real increase in the number of off-aspect things that are being played. And that's not necessarily just heroic versus villainy, although, of course, we are seeing those things. But it is a really interesting shift we're seeing in the game as sort of we move forward and we potentially see more and more of these off-aspect cards. We potentially start having to be aware of more and more threats coming in at different costs. And it's something that's, I think, really exciting.
Oh yeah, it's a great core rule of this game that the designers had in mind from the very beginning. Where in some other games you just can't do that. You don't get that flexibility. You can't build decks that way, and it's fantastic to have those options. When you're building a deck, you don't just sort your collection by just the aspects you're playing, and that's it. You actually get to look at cards, specifically powerful cards.
Oh, Mr. Bones coming out here. Really, really powerful unit there for Kylo. And we're just seeing a really wide board. Tarkentown getting used there for Ezra, of course, makes total sense. Putting Daniel in this annoying situation where, okay, yes, I am going to be able to deal with your Guive and antagonize, but I'm going to give you that value from your base. Probably feeling quite good, though, with this Yoda. Restore 2, really, really huge.
Yoda does so much here, right? But not only does he fight for the board, in some matchups, he can't actually trade with your opponent's units. He doesn't have enough power. Here, he has plenty of power. He's going to heal. He's going to draw a card when he eventually gets defeated to fill up the hand, as we mentioned earlier. That can be a problem. But yeah, here you can just trade into the Mr. Bones. You don't have to deal with the Benthic straight away because your opponent won't have an aggression unit until he deploys the Kylo. May have been tempted to defeat the Benthic there, but I can
because I believe Benthic buffs power, so you can understand the logic. But Mr. Bones, if Damien just puts out his whole hand onto the board, dealing 3 damage to a ground unit. It's
Yeah.
kind of crazy strong. We have to sacrifice 5 HP for that normally.
Yes, indeed.
So,
Yeah.
and for a slightly better version, but still. So, you know, definitely a really, really powerful card. Daniel, I'm not 100% sure what you're doing on this turn. You know, we can go up to 5 and we can play out some power cards. We are going to tap down 4 here. Is this going to be the Chirrut?
Yeah, it could be if he has. I mean, I think he would have played the Chirrut by now
It's
already.
going to be a Falcon.
Yeah. Okay, so he's going to be able to deal with this TIE fighter. I mean, it's really not so much of a threat. The true threat is about to be deployed. And if Damien does get to deploy the Kylo,
Ooh,
Chaos at
okay.
War.
Chaos at War. I believe this is just going to burn both players equal to the number of cards in their hand.
yeah, not the best turn for Damien there, really. Chaos at War is usually one of the cards you want to finish the game off with. You don't
Yeah.
necessarily want to be playing it on the flip turn when you want to put as much pressure on the board as possible. And against hand 1, we've said it so many times, he has so few cards in hand. That was just like dealing 3 damage, which, you know, really things could be a lot worse for Daniel. Although, again, as I was about to say there, that the true threat is about to be deployed here with Kylo. And if this Benthic does get to attack and buff up Kylo, then Daniel may be regretting not dealing with the Benthic instead of the Mr. Bones.
Yeah, and I'm curious what this final card in Daniel's hand is here. It is going to be that Force Choke. Really, really nice there, getting that restore off the board. And we're going to be presenting 7-9 damage going into base here. So I was wondering why Damien didn't just use that Kylo ability to either buff up the tie in space and force a 1-for-1 trade with the Falcon, or buff up that Benthic on the ground to just sink 2 more damage in, but absolutely getting rid of that Yoda. Huge, the right call for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just going to end up healing so much from your base. You've got to deal with it. You've got to bite the bullet with Yoda as an aggro deck.
We are seeing the Falcon come back into the hand.
Yeah.
Daniel realizing, yeah, I kind of need every single one of these resources. I am on my flip turn. I still don't think we've seen a villainous unit though in that discard, or villainous card. So not really scared of an Anakin.
You must
here.
be going for a Luke, I think, here, because if
Yeah.
you're going to bounce the Falcon back to hand, you want all 7 resources. That must
Yes.
be the only reason why he's doing that. So because otherwise, I mean, there's not really much point.
Yep, and we are going to see, and to your point from earlier, we are seeing it's just a little bit slow here. We do get to, get an action here as Damien, and yeah, double checking, no villainous units. I'm going to go ahead and play out this unit. I want to make my board nice and big. And I think the logic here is potentially forcing Damien to trade that Han into the Kylo. If we swing with this Benthic, it is going to go ahead and give Kylo the +2. But no, actually, we are just going to swing out there. I'm quite curious why we played the Kylo first instead of swinging with the Benthic.
Yeah. I think I'm not entirely sure why he did that. You would never want to trade with your opponent's board, really. The only unit we'd ever want to defeat would be the Han leader, and he didn't attack into it anyway with a pump spell or anything. So yeah, it's a bit surprising there. Now Benthic won't be able to give the buff to anything. I can understand attacking with the Kylo at that point because you just obviously need to make sure that your Kylo needs to get the attack in. But yeah, Daniel's gone to the 7 resources. So he's up to Luke if he wants to play it, if he has it.
I think, yeah, we do have to just go base here as Damien. I was thinking, what have we got in that hand? What 2 resource card? I'm very, very curious there. It should only be 4 damage,
Yeah.
as Damien's just pointing out there on the Han, because Kylo had sort of gone down there due to having cards in hand. We are just going to go ahead and finish off that leader, but this Luke is going to come down and take out the Kylo.
Yeah. Just a little point there. He didn't. He could have used Benthic's ability on the Kylo's TIE Silencer, which might seem a bit pointless. But if your opponent did end up playing Falcon and trade in, it would mean that it wouldn't value trade into this Silencer.
Exactly,
There. So
yeah.
he just missed a tiny little bit there.
We are seeing an Iterum Warrior coming down here, so no Luke.
So I think this is going to be Falcon. Right?
But yeah, probably just to get that trade in. We are just going to play out another space unit. We are healing 3, of course, which is nice there from that Iterum Warrior, spending the Force token. The Falcon comes down here. And yeah, Damien probably regretting not just
Oh, it's
throwing
raid
that power.
2. Yeah, it's
Oh, it's
raid
raid
2.
2.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
okay. All right,
Never
all right.
mind. Raid's only on the side.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't remember if it was give something else +2.
Yeah.
Or,
It's one of the Kylo's got tons of these cards. This Kylo that you only ever see in this deck, right? You don't really see Benthic anywhere else. But you just love 4 deploy leaders.
the stuff you can do, and when you get to play every card in your hand is also the most fun part. You're never sitting there with like a book going, well, I have 35 cards in
Who
my hand,
wants
but none
that?
of them help, right? No, I want to have all my cards out on the board and all my resources sideways, and your damage on your base being very, very high.
I
That
think
is exactly
aggro
what
decks
I'm
get
looking
a bad rep. I've always loved them. I think they mean every turn matters with an aggro deck. You know, all of the gameplay happens in the first 4 turns of the game, and then for 4 or 5 turns, and then the game's over, right? So there's not that delay with 2 control decks in a mirror match. There's so many turns when nothing's going on, right? We want to see aggro decks slamming into each other.
No, absolutely. And I think one of the things, you know, as I've played card games more and more, and in particularly in Star Wars Unlimited, I've found just how skill intensive and rewarding playing aggro decks is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they are not easy to play. And, you know, of course, you do always get those games where your opponent doesn't see the cards they need and you're able to sort of run away with it. But by and large, that doesn't happen very often. You are needing to be very, very careful with how you manage your resources. We are seeing the Falcon come back to hand. Damien's going to go ahead and put a Battle Fury onto this tie, which, yeah, that works.
It does indeed, yeah. Even ships can be furious in the midst of battle. So that's now a 5-4. Much scarier than the 2-1 that it was previously. And like we said, discarding the card, not too much of a big deal here.
Going to get the Bamboozle there, though. That is pretty rough. I think the Bamboozle should send that to the hand, but Damien is just going to go ahead and pack it up here. Goes, you know what? I'm a bit too far behind. You were able to just handle my board a little bit too much. So, yeah, hopefully I think we'll just make sure that Damien knows that that should have gone back to his hand. Doesn't get discarded, but it's all good. But we will be going into game 3 here in round 3 of our premier tournament here in Bilbao.
I think it was a main deck Bamboozle, wasn't it?
It was,
So,
yeah.
In preparation there for all the pilot leaders, Bamboozle's obviously fantastic against those because they can't be returned to hand, they just get defeated. But it's also handy against Kylo, it turns out. So yeah,
absolutely,
Bamboozle's such a useful card. I'm going to miss it when it rotates.
Yeah, me too. I mean, there's going to be a lot of these cards, you know. We think
yeah.
about, I mean, how much of that deck we just saw, both of these matches, I mean, ignoring the fact that both leaders are from that first year of the game, it's going to be really interesting to see where the meta goes, which of these Year 2 leaders start doing better. I mean, you know, I think we're going to see a lot of these pilot leaders seeing a lot more play, certainly, especially depending on how much of this upgrade removal we see, you know, in Secrets of Power Spoilers. We've seen a few, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see. Maybe I can finally live my Khazad dreams. Maybe.
Well, you can do it now.
Well,
you
I
can do
like
it right
Kylo.
now.
I like
Trust
Kylo.
me.
I'm a Kylo boy. I'm a Kylo enthusiast.
But yeah, absolutely, it's going to shake up the game fantastically. I think the formats are going to play out completely differently when we do have the sort of
100%.
the full, so it will be 7-set format, and then we've got, you know, one with just 4 in. So yeah, they will be completely different, which would be nice to see. You know, it's basically playing a whole different game.
Yeah,
so it'd be awesome to have that opportunity.
I'm
there
really,
as well.
really excited, to see just how different those metas are as they develop. And it'll be cool to see, you know, what cards, because I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, a lot of cards that end up being incredibly strong in the sort of unlimited format, as it were, versus the standard, you know, premier format, which does have that rotation. You know, cards that may be really bad in the standard format are really, really good in the unlimited format, and vice versa. Which is always really, really cool to see, giving you, you know, even a third dimensionality to evaluating those cards. You know, this weekend we've had to think about sets in 2 ways now. In Season 1 of Star Wars Unlimited, we've had, as you know, in Season 0, we had the premiere format, you know, thinking about these cards in that full card pool. And moving into Season 1, we now have the limited formats seeing competitive play. So now we have to think about the set as a whole. We have to think about the different card rarities. We have to think about what the format actually looks like, and whether these cards end up actually being really strong versus some of the cards that are strong in Constructed end up being really, really weak. And then moving forward, once we get to set 7 next year, we start thinking about the expanded unlimited format, and we have a third dimension there. My head's spinning already just thinking about it. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to play all 3, but I'm certainly going to give it a go because I'm a big fan of Boba 1 Yellow, so I will definitely be playing that. It's been too long.
It has.
It's been too long.
It has, yeah. A return of the beloved,
the
much maligned.
So when I went to my first ever Star Wars Unlimited tournament, went to a pre-release at my local game store, had a great time, ended up winning the pre-release, which was super fun, had a really good time, opened my prize packs, and pulled a Boba 1 showcase and said, well, I think I know what I'm playing for the next few months.
Yeah.
That's
a good one to pull.
It's a good one to pull. I wasn't complaining, you know. First pack, looked at the back, I was like, no way, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at the hands here. We see a Battle Fury there.
Battle Fury, yeah. We've got a Falcon in the hand.
Is that a
Daniel.
Migs? That's big.
Yeah.
A Migs is huge. We haven't seen a single Migs open here from Damien. Obviously, this a card Migs we saw be incredibly powerful in the Kylo from Legends of the Force Tarkin Town deck. Yeah. And now Daniel probably sitting there going, oh no. This is bad.
Kylo loves Migs, absolutely. Whatever version of Kylo you're on, he loves Migs. Just being able to discard, I mean, that card paired with Tarkin Town is just kind of one of those combos that kind of emerged when this, I mean, it's existed for since set 2, but nobody really picked up on it, nobody used it.
It wasn't easy to enable, right?
No,
you
it
know,
wasn't,
the only deck that could really use it easily
This one.
beforehand was this one.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, this deck got a lot of very good upgrades here. I mean, zero thought required from Damien here. Let's go ahead, discard that, get rid of the Yaddle, put it in the bin. Let's go ahead and Tarkin Town that. Especially a unit that trades with the MiGs and has Restore. I want to deal with that card quite quickly, I think.
Tarkin Town must be one of the highest win rate, strongest cards that we've ever seen in Star Wars Unlimited, if you think about it. I mean, we talked a lot about ECL back in set 1, set 2, and ECL's still a great base. It still sees a lot of play. But Tarkin Town, what a powerful base that is. We've had so many decks now, tier 1, top tier decks, that have just used that base to great effect. Being able to defeat your opponent's first unit, you know, in this case with Migs, it can be with Cad Bane, it can be with Quinlan, you know, it could be with the other Kylo, like you said. There's so many ways to defeat your opponent's turn 1 play, and it's just huge. You know, turn 1, in some sense, is the most important turn of the game, usually.
Seeing a Grand Inquisitor come down here, a Grogu.
There's the Grogu, yeah.
And I think Damien here, I'm just going to do 6 damage to base, I reckon. Yeah, because we're going to go ahead and buff up that Migs. I mean, you could, to be fair, you could just clear out the Grogu. I think there's a reasonable argument for that. But no, I think we're just going to go ahead and deal 6 to base. I want to put my damage on. This Grogu has no damage on it. It's not actually threatening any of my units. Okay,
Much
get the
less
Force
threatening
token.
than Han
That's
2,
fine.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think exactly as you said, it's Tarkin Town, a hugely powerful base. And, you know, sort of suppressed in those early sets of the game by just how powerful Energy Conversion Lab was.
Honestly, we just didn't have enough ways to ping
Well, that's the exact
units,
thing,
right?
right?
As soon as you print ways to deal 1 damage to units, that base just gets infinitely better.
Exactly. I think that's the really cool thing we've seen. Every single set, we reevaluate these old leaders and these old cards, and a lot of them become so much better. Here is the Chirrut. Of course, no Force token just yet. So if Damien is able to do a big swing from this Grand Inquisitor, for example, just answer that Chirrut, that's going to be pretty powerful. Of course, I'll be very scared here with that Grogu Chirrut combo. Potentially something that's going to be really, really difficult to manage. We are just going to go ahead and throw 4 damage into the Grand Inquisitor there. Grogu, heal 2 off, take out the MiGs.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if Damien had gone down the other route and cleared off this Grogu. This Chirrut would be so vulnerable. He just would not be able to keep generating the Force. I think Daniel should have the Force now. Oh, and he used the ability, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
So still no
Oh,
Force.
and here it comes. Kylo with the Battle Fury. We are just going to go ahead and straight away take out that Chirrut, take a little bit of damage back onto the Kylo. But, you know, we are looking at 7, up to 15 damage on this board, depending on what Damien, whether he resources. He does is it's just 1 card in hand. So it's 14 damage presented at the moment.
Not to mention Mr. Bones is going to become active soon as well.
Absolutely, and puts Daniel in a bit of an awkward position because Daniel probably really wants to go, okay, I want to get this value trade with this GI, but now I just lose my GI to this Mr. Bones. Sorry, I lose my Grogu to the Mr. Bones.
Indeed, yeah. This is, I mean, it's really a masterclass in Kylo, I think, and just these aggressive decks. As we saw with Lando, in the early rounds of these tournaments, they're so good. There is the Bamboozle, yeah, that's huge.
I think it's possible. It's thinking about it here because it doesn't actually defeat the Kylo because of that 4 HP, which, you know, everyone... I remember when this leader was revealed, oh, it'll get defeated by open fire. It'll get defeated by open fire. Well, you know, okay, but if you don't have the open fire...
Well, in fairness, the leader never took off, did it? It never took off as a...
Yeah, let's give it till the end of the weekend. Let's have a look. Let's see what happens.
So 3 damage there on the Grogu.
Yeah, we are going to go ahead and do this value trade here.
So we do generate the
Slapping
Force
another Battle Fury. Wow.
So yeah, we should have the Force now for Daniel. Not sure how much it matters for his deck. But
this is actually incredibly bad for Daniel because if he bamboozles, Damien just goes, okay, I'll put the other Battle Fury onto the other thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Damien there could have been tempted as well to make the play of putting both Battle Furies on the same target, but he's absolutely made the right play.
Absolutely.
Respect the Bamboozle is one of the only ways you lose this game, so absolutely respect that.
Here we're just going to see that Han effect. We are just going to go ahead and try and deploy. And I think, you know, you're just going to... Here's the question. Do you like, okay, do I think he's going to bamboozle me or do I just go for it? I think I'm just going to sink the damage in because, to be honest, if you bamboozle the Mr. Bones, I don't mind. No. I'm just going to go ahead and slap on the upgrade once again, play it all out one more time.
Now, we are on the 6 resources now for Daniel, so we're on the flip turn. He can deploy his hand. He could potentially play Jedi Knight again. So I think if he does have Luke Jedi Knight in hand, he might be able to clear this whole board up, though. And with a Luke in play, Restore 3, that could completely swing this game.
Potentially. I mean, this is a choice for Damien, right? Do I want to just delete my opponent's board here and potentially maintain this Kylo? We are immediately going to deal that damage to the Grogu, defeating it. Are we going to go to base? We are going to go to base. We're just saying, you know what? I don't think you have it.
What do you think about then attacking with the Mr. Bones into Han there and clearing the Han, right? You have the option there. You could have cleared the Han, and you could have potentially left it so that your opponent cannot play the Luke if they have it, right?
Yeah, I think that's the question. Oh, okay, we're seeing a smuggle out here.
Nice.
Deal a little bit of damage to both bases, and again, now we're not losing the whole board. Daniel going, okay, I have a Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon,
A
okay.
Qui-Gon there, but not really probably what wanted to see. It's not quite as good.
It's not quite as good, but it's not stabilized in the same way that Luke does with the Restore.
Yeah.
That's the big difference between Luke and all the other 7 drops that do a similar thing, is that he has the Restore to stabilize. So yeah, not quite as good. Obviously, Daniel would have preferred a Luke there. But still, I mean, the board's been completely cleared except for this one Reckless Gunslinger.
We do finally see a villainous card making its way into the discard. So
there it is, yeah.
with any luck, there will be a Kylo coming. Sorry, not a Kylo. A Anakin coming down. We are just gonna have a little double check and make sure everything was fine with that Qui-Gon. Choosing whether to go to the top or the bottom, I think, was what that was. And Damien, I imagine, wants to put it to the bottom. Probably wants to be drawing things like the burn card that we saw last game. It's going to deal damage equal to the number of cards in hand. Because right now, I think that's dealing 4 to Daniel, which is putting him very, very close to lethal indeed. We're going to go ahead, pump 2 damage into base, and this is starting to get really, really dangerous for Daniel.
It's close, and there is burn from Damien as well. We've seen the Chaos of War already, so there is absolutely ways for him to deal damage. Daring Raid as well would finish the game off here.
Oh, and Iteran Warrior is big here.
Yeah, huge, huge. This game would be so different if that last
See
turn
the
would have been
Kylo's
Luke.
tie.
Yeah,
Again,
Kylo's
it's still not a fantastic position here for Daniel. You know, the threats do keep on coming.
Yeah, I mean, they do, but we're really close to turning the corner here. We're so close to stabilizing. I mean, incredibly close.
3
game. He's still
resources,
got,
a GI.
he's got 8 HP though. It's a lot. He's still got 8 to play with now.
He does. I mean, Damien's sitting here. He's 1 off lethal at the moment with what's on board. It is so close. A Yoda coming down here, giving the initiative over to Damien. We are going to be able to swing that GI in, get 4 more damage. Going to be reduced by the Yoda, of course. But again, it's so tight. It's so close. If Damien just sees a couple of these powerful, aggressive tools and is able to just outspeed Daniel a little bit. But Daniel, again, so close to turning the corner and just stabilizing and getting the win here.
Yeah, speaking of aggressive tools, this is part of the problem with aggression, is that you don't get access to things like Surprise Strike, right? You don't get these pump spells that really help, unless you want to play it out of aspect. Most people don't. So you don't get access to these like ways to just surprise win the game out of nowhere, which, you know, is one of the advantages of playing an aggressive deck with the cunning aspect.
Yeah, I do think I'd probably like to see a couple of hotshot blasters in this. I mean, even off aspect for 5, just getting that extra little bit of damage in, compressing those actions. I mean, here it would have pushed Daniel up to 26 if he had it, which isn't quite there, but it's really, really close. We are. I think
so close,
we are gonna.
And one of the great things about hand is you can really play around Chaos of War if you want to, right? You just empty your hand as quick as possible.
Absolutely. We're seeing the damage come in. 1 off. If there is a Daring Raid in this hand, if there is another Smuggle to ping 1, we are so close.
Yeah, so he's
it was went up to 24, healed to up to 3. Should be 25, I think.
Yes, that's right. He should be on service. Then he should just start on the dice on the base, but yeah,
yes,
he should be 25.
and I'm sure the judges will catch that.
So he is 1 attack away now.
Yep, I think they're just double checking what the damage should be. It should be 25. It's currently on 23. It should be 25. Okay, they are just going to sort that out. But yeah, I mean, insanely tense situation there. It really could go either way, depending on what Kylo is basically drawn.
I mean, it's on a knife edge. On a knife edge. It really does depend on what he's drawn. Like he said, he would have won the game already if he would have drawn a Daring Raid, I think, before this point. I'm not sure. The Chaos of War, I think, is dealing 2 or 3 damage, so it might be able to get him there. One of the great things about the Inquisitor, if he does end up getting another one with the Hidden, it does mean that, you know, he can obviously play it and it not get immediately defeated. Han doesn't have that many ways to interact with it without attacking. So even though he's got so many units on the board, he can stabilize on the ground. And there's also that Spacer in you has to worry about, right? He's got no way to deal with the Kylo's TIE Silencer as it stands. So right now, this Yoda is doing so much work, right? The Restore 2 is just crazy in this situation.
Absolutely. And to be fair, he's also in a slightly awkward situation because ultimately, if he can't answer that ship, and Daniel just, I believe, takes initiative and just goes, okay, card ability, it's 5. Do you have a way to one-shot answer my ship? Do you have the Anakin? Do you have the Luke? Because if you don't,
As
I'll
it
win the game.
stands, he's on 25.
Yeah, so
right?
the restore 2 will get it down to
He's already
20.
attacked with the Yoda.
As in next phase, I'm saying.
Okay, but
He's
if,
already
unless
swung
he
and
claims the
everything.
initiative, right?
Yes,
Daniel can just
yeah,
claim and then represent lethal, right?
Oh, well,
So-
exactly.
So he'd have to either Han would either have to claim and then just forego trading with things on the board, or he would have to have some answer to Kala's answer right now.
Exactly.
So it's entirely based on what he's got in his hand. Really.
Yeah, and it's genuinely so close. So for those of you who are wondering why we are back on our faces, it's because there is just a judge call, just sorting out what the exact life totals and damage are. I think we're sort of keeping track, and things weren't 100% updated there. Easy to happen when you're dealing with this really fast-paced game, but of course every single point matters.
100%. I cannot tell you the number of games that I've won or lost with one HP remaining on my base. It happens so many times. And this is why it's kind of funny we've seen these bases. You know, I remember back in the day when 30 HP bases sold no play because people thought
So
it
we're
didn't
actually
matter.
on 27.
Right,
So a
okay.
pretty big difference.
That's what you said first, I think. One away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were right in the
Pretty-
beginning.
Pretty
You got
big
it.
difference there.
He's got the Luke.
What does Damien have? If Damien just claims, okay, we're going to see it here. What does Damien get off the top of his deck?
And what's in his hand? He has a card in hand still. So he did finally...
fallen lightsaber.
Yeah, and a bow cat and cries. They don't do it.
Does he have the smuggle?
No.
No.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he does. He does.
No, he doesn't. Both players look like they were celebrating.
I don't know. Who won?
Who's won the game? This is why we need the final attack to come in.
Can a judge please go stand behind the player that won, just so we know?
We don't know what he drew. We knew he drew the fallen lightsaber, the bow cat on. That's not enough, right? But what was his other card? He didn't play it, so I've got to assume Kylo lost.
I also assume that it was Han that won, just because it was that exact point of damage. Daniel won, so it looks like Daniel won. Khan won. Blue takes
Yes.
it just about so close. But I mean, exactly as you were saying, on a knife's edge, all it took was smuggling out that little burn 1, getting a daring raid, just that tiny little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were so many ways he could have lethal, right? Daring Raid, Chaos of War, Reckless Gunslinger. I think at least 1 or 2 more. There were so many ways he could have just snuck it out there. But like I said, and even if Daniel hadn't have drawn the Luke, restoring 2 might not have been enough with the Yoda.
Yeah.
He could have had another turn potentially to get there.
Yeah.
I don't think he had lethal on board himself, so that Luke just proving in that matchup that Luke is so important, even when it's not on curve. He also dealt with the Kylo's TIE silencer. There's very few answers to that. So yeah, what a close game that ended up being.
Yeah,
but
absolutely
Han
fantastic.
won Blue, showing why it really is, one of the stronger decks in the format, I would say.
Yeah, and one that we might expect to potentially struggle into those aggro decks, but showing Han just is that guy. Every version you play is just so powerful.
Yep.
But we're not done. We've still got another feature match for you in round 3 of the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship here in Bilbao, Premier Edition. Going right in, we are jumping in to feature match number 2, and this is where we got Grand Admiral Thrawn against Han 2. Now, of course, this is a very familiar deck, but
Yes.
Thrawn yellow is definitely a more unusual one.
I must tell you, Grand Admiral Thrawn in Cunning gives me nightmares. Right? any kind of vigilance, villainy, cunning deck for things like pilot decks, the Kazuda or even like Vader and things like that, it gives you so much trouble because they get access to all of the amazing removal that vigilance villainy provides, and then they'd also get these like great stalling tools. But there's not really. It's one of the only aspect combinations that really hasn't taken off in any form, I would say, throughout the throughout the time we've been in Star Wars Limited. I mean, Palpatine, yellows. No, in fact, no, that's not even.
Yeah.
That doesn't even. I don't think there's any deck really that's been a top meta player in cunning, vigilance, villainy.
No, yeah, I nothing. Oh well, of course, Boba from set 1 way back when.
Yeah.
And Cad Bane is also quite good.
They've always been
but
like
not
on the
quite as-
fringe.
exactly,
though.
they're not exactly these huge, really popular decks.
And I think part of the problem for that is just that they, at the end of the day, cunning is usually a really aggressive. It's the most aggressive, probably of the 4. Ironically, probably of the 4 because it's so tempo based, and there's all these pump spells and exhaust and things like that. Whereas vigilance is really controlling, so they don't tend to pair together too well. But Thrawn, it definitely gets access to some really great cards. Legacy run probably
I was
being
going
the
to say,
most,
I mean,
the most important.
that's absolutely. I mean, we see just how powerful that is in Palpatine.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should say Darth Sidious in that sort of. No, it is Emperor Palpatine is what I'm thinking.
Yes.
The set 1 leader because you can defeat it yourself and you deal 6 damage to the board. Thrawn 6 damage? How about 12? How about I deal 12 to your board?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's such a powerful combo in this deck. But obviously, the reason why the deck has... And there it is.
There we
Speak
go.
of the devil, and he shall appear. Legacy Run flying out. Currently no way to defeat it as it stands because Han 2 Blue does tend to play almost exclusively in the ground. And Han 2 Blue, one of these decks there that we've talked about, really key meta player. I'm surprised it's only the 4th most played deck here.
Yeah.
Han 2, much like Han 1, is a really, really strong leader. He can pair with different aspects. We saw in round 1, Philip winning with Han 2 in ECL as well. Much less common than this deck. But yeah, so many different flavors of Han are good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, interesting here as to what Dimitri does in the situation. That Chirrut coming down, pretty annoying, I have to say. Is very, very scary card. And really, this is the deck that showed us just how powerful, Chirrut and Kiadi Mundi, these really, really powerful cards. And sort of, looking through this list, it seems to be pretty standard Han 2 affair, I would say. No real big surprises.
We know how good this deck is, right?
Yeah, it's just good.
Because at the end of the day, it lost its probably most powerful card, Force Throw. Force Throw is probably the strongest card in any Force deck, and this deck still remains like a top tier, meta player, even despite that. Most of the decks that ran Force Throw, these kind of fringe Force decks, have kind of fallen by the wayside now because Force Throw is a key component to them. But Han 2 is like, I don't care about Force Throw. I'm going to keep playing really powerful cards and really showcase the new set to its max, which is great to see.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things we didn't even mention is this is a Force-based deck here that Thrawn is playing. It's not even just normal Cunning, it's Force, and sort of looking through the list, we see some very, very scary Force cards. Darth Tyrannus, Chirrut of its own, we see the Karis as well being really, really powerful. Night Sister Assassin, another absolutely powerful card. I think one of the, potentially, one of the strongest parts about Night Sister Assassin is the fact it will let you trigger your own Legacy Run to deal 12 damage to the board, provided you have the Force token. And of course, Dimitri does, thanks to that Shin Hearty swing.
Yeah, a really interesting list, as you say. I mean, something we see very little of Thrawn anyway, I would say, especially Thrawn with Cunning. But then, even then, it's even more niche than that. Thrawn Cunning Force Base is a deck that you see so rarely. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. I think he does get access to a lot of really cool tools. Probably marginally inconsistent, I would have thought, compared to some of the other decks. But if it all comes together, I think a really strong deck.
Yeah, Greedo, nice little annoying play here because one of the best ways to deal with a Chirrut is just having effect damage. Now, one thing I'll say is that's 12 HP on the board.
Yeah.
So if there's a Night Sister Assassin in Dimitri's hand, Arno's going to be really sad.
Yeah, absolutely. He really needs a way to pop his own Legacy Run here because if he does, it's a complete board wipe. If he doesn't, that's just 5 resources sitting in space doing almost nothing.
Yeah.
And this is the thing about Legacy Run. If your opponent's playing into space, it is phenomenal. It's so good at dealing with the space decks. But when you come up against an opponent here who is one of the only decks in the format that plays, I think, no space units, I don't think it's a single one in the deck, then Legacy Run becomes a far weaker card.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally you see things like Red 5 or the Rebellious Hammerhead.
Yeah.
But, a very, very small minority of cards. And we're going to see a Karis come down here, which, again, is not going to be quite enough, even if he uses it on his own Legacy Run. So I'm going to be curious, how are we going to enable this Legacy Run? It's very, very powerful here. See an Owen Lars. I mean, we're putting out the whole hand here. Lots and lots of very, very powerful abilities there. Or actually, to be fair, the Greedo might work, though you wouldn't get the 12 damage. I think the Greedo can go on to...
It's a shame
it's only a ground unit.
Yeah, it's really a bit of a non-bo here because Greedo only hits ground and Karis has to use the Force token, right? So there's no way to use Thrawn's double trigger to pop your own Legacy Run.
Exactly.
Can you imagine a world where both of those actually worked on Legacy Run? It would be completely different. This deck would be so much stronger.
Absolutely. And, this is part of why I think we see Palpatine Yellow doing so well. It just gets access to this incredible board wipe. Drawing double Shin Hearty for turn, probably not what Arno wanted to see there. No. Not ideal. I mean, this is still a really scary board that Dimitri has here. You can just throw this Greedo in and go, you know what, this might just be 4 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see here, just let's point out, we've got a French mirror match as well, just by coincidence.
Yes.
It's nice to see. I know the French Stars Limited scene is really big and has some really strong players in it, so it's nice to see a couple of them coming out to Bilbao.
Okay, I think we are about to dig for that Night Sister Assassin because Dimitri is likely realizing, I really need to clear this board right now. And we are going to look through the top 5, and I believe he gets to resolve the first when defeated before deciding if he wants to duplicate it.
Yes, I believe that's correct, yeah. When you use the ability, you can exhaust him and then decide to use it again. So yeah, you can.
Yeah, because then what you'd want to do, of course, we are on the deploy turn for Thrawn here, is flip that Thrawn and then use that Night Sister Assassin, get rid of the Legacy run, and deal 12 damage across the board, dealing with the Chirrut, dealing with the Ezra, dealing with the Han, allowing you to basically actually be in a reasonable situation. We're going to find an Anakin here. That's still pretty good.
Yep, he can pop his
Still
own
pretty
legacy
good.
run with it as well, which is fantastic because this game has come down to he needs to cash in on this on this legacy run here.
Absolutely. And I think, yeah, Arno is sensing, okay, well, this board's about to go. I think we are going to go ahead and drop that Anakin, get rid of the legacy run. I definitely would want to be dealing with this Han leader immediately. I don't want to get looped right now.
No.
And I think this is exactly what we're going to see. Anakin comes down, defeats the legacy run, and we are going to double trigger, spreading 12 juicy damage across that board.
I can only assume there that Arno does not have the Luke in hand because he did have an opportunity to play it, right? He could have done it last action instead of attacking with Chirrut.
Yeah.
And made things a bit easier there. So, I can only assume that he didn't need it anyway or have it anyway.
Exactly. Well, although, to be fair, there wasn't a fantastic target for the Luke.
No.
I think then if you're Dimitri, you go, okay, well, the Luke is going.
But at least then, something else is surviving, right? At least then your hand 2 leaders surviving. At the moment, we've got just the Cassian in play. The entire board, the entire game's flipped on its head with that legacy.
Exactly. It's just showing, turns out overwhelming barrage for 12, pretty good.
Yeah.
Who could have seen it coming?
Indeed, yeah. And it also dealt a bit of damage to the base as well. So on top of that, we can add that into the equation.
Yeah, really, really strong. What are you doing here is, Arno? Well, we're having a look. We are playing our Anakin of our own.
There we go.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's crack the Greedo. Let's see what we get here. Give us some value. Sadly, no value there, but it's fine because we are still going to be able to get this Thrawn here. I think we can clear out this Anakin if we throw the Karis into it, then give it -2/-2. Basically dealing 4 damage. You can throw the Thrawn into it to finish it off. Not too scary a board then for Han. We are going to see just damage going into base there from the Cassian.
Yeah, over halfway, 16 damage now. So he is getting there. Arno is getting there. And
I think this is exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah.
We are going to see that Force token getting spent. -2/-2 there, making Anakin into a 3/5 with 2 damage on it, which will be soundly defeated by this Thrawn.
Yeah, and now Dimitri has fully got control of the ground arena. He will do shortly once these trades come in. Anakin can clear up the Cassian next turn as well. So yeah, definitely on the front foot now. Again, managed to do the most powerful thing the deck can do, which is trigger that legacy run.
Absolutely. I think that should be 3 damage on the Thrawn, not 2, unless there was an extra -1/-1 from something else that I didn't catch.
I don't see how there could have been.
Well, hopefully that will get corrected right now.
There you go. Yep. That 0 cost invisible card, giving your opponent -1/-1.
That's pretty good. I'd play that. I'd play that.
Would you play that?
I'd play that card. You play that card?
Yeah, maybe.
So now I think Arno is probably going, I kind of want to answer this Thrawn. Starting to get a bit annoying. We're in the late game. There's a lot of really powerful when defeated abilities.
Honestly, that's the least of his worries at this point. He needs to get some damage onto that base ASAP as well.
Absolutely. And let's have a look through this Thrawn. What are we playing in late game? Actually, not much. Anakin is actually the top-end card in this deck. Other than that, we're playing a lot of cheap, efficient units, and we're just trying to maximize the value of this when defeated. So now I think we're just going to see Dimitri pivoting to going wide.
Yeah, I don't think you really need to. Once you've managed to trigger the legacy run, you basically deal with any aggression from your opponent, and then you can just play your mid-range units and win that way. This deck probably struggles a bit more into some of slower decks than maybe some other versions of Thrawn, Cunning would. But I think we've demonstrated here that the Force generation and building this kind of Force package helps a lot into the aggressive decks.
Absolutely. And I think here, probably deciding, what do I want to swing with? Do I want to play a card? We see a Night Sister Assassin there. Which is a great card. Draw 2 in Thrawn.
Yeah.
It's good enough on its own, but just draw 1. But
yeah, imagine
Thrawn,
sticking mission briefing for 0 onto a 2/2.
This is why Thrawn was the leader I was genuinely most excited about from Jump to Lightspeed, because this is such a powerful kind of generic effect, right?
Yeah.
Just double your when defeated. And as the game goes on and as we move forward and we get more and more powerful when defeated abilities, we can really start to see this leader potentially come into its own, and especially post-rotation once a lot of these particularly powerful threats disappear. Looking through this list, almost all of it is new.
Yeah, he's another deck here where he's making, especially this Force version, it's making use of the last 2 sets fantastically, which is really nice to see. And
there is the
Thrawn,
Luke, and there is the power of the dark side.
Oh, perfect answer. And you saw quickly Dimitri snap that down. He wasn't even waiting for it to resolve. He was like, no. Power of the dark side, get that thing out of here.
Yeah, and I think Dimitri probably has an emptied out hand, and I imagine is just going to stop resourcing and start pushing cards to the face.
Do we have any crate dragons on those lists?
We do have crate dragons in the Han list. I believe there are two. There are 2 copies of crate. I mean, and that is a scary card for sure.
I think we're on crate or bust at this point.
Mace would be pretty good as well. A Mace would be very, very scary. We do have the Force token live. Force Dimitri to have another Power of the Dark Side or something similar.
Force Dimitri, I like it.
Hey.
That was entirely accidental, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd say that one was pun usual. That's awful.
Yeah, that was just awful.
This is the kind of top-notch commentary that our
right?
viewers are tuning into. And of course, very grateful to have you here.
Unusual?
Oh!
Unusual.
Outrageous.
That's atrocious.
And we see a Kiadi Mundi. I mean, yeah, Dimitri's probably over the moon to see this. This is not what Arno needs to be playing right now.
You know what? Drawing 2 cards, you will be able to extend the game a lot. Arno's still got a lot of base HP, so he does have time.
He does. I think the bigger issue is just losing that Force token because you become so much less threatening once you no longer have that. Now, of course, who knows? I mean, I think Dimitri's basically in top deck mode. He did resource this turn, so, potentially only 1 card in hand. We've seen 5 resources getting spent. Looks like it's another legacy run. If we have another way to activate that, that's going to become really scary.
Let's not go there. He doesn't. Because if he does, then this game is going
you want an answer to Great Dragon? I found it.
Yeah, I think we have to assume here that
it's a Poe.
There's no answer. Yeah, interesting. I suppose he must have drawn the Poe because you'd really want the damage on the Kiadi Mundi rather than on the Poe, I would have thought, because you really don't want Poe to be defeated.
Absolutely. I mean, so now Arno thinking, okay, well, I really want to draw 2 cards here. I really want to get this plus. Do I have to do it this turn? I think, the Anakin has to go into the Poe. That card is far too threatening, far too much of an instant win con, potentially. Are we just going to draw 2 cards, try and answer this Kiadi Mundi? We are going to draw 2 cards. Let's see what we can do here.
I mean, this is, for Arno, this turn has been really reasonable. If your opponent doesn't have a way, it's a big if, but if they don't have a way to trigger the legacy run...
Another Owen Lars, another power card.
Honestly, playing an Owen Lars, playing a legacy run, it's not things that are really dominating
Double
the ground
Owen
arena.
Lars, and we are just going to go searching. We're going digging. So we have 1 card in hand, about to go up to 2. And I think, really, once you stop resourcing, the amount of value, the amount of cards in hand...
Yeah.
That's I wouldn't want to see that if I was Arno. I would be, no, that was the one thing I didn't want to
no?
Oh, I'm doing well today, aren't I?
You are, absolutely, yeah.
Aren't I?
Your subconscious brain is quicker than your conscious brain, isn't it?
That's been true for many years, I think.
Indeed. Well, yeah, absolutely. And the grim part of this as well for Arno is that he can't just sort of pretend he doesn't have it and try and play to his outs because he knows his opponent has
Exactly.
So, yeah, whatever he plays is going to get legacy runned.
Yeah, and this is sort of the beautiful thing now. Like, Dimitri can genuinely just take his time a bit.
Yeah.
Do a little swing here, do a little swing there, do a little restore. However wide Arno goes on this board, it's not an issue. Even if he crate dragons, this board is exactly answered by that legacy run being defeated by the Talzin's Assassin.
Indeed, yeah. It's probably one of the only ways. I mean, I would assume we have Felder Dragons in the list as well. But probably one of the only ways that Dimitri has to answer a crate dragon.
We are putting a lot of HP on the board, but, it's not very scary HP.
No, Grogu, not very threatening.
Looking at the Thrawn list, I don't actually see any Felder Dragons in the main deck, nor in the side. We do have some... we have some very scary cards coming in from the sideboard. Liberated by Darkness and No Glory only results. Both cards are going to prove to be very, very scary for Arno. Moving to the next one, we are going to see the Force Lightning come down here.
Nice.
A little bit greedy there from Dimitri, and now being really severely punished.
Yeah, absolutely. He was holding on to that legacy room because he wanted to defeat more than just a lowly Grogu and Kiadi Mundi, but Force Lightning, the absolute perfect answer to that.
To be fair, it's still not that bad because, okay, fine, I'll Talzin's Assassin defeat your Kiadi Mundi. I'm still not that scared of this Grogu you have on the board.
You've got to have answers to these crate dragons when they eventually come
absolutely.
down. Right?
I mean,
and he's running out.
True.
He's running out of answers.
He is. And, as much as we can plus from these things like Owen Lars, I mean, I was thinking Dimitri may be thinking there, do I want to just potentially dig through 10 cards, pick up 2 Force units? What do I want to be doing here? The initiative being claimed there. We're going to see 4 resources coming down. A Tyrannus. Really, really nice there. A huge unit. Very, very annoying to deal with. And, just putting that pressure on. Again, Arno, in this situation, like, I need to see threats. I need to see these big things. I need my Lukes. I need my crates. I need Anakin, something that's going to be really, really scary for Dimitri to answer.
And it's interesting, you mentioned earlier that Dimitri's really gone for a much more mid-range deck here. He doesn't have any big top-end threats of his own, and I think we're going to see a switch here where Dimitri now has to become the aggressor.
Yeah.
Because in the late game, Lukes and Crates will get Arno there. So he's sort of
cheer it.
Arno started out as the aggressor. When that plan failed, it's now, okay, now I'm the defender. And
Yeah.
we have to go from there and go again.
This is an interesting one. I mean, arguably you can just throw your Owen Lars in, go digging, find an Anakin or something. I think, we do have... I don't think we have a heroic, actually, in Dimitri's discard just yet. I believe he does main deck Bamboozles. Just double checking.
Definitely some in the sides.
There are some. There's one Bamboozle in the main deck. There's also a Commence Patrol, which lets you create an X-Wing token and put a card in this card on the bottom of the deck. And this is obviously really strong for turning off your opponent's
Yes.
Anakin. A really, really cool little bit of tech there. So we're seeing the Grogu being used there to heal up the Chirrut and deal that damage over onto the Tyrannus. And here comes the Anakin. And this is really nice for Dimitri, but Arno's got a lot of resources open still.
It's funny how this game has had so many different phases, don't you think? Like, we started off with the aggression and then the controlling, and now we're into there was into like a mid-range phase, there was like the legacy run and all the removal, and now we're into like a pure, it almost looks like a limited game, this, right? This board, it's like...
Ooh, an
Entrench your own
entrench coming
Chirrut.
down here is really, really big.
He's not going anywhere. So how much does that leave him? That's 8 HP minus the 3, so he's got 5 HP now, so he's going to take 2 attacks, and then he can obviously use the Force as well to go up to 7. So at the moment, as it stands, Dimitri can clear the Chirrut?
He can. It will take
Yes.
2 attacks. It will take the Tyrannus
Dooku
plus
gets
the
defeated.
Talzins Assassin,
Yes.
and will lose the Tyrannus. So, of course, not ideal by any means for Dimitri here, but I think he's probably saying, you know what, it has to be done. What are we playing out here? Playing an Ogdo Bogdo. Scary, scary card.
A card that actually has fallen out of favour, I would say, in a lot of hand to blue lists, just because it doesn't have the Force. Tarkin Town can be a big problem for it as well. So a card that doesn't actually see play in every deck. When that card's revealed, we thought this is the perfect card for hand to blue, but actually it doesn't go in every single list.
Yeah, and we are seeing here, just checking, okay, are we defeating the Chirrut? Well, it's 8 HP, -3, so it's down to 5. We dealt 2 on the last one. We're actually not, right? Because we're one...
That's 6 damage on it, right?
6 damage on it, yeah.
So it had 8, it had 5. He dealt 2 to it, so it was on 3.
Oh, but he doesn't have the Force token.
He doesn't have the
Sorry,
Force
token.
token,
Right,
yeah,
sorry, that's what I was...
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, no, we did the maths and it was right, yeah, because
Yeah.
obviously that was the big deal. Oh,
Yes.
he's tapped out with all the Force tokens, so he can actually deal with this card here. So now Arno probably deciding, okay, do I want to take the initiative here? I think Dimitri always takes it if Arno doesn't, because it doesn't value the Restore 2 that much versus getting some more value here. But we're going to play an Owen Lars of our own.
I'm a little bit surprised he's not just claiming here.
I think Dimitri has to claim here, yeah, because you need to answer that Ogdo Bogdo. It's about to get very, very annoying.
Wow, this is it's a tense match, right? Things
Yeah,
are really
we're only
close.
in game 1 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Still no Crate Dragons come down. I think we've seen one Luke Jedi Knight, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming there must be 3 in the deck.
There are, yes.
Crazy not to. So
Yeah.
so yeah, there's 4 more big threats to come down, plus another couple of Anakins as well for both players, I think.
Yeah, we are seeing this this trade coming in here, and really, Arno just needs to start seeing these big units of his.
Yeah.
We're going to throw in, and here he goes. He's going to go digging. Where is this Luke?
Let's
There
hope
it
it's
is.
not-
There it is.
Let's hope there's not a crate in those 5 because it's going to the bottom.
There it is, and I think we are just going to have to go ahead and throw 5 damage into the base here from Anakin, I imagine. It's likely what you do here. This Luke is going to be big.
Yeah, the Luke plus the Grogu can clear off the Anakin as well.
Exactly, yeah.
This turn, obviously, he's lost his Owen, so the Luke is on the higher trigger.
Yes. We're debating here. Dimitri, okay, what do I want to swing with? I'm going to spend 5 resources here.
When this game...
We are going to get the 3rd legacy run.
Here it is. Now, surely he doesn't have another way to trigger it, right? He must be really low on ways to trigger this now.
Well,
We've seen 2,000 Assassins.
Well, the thing is, he can just throw this Owen Lars in. And we're just going to pack up. We are just going to pack up. Arno's, I think, going to scoop.
Wow, okay.
Well, I think also, considering how long this game has gone, realizing that I can't afford to spend another 5 to maybe 15 minutes playing this game. And then, if I lose, based on the time regulations and how long this game 1 took to play, it's tough. You're going to have to just
you know, people ask
concede,
me,
yeah.
why do you play Sabine so much? Why do you play Kazuda? Why do you play all these aggro decks? This is Exhibit A, because you know what I
Exactly.
don't want to worry about? I don't want to worry about having not enough time to finish my Vigilance Heroism game. Vigilance Heroism, are just the game's gone so long. There's so much back and forth. That game there, we saw, you know, the Legacy runs just delaying the game, delaying it. And I think we're about to go to an interview now with the winner of our Feature Match 1.
Thanks, guys. Yes, we're here with our winner from Feature Match 1 in round 3, Daniel. Congratulations, first off. How do you feel?
I feel very exciting because I go 3-0, so it's very important to try to win this great event, even if the problem is with the material is here. But I'm really excited we start with here with you.
Amazing. Well, talk to us about Han 1 with the Aggression 4 space. Why choose this leader, and why do you think it's become more popular now after the Force Throw suspension?
It's pretty easy. It's more popular now because the fourth row killed that leader, because you have to spend your hands to go ahead in the resources play. So with the fourth row out of the meta, you can play now. I choose Han 1 because I really like that hero. I very fan of it. Also, I play Han 2 from the set 32, but I don't play a lot of with the Han 2 with the Force base, and I play more with the Han. In this from the ban from the first row, I play more Han 1 than 2. For that, I prefer to play that in that tournament because I'm more knowing what can do and how to play the matches. But it's a good, really good deck. But in some matches you have a lot of problem with control, hard control. You have really tough match.
Definitely. What kind of things did you do to get ready for this event? Was there a lot of testing that went on? Any decks you were really looking to try and make sure you had a concrete game plan going into against?
Okay, I'm belong to a teammate, TGB, the good match, and also we are players from Madrid. So we have maybe 10 guys who we can play together, and for this event we stick together to play the matches and the others and the games for this event. So I think it's training, try to play the same deck over and over to get the maximum value from the plays. Also, for example, I play with Han with one colleague with Han 2, Force, Blue, and realize that Han Solo, the first Han Solo in the set, really don't match a lot in the meta, because it's really good have the ambush, but you don't kill anything. You don't kill any Anakin, you don't kill any Luke, you don't kill even Mother Tonkin, for example. So for that play, I make the change for Qui-Gon. In this match, they saved my life. I able to kill Kylo and bounce the other unit. Even I get the hit from their bait. But Qui-Gon saved my life. It's really nice. And also you can kill Anakin, you can kill Hans, you can kill a lot of units from the ground. The only thing that the abilities you can only play for the ground unit, but it's really amazing.
Certainly so. You've mentioned already as well about the control matchup being a little bit one that you're worried about. Are there any other decks in particular that you would hope to not come up against with Han 1?
I think Palpapit Yellow is hard for me because, well, it depends. If I can manage to go very quickly with the Millennium Falcon, also with Venestra, I think we can win it. But in the in the late game is really hard for me because the payoff they have is really amazing. Devastator, Walkers is really hard for me to win that game. But Villainy, Green Control, Blue is very tough match for me. It's not nearly impossible, but if I cannot manage to take rapidly the tech or something that I can play again and again some units, it's really tough for me because you don't win you don't win in the last match because they Devastator, Avengers is really very hard for hand.
Well, we certainly hope that you can avoid those and get a strong run in the remaining of this tournament. Thank you so much and congratulations for your win in round 3. We've got so much more action still to come here across today and tomorrow live from Bilbao in the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship. So don't go anywhere because we've got more coming up just after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the live stream. We just saw an incredible match, and now we're jumping right into round number 4.
Indeed.
I'm here with Al. It's the first time we're actually going
It
together,
is
right?
indeed. It's an honour, a pleasure.
An honor. Oh,
Okay, that's going a bit far, actually. It's a privilege.
Whoa. But I think actually that our players are already ready, so we're not going to waste your time, guys. We're going to jump right to the table, to the players. They're getting ready to play, and we're getting ready to cast.
Fantastic. Let's go. Let's see what we've got here. Are we going to have some off-meta crazy stuff like we've seen so far? The double red Kylo Tarkin Town. We've seen the Lando, things you really wouldn't expect necessarily in such a big tournament. Or are we going to see some of the bigger meta plays? I see it entrenched there on the left-hand side. So I think there's definitely some vigilance going on.
Well, I think that's really nice, like in the early stages of the tournament where there's a lot of different things that we can cover, that we actually do that. And that's the case.
Wow, yeah, so we've got another Throne with the Shadowed Hallows, I think it is, the 28 HP Force base, and then Obi-Wan ECL. Now, this deck has quite the history. It's really popped up every now and again. Usually as an answer to some of these like aggressive decks that we've been seeing. It's really not a hugely popular deck, very off-meta, but as we've seen today, so many different decks people are bringing. 60% or odd of the field, not in the top 10 decks. I mean, I've never seen so much diversity in a tournament of Star Wars Unlimited, I don't think.
Yeah, I've said it again. I'm going to say it again to you as well, Al. That's the beauty of Star Wars Unlimited, I think. Yeah. If you really like a card, if you really like a leader, even if it's just from the movies, from the series, doesn't matter. I want to play this one. You can play this one. You can build a deck that can actively be something in a competitive scene as well.
Yeah. One thing I would say Star Wars Unlimited does really well is that the game comes down a lot to like your opponent kind of knowing how the matchup goes and having specific answers to specific threats, which means that if you bring something off meta, it gives you a huge boost because most opponents are going to have played very few games against Obi-Wan ECL, for example, at least not this set. So bringing things like that, bringing a pet deck that you've played a ton of, you know all the matchups yourself, and then your opponent doesn't, gives you a massive advantage.
Yeah, indeed. It's also Dimitri, who we just saw in the previous feature match too. So we have already seen his deck a bit, so we know what he can do against Simon, which we did not see yet this weekend. So there's already a bit of a panic here about the dice roll.
Simone, very expressive, which is nice to see. We love it when the players give us a bit of emotion there, and yeah, absolutely the sort of sarcastic whoa, the one die roll there from Dimitri was fantastic.
He was excited, but look, once again, the great community of Star Wars Unlimited going back. Even though he rolled a snake eye into a 6, still the fist bump. Let's go for this. Let's make this a great match.
Absolutely, yeah. So someone's going to kick us off here. I think what we see here from Obi-Wan is utilising some of the new cards from the new set, some of the Force units, but not actually having a Force base himself. So it's kind of like a classic list, probably using primarily cards from previous sets, but the Grand Admiral Throne will absolutely be using a big bulk of the deck, Legends of the Force, like we've just seen there. I'd imagine Legacy Run is going to come down and be quite a key player in the deck. It's, like I said before, probably the single strongest thing that Throne can do is pop his own Legacy Run there and clear a board. I'm not sure how useful ECL is going to be. It's usually more useful against the more aggressive decks, but we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, it makes sense that Simone built a deck that basically answers most of the aggressive decks. As we saw in the stats, there's a lot of aggro here in Europe. There are Sabines, there are Catbanes. These were the tops in the PQ, so if you just watch that, the statistics, you should build your deck around statistics.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. The key decks in recent weeks that were doing well at planetary qualifiers are absolutely funneling into this event. Sabine is a deck that usually is very often popular. You know, she's been popular. I mean, she's probably the longest lasting deck, right? Where she was, you know, top 1 or 2 decks in set 1 and has been all the way throughout. She's been fantastic.
Yeah, Sabine has been a great leader, always adapting to the meta as well with the new support that came from the sets for her color combination. And yeah, people are doing great with her.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. Both players, I think, utilising a lot of the similar sort of cards, these vigilance, sort of single aspect vigilance force units. It's Owen Lars in the hand there. Chirrut as well for Dimitri. Yeah, both players, bit of a painstaking decision about what to keep here. It's a tough matchup. I mean, like I said, both of these are fairly unusual decks. So I'd imagine both players aren't exactly sure what they would need in these situations. So we'll have to see what they end up going with.
That's the thing, right? It's really important. These first resources that you put in are cards that you won't see anymore, unless if they have smuggle, of course. But that won't be the case in this situation.
So look at that beautiful Prestige Gungi. Oh, that's gorgeous. Yeah, the tier 2 Prestige there. Yeah, Gungi, one of the standout performers of the new set. I mean, just a 2-cost 2/5 with no text, just being a force unit, but is good enough, right? Like, that's the best stats we've ever seen on a turn 1 play. Definitely one of the front runners for one of the stronger cards in the set. Karis as well, another great turn 1 play that we've seen from Legends of the Force. Legends of the Force, actually, for most decks, has boosted up their turn 1 play. I mean, it's provided so many great 2-drops to the game.
Yeah, a lot of 2-costs have been added in Legends of the Force, indeed, like you just said, and it just makes for some great play. Into the Owen, which is also a very good card to have in Tron.
Yeah, the card, I mean, probably a little bit underrated when it was first revealed. It looks a lot like a Moisture Farmer, really, but it turns out that being able to defeat it for the draw, especially in Throne where you can draw twice, this card is just so great, because if you're playing against an aggressive opponent, they have to answer it. They can't just ignore Restore 2 every turn, and then you get the card back. And if you're playing against a control opponent as well, if it ever gets defeated at any point, you're just going to get the card back anyway, and again, with Throne 2 cards. It's just great in every matchup.
We saw the resupply here coming down from Simone, getting him that one resource ahead compared to Dimitri.
Yeah, resupply, I mean, it was probably, I think, maybe the strongest card in set 1, honestly. It was so powerful, and playing it on turn 2 was just the easiest way to increase your win rate in that game by a huge margin. It's definitely fallen off in recent times. I mean, it's a card that we don't see anywhere near as much now, but the decks that do run it love to have it on turn 2, especially here where it's a slightly slow matchup. Throne Crystal Caves is not going to put enough pressure on to punish a resupply, really, so fantastic for Simone there to draw that.
Exactly. We haven't seen Tron pump out tons of units anywhere. It's more of a control, more just seeing what can I answer to what problems Simone will put on the board that Dimitri has of a play style.
Yeah, Traitorous there. Not the absolute best Traitorous, really. You know, effectively defeating your opponent's Karis and playing one of your own. I mean, it's absolutely fine. I mean, it's pretty reasonable play. But certainly there are better things to steal. That Traitorous is in there for other matchups, I would suspect.
For being a 5-cost, just stealing that unit, I think it's a bit expensive, because you know there will be bigger units in the trial deck. There will be harder to out units than the one that he just stole. But hey, Simone is playing. We're just observing.
Yeah, and like we mentioned in the previous game as well, when we saw play with the Throne Crystal Caves, the Karis cannot trigger twice with Throne. It's one of the cards that can't, because you need to use the Force token to use her when defeated ability, and then once you've used it, you can't get it back. You don't have any window to regain that Force token. So definitely not one of the most threatening cards for Dimitri. Chirrut finally coming down. We saw him in the opening hand there. Again, all these cards are just great against aggro decks, not so much so in this kind of slow and mid-range setup. But yeah, Chirrut, he'll doing fine. He's gumming up the board as he always does.
Both players are more aiming to get into that longer game state and to the more resources piles to like start dropping harder bombs. I think we see an Anakin there in the hand of Simone, which is going to be a very nice drop when the time is right.
Indeed, we saw him resource there a second traitorous because again the first one wasn't very good, the second one's even worse. Stealing an Owen Lars is really not what you want, where you want to be for 5 resources. But this Anakin, at the moment he won't trigger for anything. There's no cards in the discard pile for either player as it stands. So Anakin's not doing a lot at the moment.
Yeah, it would be reasonable just to keep him in hand until he has more value in the game. There's no reason to just shotgun him immediately when it's not really necessary. I think both players have established some damage on the base, some board control, and it's going back and forward, but nothing really major that like would tip the game towards somebody already happened.
Indeed, yeah, we are on the leader deploy phase now, so both leaders I'm expecting to come out this turn. Again, they're not exactly the most threatening leaders, both with only 4 power. They're not going to put too much pressure on, but it should hope to speed this game up a little bit now. Something that players need to keep an eye on, honestly, even at this early stage, is the time, because these, as we mentioned in the last round, which the feature match 2 that we didn't quite show the end of there, it did actually end up in a draw. It must have gone to time and they couldn't finish the game because unless you play quickly, these games are hard to finish. These decks are quite slow.
True. They indeed aim for the long game, but the thing is, that takes time.
Yeah.
Compared to Sabines and other aggro decks, they just go face, race to the base, and that's it actually. But these games, they are slower paced, and yeah, you have to consider time as well.
One of the reasons why Obi-Wan Leader has not really taken off here is because his actual undeployed side, where you just heal 1 damage from a unit, in Limited, that's a pretty good ability. In Constructed, in Premier, not so much so. I mean, usually units don't get the damage that often. I know we're going to see quite a lot of damage units here in a second, but in Constructed, usually units just get defeated with removal or things like that. So the ability doesn't come up too often. The reason why he does see some play, though, is because of his flip side when it does come out. A 4/7 Sentinel, really does do a good job. It's even better than Shuriata coming up the board.
Yeah, especially against leaders that are focusing on the ground units instead of space, because otherwise, yeah, it would be sad to have a sentinel in the ground area if you don't have anything to protect them from.
Yeah, I was just about to say 5 resources to me shouts Legacy Run here. It does come down. So again, we're playing this little game here. Does Dimitri have a way to pop his own Legacy Run? Does he not? Because once again, we're in a matchup here where Simone does not have many space units. He'll probably run a blue leader. He might run some other more defensive ones, but certainly nothing too aggressive here. So I wouldn't be surprised if that Legacy Run ends up sticking around for quite a while.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice built-in mechanic to like board wipe your opponent with the Legacy Run in the Tron deck. But yeah, we see here the Obi-Wan coming down.
Now, do you know the lore of a Legacy Run? Do you have any idea where it comes from? Because I'd never heard of it before, and I had to look it up.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell you.
I'm going to tell you
now.
I do know now.
Go
Yeah.
for it,
Okay.
for it.
So it's some sort of hyperspace ship that I think there was some sort of accident that happened when it was traveling through hyperspace, and it split into like a million different pieces. And I think that's what represents like the dealing 6 to loads of different units, right? Because it breaks up into hyperspace. So yeah, you should look into it. It's really cool.
Okay. I hope that's correct, because there will be people in chat. What is this guy saying? What is he saying?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah, maybe not. We'll have to see what happens. Is
Go
that an
for
Owen
it,
Lars?
chat. Go
Yeah,
for it.
there we
Like
go.
him.
So Chewbacca, card we haven't seen yet today. Another one of the sort of standout performers for Jump to Lightspeed here. Really great against opposing control decks where they just have no way to answer him. A 5/6 or 5 doesn't look great. When you don't play as a pilot, it does look pretty mediocre, but not being able to have many ways to defeat it. Dimitri's probably one of his only answers to Chewbacca is either popping his own Legacy Run or a no glory only results.
Yeah, popping his Legacy Run now would be great. There are a lot of units on board at Simon's side that could die from that, actually. So yeah, there would be a great play here to get rid of the board that Simon has established.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he had a way to trigger it, as far as I can tell. He doesn't snap played it. Oh, okay, yeah, that's another way of doing it. Legacy Run is unique. It's a unique ship, so you can pop your own Legacy Run by playing another one. So great, he's now able to do 12 damage to the board here, so he can do the first 6 to Chewbacca, clear it off, and then use the rest to finish off Obi-Wan Leader. And I mean, 5 resources for dealing 12 as you see fit amongst your opponent's units is such a huge amount of damage. The card is crazy in Thrawn.
Yeah, that's really, really impressive to get it off like that. I didn't even think about it that way, that would have been playable. But yeah, Dimitri did, and it shows. Already getting rid of the Obi-Wan from Simon, which is, as we already discussed, so important to keep your leader on the board as long as you can, because it changes the game
Absolutely, yeah. And we see Throne not even deployed yet, right? So he's still able to deploy the Throne and potentially get ahead in this game. There'll be no Crate Dragons on the side of Obi-Wan like we saw in the last round was a threat. So it does mean that Dimitri under a bit less pressure to get the game ended quickly. And we see if you pop your own legacy run by just playing another one, then that means that there's lots of other ways in your deck to pop a second one if you need to.
Yeah, true. If he didn't use his other mechanics to get rid of his. I'm stumbling here. Oh, Jesus.
The Tal's Assassin you can use to pop it. There's loads of ways. Anakin, your own Anakin. That can be used to pop the legacy run as well. So yeah, it's a funny little mini game it kind of creates where usually your opponent doesn't play anything into space, and then you just have to try and find ways to defeat it yourself. What an interesting card that is. Yeah,
the builder mechanics that Tron actually is playing in the deck to pop his own cards to get that effect twice is amazing.
Telescope of Doom, the pyramid in space. I don't know. What do we call the legacy run? It looks like a sort of almost like a half a goggles, right? When you
yeah. For a really big person.
Yeah, the Toblerone of Doom. Can we call it that?
Yeah, that's a great name actually. Yeah.
Oh, Toblerones. I haven't thought about them in years. Right, free advertising for Toblerone there. So let's see what we've got here. Still no deploying of Throne there. 7 resources now for Dimitri. Decided not to deploy it last turn. Greedo trading in, nope, going to base. Yeah, only 25 HP, obviously on the side of Simon. So the to use the ECL, still not used ECL this game.
Yeah, every bit of damage actually counts at this point.
Indeed.
Building up the chip damage, it gets a lot. Even the Toblerone in space is going to fly by and do some damage there.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the great thing about Legacy Run. If your opponent does ignore it, it is still dealing 3 damage a turn, which it can add up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Commence Patrol. So he's going to select a card from Simon's discard pile and put it on the bottom of his deck. So he's going to be able to select the Heroism card to turn off Simon's Anakin Skywalker. He's going to choose Chewbacca. Yep. So now the discard pile of Simon only consists of Traitorous.
Yeah, and that's not any something that Anakin can get back or make use of at all.
No.
And that would be the bigger play from Dimitri, who probably can guess that that there will be an Anakin coming into play anytime.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, but again, this just goes to show the power level of Anakin as a card in this set. Again, probably undeniably the strongest card in the set here, because your opponent's playing Commence Patrol basically only for that reason. Anakin is just so rampant at the moment that Commence Patrol is needed just simply as a way. Not only does it trigger your own Anakin because it's a heroism card in a villainy deck, but also it can stop your opponent's triggering as well. You know, Dimitri then played 3 resources for a 2/2. That's effectively what he did in space, right? Which is a terrible rate, but just turning off your opponent's Anakin's good enough. And is that a Yoda's lightsaber? I can see. I can't quite make out what that is. It might be a General's blade.
It's an upgrade, that's for sure.
It is an upgrade.
And it's getting attached to the
is
unit.
That.
So it's getting more beefy, more strong, and it's going to become a problem, I think. The Yoda coming down there.
Indeed, yeah. I think it is a General's blade there, yeah. So I think it's +3/+3, isn't it? Yeah. So Gungi, pretty big and scary, but the best thing about upgrades is you get to attack with them straight away, right? If you put it on a readied unit. But here, Gungi was already exhausted. So a General's blade, not really the best thing to play.
Coming down here to the face with the legacy run. I was gonna use the nickname once again.
No, that's
but
the official name
now.
now. That is the official name. Toblerone in space is the name now. There's no way around it.
And let's see what's going to happen now. I think it's up to Simone for the next action.
Yeah. No, I think he's not claimed. Yeah. So unless they've just not moved the initiative token there, but yeah, Thrawn just slamming into base there for Dimitri. 14 damage now on the base of Simone. So he's getting there now. Again, this is we're not in the force base matchup we were last time, where we have 28 HP on both bases. 25 is far easier to deal with. Shin Hati putting a lot more pressure on now. She's very vulnerable to an Anakin, but as we saw before, there's still no heroism cards now in the discard of Simon, so he still can't activate this Anakin if he does have it. I think it's another General's Blade in hand that I saw. Not exactly what he wants to see. I think it's a Felder Dragon as well, which has absolutely no targets there either.
Yeah, Dimitri is doing a great way to control this match, even building up a pretty impressive board, I could say. 4 units on the ground, 2 units in the space against the 3 units, while 1 is buffed up here from Simone.
Yeah, so I think someone's just going to have to pull the trigger there on the Owen Lars. Unlike Dimitri, he can't trigger it twice with Thrawn, so he does only get to look once. Gets a Yaddle, really not what he wants to see here.
No, and we also saw that in the expression of Simon, that he wasn't that happy to see a Yaddle. Meanwhile, he's a fun guy. Look at him.
He is, but have you noticed that some of that early exuberance that he showed is kind of drifted away a bit now, because I think he's under a lot of pressure here from this Thrawn force.
Yeah, it's reasonable that he's under a lot of pressure. As you see, the board that Dimitri already established.
Yeah,
Greedo's
lots of threats.
still there, right?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Greedo's been
It's a
hanging around
strong
for a
one.
while. He is, yeah. 3-1 for 1 is a great rate. Greedo's been a card that we've see a lot of play ever since set 1, and I think will continue to do so in Premier until he rotates out. Damage now represented on Dimitri's side of the board. We've got 5 in space, and then another 11 on the ground. 16 damage being represented here. Obviously, we've already attacked with Greedo, so that's 13 more. So there is absolutely lethal being represented here.
Yeah, Simonus now, he needs to decide to start trading to get rid of units at least, because otherwise this game is lost for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to need something big in his hand as well. He's got all the tools on the board. I mean, Yoda can trade, he can restore a little bit. Gungi can attack and then discount something in his hand. He just needs to draw the right cards. And from the looks of it, I don't think he's drawing his Anakins or his Lukes. And really, he needs to start seeing them to try and stabilize this board a bit.
Indeed, now that there is some fodder in the discard pile for Anakin, it would be optimal to get him out.
Indeed, yeah. He will be able to defeat a Shinhati if needed. But again, we're still holding fire here. Don't know what's in the hand of Simone, but it could be many things. I think I might have spied an entrench there. Finally, Anakin Champion of Mortis comes down. Again, does he have... Yeah, it's only the one, right? So yeah, just defeats the Shin and defeats the Thrawn. He must have a villainy card in his discard pile as well.
I can't recall seeing anything go to the discard
I'm not sure
pile,
what he
but
played. I must have missed that. I'm not sure
Yep.
what he played, but yeah, he must have a villainy card in his discard pile as well.
something big is coming on. Or it's just the cost that he paid for Anakin, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Legacy Run chipping in away, another 3 damage now.
You see, he keeps flying by.
He does, just knocking into the base, right? The energy conversion lab, just knocking chunks off the structure.
Like the antennas falling down and stuff. Yeah.
Oh no, it's the Toblerone in space.
Exactly.
Okay, so what's that now? 22 damage. So we are 1 attack away for Dimitri. At the moment, he's only got the X-Wing that's able to attack, so he can't defeat it, can't end it this round. But I can't really see any way now for Simone to block off both arenas.
The blaster onto the Owen
There
for
we go.
game. Dimitri taking game 1, making our poor farmer into a weapon. So sad to see, but you see, in war, everyone had to fight, right?
Indeed, yeah. It was funny that Owen, who was there for pretty much the entire game there, finally finished the game off with his blaster, his hidden blaster from under his cloak, and ended it there.
Exactly. You already called him. Like, at some point, you have to answer him.
Yeah.
He didn't get answered, and look, he took the killing blow.
That's it. If you don't answer Owen, not only does he heal a lot, but he does just act as a way to house these hotshot blasters, is a channel to actually direct that damage into your opponent. So yeah, unfortunate for Simone there, that game not going exactly the way he wanted. Unfortunately, just not drawing those Jedi Knights when they would have, the Luke Jedi Knight, when they would have been really helpful. You need to draw these stabilization tools. Didn't get to use ECL the entire game, I don't think, which is, again, a big shame for him. If he would have had the extra 5 base HP or whatever it might be, then, Data Vault or whatever it might be, even more than that, it might have made a difference there. But, yeah, whenever you can not make effective use of Energy Conversion Lab, usually you're in a bit of trouble.
True. It's only 25 HP compared to the other ones where you have 30 or even more. It's a bit of a waste to then not use that ability. But of course, if you can't use it, if you don't have the chance to use it, then it's just unlucky.
That's exactly
we
right.
also saw Simon's face when he gets to reveal some cards. It was not what he was hoping for. And hopefully this game goes better for him right now.
Yeah, well, hopefully, because we love game 3s here, right? Like, as much as we're impartial, we don't root for a particular player. Whenever a player wins round 1, we always like to see the other player, and then we get to go to get the full gamut. Although you'll notice that, I mean, we're 20 minutes now into the round, so time is a ticking. So if Simone wants to win this match and not end up with a draw, then which obviously is preferable for him, then he will need to get a shift on.
That's for sure a thing. But it's not just us that want more matches, right? We want
No.
more matches for the people at home as well. We
No, I
just
want
want
them
to
for me.
we-
Let's turn off the stream now. I'll
we
just
want
watch
to
them.
spam them with content. We want to spam them with matches here live from
Indeed.
Bilbao. And
Yeah, and that's why
the
we've got
thing.
this Feature Match 2 area set up as well, because it
Exactly.
means that we get as many matches as possible from the event to you. You know, of the hundreds of thousands of matches that are taking place, we can only show you so many, but we hope that, you know, it's almost like 24-hour Star Wars Limited coverage channel, right? It's like one of those 24-hour TV channels. We
Almost.
pump as much Star Wars Limited to people as possible over these 3 days. We have a full day tomorrow of Star Wars Limited as well.
Exactly, where we're going to cover the top 8 from the premiere, and then we're also going into the finals of the Sealed.
Indeed, yeah. And I think there was a bright hope taken out there from Simon from his main deck. Did mention one of the only ships there. Yeah, look at all these spaceships. The Obi-Wan's Ether Sprite as well. All of the ships are coming out. You don't want to trigger your opponent's Legacy Run. Again, that is, you know, this deck is basically Throne Legacy Run. That's the deck.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
if you can potentially be in a situation where your opponent can't trigger it, it does make life so much easier for you.
Yeah, we saw the hoops that Dimitri had to jump through to get this effect of the Legacy Run. And like you said, Simon does not want to enable that at all. He also saw that Dimitri has a lot of ground units pumping out, so it would only be reasonable that he gets some kind of removal, some kind of counter to that game plan that Dimitri has.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've seen Entrenched being taken out there as well from Simon. And I believe I saw Perilous Position come in now. I don't think it's a particularly strong card in the matchup, but what it will do is it means it does more work than a space unit that you can't play. So yeah, I think he's kind of forced to put in some cards that he otherwise wouldn't want to include. There's not many situations where you want to cut out all.
He's having a good time. That
He
makes me
is.
smile. Like
Absolutely.
he lost the match, but he's still having a good time. And I've been saying this a lot. The people here in the community, they are just great. They are
yeah.
just Star Wars fans who want to play a TCG, and it shows.
This is going to sound really corny, but I'll tell you something, right? There's only one thing better than sitting down for your opponent and winning a match of Star Wars Unlimited in a competitive event, and that's when you lose and you can be a good sport for your opponent. You can smile, you can shake the hand, you can have a good time. Honestly, it's a competitive event, but it's not all about winning at all costs. I think part of it as well is being a good sport. Shaking your opponents and congratulating them if you do lose. They're on cloud 9, they're happy, and I think just sharing that moment with them in some way, I think is a really nice thing to do. And
100%.
it makes the events more enjoyable because nobody wins all the time.
Yeah,
Nobody.
that's the thing. You're going into a match, and one of these people are going to win, and one of them is going to lose.
Every
Whatever
time.
happens.
Indeed.
Or you go into a draw, but yeah, that's also not what everybody wants.
Exactly
right.
right. It's not quite a loss, but it's almost there.
It's almost a loss, yeah. So just having a good time, like you can admit, wow, that was a great play you did there to get around my board or around my unit. Admitting that and just seeing the beauty of the game instead of just winning, that's what matters.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's not to say, we don't like being competitive. Being competitive is really important, but it's being competitive and also sort of, following the spirit of the game and like I said, being a
100%.
good sport. I think that's Regional Governor in the hand of Simone. He is throwing that away, but I think Regional Governor there should help potentially if he does end up drawing it again after the mulligan. Maybe you could even name Legacy Run potentially and try and prevent some of these combos coming down. That's a possibility. I'm not sure how well you can actually protect a Regional Governor on the ground, but it's certainly possible. I
Yeah.
think what he's hoping for this game is to be able to deploy Obi-Wan and not have it immediately get defeated and actually, protect his ground units.
That will be the play indeed, because we didn't really see any more Sentinels here from Simon last game. So I think that is indeed the play. Just get the Obi-Wan out, maybe buff him up a bit with the General Blade, and we'll see where we get from there.
Indeed, yeah. I'm not sure if he runs Village Protectors, but if he does, then that would be potentially be another option. Yeah. Oh, no.
It's not looking good for Simon.
It's either the best bluff in the world or he really doesn't have a good hand.
But he's lucky. Dimitri is not even watching him, so his poker face is still saved.
You know what? He's either lucky or really unlucky. I think. I think it's a level 100 play, and he's actually got the best hand he could possibly want. Right? No, I
Yes,
don't think he
let's
does.
go with that. Sure.
I don't think he does. He's got a Yoda. He's got a Perilous Position. I think there's a Jedi Lightsaber in there as well. Does he have a turn 1 play? I don't know if he does.
It's
Card in
hard-
the far left
hard
of his
to see
hand.
here.
Might be Gungi. Is that a Gungi? No, he has no turn 1 play. Oh, he does. Okay, it is a Gungi. Okay.
Yeah,
The way
yeah.
he touched the initiative token there. Did you see he moved over his hand? It baited me. Yeah, okay, he did have a turn 1 play. It was a prestige.
And the
Prestige
Sage
Gungi,
coming
yeah.
down here for Dimitri.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this isn't limited environment. Sage, absolutely a strong card here, but it's not like the absolute terrifying force that it is in limited.
Yeah.
You know, it's just another. Yeah, every turn on play in constructed is good, really. So
Exactly. As long as you can like see the curve, as long as you can play when you need to play, then that's perfect. If you can play perfectly on curve, you're good in Premier.
yeah, and we've been talking a lot, especially with some of the aggro decks that we've seen today, about how important those early turns are. This sort of matchup is where it doesn't really matter that much, to be honest. Both decks, while they're not control, they are kind of slower mid-range decks. And those early turns don't necessarily matter too much. Although, if your opponent doesn't have an answer, I mean, this is all in here. If Dimitri has a Power of the Dark Side, this game is going to end on the spot. But it doesn't look like he does. So the gamble pays off there.
So he goes into the Gungi with the Sage, because it still has a shield, right? So at least you can do some damage on it.
Yeah.
Get ready for some other removal that Dimitri maybe has in hand. But Simon has a really strong Gungi there.
He does indeed, yeah. Jedi Lightsaber. Obviously, Gungi is a force unit, so when he attacks, he will give the defender -2 for the phase, so Gungi can clear off the Secretive Sage there without taking any damage in return. Fantastic for him. Again, there will be another opportunity, potentially, for Dimitri to draw and play a Power of the Dark Side, although Simone is going to have initiative going into round 4.
Yeah, a great play here again from Dimitri. Already crashing with the Sage and busting the shields. Basically making Simone trade the Sage because it looks like an optimal trade. While he could have gone to base and already get damage on that 28 base, because he's 3 life points behind if you look at it like that.
He is indeed, yeah. From the very beginning of the game, you're behind on HP there. There we go. So Shinhati once again being defeated. This Jedi Lightsaber is doing so much work on attack, giving opponent unit -2/-2. He's cleared off both of these units now without taking any damage and retaliation. Now, once again, he's vulnerable to removal, but Dimitri doesn't have it. He mustn't have it, or otherwise it would be down by now, which means that Dimitri here is, he's being really, really pounded by this Gungi.
Dimitri should have played it as well. Yeah, that's 100% the correct play. But if he doesn't have anything, he's debating, looking at the health or what the Jedi Lightsaber is doing.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure exactly what the judge call was there, but Dimitri, he knows what the card does. He was like, I don't need to read it.
Yeah.
I don't need to read it.
Simon was quick to give it. He'll read it. Makes my Gungi very strong.
Indeed, yeah. 4 resources here. What's he going to play? Could have a Chirrut, but again, not great on this board. Does have the Force.
The
Okay.
Tyrannus coming down.
Yeah, Darth Tyrannus. So he can play the shield first, then do the ambush. So he gets to deal 4 more damage to Gungi. That's 6 damage to Gungi, but Gungi has so much HP. 5 base HP for a 2-drop is just unbelievable. And then so he's got 8 HP now, this Gungi. So 2 remaining. So despite having been hit into by a Darth Tyrannus and a Secretive Sage, this little Wookiee's still going strong.
Yeah, he's been bringing a lot of value here for Simon, this Gungi with the lightsaber. And yeah, it's paying off. If you can even survive getting attacked by a Sith Lord, then I don't know what's up, honestly.
Indeed, yeah, he's definitely improved his skills with the lightsaber, the Gungi here. No play from Simone there. 4 resources left unspent. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, that is really not ideal. Either he was trapped into having to do that so that his Gungi doesn't get traded away, maybe as a way to protect the Gungi, or he had nothing to play, which I did see a Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker in hand, which would be helpful later on, but skipping 4 resources has really put Dimitri back into the game.
It might sound like a costly thing to not spend those, but I think there must be a bigger plan in Simon's brain right now than we can know. We don't know his hand, so there might be an opportunity for him to make the Gungi. Oh, the base is getting used this time. To ambush Chewie in.
Yeah, Esil Chewbacca, I mean, not the most flashy play, but he's really trying his best. He's recognized his opponent, is trying very hard to deal with this Gungi and failing. Is this another legacy run? Here it is.
Finally.
Now, yeah, finally. It's come out on curve every single game we've seen thrown so far, which is just unbelievable. But yeah, the legacy run there, if his opponent has a way to trigger it once again, it will be absolutely devastating. If he doesn't, it's going to sit there like a big dustbin in space.
Yeah, Simon did set himself up for a lot of damage to get in from the legacy run, from trading the whole time and getting rid of the ground units that Dimitri is putting out. So it might become a bit dangerous here.
Yeah, HP on the board now for Simon. We've got 3 left on Gungi and 2 left on Chewbacca. So it's only 5 HP. So even when he deploys his Obi-Wan, that'll be 12 HP on the board, which is exactly the magic number that Legacy Run needs to clear the board. So Dimitri might end up taking a bit of damage here and just waiting for the Obi-Wan to trigger. We'll have to see for the Obi-Wan to deploy, sorry, because, again, he can fully clear the board if he wants to.
It might make sense, because why not use all the value that you can get from your card? If it just takes some extra damage, you can take it. You have 28 life points right now.
It's a lot. It's 10 damage.
Fine.
It's a lot of damage, but I completely agree. People in card games in general, I think, are a little bit too stingy with their life totals.
Yeah.
They want to protect it a bit too much. Yeah, I completely. You know, I think. Well, there you go. He made the decision there to trigger it straight away. I think that's perfectly reasonable. You know, saving 10 HP, it is a big deal. It's not a minor amount.
I love the movements of these players. You're like, oh, get rid of these cards. Come on.
Yeah, he's very expressive. I can tell you that. So yeah, it's another way to pop the legacy run there. It's just so difficult. We haven't seen a single game where legacy run's been stuck there with no way to trigger it. Right, as long as you play enough ways, by the time you get to 6 resources, you've had enough card draw, especially with the Thrawn who can draw even more cards. That you're just often going to have a way to throw that legacy run at your opponent.
Yeah, you just draw into your combo at some point. The Obi-Wan is getting deployed here. I think it's one of the only plays he has right now. Also throwing out an Anakin to get rid of that opponent's leader.
Yeah, so just -3/-3 for him. Both players only had the single aspect card in the discard pile. So, I mean, it's good enough here, right? Like, Anakin's one of those cards where he's very rarely bad. Sometimes he's unbelievable when you get to do 2 lots of -3/-3. But even just with 1 lot, you know, really strong.
Yeah, also works perfectly with the Obi-Wan to get rid of the Throne instantly.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, definitely powered that down there. Both players exhausted all the resources this turn, so there's going to be no more cards coming from hand. Just deciding, I think the players are just wondering, yeah, a bit of a judge decision here about what's going on. Maybe they're just going to put a reminder token on Thrawn to say that Anakin was used on Thrawn.
Yeah, they're discussing, I think, what's happened. Dimitri is not really saying much, so maybe it's something that Simon isn't really clear on what the game state is right now. Looks like the judge is explaining it, and Simon is like, yeah, all right, that's correct. I think.
If we're going to say Simon is very expressive, Dimitri very much so is not, right? He's he's sitting there, he's not giving anything away. He has the best poker face I've seen so far today.
Dimitri is full focus.
Indeed, yeah.
Let's I don't really care what's going on. I only care what's happening on the board, what's happening in my hand.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
We've
it
just
makes
seen
sense.
here, it's crazy. We've managed to get on stream now 2 Thrawn 4 stacks, 2 Thrawn Cunning 4 stacks, and they're
And it's
just
the same player.
I mean, yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. So just the power level of the amazing power level of the legacy run. I mean, that card is just so good. It sees play. I don't think in any other deck in the entire game, because dealing 6, it turns out, isn't actually that good. But dealing 12 damage. I mean, 12 damage deals with basically any board in Constructed you could ever hope to see.
Yeah, it's basically a board wipe if you get it off.
We know we pay 8 resources for a board wipe. Super Laser Blast. That's a very very powerful card. So to pay 5 for a board wipe is just what an incredible rate that is for a one-sided board wipe. Importantly as well.
Yeah, you pay 5 and then the extra cost to like trigger it to die or to crash it or something. But indeed the cost
usually
is
you're
just
playing
5.
under the unit though, right? Like if you're doing it with a Talisman's Assassin, you get a 4/4 out of the deal. If you're playing it with an Anakin, you get a 5/7 out of the deal. So you're always leaving something. You know, if you had to like vanquish your own legacy run, it wouldn't be very good, right? But when you're just playing another unit yourself, it's just such a great tempo swing.
Yeah, it's an amazing card, and especially in this, I'm happy that we can showcase it as well, because it's like one of the decks I think that won't be that big going to day 2.
Yeah.
So it's very nice that we can show it now here on stream.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the data for every single leader-based combination because there's dozens and dozens of them. But I imagine Thrawn, Crystal Caves is probably very low down the list. It might be a couple of players on that at most. I would say maybe half a dozen.
Yeah, we did have stats earlier today of what people were here with, but we saw Sabines, we saw Cat Banes.
Yep.
In the top, we saw Bobas as well, but we didn't see much Thrawns there.
No. It's interesting because he's a leader that I think everyone recognized when he was revealed. He's one of those that does have potential.
Yep.
Being able to double trigger when defeated is clearly a powerful ability. Nobody would deny that, but you do need the right supporting cards. And at the moment that there just weren't that many, but then as Jumps to Lightspeed released and stuff, we got the legacy run. You just need a couple of these specific powerful ones, and that's enough, right? You don't need hundreds. Your whole deck doesn't need to be full of when defeated. You just need a few that are really good.
Yeah, that's perfectly explained. That's indeed what the issue was.
Thank you.
You're so happy.
How generous of you.
No, yeah,
And
exactly.
also, Legends of the Force, I've just realised as well, I mean, really what we got in that was card draw, right? We got so many ways
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Owen Lars,
The
the Night
Kaimundi.
Sister Warrior, so many ways to fill up your hand.
Yeah,
And if
yeah.
you fill up your hand, as you mentioned, you've got a much higher chance of drawing your combo.
Yeah, it's like we're taking like a different turn here with the cards building and like how we're starting to create cards and what their effects will be from being like more into I hope to draw into something, like I'm forcing my deck to draw into something good.
Yeah, you don't want to leave anything to chance. You're going to draw as many cards as you can and see where we go. And again, any deck that can run Anakin, you're going to run Anakin. It's great.
So I guess Obi-Wan just crashed into the Tron, putting
Yeah.
him back into the leader position on the board.
Yes.
And we're back to the game state that we saw when we left you guys.
yeah, that's the only thing that's happened there. Like you said, between the Anakin, between Simon's Anakin and the Obi-Wan, he's managed to clear off the throw, only take 1 damage in return. So he is taking a bit of a board lead now. He's got a leader entirely up on his opponent,
Yeah.
which is really nice. And part of this might be because Dimitri, he didn't get greedy with that legacy run and uses life total as a resource, because now, you know, the legacy run had to pop and it didn't. He could have defeated a whole extra unit on top of what it defeated if he would have waited.
Yeah, 100%. It's like you said, it's understandable that you're afraid to take a lot of damage. 10 damage is a lot. But in the end, your health pool is a resource.
Yes.
And it's a resource that you should use. It doesn't matter if you win with 100 points or with 1 point. It
Yeah.
matters that you're alive.
Indeed, yeah, and getting material off the board. If you think about it in chess terms, getting material off the board is just such an important thing to do. Chirrut now, again, standout performer. I think over the whole weekend, both Limited and Constructed, we're going to see this card come up again and again and again. You know, just a fantastic card to block the board up. Razor Crest, card that we have not seen played at all today. A card you don't see very often. Pulled back the... He did pull back an upgrade from his discard pile. I'm not sure exactly what
It's
it was.
probably going to be the General's
That's
Blade.
right. That's what it was. This game, wasn't it? Yeah, the General's
yeah.
Blade. Yeah. Or was it the Jedi lightsaber? This. Yeah. I'm not sure.
It could be the Jedi lightsaber.
I think it was the Jedi lightsaber this time.
you're
Yeah.
right.
So
It
Jedi
was
lights-
the
yeah,
General's
so-
Blade last
Yeah,
game.
that's right. Yeah. Getting our games mixed up. So yeah, General's Blade. Not this game. Jedi lightsaber back in hand from Razor Crest. Interesting they brought that in even against the Legacy run because, you know, again, it can... I mean, it does value trade into the Legacy run. I suppose if you could trigger it on your own terms, that does make it less threatening, right? You could just pop it when you want to rather than waiting for your opponent to find the opportune moment.
The thing is, indeed, when you're able to dictate the pace of the game, when you dictate when something with triggers from your opponent, it doesn't matter that much. You can do it on basically an empty board, right? Then it's wasted.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal situation, is that your opponent has a legacy bonus, nothing on the board. You use Energy Conversion Lab, ram in Razor Crest into it and pop it there and then you just don't end up losing anything, which, again, that would be the absolute ideal scenario. So what have we got now for Dimitri? What can he play to try and get back onto this board? Neither player under any pressure in terms of their base health. I mean, you know, 23 left on the side of Dimitri, 25 on the side of Simone. So this game is going to go on probably quite a bit longer. And again, this time Simone can't just concede to save time. He has to play it out because otherwise he's out of the match, which means that if he's going to want to go on to win this match, he's going to have to really speed things up.
Yeah, there's still one other game. I'm not really sure what's happening, but I think he realized how much time there is left. I truly think that's what's happening. Just
Very
when we
possible.
were talking about it, he's like,
maybe.
oh yeah,
we all
only
have the same
17 minutes
epiphany at the
left.
same moment.
And he started playing a bit quicker now, I think. But yeah, it's looking good for Dimitri in this case, even though his board isn't the best at the moment. Can't complain. A turret with the Force, an Anakin. But yeah, it could be better.
Yeah, I just think Dimitri here, you know, he's obviously got a few cards in hand, many decisions to make. And again, he's not under as much time pressure. He can just play at his normal pace here. You know, at the end of the day, it's against the rules to play slowly, but you can play at a normal pace. You don't have to speed up as the match goes on. You know, that's not a rule.
Icarus coming down. Another when defeated, but like we said before, it can't be triggered with the Tron ability because you need to have the Force, and there is no window to get it out.
Indeed, yeah. So Chirrut there bites the dust. Did absorb an attack from Obi-Wan there. So again, doing his role nicely. A lot of pressure building on the side of Simone, but again, enough to get the game ended quickly. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough to even start a third game after this game, but we'll see what's going to happen. Simone is playing a bit quicker now, I noticed, making quicker decisions, while Dimitri is still, I can take my time, like you said.
I think what happened is I think Dimitri actually said, "Can you play a bit quicker?" Because he actually spoke up for the first time in the match that I've seen. Again, this is speculation, but and then Simone pulled her face as if, "Oh goodness me, you know, I'm surprised." Oh yeah, you good point. I'm playing quite slowly, so I wonder if that's what's going on here. But yeah, like I said, a marketed increase in the speed that Simone's playing at, I'd say.
Yeah, 100%. It's important to keep a good pace in your gameplay, but these guys, they know what they're doing. They just play decks that take a lot of time to start rolling. And when you get two of those decks against each other, yeah, you're in for a long game.
Yeah, when you're not playing an aggro deck, you've got two opponents to deal with. You've got your opponent across the table and time itself. You know, the it's quite philosophical there.
Yeah,
I suppose time is the enemy of all of us in the end. But,
oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm quite deep, you know. But yeah, especially for these players here, you know, if you're playing Sabine, no, but you've got all the time. You spend as long as you need. But when you're playing Obi-Wan, when you're playing any kind of heroism, command, vigilance kind of combination, those games do tend to drag on.
Yeah, people with decks that take a bit longer, like these two players, they don't have time to eat something between the rounds. They have to rush to their next table.
Yeah, another reason why I play aggro decks, because I want to go to the toilet, I want to get something to eat.
100%.
I want to have a little relax. These players, they're hardcore. They're like, no time for a break. Who needs a break when you can play another game of Star Wars Unlimited?
I played for 55 minutes. I'm going to play the 55 minutes.
Exactly right. I've paid for 55 minutes. I'm going to get my 55 minutes.
Exactly.
So the force is with me, giving 2 experience tokens to Obi-Wan there and allowing him to attack all in one action. He is a force unit.
A lot of damage here then. Right into the base. He's not trading anymore, Simone.
Yeah, how much damage was that? So that's 4 for Obi-Wan, 3 for the lightsaber, and 2 more for the experience tokens. That's 9 damage in that swing there. And Obi-Wan is nigh unkillable now. You can't use most removal on leaders, so you wouldn't be able to use the no glory all in results or anything like that, or a waylay or any of those kind of things there. None of that nonsense. So upgrades at their prime, their absolute best on leaders, where they're safe.
He still has the Anakin and the Razor Crest in the space, we can't forget. So, yeah, it's coming pretty close to game, I would say.
Yeah, so I think he should be able to get this game pretty much wrapped up in another action or two, and then we'll have to see a really, really quick game in Game 3 where he tries to race through and get the win quickly. I think Simone's probably going to have to take the role of the aggressive player there. Another legacy run, I mean, it is one of the outs for Dimitri here. 12 damage across the board. I mean, Obi-Wan now is on 7, 10, 12, 7 HP himself, Obi-Wan. There's 7 more for Anakin, that's 14. So if Dimitri is able to trigger the legacy run, he will only be able to deal with the Razor Crest and one other unit. One of the rare board states where you've got more than 12 HP on the board here for Simone.
Yeah, but still 100% worth for Dimitri to go for that play at the moment. As the most damage that he can stop, the better at this moment. He's at 19 life points. Only 9 left for Simone to take the game home.
Yeah, 22 damage now on Dimitri's base. Only 6 left to go, so it's going to be able to get there in one action next turn. So I think Simone, play the game. Now he's playing quick. You need to play quicker. That Yoda, yeah, I mean, you get that down as quick as possible here. Get your cards drawn. Wait for your opponent's first action and get the attacking with Obi-Wan and get on yourself onto Game 3.
He's just reorganizing his discard, his resource.
This is the thing with Star Wars Limited casting. You've got to sometimes when they scoop, they scoop in exactly the same way they would if they reorganize the resources. So often you're like, oh, is he conceded? No.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say like, why Simon? Why? But it's okay. It's okay. No worries, guys.
Yeah, he's not scooping just yet. Right. Yeah. So you've got 22 damage on your base,
Counting
1
again.
attack. So unless you've got an answer, Dimitri, let's get to Game 3.
Yeah, Dimitri has the initiative, taking his time. Yep.
At the end of the day, Dimitri also
what
needs
he's
to speed. I
thinking
mean, he
about.
needs to speed up as well because this game is, unless he's got an answer here, this game's pretty much lost.
Yeah.
So he can slam him with Legacy Run. That means he can deal 3 there, and then he's got 12 damage to split how he sees fit. So again, we said how many was on Obi-Wan? There's 7, 10, 12. So 7 left on Obi-Wan.
So 5 left to deal out. He can take out the Razor Crest
And the Yoda. Indeed, yeah.
Which is a really beautiful trade here.
Indeed,
for
it
just
does mean
a 5
that.
cost.
Oh, there's a shield. Was there a shield on Obi-Wan?
Yeah, there is a shield on Obi-Wan.
Okay, so Legacy Run can't defeat the Obi-Wan then. So it's just attack with Obi-Wan for lethal. right? Because you can't get past
yeah.
the shield.
Yeah, but I think they're still discussing
Oh, I tell you,
where the damage is going.
yeah,
right?
actually, this is really important because Obi-Wan's got 7 HP, right? So what that means is the first trigger of a Legacy Run goes first. You can actually deal 1 to the shield, and then the second trigger of Withdrawn lets you deal another 6, but that's not enough to deal with Obi-Wan. So Obi-Wan's going to be on 1
indeed.
HP.
Yeah.
So Obi-Wan can't be defeated here. He can attack him for lethal. So once the time has been wasted you doing the maths, then we can actually get the game ended.
I think Simon as well. Like you're looking at his face. He knows. Okay, this is game Dimitri. Let's just go to game 3.
Yeah.
We both know what's going to happen, but Dimitri's like, no, I want to play this out. I want to see where this is going.
Indeed. Yeah, but again, for Dimitri's perspective, it doesn't behoove him to spend his time doing this either because he needs to win the game quick. Otherwise, it's going to be drawn. Nobody wants to draw.
Yeah,
you know?
that's the thing, right? There is no advantage in like starting to slow play and stuff like that because a draw is worth almost nothing.
Indeed. In this situation, both players have already had a loss as well. Oh no, they've had a draw. Have they had a
Yeah.
So they've had a draw as well. Okay, so it's possible you can have 6 wins and 3 draws and still qualify for day 2. So it's theoretically possible. If the game does end in a draw, both players can still get into day 2 of Premier, but it's a lot harder, right? It means you can no longer have any losses.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to have some kind of barrier for yourself because you never know what's going to happen. You can have bad hands. It's RNG. This is a TCG. Sometimes you are unlucky and you don't get what you need. And if you're already setting yourself up to get more draws, you actually like taking away points from yourself as well.
Indeed, yeah. And I think normally what I would say at this point is often people between game 1 and 2 they'll sideboard. Okay, even if they're not going to bring in any cards, they'll put the sideboard into the main deck. They'll have a look. They'll make it look like they're at least making some changes. Between game 2 and game 3, people very rarely do that. You should do it as well because you might want to change some cards. But in this situation, this is the one time when I would say, you know what, don't do it because you need to get the game going 100%. As quick as possible.
Yeah, you're right on that case.
Okay, let's just see what both players get here.
Let's see what that hand will be for Simone. He's not looking that happy. He's been very expressive the whole tournament, but maybe he's trying to put his poker face on right now.
Just want to mention as well, we are getting word there is a 3-minute time extension here for both players. So when that timer hits 0, it isn't tiebreaker rules. There is an extra further 3 minutes on top of that as well. I don't believe the extension is included in that time at the top of the screen. So don't panic. If we get to 0 minutes there's still a little bit of time left for both players.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm not sure how we're going to show it, but I'm sure production will find a way to make that clear for the people at home.
Indeed, yeah. Even if it means me going 3 minutes, 2 minutes 59 seconds.
Yeah,
2 minutes 58 seconds. We could do that,
We
right?
can just start counting.
We could do that. Have you ever watched Blitz Chess?
No, not really, no.
No, well, I'll tell you, there's only one thing better than watching Blitz Chess when players have got almost no time on the clock, and it's watching Star Wars Unlimited players play with no time on the clock. Because, boy, oh boy, when you're trying to move pieces around a board or cards around a table when you've got no time, it gets hairy very quickly.
Right?
Indeed, yeah. I've seen players throw cards all over the place.
As long as it's clear for your opponent what's happening, then it's fine.
Yeah, if both players accept that cards flying all over is fine, then it's fine. Right, let's see here. So, was the mulligan there for Simone? There was no mulligan for Dimitri, I believe. So we'll have to see, does he have a turn 1 play this time round? I think that's a Gungi again. Although I could be wrong.
The Gungi proven to be a very good card for Simone.
And very difficult for me to spot in the hand, apparently. It is a Gungi, yeah. I've seen it. Yeah. Okay. It's that very shiny Prestige Gungi. And credit to the players we've seen today. So many of them are bringing blinged out decks. We've seen Prestige. We've seen, tons of awesome cards, Galactic Championship promos, all those kind of thing, which is it's great to see. I love seeing these alternate arts.
If you have them, why not show them off,
Indeed,
right?
yeah.
Especially in a tournament like this where you could be on the feature match. You want to be on your best.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to be looking your best, right? It's the equivalent of wearing your tuxedo and driving around in your Ferrari, right? When
that's the same thing, actually, yeah.
Yeah, well.
I don't brag about my Ferrari. I brag about my promos in my binder.
That's it. True card gamer. And you can see Dimitri, he's not interested in any kind of trade here. He's going base this time. He needs to absolutely try and get this game ended quickly. No Power of the Dark Side again, which again would have probably ended the game on the spot. But here we go, the high risk, high reward strategy of Gungi plus weapon. This time we're back to General's Blade. So we had General's Blade game 1, we had Jedi Lightsaber game 2, and we're back on General's Blade, which is probably... I'm not sure how good it is, to be honest, because the Jedi Lightsaber would have been useful here as well. But honestly, General's Blade, fantastic on Gungi. Being able
Owen
to play
coming
units
out
for
as
cheaper
well.
is just so important.
We're playing so quick. It's beautiful to see how quickly
is.
suddenly they can play.
What are you saying? Yeah, you're absolutely right. When players have to, they play really, really quick. You're absolutely right. And it's funny, players, they really don't give themselves enough time in Game 3. They just kind of play such a leisurely pace, and then they play really quick in the final round. Why not just play a little bit quicker throughout?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you don't put yourself in this position.
But I think it's like the pressure as well of the time. You see that number going down. The legacy run here coming out
That's
as
a
well.
4 resource legacy run?
Uh,
Sorry, why have we got a 4 resource legacy run? Have I missed something? Or did that card cost 5? And we've only got 4 resources for the
unit you
throne
play
player.
each round has a when defeat ability.
It
Costs
does.
1
Oh,
less because of
okay. Oh,
Krennic.
wow. Okay, I'm so washed up. Never mind, Krennic.
Don't.
You're absolutely right. Okay, that interaction's not happened at all in these. How did I miss Krennic? Okay, yeah, absolutely right.
Luckily, we also have a great card spotter down there,
We do indeed.
having our back.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, that's it. You know, you got to have each other's back there. Krennic, it's funny, you know, that's a really phenomenal interaction, actually. It's so important and powerful in the deck, and it's just funny we haven't seen it yet. But yeah, this is, this is aggro Obi-Wan at his best, right? We've got Gungi, Lightsaber, Owen, Chewbacca being able to play the turn early as well. Both players getting discounts on their 5 drops because of either General's Blade or Krennic, respectively.
Yeah, getting the legacy run out 1 turn earlier can make so much difference in the units that stay on board and the damage that gets dealt.
Yeah, and now because we're a turn earlier, Anakin does not have a when defeated ability, so that means that Dimitri cannot use Anakin to trigger Legacy Run this turn, the normal curve that you would see of Legacy Run into Anakin. So I think one of the only ways he'll have to trigger it at this point is either play a second Legacy Run from hand and pop it that way because it's unique, or playing Talzin's Assassin. So fewer options here, and if he can get this Legacy Run triggered, I mean, it will completely wipe up Simon's board.
Meanwhile, the Gungi keeps on hitting the base of Dimitri. Is already on 15 damage.
Yeah. 8 more damage there coming in from... 5 more damage coming in there from Gungi. Yeah, I mean, this Gungi is so big. I mean, this army of Wookiees, right? Chewbacca and Gungi.
Yeah, they're the perfect team, I would say.
Now, where's the... we need the Wookiee Tribal. Oh, he does have a second Legacy Run. That's absolutely brutal there. Again, there's only about 5 cards in the deck there that actually trigger that there. And you can see the reaction on Simon's face. He knows what a devastating play that is. Gungi still has 5 HP. That's 3 more for Lars. It's 8. Plus another 6 is 14. So, yeah, the Owen Lars is going to survive. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably going to be it here for Simone. Yeah. Unfortunately for him, it really did come down to, once again, does your opponent have a way to pop Legacy Run or not?
Exactly. The Owen is not really a threat right now for Dimitri. Okay, it has some restore, but yeah, who really cares? At this point, he has some space units which can start doing damage. He has the General that's still there.
Yeah, second Chewbacca this time. He does get it down for 3 resources because before Gungi perished, he did manage to get an attack in. And that General's Blade ability does stick around for the whole turn. So does manage to get another Chewbacca down. So he is putting some more pressure on. Next turn, he will be able to deploy Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan with the Sentinel is going to block up the ground arena, be able to put some more pressure on. So Dimitri, he is behind on the race. He's 8 damage behind here. Although, again, because of the base health, not quite as much.
Dimitri is behind here, but he already has a setup to do another board drive with the Legacy Run that he just played again. So,
yeah, that's the beauty of a Legacy Run into Legacy Run. You get another one.
Exactly. He's still there. So the threat for Simone is still on board, and he has no way to deal with it in a way that he doesn't really get the damage from it, because he needs to establish a board to get the damage out.
Indeed, yeah. I think at this point for Simone, he's got to assume his opponent doesn't have a way to trigger another Legacy Run. At that point, it will be too much.
But he's wrong. Did you see the assassin in the hand of Dimitri?
Yeah, indeed. He is wrong, but you've got to play to your ounce. Yeah, at this point, I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult. He can sneak in with another 5 here. He does have initiative, so he's going to at least be able to put his opponent to 20. Dimitri with no way to restore as of yet. No Owen Lars is in play right now. So only 8 damage away, but 8 damage can feel like a hell of a lot when you don't have any way to deal burn damage from hand. Still no use for ECL here. Last game we saw it be used for the Chewbacca, which wasn't the best use. So yeah, ECL really not providing very much in this matchup at all.
Yeah, Simon haven't really seen any big plays with the ECL at all. Meanwhile, Dimitri is taking his time. They still have 4 minutes and 10 seconds right in the end. They're playing really quick this time, and I think we will be able to see this match truly being finished.
I believe so, yeah. I don't think we're going to go to time here. Neither player wants that conclusion, so they're both playing very, very quick, as you say. And like I said, I think we absolutely should get there here. 4 minutes is a long time when you're both playing decks that are not normally slamming base, but in this situation they certainly are.
Yeah, they can just keep on going. He kills himself so he can get out that search at least from Owen. And let's see if he gets anything good. We'll see it from his face right away, probably.
Yeah, I think is there an Anakin there? Yep, there was indeed an Anakin there. Yep, so he does get the Anakin out. Won't have any villainy cards into his cop pile, so it will only just be the -3, -3. But it's going to be another big threat. These 5-power threats. Obi-Wan as well can deploy this turn. If Obi-Wan gets to connect into Dimitri's base, it's going to present 2 units with lethal on board. This game is going to end very, very soon, one way or the other. From Dimitri's side, he's representing 12 damage on his side, so he can put his opponent to 21, also putting him 1 action away from victory.
We're also 4 seconds away from the overtime starting.
Yep.
And that will be now. So from now on, we have 3 minutes left for the players here.
Yeah, 0 cost Greedo there because of the Chronic's ability. Nowhere near as impactful as the previous use of Chronic's ability there.
The Tron getting wiped out right away by Anakin.
Yep, it's thrown defeated there. Before he got to attack. So yeah, it's Dimitri's action. So Simon there playing so quick that he actually took 2 actions in a row. You can't do that, I'm afraid.
Would be a bit too much, I think. The Chirrut coming down.
Chirrut there. So Chirrut's going to do so much here because the Chirrut is blocking the whole attack from Obi-Wan and then another attack after that. And the entrenched. Oh, another Chirrut entrenched here. 6/8 worth of stats here. So at least from Simon's perspective, that Chirrut won't be able to just defeat the Obi-Wan in 1 action. Obi-Wan does have 7 HP, so if he wanted to attack into it to soften it up a bit, he could. But this is just crazy. What a powerful swing that is. I cannot believe he had the Chirrut. Chirrut alone would not have been enough, but with the entrenched as well, that's huge.
Dimitri also doesn't have the force right now, so he's not going to be able to change those stats from the attacking opponent. But still a very solid way from Dimitri to hang on.
So 4 damage from Obi-Wan onto the Chirrut, right? And he didn't take damage from anything else. So I mean, granted, I might be missing something again, like I did with the Krennic, but I think there should be 4 damage there on a Chirrut.
Looks like Dimitri is now flying into the base with everything he has.
Oh, this game's coming to a swift conclusion now, and it's funny the difference between Game 1, Game 2, and then Game 3 here. Yes, it was obviously the Obi-Wan ability there. He healed 1 damage from Obi-Wan leader, and then dealt 1 damage to the Chirrut as well. So it was 5, leaving Chirrut on 3 HP. So even if Chirrut gets the Force next turn, he will be able to just be answered by both the Anakin and the Chewbacca. 10 damage left on the base of Simon.
I think Dimitri just asked how much time there was left, and he did like a sign. There is 1 minute left, and he started nodding. So 1 minute left in this game for round 4. Simon or Dimitri.
This 3-player game between Dimitri, Simon, and the time. That's who's going to win in the end. I'll have to see.
I think time will always be the winner, Al.
Hopefully for these players, we do have a victor, because the thing is about time, it doesn't qualify for day 2, right? So there's nobody happy when things go to time. Let's see here. What have we got? Anakin. Yep, so we can finish off the Chirrut. No force, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. That's Chirrut entrenched finally dealt with, which means he is now clear to attack him with the Chewbacca. 9 damage represented on the side of Dimitri, which is not enough. He's 1 damage short at the moment from ending the game himself this turn.
But so many resources wasted, right, for Simon to get rid of that turret. It was so much value for Dimitri while he was just being able to go into the base of Simon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That Chirrut did so much work. Chirrut entrenched and water combo. Just, already today twice, 2 occasions, it's just been a phenomenal combo. It's a lot of resources being expended for Dimitri here. What's he got?
Let's see what big boy he's going to drop for that cost. Still thinking. I still have time, he says.
You really don't.
Let's see.
Okay, he's on Anakin. Yeah, so he's on Anakin, so he's going to trigger his legacy run.
I think Simon says no.
I think he was doing his best Darth Vader cosplay there.
And
so manages to beat the Chewbacca, adding another way to trigger, yet another way to trigger a legacy run.
Yoda here for some restore, but it's not going to add up much. The General Blade getting equipped to the Yoda.
Yeah, the General Blade is wielding the Yoda here now, right?
Yeah, exactly. But Dimitri is just flying into the base.
So once again, we're not sure on the result there.
I think Simone won.
He must have ended up winning the game there. Yeah.
Yeah. I think.
Yes, his opponent had no way to answer
Dimitri was like, okay, I can't outplay this anymore.
Yeah.
You won this game. It's cool that he actually, like, before the time hits there, he's like, okay, I'm just going to concede. That's fair. You won the game. I'm not going to drag this out to get a draw.
I think it's a really nice sportsmanlike
that.
gesture, absolutely. He doesn't really benefit massively from it anyway. And I think that at the end of the day, he was going to lose the game there. He had no answer for the order with the General's Blade. That General's Blade coming down, finally getting it there in the end. Which, I mean, what a game. What an absolutely thrilling game.
It was actually a very nice game to watch. It was nice how fast they played in the third game, right?
It's funny, when people are not always happy with the way that draws go, intentional draws and that kind of thing. But honestly, it leads to some great watches where players playing slower decks have to play insanely quickly. And again, this is why Blitz chess is the best way to enjoy chess. So it turns out Star Wars Unlimited, if you play with a 1 minute timer, it's the best way to play the game as well.
So this was a Blitz Star Wars Unlimited, we could say. Maybe the new game mode. You should pitch that.
Oh, that's it. Right. Nobody mentioned this. Nobody heard anything. I'm gonna get that pitched to FFG in private now. Blitz Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, Chad, you heard him. Don't go ahead with that. No, it was a great game. I think once again the sportsmanship of this community is showing out here. Dimitri knew that this could have been ended in a draw, right? Because I thought the life points were the same at the time of the time.
Yeah.
But he was like, no, you won this fair and square. One more turn, and it would have been your game. It's your game, man. You can have the win.
Yeah. I think that's like I said, a really nice gesture there.
All right. We got something special for you lined up. You've been having interviews with the winners of the games as well, but this time we have somebody else. Who is it?
You tell me.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Surprised me as well.
It's one of the artists that we have here in the hall. Normally they're over there. I'm not sure if you can see them. They're they're just out of frame. Too bad, guys. But we can look at them the whole day. And now you guys will be able to look at one of the artists. It's Heitor Prieto. I'm pretty sure that I butchered that name. I'm very sorry about that.
You did a better job than I would have done. So.
We're going to that interview right now. Enjoy, guys.
While we have a little bit of a break in the action, I have a little bit of a treat for you. We have a very special guest joining us on the stream. So could I ask you to tell us who you are and why you're important to Star Wars Unlimited?
Hello, my name is Heitor Prieto, and I am one of the illustrators of Star Wars Unlimited. And I am really glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for being here. I know a lot of the players really appreciate, and the collectors, of course, really appreciate having the artists here. So I think the first question most people are going to be wondering, how do you become an artist for a card game like Star Wars Unlimited? How does that happen?
Yeah, the thing is that I started working for Fantasy Flight a long time ago. It was with another game. And then they came up with this project that at that time it was something that it was in a really early developing time. And when I saw the briefing, the illustrations, and the visual style, I thought that it was just perfect for me. And I decided to become part of the team and started doing these cards. And it has been an amazing journey.
Superb. That sounds fantastic. So pre-existing relationship with the company, there's a new card game, and you're like, I want in. That sounds amazing. So, Star Wars, is this a dream project for you because huge Star Wars guy, or just a nice bonus on an otherwise fun project?
That's a really good question, actually. I love aliens and monsters and all these kind of sci-fi situations. So for me, it was an absolute pleasure. I really like the movies and the shows. I won't say that I am like this kind of experts that know every single detail. I am learning about it every day. But I think it's an amazing universe, and I think it's great to be part of it because all the characters are great, and it's a lot of fun to do it.
And we really appreciate your art, the life you're bringing. I mean, it's really fun for me to see, your cards like, for instance, Salacious Crumb. There's an R2-D2, a Greedo that you've illustrated. These are cards that see quite a lot of competitive play. They're hitting the table quite often. How does it feel when you're kind of watching players play and seeing your cards hitting the table?
That's a really, really good feeling because you put a lot of effort and a lot of love into that cards, and when you see that people is enjoying it and they are using it in the game, it feels really, really good. It's like they are playing with you know, my baby, my card. And that's, I don't know, I'm proud of that. Yeah, that's really, really good.
I mean, it sounds like something absolutely worth being proud of. Now, one question I always like to ask artists, you've obviously done a bunch of cards for Star Wars Unlimited. You've done great work. Is there anything in the game, either a particular character or a theme or a region or an era or something that you want to illustrate that you haven't had the chance yet?
That's a good question as well, because I did many, many cards, a lot of aliens and droids, but honestly, I would love to illustrate a Darth Vader because, you know, it's a pretty iconic character. I haven't had the chance to do it, and I think it will be great to give my own, you know, shot to the character. That will be great.
I mean, we've literally got a Darth Vader in between us here. It's a promo for this weekend, so Darth Vader, very, very iconic character. So I suppose last question here is, like, what would you say kind of to the fans, to everyone that's coming to see you this weekend, to everyone that's enjoying your art? Do you have a message for the people that are enjoying what you're doing for the game?
Well, my only message is just for them to enjoy, to have a lot of fun here, and if they want to come just to say hi and to check what we have there, they are completely welcome to do it. Yes, let's have a chat there.
Superb. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for everything you do for the card game. On behalf of a lot of the players, probably all the players, honestly, thank you for the hard work you put into the game. We all really appreciate it. Because if we don't have really nice pictures on the cards, game is not as much fun. Well, we're going to be back with more action very, very shortly indeed. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. The action is just hotting up here in Bilbao.
Thank you, Ross. Yes, here. Welcome back to coverage live of the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship in Bilbao. Day 2 of this 3-day weekend, but day 1 of the premiere format. Ben here with a brand new friend that's joining us into the casting booth. It's Callum.
Yes, I couldn't be happier to be here. I've been on the floor so far for the last couple of days, getting coverage for all of our lovely viewers, both on stream and out on Instagram and on Twitter, just documenting the entire event. And we're here for a game. I couldn't be happier to be here with you.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
So I'm sure we're going to have a good game.
Absolutely. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you as well. You've said you've been having a little look around there on the floor. What have you been noticing, particularly towards those sort of higher tables, now that we're getting into round number 5 of our Swiss action?
Something I wasn't quite ready for. We've got quite a lot of CAD.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see it. We saw a little bit of it when we did a little bit of work with each other before. It's interesting. It's very aggressive. All the CADs I've seen, you're seeing things like your hotshot blasters. You're seeing potentially breaking in to get through Chirrut, who's very popular across so many different decks, being just standard blue. But then we're seeing quite a lot of what we've seen so far. We're seeing our Mother Talzins. We're seeing some interesting decks. I've seen, we had previously on our stream, we had both Kylo Rens, both red and blue. So I think there's a good mix, but we'll wait and see what we find.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because, I mean, Cad Bane with Tarkin Town primarily as its base combination is an entity that's been around for a long time. I mean, pretty much ever since Cad Bane debuted as a leader all the way back in set 2, it has generally been paired with that Tarkin Town base. And it's just felt like set after set, it seemed to get stronger and stronger and stronger using either the tools already in its inbuilt kit or maybe picking up 1 or 2 along the way. Those that tuned into the coverage yesterday of the sealed environment will have heard that I would have been very, very interested in hearing and seeing Martian Row being used in Cad Bane to double a lot of the raid that you get. Obviously, Cad Bane himself has raid 2 inbuilt on his leader unit side, so if you can double it to raid 4 and Martian Row's an underworld unit, so it triggers Cad, that's a line of play in my opinion.
Definitely, especially with cards like Nihil Marauder, raid 3, buffing up to raid 6. If you've got row out, it's a powerhouse, especially if you then hot shot on top for an extra 2 or a surprise strike for an extra 3. You're pushing such an insane amount of damage from, in effect, one action.
Yeah, certainly. And we're all about trying to get those extra actions ingrained onto themselves once they are in play and in that first action as well. I want to also touch on Tolzin as well a little bit. We saw her obviously very prominently in the sealed regional championship day 1 yesterday. Haven't seen her yet on the feature match table in Premiere. Where do you see Tolzin now in the wake of the force throw suspension? Do you think she's still as strong? Do you think she's better? Or do you think that that force throw was actually a really key component?
I wouldn't say that she was better. I think she very much enjoyed force throw, as many force throw decks did. We're going to push it forwards now into our first round.
We've got Captain Rex.
We've got a lovely showcase Captain Rex with Droid Manufactory against Grand Admiral Thrawn, Data Vault, and we're just straight into it. We have got Rex coming down straight away with 2 clone.
The deserters, those are, aren't
clone
they?
Deserters up against Grand Admiral Thrawn coming down with a turn 1 play matched with Power of the Dark Side to get rid of one of those clone deserters straight away, drawing a card, keeping that hand nice and filled.
Yeah, this Captain Rex deck is really, really fun as well. Generally is noted as the Unity of Purpose combo deck, being able to play out a load of different units and then Unity of Purpose, boost them all up and get these massive swings going in. You've also got Droid Manufactory is the base that is paired with the lowest starting HP base in Star Wars Unlimited currently. You only start with 24 HP, but as soon as that Captain Rex flips into his leader unit side, you get to create 2 battle droid tokens.
Exactly that. A 9 health disparity between Grand Admiral Thrawn on Data Vault with the 33 HP and the Droid Manufactory, as you said, on 24. It is definitely going to be a lot of work to get through. But if anything is going to do it, I think a Unity of Purpose coming down, boosting whatever manner of cards Juan has out on the board is going to be very powerful.
It will indeed. We're going to see the command getting activated here. The 4-cost mono double aspect card is going to go and put it into the resources and give some experience tokens up to that Gungi. Here comes not only the Clone Trooper token that the Captain Rex deploys in with, but that aforementioned trigger of the Droid Manufactory base, creating 2 battle droid tokens out onto the board. And when you're staring that down as a Captain Rex player with just a simple 2-resource Admiral Piet, I mean, if I'm Juanjo here, I'm feeling pretty comfortable.
Definitely. I think there's little room for improvement in Juan Julia's situation here. I'm sure Sullivan's looking at his hand and probably is quite worried, especially if he doesn't have anything that's hitting multiple targets, as the Rex deck specifically moving around all of your low health but wide units. You've got all of your battle droids, you've got all your clones, you've got your cheap 2-cost, 3-cost units that you're going to make massive with, as you said, that Unity of Purpose.
And now we're going to have this Lothwolf that's going to come down here. This is being played out of aspect here in Sullivan's deck with the heroism tag, so is having to pay 4 resources for it. We're timely interventioning this into play as well with the ambush in. So we're ambushing in for 3 damage here into something, or at least, it can't attack, so we can't actually ambush that into play. Very, very good point out there, and well caught by the judges and the spotters on the table here. So that Lothwolf not going to be able to ambush in and sit in the way of whatever it tries to go ahead and survive with here. Sullivan's going to have to try and find another way around this board state.
Absolutely, and it definitely says something about what Sullivan might be playing or what he might have available with things like Anakin. It's obviously going to be there. It's one of, if not the best card from the set, and possibly, in my opinion, the game. It is such a strong card, but it definitely promotes a way you have to build your deck. You need your heroism aspects, or you need your villainy aspects in each side whether or not that is what you are actually running.
Yeah, certainly. We saw it in the last feature match as well, with the Commence Patrol being run in the Thrawn deck to try and help facilitate that heroism aspect that Anakin needs for the second when played ability to activate that second -3/-3 stack. So here, unfortunately, not an ability to use immediately. You're with us here at the moment while the judges try and sort of figure out how the situation is all going to be resolved, but definitely one of the different ways and workarounds that we see players use to try and immediately get access to that Anakin's double trigger without just immediately running something like Flip Palpatine from Twilight of the Republic, for example.
Definitely. You see so many cards. Power of the Dark Side is an absolute staple among so many decks, and now with the introduction of Anakin, it promotes playing it in so many different decks that weren't inherently looking at it. Paying 5 for the aspect penalty, if need be, to do such a powerful effect. It looks like we are headed back in, so I imagine, yeah. So he's just played out the Lothwolf as we were expecting, but this time without the timely intervention, due to that this unit can't attack keyword and text on Lothwolf.
Yeah, but importantly, we've had Unity of Purpose get activated here for each friendly unit with a different name. Give each unit you control +1/+1 for this phase. So we've got Gungi, Rex, Clone Trooper, and Battle Droid. So that's a +4/+4 to every unit on Huanyo's ground arena for this phase. Also being coupled with the fact that the secondary ability of Rex giving trooper tokens a boost, or trooper units a boost, I should say, Battle Droids also carry the trooper tag on their tokens, so they are also benefiting from the Captain Rex effect here, and this is exactly the kind of start that you wanted for this combo-orientated deck.
It's an absolute powerhouse. You can't ask for anything better in a Captain Rex deck. In this position, you've gotten through the Sentinel that Sullivan had to pay even more for. He's already on 22 out of that 23. And like we were talking about at the start, Rex playing with the droid manufacturer is only on 24 HP, but it doesn't matter all that much if you're going to push this much damage through this early.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. As the dice stack up, he's one action away from game here, Huanyo. And Sullivan, I think, is just going to have a little look at the dice here and think, maybe, is there a way for me back in any way, shape, or form? He's putting all of the dice away to the side. No, there's not. It is an official concession, it looks like. Huanyo, with a perfect Unity of Purpose combo curve, takes game 1 against Sullivan on Thrawn Data Vault.
I don't think it could have gone really any better for him. In all honesty, I think maybe he's had a couple games like that before today, but I think if you're on stream, you're playing Rex, you're playing Droid Manufacturing, that is exactly how you want that first game to go. I'd be interested to know what his sideboard might be looking like and what that might include to go against a deck like Thrawn, but I think he's very much just hoping for a very similar hand, and he's just going to sweep out.
Yeah, it looks like it's sort of mostly a little bit of sort of a toolboxy type style board. There's nothing here that immediately jumps out to me here that I'd maybe be interested in including. A Hotshot Blaster in the side potentially could be an interesting opportunity there, just paying the aspect penalty for it, even from the Smuggle if you need that extra little bit of damage in one action to go along with a Unity of Purpose maybe later on in the game, or if you still got your Rex on board or something like that, just get some of that extra damage firing off. But nothing immediately screams out to me here, given the type of deck that we're up against. It's a control style deck. This deck seems a lot more kind of aggro to mid-rangey focused.
Definitely. He's got things like Keller and Beck for a stronger late game, Sindari Peacekeepers to kind of keep that health going again for that late game and potentially push some more damage, Ewing reinforcements. But again, these are all heavy-hitting late game cards that he evidently did not need this game.
Yeah, certainly not. And as for Thrawn, I mean, we really didn't get to see Thrawn do very much there in that situation. But, I mean, I suppose the issue here is until you get to 8 resources where you start looking at that Super Laser Blast panic button, how do you deal with all of these units on the ground without just slapping down a Chura Imwe and hoping that your opponent doesn't out it straight away?
It's a very difficult question, and I'm sure Sullivan is trying to figure it out currently. Between the Lothwolf that he played, potentially a Snoke in the later game. But by then, more than likely, if Rex has done what he's wanted to do, you're not reaching that point. And as we saw last game, it wasn't even close to getting there.
Well, the players have shuffled up and gone through any sideboarding that they felt like might have been necessary. Sullivan is relatively happy with their opening hand. Juanjo is not, however, so he's going to be mulliganing away. And in a deck like this, I imagine that this will be a very aggressive mulligan line that you're taking to try and find those double 1-drops in the form of clone deserters, some stuff to work with in the middle sort of action phases, things like the Gungi that we saw, command or resupply to get you to that Rex leader deployment earlier. So you've got that Captain Rex deployment and the trigger of the droid manufacturing happening soon. It's a 5-resource deploy. Leader is Captain Rex, so just the one source of ramp is really all we need to feel like we're really starting to play into that advantage game. And then, of course, hard mulliganing to try and find, in the early action phases, that namesake card of Unity of Purpose. We are underway in game number 2. Onyx Squadron Brute on the Space Arena for Sullivan. R2-D2 for Juanjo would be very, very nice for some consistency early on. No second 1-resource unit, though, to go with the R2 will feel a small little step back from where we were this time in game 1.
Certainly, Juan did keep whatever card he did reveal to himself to the top of his deck, so I think he's going to be quite happy in what he's keeping. I think I might have seen a command in there, but like you were talking about, being a 5 deploy versus a 6 deploy, if you can then get ramp out as a 5 deploy, where you're in effect deploying on 4 resources, it is absolutely massive. And
there it is.
We might start to see it with a resupply getting matched against the Cobb Vanth. Sullivan's going to be able to push damage, but it might not matter all that much against Juan.
Yeah, resupply, very, very nice. Elected just to claim initiative here to make sure maybe that he's got the first action to go ahead and deploy the Captain Rex leader unit now that we are going to be at the 5-resource action phase after the resource here in the regroup phase as well. That R2-D2 still hanging around to get a little bit of further foresight into the remainder of the deck. We've got Admiral Akbar, I believe that is, making its way down onto the board here. Have not seen this card in quite some time. 1/4 Restore 1. When played, you may deal damage to a unit equal to the number of units you control in its arena. So freeing up that ground arena, but unfortunately here for Juanjo, the only ground arena has a pretty good when defeated ability.
Absolutely, and it's definitely concerning in my opinion. With a double claim more than likely going to come through from Sullivan on Cobb Vanth, you might potentially end up seeing Piet, which has now been put into the discard, and as well potentially something like Lothwolf, which Cobb Vanth will get around as you are paying it for free and not a reduced cost. So it will get past that aspect penalty, which could be massive.
Yeah, it's a great spot there, Callum, as we do see there is the second activation of the Cobb Vanth ability, and there is the Lothwolf. You called it perfectly there. Look at that, first time on the mic this weekend, and he's as sharp as ever, seeing the lines and getting that opportunity to play it down right now as the next action phase as well. Very, very nice.
I'm sure it can feel great for Juan here, especially considering this is the line he's taken. We can imagine we're not seeing any Unity of Purpose shenanigans just yet. Potentially a deploy coming down to help deal with the Lothwolf. I'd be interested to see in where this ends up.
Well, the R2-D2 is just going to go and chip in here. We're now going to see Bounty Hunter's Quarry getting activated and attached underneath the R2-D2 for that top 5 or top 10 unique here. In this case, we're going to see a Clone Trooper token getting activated purely just from the leader side action of Captain Rex, and then the leader deployment triggering droid manufacturer as well. That is a huge ground arena right now. Super Laser Technician coming down to help Sullivan match some of the ramping that Juanjo did a couple of phases ago, and then a claim and pass of the initiative between both players. Now, big moment here for Juanjo. Does he have Unity of Purpose on 6 resources or not?
Definitely. It's such an interesting deck because 2 seconds ago he had 2 units out.
Do we have it? We've got it!
Okay. as I was saying, 2 seconds ago, we had 2 units out. All of a sudden, we've deployed, and now we've got an additional 5. And we're going to boost up by what?
Plus 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across all of these active and ready units. He's got 1 Sentinel in the way. Sullivan's got 1 Sentinel, the Lothwolf from before, ready to block. But I really don't think it's going to help all of that much.
Yeah, we've got no glory, only results coming down here to take control of the Admiral Akbar unit and go ahead and defeat it. No restore that's going to be coming out of the base for Huanyo here. But now that Lothwolf is going to go ahead and get cleared. R2 is going to tank this hit quite handily because of the Unity of Purpose boost that it is going to go ahead and be given when attack trigger is being rightfully pointed out here as well by our table spotter. Of course, as well here, once the Unity of Purpose does wear off this phase, R2 will go into the discard pile and get a when defeated in that bin. So now we're going to go and see the opportunities here for Huanyo to just go ahead, like last action phase, like last game, pile a load of damage into the base here for Sullivan, which when you're starting on Data Vault, generally you feel pretty safe, but not when you're getting attacked with, what, 7 power per clone trooper here with the Unity?
Yeah, I've never seen stronger B1 battle droids in my life, let alone clone troopers hitting for 7 damage. It is just a menace of a card.
I tell you what, Camino really did some numbers on the clone force, as did Geonosis on the battle droids. The Separatist army looked at the first mode of the droids and gone, you know what, we just can't do anything with these original droid models. We need to make them stronger. We need them to team up with clone troopers here as Grand Admiral Thrawn leader unit deploys, tries to get some damage in as well, but so much damage is flying on. Is this just game in one action now here as well for the battle droid as well? It is indeed. Sullivan extends the hand and Huanyo takes a 2-0 victory with Rex Unity of Purpose combo.
I couldn't have been happier for this to be my game. This sums up why I love this game. From decks like Juan Julio's playing Rex Unity of Purpose and just seeing it back to back and just completely running the show. I don't think there was any point in that match where he was worried for the state he found himself in.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, game 1 was just a very clean, simple to the fundamentals. I'm going to play on curve. I'm going to play my 2, 3, 4, and that 4 being command as well to boost up Gungi for that early game pressure, which combined and ended in Unity of Purpose. But then in game 2, did have to work a little bit more for it, and that R2-D2 for the consistency, being able to manually select, okay, I want to draw that card at the start of my regroup phase, or you know what, this one isn't helping me right now. I need to dig for that Unity of Purpose, which he ended up finding and taking the victory with.
Exactly, and like we were talking about, the Lothwolf coming down off of Cobb Vanth's trigger was definitely a potential worry, but I think he was as happy as could be seeing everything he drew off of R2 and then just moving to the deploy, bringing about 4 units out-readied into the next phase, bringing that Unity of Purpose and just cleaning house.
Absolutely. Well, that game went so quickly that we've got more action still yet to show you. So let's jump in to our second feature match. We're going to be joining this one in game number 2 currently as we go ahead. It's going to be Han 1 with the Vigilance Force base up against the Portland set to qualifying winning leader and aspect combinations of Palpatine with the Cunning 30 HP.
This is going to be interesting. I'm yet to see any of the Han Blue Force base, and I'm very interested to see Palpatine up against it. What kind of things are you expecting to see from the Han here?
Yeah, the Han is going to be a bit of an interesting situation here for them here, because we saw it earlier on a couple of games ago, and when I did my interview with Daniel, who won that feature match, they said that the control matchups were the ones that they were the most worried about. They were really scared about if the game goes long, whether they were going to be able to have enough cards and enough resources in hand and available to them to be able to withstand that pure control style that Emperor Palpatine is able to provide you with. We saw in the last feature match round with Grand Admiral Thrawn as well, and the Legacy run being able to activate the when defeated triggers twice. Well, in Emperor Palpatine, the Legacy run still has opportunities to activate that when defeated, but also more opportunities to activate it yourself with the Emperor Palpatine leader action. You can defeat a friendly unit to be able to deal 1 damage to something and draw a card. And if you're defeating your own Legacy run, that's activating the when defeated to start spreading that 6 damage around. It's not quite the 12 that you can generate with when defeated Thrawn, but it's still 6 damage off your own accord, even after you've swung for 3 at base as well.
Definitely. It sounds like, through your interview, this is exactly what our hand player was looking to avoid.
Yes.
Nothing says control and late game more than Emperor Palpatine Galactic Ruler, especially in, as you said, that cunning color base.
So both players getting themselves all shuffled up and ready for game number 2. Looks like Olivier, who is our Han Vigilance Force-based player, did elect to go with the Mulligan. I believe Juan might have done as well here. I imagine Olivier is going to be looking for quite a lot of those well-costed and well-statted units in the early game to try and get that early aggression going onto Emperor Palpatine. And for Palpatine, well, normally in a regular Palpatine game paired with, say, Vigilance, for example, I'd be saying, look for your Power of the Dark Sides, look for your No Glories, look for your takedowns, the early game control into your late game capital ships, but we're playing with the cunning aspect here. So what kind of things do we really want to be seeing in these opening hands here, Cal?
I imagine we're going to see something like a Bazine Natal to get rid of potentially a turn 1 play from Olivier to make sure he's got nothing in response, or potentially a little bit later on a Contracted Hunter to push through all of that damage and then use the similar trick that you were talking about before to use the Emperor Palpatine effect to pay 1, defeat the friendly unit after it's ambushed, to then ping for 1 damage and draw a card to help really have no downside from the Contracted Hunters defeat this unit.
Certainly so. Well, instead, we're going to see a Lothcat getting played as the first action phase play. For Olivier, it's going to be that Ezra Bridger that we're going to be able to accelerate out thanks to the Han Solo leader action, being able to take a card from your hand, put it into play as a resource that is readied as well, and then at the start of the next action phase, you have to pop down and match the original sort of resource pattern. Oh, hang on a second. I'm seeing double here. There's 2 Ezra Bridgers that are on the board, but importantly for the unique rule, they are different types of Ezra.
Exactly that. We've got Ezra Bridger attuned with life, and just played now Ezra Bridger, resourceful troublemaker, coming down, as you correctly said, with those different subtexts. The legendary rule and the unique rule does not apply between them.
So going into the next action phase here, we have Super Laser Technician on board for Emperor Palpatine. Another instance of those sort of defeating our own units with advantage sort of strategies here. Defeat your own Super Laser Technician. You'll get the when defeated ability activated to ramp it into the resource row, and it ramp in readied as well. Or you could just use it in this situation to crash some extra damage into the Vigilance Heroism Ezra Bridger and go into the resources that way as well.
Definitely, and we're seeing a lot of damage get pushed through quite early and into only the Administrator Tower being a 30 HP base. It's definitely something one has to take into consideration and make these trades early before both of these Ezras work off of each other and get very strong very fast.
And this cunning heroism Ezra is being put to work here as well. It's been a while, actually, since we've seen this card in the Premier format. When this unit completes an attack, you can look at the top card of the deck, either play it, discard it, or leave it on top of the deck, as there is the Legacy run that we were talking about being played into the Space Arena, and Yaddle being the card that we found and consequently decided to play off of the cunning heroism Ezra.
Absolutely. Ezra is such a push of action cheating, the ability to attack and then play another card straight away without giving your opponent an opportunity to really do anything about it. the Legacy run is definitely going to help here, but between Ezra Bridger having 4 health, the Yaddle having up to 4 health as well, and the main Ezra also having 5, there's a lot of health to get through, and I'd be interested to see if Palpatine is able to manage it.
Well, at least in this scenario here, the Emperor Palpatine leader action will be able to deal 1 damage to the Vigilance Heroism Ezra and be able to defeat that one. It's only got 1 HP left, and then you just have to worry about splitting the 6 damage from the Legacy run across the other 2. So maybe go 3 and 3 between the remaining 2 ground units. That means that at least for the remaining action phases, that your Palp leader can do the same thing that it looks like we're going to do here with this Vigilance Heroism Ezra. Put them 1 damage away and within a knockout range from the Palpatine leader action. That's what we're seeing from that resolution at the very least. And now it is going to be about that Legacy run distribution of damage here. When defeated, you may deal 6 damage divided as you choose among enemy units. We're going to take care of all of the damage on the Ezra Bridger here and then put the remaining one onto the Yaddle.
Yeah, exactly that. Han Solo is ready to come down this turn, especially with the extra ramp from his own effect, the deploy into swing for even more damage to be pushed, and another effective temporary ramp, let's say, could mean that Olivier is about to play something massive.
Yeah, this is historically one of the strongest things about the Han Solo Audacious Smuggler leader deck, right? Oh, but it's going to get matched with the No Good to Me Dead on the deployment there. I was just about to say, historically, one of the strongest things is that on your 5 resource action phase, you can go from 5 to 7 resources within that phase. 5 as your normal sort of resourcing at the start of every regroup phase. Leader action to put you up to 6 comes in active. Leader deployment on attack action into resource 7, and you can play some really, really big things here. In this case, it's just going to be stop at 6 resources, but Depa Billaba isn't a bad stopping point.
Absolutely. Palpatine's going to be looking at this thinking, what is my outcome here? As you said, we're not playing with any blue cards, so we're not going to be able to see Power of the Dark Side, or at least I highly doubt we're going to see it. And things like No Glory Only Results won't be coming through to help deal with it. So I imagine it's just going to push 5 damage quite a lot here, and even Vader himself is going to struggle to put Depa down.
Yeah, Darth Vader himself. This is a real throwback matchup and of cards that we're seeing on the screen at the moment here. Darth Vader is going to be able to have the opportunity to ambush in, but more importantly in this scenario, and what we're seeing right now, when played, is going to check the top 10 cards of the deck and search for any number of villainy units with a combined cost of 3 or less and play each of them for free. So we see Bazine Natal there at the front of this potential search. That feels like it would be a really, really good option to go ahead and choose. Card that you highlighted earlier as well as one to maybe look out for in the early game stages. I know that there used to be Palpatine lists that would also run Salacious Crumb as a 1 resource slot and could be a real trick to be able to, when played, heal 1 and just bounce and trampoline the Salacious Crumb back and forth in towards the mid to late game stages. Whether that's carrying over to this new take of Emperor Palpatine, we'll have to wait and see. Instead, though, we are going to go with a Super Laser Technician here, and probably with the idea from Juan that I want to try and get this Palpatine leader unit deployed as soon as I possibly can, and while also ramping into any capital ships that might still be in the deck.
Definitely that. Alongside the capital ships, I'm expecting to see things like Maul, Reinforcement Walker to push back against the quite heavy ground units that Olivier is playing, and things like Reinforcement Walker being able to restore back some of the health that Juan has lost already.
And now we've got ahead and gone the Anakin, Champion of Mortis, down here. Juan managed to make a double check that there was indeed the resources available for the double when defeated triggers or when played triggers to activate. There certainly was, with a copy of No Good to Me Dead of Olivier's own in the discard pile. Now we're seeing the Depa Billaba that Palpatine tried to sway to the dark side of the Force, being convinced back with an attack in from the Yaddle, going into the discard pile. and it's leaving Juan with a pretty lonely Galactic Emperor there.
It's a very difficult position to be in. Does he look to claim and potentially see something off the top, or maybe use something in hand, potentially another Vader that would help him out, or a Devastator to help deal with either Anakin himself or with the Han leader? He's in I would say, a rough position here, to say the least.
Yeah, it feels very, very difficult. And this is one of the things where the argument, again, of the vigilance versus cunning builds of the Emperor Palpatine, we've been having this discussion, I feel like, generally as a community for quite some time. People have been trying and experimenting with the cunning build of Emperor Palpatine for a long, long while here, and it's always historically felt like the vigilance pairing was the more accepted aspect with Emperor Palpatine, or certainly among core Emperor Palpatine players. One of the top ones in the UK, at the very least, that I know from the early days of the game was Howard Williams, always a very big proponent of the vigilance pairing with Emperor Palpatine here. With the cunning, at least you do get access to things like No Good To Me Dead, which did see value in this game here, and does give you access to cards like Bazine Natal, like this Elite P-38 Starfighter as well, that we're now playing off of an ambushing Darth Vader.
Exactly that, and that P-38 Elite Starfighter was just enough with the 5 damage alongside Vader to get rid of Han Solo leader deployed. So it's definitely a good swing of power, but with how much damage is on base, being matched alongside a Rival's Fall, it's a lot to get hit back with so soon.
Yeah, Rival's Fall, very, very premium removal. Just being able to defeat a unit unconditionally for 6 resources. So many of those defeating abilities generally target non-leader. There is that Bazine Natal, going to get a very nice hit off of a second copy of the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis here. But we've still got one that's on the board and is, for now, untouched until we have some Anakin on Anakin action, maybe, with Anakin Champion of Mortis and Darth Vader maybe doing battle in the next action phase. But for now, it's just going to swing damage into the base and put us over the halfway threshold to drawing this to a Game 3.
It would be interesting to see if Han does decide to trade the Vader into the Anakin, who need a little bit more damage, with Vader only being a 5/7, only in quite large quotation marks here, as that is a very good stat line. But it is matched again by Anakin. So it looks like we're seeing what we were talking about before, those heavy-hitting capital ships, Devastator coming down, with its when played of being able to defeat or deal damage equal to the number of resources you control, getting matched again with a Luke Skywalker for the -6/-6 when played, as his father had just fallen before him.
Yeah, very thematically so. Luke Skywalker triumphing over Darth Vader in this situation here. Can Luke go even further and triumph over Emperor Palpatine when there is that big, scary Devastator that's on board? Change of heart coming down and swaying Luke Skywalker over to Emperor Palpatine's side. An alternate reality and timeline where Luke Skywalker said in Return of the Jedi, you know what, Emperor Palpatine? You've actually got a point.
We'll give it a go. Why not? I'll exactly that. And Luke is a complete powerhouse. The Restore is going to help Juan. The 10 damage up in space from Devastator, the P-38. There's a lot of potential damage that could be pushed here. It would be interesting to see what really, if anything, Oliviera is able to do in response.
Okay, Chura isn't bad at the very least. Forces Juan to attack in with the Luke Skywalker. Into that, we only have 4 active resources here, so there could have been the option for something like maybe Takedown out of hand, although here it would have to be out of aspect, actually. So not really many removal options that we had the opportunity for. Force Token is burned as well on the turret with its when this unit is attacked ability. But as good as Chura is on the ground arena, it's not going to stop the huge 10 damage swing of the Devastator firing down here, as we're going to use the Emperor Palpatine leader action to defeat the Luke Skywalker, prevent it from going back to the control of Olivier at the start of the next regroup phase. Salacious Crumb now comes down. ISB Agent revealing the No Good To Be Dead as well to get some damage ping onto the Yoda, and then double swings with the Elite P38 and the Bazine Natal. And all of a sudden, that damage on the base is at equal standing, but Olivier started with 2 HP less.
Exactly that, and it is a very interesting and now very difficult position to be in. I'd be interested to see in what Olivier could do in response, especially to this Devastator that is out in space. Potentially an Entrenched to stop it from hitting against his base, as he hasn't been playing too many space units. It's little worry for him, but I think it is definitely going to be rough. And straight away from Juan, once he's got an option to do so, swinging in for 10, straight into the shadowed Undercity.
Yeah, that first action needed to find either a Space Sentinel or some kind of way to at least withhold the Devastator from being able to attack in. You mentioned about the Entrenched there earlier. We also know that there are out-of-aspect copies of No Good To Be Dead that are being run in this list to help fuel the Champion of Mortis, Anakin. Could have been the opportunity for that. Instead, we are going to play down a Vernestra Row here, which is going to use the Force token that we acquired from the first action Yoda swing into base to be able to ready this unit. So that's 3 damage that's guaranteed going somewhere into either the ground arena or the base for Juan. But again, that space issue still remains, and we've got an Elite P38 that's also going to fly in overhead as well this phase.
Exactly. Juan only has to push currently what we're looking at 5 damage into the Shadowed Undercity, and I don't think it's going to be too difficult of a task, especially with, as you said, that Elite P38 Starfighter out in space, potentially pushing another 3 damage in.
Well, the ISB Agent has swung in here, so we need one little bit of damage modification on that Elite P38 to be able to take the victory here. Itinerant Warrior, however, is going to prolong this game just a little bit more, using the Force to heal 3 damage from the base. It'll be put right back on by the Elite P38. Palpatine's return is going to be played down to recur Darth Vader back from the discard pile here. It's going to get its when played ability. It's also being played with a heavy, heavy discount because of the Force tag on that Darth Vader. A free Vader along with a free ISB agent that's going to come down here as well to be able to get through on these final points of damage necessary.
I imagine we're going to see the ISB agent, take out the shield for Vader to swoop in and finish off the Itinerant Warrior. Usually a very difficult card to get rid of. 4/4 in stats with a shield is very nice, but against the Dark Lord himself, you're going to go down very quickly, and now
fist bump. And there it is, Juan on Emperor Palpatine with the Cunning base. It is a reason why the deck was able to take a victory in the Portland sector qualifier over the past couple of weeks or so, and showing that it is carrying on its potential dominance here in the European region.
Definitely. It was a powerhouse to go up against. There was a few times where we thought Han might be able to get something through, but we got a little bit too far, a little bit too late. Like you were saying in the interview, it's exactly what he didn't want to see.
Yeah, those big capital ships, unfortunately, Han Leader, not necessarily one that is apt at playing in the space. Does have options there, of course, with things like the Millennium Falcons of the varying varieties that there are. I think there's 3 Falcons in the format right now, the 3, the 5, and the 6 as well. But the opportunity to just play the 10 drop down, have it sit in as a Sentinel, and ask for you, okay, do you have Entrenched available to you? And are you running a No Good To Be Dead out of aspect? Okay, can you find them? If not, keep on taking 10 action phase after action phase. We can now quickly have a little look at the top 10 standings going into this 5th round here as we were, and look at that, a big name certainly popping out to me in 4th place straight away, the reigning galactic champion Philip Skudlarek, after just missing out on a day 2 berth in the sealed event yesterday, is off to a 4-0 start in Premiere.
I mean, can you expect anything less? As you said, the galactic, current holding galactic champion, it's what you would expect from him. And we're seeing people like Olivier, who we've just seen, and other players that we've seen throughout today pull up to those 4 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses. It's a very comfortable position to be, especially this late into the day.
Yeah, Ethan Saunders-Johnson as well. There is a name that stands out as one who's been playing quite a few events throughout Season 0 in particular. I definitely remember seeing him around sort of the top 64, top 128 sort of standings in the Season 0 sector qualifiers as well. But these players will be in very, very fine standing, because if they're able to pick up a win in this round, just like we saw Juan do in this matchup, in the second feature match as well, both of those players were 4-0 going into that round. If they can pick 2 more up, they are in to day 2 tomorrow for Premier. They've got a lot more Star Wars Unlimited to play, but they've got over that first massive hurdle of getting in to the second day and closing their way over towards the top 8.
Definitely. I can imagine it's, like you said, there's a bit of a sigh of relief. You're going, cool, I'm through, but your job's not done.
Yes.
Day 2, I can imagine, is just as bad, if not worse, for the stress. You've got to think, you've got to be on your A game, because everyone else there, it's going to be the best people in the event.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact as well that it is extra Swiss rounds on top of the top 8 cut later on tomorrow afternoon as well. It's not just going straight to single elimination. There's going to be more jostling for position, more battles, and those extra match points that you're able to pick up maybe in those final 2 rounds if you either squeak out a draw for an extra match point or just manage to get a narrow victory, as opposed to, like you say, taking a sigh of relief, sitting back a little bit and resting on your laurels. That's not what you want to do. Every single spot and every single point is going to matter here this weekend. Well, that was a fantastic matchup to see. Both of them were across round 5, and we can hear from some of the wider members of the Star Wars Unlimited community as well in just a second now at the interview area.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am back with somebody who we just saw win, and I think it's fair to say, about the most impressive way you're ever going to see. I'm here with Juanjo, who just got a 2-0 victory with Captain Rex in something like 10 minutes. So my first question has got to be, Captain Rex is not one of the big decks in the format right now. Why do you play Captain Rex?
Well, Captain Rex, I don't say it's an easy deck to play, but I think that now it's a deck that it has a very straight line, and if it goes well, it's really good against the actual meta game. So I think, for example, against Control, against Throne, against this kind of control is really good. And I feel comfortable because for a long game like that, you finish quick, one way or the other, you can go to it, and I feel comfortable to play in a big event like this.
Very nice. There is something to be said for having quick games, getting a little bit of downtime between rounds. Now, of course, we saw the same ending to both games that at Unity of Purpose, that just ridiculous, oh, look, everything's massive now, I'm just going to go at your base and I'm going to win from here. Is that the way the deck always works? Is there a plan B, or is it Unity of Purpose?
If I say the plan B, maybe my rivals can. No, okay. No, there is a plan A. The plan A is Unity. The plan B is Unity, and there are some plan C plan you can call that if Unity doesn't reach, because sometimes Unity doesn't reach the base, you have to keep pushing. To keep pushing, you win. You have 2 sides. You have some cards that, in case that Unity is not enough, you can push this final blow.
Very nice. Thank you very much. So, I got to ask then, you seem like a very confident person. You've just had an incredibly overwhelming victory on the stream. How confident are you in your Captain Rex deck? What is your aim or your expectation for this weekend now?
I hope I make, well, I came here just to have fun and just to win all the matches that I can. If I can reach day 2, it will be okay. In Lille, I reached day 2, it was okay. I earned the showcase, so if I can repeat that, it would be good for me.
I think day 2 at a regional championship is a little bit more than okay. I think that's pretty spectacular.
If it's not, at least I would have fun. and my matches would have been fast, and I would have time to eat.
Oh, very nice. Well, before I let you go, thank you so much for telling me about your deck. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we finish up here?
Okay, so I would like to give a shout out for all my companions from Valencia, from Carvader, from the Spam Wars, from the people from Almacera, that we play in Valencia together and we always learn from each other a lot.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and thank you for showing us how good Captain Rex can be under the right circumstances. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we have got plenty more action from Bilbao coming up. Don't go anywhere. There is lots more fun to be had.
Thank you, Ross. Yes, always fantastic to hear from one of our players and our winners in the feature match area, especially when they're playing something like Rex Unity of Purpose combo. That's going to be the highlight of the weekend for me so far.
Absolutely. I can't imagine... Okay, let's think about it. How many Rex Unity of Purposes do you think are here today?
I'm going to take a guess at maybe like 3. I want to be generous on the estimate here.
Okay, we're going to go with 3 out of a potential of however many players, and I can't imagine any of the opponents that he went up to against today was expecting to see a Rex Unity of Purpose.
Oh, absolutely not. But it's one of the beauties about bringing one of those off-meta picks or those less sort of expected picks to a major event like this. We've got 664 players here in the main event from round 1. And as we've seen about a couple of times already, that around about 40% of the room are playing those expected top 10 leaders here. But you've seen throughout the feature matches that we've had as well, with the forced throw suspension, all of a sudden, a lot more strategies and a lot more ideas either get reawakened or either get themselves debuted on the major event here. While we're speaking about the format breakdown as well, we want to have a little bit of a further discussion with it, but not from us. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a couple of people that are maybe a little bit more qualified. So, Ross, Krishiv, over to you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ross Gilbert. I'm joined by the lovely Krishiv, and we are going to just take you through what we've seen so far today. I joined a little bit late. I must apologize. I'm a very busy boy, but I'm here now. So, Krishiv, I mean, give me a highlight, something that you may have missed if you've not been watching the stream so far.
Absolutely, and it's fantastic to have Ross here, of course. We do always love having Ross around. And yeah, I mean, it's been a really fantastic day so far coming into this premier tournament following that suspension of force throw. This is the biggest tournament in the world for the brand new format. And we're seeing here, if we look at this format, a really, really diverse field. We actually look here, these are the top 10 most played leader and base combinations. If you add up all of these, we're getting to not even 45% of the field. And in terms of highlights, I mean, you look over there, we're seeing a lot of Gar Saxon Energy Conversion Lab. I think that's maybe a deck that's seeing a bit more play than people were expecting. And we're also seeing a real uptick in Emperor Palpatine with Cunning. I think following that sector qualifier, or sector championship, I should say, win last weekend over across the pond. So I think we're seeing a real nice diversity of decks here today.
And there's some decks there. Don't get me wrong. Like, we all know Boba Fett is good. We all know that, you know, Sabine Wren is good. I was not expecting them in these kind of numbers. And it also occurs to me we've got the top 4 decks there, all aggression. Now I know we're going for the leader there, but still, there's a lot of aggression there. Given that aggression has just lost its best trick in force throw, I kind of like, I'm an aggression fan. Not as a person, but as a Star Wars Unlimited player, I like a nice bit of aggression. Seeing it representing so well without force throw is quite nice to me. And that, I mean, was this what you were expecting coming in? Because this is not the breakdown I was thinking we were going to get after Portland.
Yeah, I think I wasn't expecting to see this much Cad Bane. I know we've seen this one-drop ping version, this really aggressive Cad Bane deck has been on the rise, and I would have predicted it to be one of the more popular decks. I definitely wouldn't have expected it to be the most popular deck. Similarly, again, I think we've really seen Boba Data Vault sort of on a little bit of a downtick, definitely in terms of sort of performance and of results. So I'm surprised to see it this represented. Sabine, I think this one I was a little less surprised by because there's always some Sabine diehards. You know, they're always there. They're always lurking in the background. We can't seem to get rid of them. It's really, really concerning. But they are here. They've come out to play. And even despite, you know, the Han 2s, which have not gone anywhere, despite that force throw suspension, really its best tool, exactly as you were saying, but really what we're seeing is you don't need Force Throw to be a really strong deck. Turns out Han is just good enough on his own with the things he's doing. And I think Han having that really good matchup into Sabine with all of that restore, the blue variant in particular, I think we're probably seeing a little bit of a suppression in Sabine, which has been really interesting. Though, of course, last weekend we did see Palpatine winning, which is probably pushing some of the Sabine players to want to take Sabine. So there's this push and pull where you try and predict where everyone is ending up, and you end up with just who knows what is going to be the most played deck.
It's one of the things I find so absolutely fascinating about the tournament schedule we have for Star Wars Unlimited. Obviously, we got the planetary qualifiers going on all over the place. They're fantastic. But in terms of big events, we don't have that many regionals and sectors. I believe there's 4 per event, 3 sectors and 1 regional. So we have Portland, and then there's well, do we follow Portland? Do we react to Portland? How much time do we really have? Oh my goodness, it's already time for Bilbao. And then we got Munich, and we've got the other sector in North America coming up shortly. And it's always really interesting to me to see how many people follow what they saw at the last big event and how many people rebel against it. And you think a lot of the Sabine is because people are going, oh, well, I know how to beat Palpatine.
I definitely think there's a good chance of that because it's always exactly as you say, going week to week, players are trying to determine, okay, is this a aggro weekend? Is this a control weekend? Is this a mid-range weekend? And I think, you know, there's the diehards who always go, oh, this is what I want to play. But I definitely think there may have been a pump up in those numbers because last weekend we did, of course, see control win. And that's potentially why we're seeing a lot of the Cad Bane as well. It is a far more aggressive strategy. And we've seen aggro be really suppressed this whole format, largely due to force throw. So I'm not super surprised that now that that card is out of the format, we are seeing people feeling a little bit more comfortable taking these aggro decks. On stream earlier today, we actually saw a Kylo Ren Tarkin Town from set 2, which ended up almost taking the game against a Han 1 blue, which is a new deck and has been really, really cool to see. And I think it's been on stream a couple times now. So there's definitely lots of new decks showing up in the format.
It's something I'm finding very, very interesting. Well, we haven't got much time left on the round, so let's go and have a look at the pairings from round 5. Looks like we've got table 1 is going to be, so 71, sorry there, that is table 1. So it says 71 on the screen, but you know how these events work at this point. This is the number 1 table, and then we can go down. You can see some of those players, some of those names at 4-0. We're not going to match players to decks yet. We want to keep a little bit of surprise, a little bit of mystery going on here. We don't want to give everyone's game away, but you can have a look there for some players you might recognize, some names you might have seen on previous streams, and then you can sit there at home cheering on the players you're looking for. These are your 4-0s going into round 5. Still a lot of work to do, but these are players who are having pretty good tournaments. You're sitting there at 4-0. How are you feeling at this point?
I think it's, you know, at tournaments of this size, it's really scary when you play those early rounds and they don't go according to plan. But sometimes that makes you lock in. You know, my own personal experience a couple of weeks ago, I was at a tournament. I lost round 1. It was an 8-round event. And I was sitting there going, oh, man, what am I going to do here? And it just pushed me to really want to do my best. I ended up winning the next 7 rounds and making it into the top cut, which was obviously fantastic. But on the other hand, sometimes when you win those early rounds, you can find yourself maybe getting a little bit complacent, thinking, oh yeah, you know, I've got this, I know what's happening. And it's really easy to lull yourself a little bit into that false sense of security. So of course, all these players who've done amazingly well, this is a incredible field out here. You've seen some of the best players in the world who've come out to play in this tournament. You're 4-0, you're doing amazing, but don't let it get to your head and make sure you keep focusing on that exact game that's in front of you and don't go any further.
And of course, one of the downsides when you go 4-0, like you go 4-0, you're like, I'm doing great here, I'm having a great day, I'm sitting here at 4-0. Well, good news, the guy you're playing next round, they just also went 4-0, they're having a great round. Then if you win that, you're playing someone who's 5-0 and having an even better day. Whereas sometimes it can be a real double-edged sword. Sometimes you lose that round 1, and you end up with the off-meta decks, the ones you're not prepared for, and your bad day can spiral. Other times, however, you lose one round, but then you're a step behind. So those players who are on 4-0, 5-0, you're not playing them, you're playing players who have taken a loss. So you have that slightly gentler route through, and like you did, that last weekend, we've seen it many a time. You go from 1 or 2 losses at the start of the day, all of a sudden undefeated, you turn around, hang on a second, they're in top 8. How did that happen? Now, there's one thing I want to get your opinion on here. I know we've got to go to the next round soon. But it's something the community have been talking about, and that is Shadows of the Force leaders. At Galactics, Shadows of the Force was everywhere. We saw Mother Talzin, of course, win the whole thing. Since the Force Throw suspension, Shadows of the Force leaders, Mother Talzin's still here and about, but it's not doing huge numbers. We're seeing set 4 leaders, you jump to Lightspeed leaders, having more representation in Shadows of the Force. What do you think's causing all this?
I think a lot of it is all of those leaders from the new set a lot of them were really using Force Throw. And there's that intrinsic fear, oh, one of my best cards, maybe my best card has just gone, maybe this deck isn't as good as it once was. But what we're seeing is the players who put the reps in and who understand how strong these decks are continuing to see success. And I think what we're going to see is over the next few weeks as we round out this format and we move towards Secrets of Power, that players realize, no, I think actually all these Legends of the Force leaders are really, really good. And I'm going to take a moment now, shout out Kylo from Legends of the Force, ECL. Come on, guys, let's make it happen.
I would love to see it. I always like seeing, unfamiliar things. I mean, one of my favorite games I've ever casted of Star Wars Unlimited was at the Lille Regional Championships, where we had an Admiral Trench coming onto stream. And we're not talking round 1 or 2. We're talking pretty deep into day 1. Admiral Trench appears on stream, which I'm just going to put it out there. I was not ready for an Admiral Trench on stream, and I don't think I should have been expected to have been ready for an Admiral Trench on stream. But certainly, we do see these trends, and I think you hit on a good point there. Sometimes the community as a whole goes, without Force Throw, I don't know if these leaders work anymore. But then again, in the previous round, we saw Captain Rex, a leader that a lot of people have long given up on. Turns out actually Captain Rex might be really good after all. So I think there are some hidden leaders out there, maybe some of the ones from Legends of the Force, which are going to be coming in, because we are not done with the Legends of the Force metagame. This is only the second of the 4 big events. We got plenty of time to go.
Absolutely, I think that's exactly right. And it's always so fun to see these players putting that time in to create these new and interesting decks. And I think that's one of the best parts about these tournaments, especially in Europe. I find that we tend to come out with the weird and wonderful and, make your path through to that top card just a little bit harder. Were you ready for that Rex double green? I don't know if you were, and of course, as we saw, it was very, very effective and very, very fast. But yeah, definitely a whole huge amount to look forward to. I think we're only halfway through the day. Still a good number of rounds to see some exciting matchups coming right up. And then, of course, it'll be through to Top Cut tomorrow and for all the Day 2 qualifiers.
And of course, a lot of people are looking for that invite to the Galactic Championships. That is why people are here. Yes, you can obviously get your invite from your planetary qualifiers, either by winning one or having good finishes in several. But for a lot of people, it's going to be the big finish this weekend. Go and get your invite. And if you get your invite nice and early here, then you're in a good position to move on. And that's actually a great point, because we need to move on. There are more rounds. There are players. They are sitting down there getting ready to play. So I think we're going to run somewhere towards the casting booth, and we're going to be back with a new round in I wouldn't even get out of your chair, honestly. It's going to be moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we did run from the couch down there to the booth up here. I am back. My name is Ross. I'm back with Krishiv, and we are getting ready for some round 6 action.
Round 6. We are deep
Nice.
into the day. About 2/3 of the way through now, just over half, and we got some really. Oh, we got something special today.
We have got something special. Like, so what I talk a lot on these streams about the prep that I do, right? And one of the things I do is I try and figure out every deck I think is going to see play, and I make a list, and I want to see the different builds of the decks. I love digging into deck lists, and there's a lot of information out there about all the planetary qualifiers, so it's quite easy to find this information, and I love sitting there of an evening looking through planetary qualifier deck lists. It makes me happy. You know what deck I did not see once in any planetary qualifier that I looked at any point?
Is it perhaps one we're about to have on stream?
It's one we're about to have on stream. It is Thrawn, but not the one you're used to, not the one you're expecting. It is the first one, the one which did see some pop right back in the day, and now has apparently returned.
I think it is fantastic, and I'm equally, you know, as someone who plays the game competitively, I'm used to the sort of things we're expecting, and I'm generally even trying to look in like discussion boards, like, okay, what are we talking about? What decks do people think are maybe like underrated or are working on? I was not expecting Thrawn from Spark of Rebellion either. And not only that, but it's double cunning Thrawn from Spark of Rebellion. So I think sort of the game plan there to make use of the new Zuckuss from Legends of the Force, which is a pretty beefy boy when you get to actually make use of that ability, which of course Thrawn will let you do. But yeah, I'm super excited to see this in action. You know, this is not a bottom table player. We are dealing with players who've done quite well. So I am very, very interested to see how this match goes.
Yeah, we want to show you very interesting matchups, but we're not going to show you people who are out of contention for day 2 because that's not what you guys want to see. We're going to show you the decks which are still, you know, alive and kicking, looking for a day 2 finish. And Thrawn 1, as it's often called, the first Thrawn deck, that is what we're going to be looking at in this matchup. It's something which it's almost as out of left field as Admiral Trench was in Lille. Not quite, because at least Thrawn, we have that kind of baseline of it was played back in the day, whereas I think Admiral Trench has maybe never seen very much play.
No, exactly. And I mean, until that sort of breakout exactly at Lille, it was really not anywhere. And now we sort of see it popping up from time to time.
I love it.
So maybe this will be Thrawn's, you know, moment to come into the limelight. But here we go. We're going down to the table. Feature match 1 here for you. And we've got Thrawn double cunning against Boba from Jump to Lightspeed. Data Vault, a deck we've seen a few times here on stream, so probably not going to be the most surprising, but okay, let's just take a moment to admire that gorgeous hyperfoil base that our friend Jorge over there has decided to use. Absolutely sensational.
Yeah, do love that one. We've had a fist bump, but of course, with Star Wars Unlimited, the fist bump does not give us the start of the action. The fist bump gives us the start of the resource phase. You draw 6 cards to begin your turn, or to begin your game. 2 of them go down as resources. That gives you an opening hand of 4 cards with 2 resources available to use, and that is going to be your starting pool of both cards and resources. From there, we can start playing down and seeing what we can do. For Boba, it's going to be lots of, oh, this does damage here as well. Lots of cheeky damage, as I like to call it.
Yes, exactly. And we're seeing here also Carlos, our Boba player, not too happy with his opening 6, deciding, I'm going to put that back. I think I can see something better. And I suspect looking for ramp, looking for that cheeky damage, as Ross was describing there, trying to get those little pings in here and there, just nickel and diming, really, Jorge, until he is within that lethal range. Of course, Jorge basically putting down those resources immediately as soon as we jumped in. Clearly quite happy with this opener.
Yeah, when you see the opening hand being kept and the 2 resources going down quickly, you know the player has got largely what they want. Now, we had a Super Laser Technician hitting the resources for Carlos here. The second one, a little bit more of a decision.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous because Jorge has initiative, and if Jorge opens up with a Bazine Natal, I think Carlos is really going to regret not keeping 2 ramp cards in his hand.
And here's something you don't see very often. We are in round 6 of a regional. Players are 4-0-1. And one of them has to read the other player's leader to double check exactly what it does. That is how unplayed this card has been for quite a while now. Basically, it lets you look at the top card of decks and maybe exhaust a unit while you're there. But really, it's an information thing first and foremost. And it looks like we're starting off with an Aura Sing here.
Yes, very, very strong play. Of course, Carlos probably very happy to see that, so he's not going to lose his one piece of ramp to a Bazine. But probably not that happy because it is a 1/4 that swings for 3, and that's a nice little bit of HP that Jorge's going to probably use to soak up all that early indirect damage that Boba's going to be throwing his way.
Absolutely. Carlos, for his side, did get Kylo's TIE Silencer down there. One of those ships we see played very, very often. So both players going for different arenas for the time being. Just having, you know, a little bit of feeling out time. Now we get back to the resource phase, but now there are 2 of them.
Oh, down comes the Zuckuss. This is fantastic.
And this is the Zuckuss that you were talking about, the double cunning Zuckuss. One of the main reasons why you want to play this Thrawn deck in the first place. So now you get this Zuckuss down, and of course, what it does on attack, you name a card, discard the top card of the defending player's deck, and if you get the name right, it gets +4, but you're playing Thrawn, you're going to get the name right.
It's fantastic. So this is an 8/7, which is absolutely massive. I mean, we're seeing right now 11 damage represented per turn on Jorge's board. That's 3 turns till lethal.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. We did see a Super Laser Technician there coming down from Carlos. So that is a card we see played a lot. It goes away, but it never actually goes to your discard, goes to a resource, and actually becomes ready as well. Some of that ramp we see so much there in command.
Yeah, and I think this is a tough spot for Carlos because even at 5 resources, this Boba deck doesn't really have a great way to answer these big, beefy units. I mean, looking through this list, you know, something like a Force Choke would be really, really nice if Carlos had it here. He fortunately doesn't. We are seeing a couple copies of Open Fire. That's going to be quite slow, you know. It's going to take 2 turns for Carlos to be able to go through and make sure that Zuckuss is defeated, even if he throws that Super Laser Technician into the Zuckuss. So it's just going to be a little bit tough, I think, for Carlos to answer this card, which, of course, great news for Jorge, who's going to be able to get a lot of value out of this now there are 2 of them.
Absolutely, yeah. The Super Laser Technician, even with an Open Fire, that would be 6. You need to do 7. So now we see 10 damage going into the base.
Yeah,
it's going to be 11 damage
so
going
much
into the base. That is so much damage early doors here. 3 from Aura Sing and 8 from Zuckuss.
Absolutely. And, you know, Carlos is doing what he absolutely has to do. He needs to sink some damage into the Zuckuss. It is going to take at least 2 turns to answer based on what we've seen from Carlos's hand. And we don't even know what Jorge has coming next.
I mean, right now, it seems like Zuckuss might be enough. We see another 3 damage coming down from Aura Sing. That is putting Carlos up. Well, now, there is the Open Fire that you predicted, Krishiv, but unfortunately, like we said, that's actually 1 damage too little. Open Fire is 4 with a 2 for Super Laser Technician. Is unfortunately not enough.
Now, this is something we genuinely don't see every day, and that is a player against Boba 4 choosing to take the indirect damage onto the base instead of onto the units. It's always kind of flipping the script on how this matchup usually goes, and looking through Jorge's list, it's quite interesting. It's really very focused on these sort of bounty hunters and underworld units, and you know, taking as much value out of those as possible. I'm seeing some really cool, interesting cards that we've typically seen C play in something like a Cad Bane sort of strategy, but you know, now are being repurposed here for Thrawn. And of course, you know, I would say Cunning probably the aspect that comes out best in that sort of double aspect deck. Although earlier on stream we did see that double command.
The Captain
Rex,
it did go quite well. Well, we did see a Toro Calican coming down here in a Bounty Hunter heavy deck. This is quite nice because you can ready it again once per turn, which, you know, double use of a unit is pretty nice. And there's no restrictions. Sometimes you can't attack bases or things like that. No restriction here. You ready it and you can do as you like. You end a turn, you look at the board, you look at the base damage. Jorge seems pretty well ahead in this game.
Definitely. I mean, we are coming into the Boba flip turn now because of that ramp that Carlos was able to get thanks to the Super Laser Technician. So this Zuckuss is not going to get an attack in. The question's really going to be, does Carlos want to use the Open Fire we saw in his hand in that last round when we got a little peek into there, or is he just going to deploy that Boba as a pilot onto Kylo's TIE Silencer, you know, taking over and starting to spread out some of that damage across the ground arena? It looks like we are going to pay 5. We are going to go with a Craving Power and defeat the Toro Calican, which is an interesting decision. I understand there's potentially a little bit of value there. Oh, now that is backbreaking. That is backbreaking.
Oh, and that means that unfortunately the Kylo TIE Silencer is just being taken by the Relentless Pursuit, which of course makes the upgrade unfortunately meaningless at this point. So everything Carlos did, you got rid of the Toro Calican, that was nice, but that was it. That was all you did. And then Jorge countered it perfectly. So you deploy your Boba leader. That's wonderful, but that's all you've got now.
I think this was really, really greedy from Carlos. He should have just dealt with that Zuckuss. You know, didn't play around the possibility. I mean, for nothing else, Jorge could have just swung into base and dealt that 8 damage, you know, pushing Carlos that much closer to lethal. But here, you know, Carlos just lost his only unit in space, so he can't even get that sort of mini overwhelming barrage effect we see when a Boba deploys onto a unit. This is pretty rough. And now, like, Jorge's like, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this Aura Sing in there because there's literally no downside. You have no way of dealing with this Zuckuss before it gets to attack.
And the Zuckuss did get a shield on there as well. Now, the good news is no. Well, it looks like Boba might be trying to go in and at least get rid of the shield on here. Can we get rid of the Zuckuss as well, or is it just the shield we're getting rid of here?
It will just be the shield. I'm not sure why a resupply ended up going from the top of the deck into the discard there, unless Zuckuss just swung. Okay, Zuckuss did just swing. I think that's what just happened. So going up to 25 damage, literally one swing away from Zuckuss from lethal. So Carlos is going to go ahead and have to take the initiative here.
But you've still got Aura Sing there sitting on the board. You haven't deployed your leader Thrawn yet. So, don't get me wrong, Zuckuss there is very good. Oh, but we do get ourselves a space unit coming down here as well. So apparently, one arena, it's not enough. You've got to get a Cartel Spacer down as well.
And this is like presenting lethal now. Thrawn doesn't have the most amazing body when he is deployed, but he is a 3/9, and 3 + 3 + 2, as we all know, is 8. And that does exactly get you there. So Jorge playing out this last little bit of damage because he knows that Zuckuss is not going to make it through to actually doing another attack this turn. And Carlos is just in dire straits right now. I'm not really sure if there's anything that gets him out of this. I mean, a barrage might go some way. You're able to remove the Zuckuss. You're also going to be able to take out probably the Aura Sing. Looks like we are going to be paying 7 resources for a Maul.
Okay, so Maul, of course, has Overwhelm and Ambush, so can take out the Zuckuss there as well. And you can also redeploy the damage to an Underworld unit. If you're feeling a bit spicy, you can do it.
Yeah, and I think that's who, he was just double-checking, Jorge, whether or not he was going to do that. But this is now lethal because Carlos has, out of resources, he only has 1 attack on the ground. So all Jorge needs to do is attack with the Aura Sing into the base first so that the Boba doesn't take out the Aura Sing, and then swing with the the Cartel Spacer, and then deploy his leader and go ahead and swing for game.
Yeah, that is going to be all we need. That's going to be good on terms of the maths there. That's going to be exactly 8. So good news is you got rid of Zuckuss. Zuckuss didn't take down your base. Congratulations. The bad news is there's a combination of 3 other units that were able to do so, and that means you are not in quite as good a position as you might have hoped you were going to be.
Absolutely, and we are now going to see Jorge do exactly that, spotting the lethal, as of course he will, being very experienced with this deck and knowing, I don't want to randomly lose this when I've got this locked down. Carlos, I guess not realizing that Thrawn is going to deploy and get Jorge there, but we are just going to go ahead, see that swing, going up to 30 damage.
So there's 3 damage left now. So in theory, we go over to Jorge. We deploy the leader, and that is going to be enough. There's a fist bump. Jorge takes a very dominant game 1 with Grand Admiral Thrawn, but not the one you were expecting.
I think, Jorge really showing us there exactly, really a best-case scenario for what that deck is capable of. I have to say that was probably the perfect curve. The, having the initiative, the maximum damage ground unit that you could play on turn 1, going into, now there are 2 of them, into Zuckuss. Carlos basically making a pretty bad misplay there by deciding to craving power and remove the Toro Calican rather than answering the Zuckuss that was presenting 8 damage. and then, of course, being severely punished by having his only unit in space captured. I think Carlos will be taking away quite a lot from this game, moving into games 2 and potentially game 3 of this set. Definitely figuring out where those inflection points are in Jorge's list and trying to play around some of those threats now that he knows they're coming.
No, absolutely. And it's one of those things where, you look at this deck and you're like, well, hang on a second, that's not generally what I'm expecting to see. I don't know how, how are they 401 with it? And then you watch it and you're like, this is the best deck I've ever seen. I only want to play this deck from now until the end of time. How is everybody not playing this deck at this tournament? But I think you made a really good point there, Krishiv, in that this is, we saw a best case scenario. We got to see the deck do what the deck does. Now the question is, can you pull that off again? Your opponent's going to have the initiative. So what can you do in terms of replicating that? And you don't need to replicate it. You don't need it to go that well. Can you still win a game when it doesn't go quite so smoothly?
Yeah, absolutely. And looking through now the players' decks, and we can sort of have a look at the sideboards and think about what these players are bringing in. Starting off with Boba, if we look at the sideboard, we got some Chams and Dullars. Not really helpful here.
Nope.
Crate Dragons, maybe potentially useful, but I don't know I'd be necessarily looking to bring those all the way in. We have a Confederate Tri-Fighter to stop healing, but again, not too useful in this matchup. A Relentless to stop your opponent using events, but again, quite a late game unit here, not necessarily going to be the most useful. Similarly, a Palpatine's Return, not going to be the most useful. Maybe this Turbo Laser Salvo comes in to allow Carlos to board wipe Carlos's ground, though again, with the speed at the game, that we saw in that game 1. I'm not 100% sure that's really what he wants to see. I think the big thing's going to be Carlos is going to be taking his experience from that first game and transitioning that over to game 2 and doing his best to make Jorge's game plan significantly harder to achieve.
There's something you need to know if you're going to be casting with me, Krishiv. It's very, very important.
Go on.
I am always going to be lobbying to sideboard in Crate Dragon. It is my single favorite card in Star Wars Unlimited. I was very lucky that I actually got to reveal this card. Best reveal I ever got to do. That gave me a real soft spot for it. But it is one of the most devastating cards in Star Wars Unlimited. So
absolutely
you might look at the matchup and think, well, I'm not sure. No. You should always be sideboarding in Crate. Honestly, people that can play it and aren't playing free, I've got questions. But if it's in your sideboard and you're not sideboarding it in, I'm going to be a little disappointed. And I will say, it's a card we see going into sideboards a lot. It is a card we do see coming out of sideboards very much. But I think you did make a good point with the speed of that last game. Is it really going to be the piece that actually makes a difference here? I'm not 100% sure. But we got the sideboards, we got the deck list. Hopefully we'll be able to spot those sideboard cards. When they hit the field, we can go, hey, that came out the sideboard.
No, and I think you make a good point there with Crate Dragon. It's such a powerful card once you hit that late game scenario. Sometimes you're in these weird situations when you both have quite a lot of damage on your base and you're both sort of in this top deck mode. And when you're in that situation, Crate Dragon is quite literally the strongest card you can see. Because it kind of just locks your opponent out from doing anything, unless they happen to just be holding a particular piece of removal, which even then might just deal enough damage to their base that it gets you there in the long run. So I think, it is a really powerful card. And maybe if game 2 goes quite long, Carlos gets to take it if he hasn't already put it in and sees that, okay, actually this is a match I can take quite long. We will see those cards coming in. Looking over to Jorge's sideboard, though, I'm definitely seeing cards I'm bringing in immediately, and that's going to be Bazine Natal. 2 copies of those. I'm putting those right into the main deck because now that I don't have the initiative, my priority is going to be to remove Carlos's ramp, and I'm not going to care so much about seeing the initiative there because, it's going to be quite vulnerable. Any of the units I play, I'll be a little bit worried about being able to pull off the same now. There are 2 of them combo, so I'd definitely be hoping for a Bazine opener. We also see some No Good to Me Deads. This is a very, very powerful card. We see some Bamboozles. I suspect that is coming in for sure as well. Contracted Jumpmaster, again, more Space Sentinels. A lot of cards in Jorge's sideboard seeming to be quite strong in this particular matchup. And then, of course, we've got a new card, Cat and Mouse, which exhausts an enemy unit and then lets you ready a friendly unit in the same arena with power equal to or less than that enemy unit. So this is sort of a way to randomly get a lethal. So I'm seeing a lot of cards in Jorge's sideboard that I wouldn't be surprised surprised at all to see him bring in this game 2.
And he won game 1. I got good news and bad news for you. Good news, Crate Dragon totally was sideboarded in. Bad news, it got resourced straight away because it's a 9 cost and it's turn 1. But it's in there, and I'm just saying I was right and I'm happy. Was that a double pass straight away?
No. So we have a Crafty Smuggler from Jorge, which is not going to be ideal for him, but, you know, compared to passing turn 1, which is what Carlos has done.
I was going to say.
Yeah, definitely Jorge is going to be pretty happy with this situation, I imagine. Of course, Jorge is going, oh, let me do my leader. Give me a little look-see. Let me have a look. What are you going on over there?
Okay, so he has a look at the leader. Now, we know a Super Laser Technician is going in. Carlos is not hiding that. That is, of course, that ramp we keep talking about. But Crafty Smuggler can swing straight away, going into the base. 2 damage there. Comes in shielded. And a Lurking TIE Phantom coming in as well. Such a fun card with Raid 2. And the fact that it can't be captured, damaged, or defeated by enemy card abilities. So unless there's another ship there to attack it, it just kind of sits there poking for 4 every turn.
Yeah, and we saw just how much that extra, you know, damage, just chunking your opponent turn after turn after turn, if they don't have an easy way to answer it, can just get you there. You know, Data Vault, 33 HP. It's a lot of HP, but, you know, when you're getting, you know, hit for 4 a couple turns in a row, it starts to dwindle very, very quickly.
That adds up very, very quickly. Here we see Super Laser Technician takes the shield off of Crafty Smuggler, but more importantly, goes down as an active resource there, or ready resource, ready to be used. So, okay, you got your ramp with Crafty Smuggler. That's quite nice. What else have we got? Ooh,
Tornaean Gunship. This is not ideal for Carlos. I mean, it's going to deal 2 indirect damage, which is something, but it's not the, or 3, I should say. Yes. No, equal number of vehicle units. Yes, there should be 2. And Jorge is going to go ahead and put both of that on his base. I think just going, you know what? This is not that scary. Yes, you are going into that Boba flip, and that is going to potentially deal with my ground unit. But of course, that Lurking TIE is not going to be able to take that effect damage, and it's just going to sit there and continue to be menacing, probably forcing Carlos to use his first action of the next action phase to just deal with that Lurking TIE while he can.
And it's always nice when you feel like you've got an advantage in the game, like Jorge must do at this point, to be able to go, well, I'm going to put Lurking TIE Phantom here, so you've now got to deal about this, and then I'm going to actually do what I actually want to do. I'm just putting this here to kind of waste some of your actions as we go. There's another 4 damage going onto the base from that Lurking TIE Phantom. We're up to 8 in total now. And
there's the
Forlorn comes in, Zuckuss' best friend.
And this is very scary for Carlos, because who should be on 10 by the looks of things. If the oh no, there was 2 earlier in the turn. My bad. But yeah, I mean, this is a lot of damage that Carlos is facing down at the moment. And if, you know, Forlorn's best friend Zuckuss makes an appearance, and that can be either one of the units named Zuckuss, of course, doesn't necessarily have to be the one from Shadows of the Galaxy, then this is a board that's starting to look very, very difficult to answer.
Yeah, that's +1/+1 and ambush. So that Zuckuss could potentially come in with 9 power and ambush.
I mean, this is looking really, really scary for Carlos. That being said, if Jorge doesn't have exactly Zuckuss, we, I think, are going to see something. Oh, there's the barrage. Now, this is exactly what Carlos would have wanted to have seen. He is going to go ahead and deal everything there. The reason, by the way, for viewers at home who may be wondering why Jorge isn't just slinging indirect damage onto the Lurking TIE if it can't take effect damage, indirect damage bypasses that effect, and it would go on to the Lurking TIE. So it is possible for a Lurking TIE to be defeated by indirect damage. We are just going to see, I think, Jorge go, well, all right, well, let me just get this damage in while I can, and we will take it from there.
I mean, that Lurking TIE has done 8 damage so far to the base. And now, sure, it goes down to the Tornaean Gunship, but not before it's already done 8 damage to the base. So you paid a couple of resources, and then you got 8 damage on the base. That is a very, very good trade-off. And here is the Zuckuss. A little bit too late, unfortunately. Doesn't have ambush, doesn't get the boost, because Zuckuss has to be on the board when you play the Zuckuss. Little bit sad, but you still have your best unit down there. And I think Carlos is going, I am dealing with that as fast as I possibly can.
Well, here comes the Boba Fett unit. And is this still a bit awkward? as Carlos. You are going to be able to deal with the Zuckuss. It's going to take 2 swings. I think this is an interesting decision, actually, for Carlos, whether to flip onto the ship or just deploy onto the ground. Because if you do flip onto that ship, this is a very, very big unit you have in space that's going to sit there and start applying a lot of pressure to Jorge. And I think if Carlos had had just any other card in his hand that would have been able to simply deal with that Zuckuss on the ground, Craving Power, for example, an Overwhelming Barrage, even an Open Fire would have gotten him there after that 4 damage, then I suspect Carlos probably would have flipped over onto space. But Jorge can probably take this to mean, okay, I don't think he has any more removal. I think he's sort of, he's out of gas in the tank there, and I can now start to really play aggressive, potentially go a little bit wide.
But once again, we're looking at a situation where what Carlos really wanted to do was deploy Boba onto his space unit and get that really beefy space unit. What he actually had to do instead was deploy it as a ground unit, which is not really what these pilots want to do because they're better in space, just to try and deal with that Zuckuss. And Carlos, once again, is kind of playing catch-up here, trying to counter the moves of Jorge, which is not ideal. What also is not ideal, while we're here, 8 damage from Zuckuss, putting Carlos up to 20 in total.
So much damage. It's so much damage.
Zuckuss is absurd.
It's honestly, I mean, we're seeing just how scary this card is. 20 damage as a Data Vault deck, I mean, it's a good thing this is a Data Vault deck, because you imagine this was 30 or 25 HP, and that's absolutely looking like wraps. This Zuckuss now, probably no real rush to answer it, though I would be concerned about my opponent doing something like playing another Forlom if I were Carlos, and then removing my ability to answer the card at all. So I do think Carlos should probably deal with this sooner rather than later. But yeah, we're in this phase of the game where, I mean, you generally want to be avoiding spending resources. We are going to play 7. This is probably going to be a Maul, and there comes that Maul. Is going to take out that Zuckuss and Overwhelm for 3 damage, I believe.
3 onto the base as well. 4 goes on to... Sorry, 3 goes on to... No, 4 onto the base. 3 onto Zuckuss.
Oh, yeah,
out
sorry,
of 7
yes, 4
leaves
damages.
4 to
Yes,
go
you're
over.
right, yes.
So that'll put the base up to 7. So that Maul sees a huge amount of play. It's a 7-6 with Ambush and Overwhelm. It's not cheap, but you're playing it in command. You're generally going to be playing a bit of ramp with Super Laser Technician and Resupply and stuff like that anyway. So you're bringing it in slightly early, and it's just an absolute beast of a unit. And here you get to take out Zuckuss while you also get the damage on the base. And Zuckuss's extra, the +4/+4, only works for that attack. So you're only taking 4 back. So Maul lives to fight another day. And Jorge right now doesn't actually have an answer for Maul on the board. Is this the point of the game where Carlos goes, hey, I've got a board and you don't?
It may well be. I mean, this is where we're coming into the really dangerous point in that Boba strategy. We're going on to 8 resources next turn. That's prime Devastator territory. And then the turn after that, of course, your favorite card in the game.
Yeah, it is.
Great Dragon. And that's when Jorge really starts to get locked out of the game. So I think he's really got to apply this pressure as fast as he can.
Well, this is an interesting one. So he was really agonizing over that decision. Do I deploy my Thrawn leader or not? Decides to deploy. So you can take out Maul here. You do enough damage with Thrawn to take out Maul, but you will be taking 7 back, and your 9 HP is not lasting long. Now, it looks like Boba is going to swing into the base here, going up to 10. The difference... Oh, going up to 11, sorry. The difference between the damage on base is... It's not that much anymore, especially when you consider Data Vault has the extra 3 to begin with. So I'm just saying, it's starting to even up a little bit, and now Carlos is starting to build a board. And like you say, we get to those 8 resource, 9 resource turns. This seems like a game Carlos could start turning it around. What does Jorge have?
He has a way to answer the unit in space. And this was sort of this was a tough decision for Carlos, because if he swings with his unit in space, yes, he is insulated from something like this, a little bit of removal, or from the Thrawn ability on attack to have a little look at the top card of the deck and exhaust something. But he is vulnerable to having his unit on the ground defeated, i.e. that Boba unit. But here we are just going to see Jorge going straight in to the base, going, no, I need to put the pressure on. I've really just got to get you dead as soon as possible.
Well, he's up to 23. There's 10 remaining. There's only actually 6 represented on board right now. 3 for the Toro Calican and 3 from the leader unit. But You're getting closer there. And I think if you're Jorge, you are worried because you know what may well be coming over these next couple of turns. Boba is not a particularly secret deck. We know the high end they do tend to be playing. Do we see one of them coming down here nice and early? Carlos does have the initiative.
So Jorge resourcing here is interesting because that tells me he's probably got a Cad Bane in his hand. And that would work out mathematically beautifully for a Devastator, which is, of course, a 9/6. Maul has 2 health left, and that would exactly capture the whole board if a Devastator did come down from Carlos. Doesn't look like that's what's happening here. We are just going to go ahead and throw the Maul in, defeat that Toro Calican, deal a little bit of extra damage through that Overwhelm. I think it was just 2 there.
Yes.
Me leaving Jorge just go, okay, I mean, I guess I'll just swing 3 base.
And that's going to put you up to 26. That is 7 away from the game. You're not there yet, but you're getting tantalizingly close. Jorge did win game 1, so winning this would give them the match, put them on a 5-0-1 record. Can they get over the line? It looks like we're just going to see Boba swinging into Thrawn. It's not enough. It's 4 damage, and Boba goes down. But there's a lot of open resources.
I mean, here, I think you do just play the Zuckuss. I mean, the Zuckuss plus literally any pump is going to get Jorge there. We do see a Force Choke, but then we're not seeing a Devastator, and Jorge's got to be happy about that. The Dornean Gunship goes straight back. Jorge's going to be able to get to draw a card thanks to the Force Choke. We'll see if he can just put down another unit, or if he's just going to go ahead and take the initiative. I suspect he will just go ahead and take the initiative.
Love to see someone like, you know, you've got the +1/+1. Even like a Forlorn here would come in with ambush, bit of extra beef here, get a nice attack through. We're not there yet, though. It looks
Takes
like a
the initiative.
fire
Spray comes down. Jorge says, nope, I'm not letting you get any damage onto this Zuckuss. I know you deal effect-based damage. It's going onto the base. I have initiative. If there is a blaster in Jorge's row, which I think he revealed on first turn, I'm pretty sure that was the top card of his deck way back when. And so is probably in his resource row by now. That is going to be a swing for 8, which is 1 over lethal. So we are going to see here, does Jorge have the blaster or a surprise strike, both of which would get him there equally well.
Did look like he was having a little bit of a look at his resources there. So he's definitely checked what's in there.
He has resourced up.
All right.
So he presumably does not have lethal in one action. He's looking.
He's looking. There's
the blaster. And that's game.
There we go. Zuckuss is going to hit, and that is going to be a 2-0 victory for Jorge with Thrawn, one of all things. Not what we were expecting to see, but Grand Admiral Thrawn, patient and insightful. I mean, game 1 wasn't very patient.
No,
game 1 was
not at all.
played at a blistering pace.
I think this must be referring to how long we had to wait ourselves to see Thrawn start seeing some success. He's been biding his time all the way through until Legends of the Force. I mean, what a set.
I enjoyed that greatly. Seeing the Legends of the Force Zuckuss, which is not a card I was expecting to see coming down anytime soon. There was some other double coming Mandalorian there. Never came out, never got to see it. Made me a little bit sad.
We didn't see double cunning come out either, like just the normal cunning event, right?
We didn't see cunning. We didn't see double cunning come out either. But we did get to see Zuckuss, and we got to see why this Thrawn deck is so good. Game 1 had the perfect curve, I think you described it as. I think it's a good way to put it. And really came through with a very decisive victory. Game 2, a little bit closer, but never looked in that much trouble. It seemed, sitting at a 5-0-1 record in a pretty good position for day 2. And it's a point we've made many times on stream, but I think it bears repeating. When you bring a deck, like his opponent had to read his leader in round 6 of a regional when you're having a good record. When you've got that much surprise factor on your side, your opponent is going to run into traps, they're going to make mistakes, they don't even realize the mistakes for another 2 or 3 turns, and they're going to do things which they later find out have lost them the game. They are not going to be ready. That gives you a gigantic advantage.
Absolutely, and we saw that there. We have our power cards in Zuckuss. I mean, what an incredibly powerful card. Basically won the matchup off his own back. And then we did have that surprise factor, which, exactly as you said, really allows you to get some amazing extra wins in there when you might not be able to otherwise. But this is actually not the only match that we've got for our kind viewers. We have a second feature match, which we're going to go ahead and jump jump over to right now. I believe we are going to be going into the second. No, we are in the first game. Here we go. And this is actually going to be Kira Datavolt versus Boba Datavolt. So we're going to give Boba another chance here. Maybe he can redeem himself. Personally, I am unfortunately going to be rooting for the Kira just because I hate Boba, but that's fine. Don't have to worry about that. My bias is completely irrelevant.
I mean, we've just seen some Boba on stream. Boba just had a little bit of a rough time in this matchup, so, you know, maybe give Boba a little bit of a, you know, throw Boba a little bit of a bone here, maybe?
I mean, I definitely think this is a very interesting matchup because Kira is not the fastest deck in the world. I think that's a fair thing to say. And so when we're dealing with a deck like Boba, which once it hits that late game, you're talking about Ruthless Raiders, you're talking about Devastators, you're talking about Planetary Bombardments, dealing huge amounts of indirect damage, and Kira potentially not having a board that big, you know, in order to shield up, having to deal 2 damage to its own units, potentially having this issue when it comes to HP on board to allow you to stabilize there, really can put this Kira in a sticky situation. But we will, of course, have to see where this goes. Our players are drawing up going into those opening hands, and I'll be very curious to see where this goes. I don't know if you have a particular favorite in this one, Ross.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I just rewatched Solo like last week, and that totally holds up. But also, it's made me like a real big fan of, and Solo gets a lot of play, like that whole film in the Star Wars Unlimited card game. So I'm kind of loving watching Kira right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're on the same page. We are absolutely not biasedly whatsoever cheering for the exact same player. But we'll see here. Boba, of course, very happy with his opening hand, and I believe having the initiative there, I'm going to go ahead and put out the bold prediction that there is an Allegiant General Pride in Boba's hand. You know, we do love dealing 4 damage immediately on turn 2 when we can. It's a nice little power opener that Boba has access to. And Kira, we will see here, I imagine, looking for something like a Pershing to start soaking up that damage. But looking at this hand, this is not good. I don't think there's a turn 1 or a turn 2 play in there.
Oh, I mean, the good news is you draw some more cards before you get to turn 2, but you'd like to have something set up for at least turn 2 in your opening hand. Hopefully something can come out here.
Yeah, I mean,
quite nice.
There we go. There's the Allegiant
Pride.
General Pride. And I think Kira here goes, yeah, I'm going to take the initiative and really, really hope that I top deck into a Power of the Dark Side. I think that's going to be the ideal situation here, and that's exactly what we see. Let's see if there's a Super Laser Technician, which is, and there's the Pershing. Oh, that is unfortunate. Just the wrong order of those cards.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see. You want to be playing on curve, by which we mean playing a 2-cost card when you have 2 resources, etc., etc. Playing with the right amount of resources. You don't want to be playing a 2-cost card and then leaving a resource unused. Here we get the Super Laser Technician, but the Pershing, unfortunately, not yet on the board. Now, Allegiant General Pride attacks, but remember, no initiative here, so no indirect damage. So at least we saw JS take away that initiative to take away the indirect damage.
Yeah, and here I think, you know, it's going to be a pretty easy claim over to Kira. Again, denying that initiative to Boba, making sure this Allegiant General Pride is not going to be a 4-3 for 2, which I don't know about you, Ross, but I feel like if I had a 4-3 for 2, I'd be putting that in every deck I own. So,
I think most people would,
yeah,
honestly, sir.
Pretty good. So, yeah, but here we're seeing a very go wide from Francisco, and who I believe we actually saw on stream yesterday in the limited event. So once again, you know, doing quite well, coming here, being on stream 2 days in a row. Will there be a third? Of course, we will find out. But looking at this hand here for Kira, we are coming into the flip turn. We are going to be able to throw that Super Laser Tech into probably the first order Stormtrooper. So we are going to take back 1+1 thanks to the Boba Leader ability indirect damage, which is going to put up the Kira up to 4. You are facing down a little bit of damage here, but we'll see if Francisco chooses to attack with the Allegiant General Pride. He is going to play around the Callus, which is sitting in JS's hand. But, you know, we're also on the Kira flip. And this is pretty scary because as Boba, I'm now playing a turn behind against Vigilance Command Villainy, which we know famously has some pretty good cards once it makes it to the latter part of the game.
Yeah, there's some nice options for ruining everything you wanted to do, usually popping around in those decks. The good news is you got 7 damage on nice and early. You have got a couple of units down there, but we're getting 5 resources being used here. What are we going to see? It is, of course, Callus, Agent Callus, not one with which we are unfamiliar. And it's fun. It's got ambush, and when another unique unit is defeated, you can draw a card.
I mean, this is just the ideal case scenario for Kira here, choosing to attack with the space unit first, and then, you know, actually having a unique unit on the ground to be defeated. We are playing out this Boba to this, Fet's Fire Spray over to space. I mean, Kira probably, do I want to put this on the Callus? I lose the Callus. Bit of a tough call. I think if there is a barrage in JS's hand, this is the easiest claim in history. You don't need to worry about deploying this Kira. You're not going to get any real value out of it. I mean, I suppose you technically heal one off the Callus, but, you know, not really what we want to be seeing. I guess that does mean there is unfortunately no barrage in JS's hand. So we are just going to be throwing 3 damage across the board over on the Boba side, and we're just going to start doming face.
Yeah, very nice. When deployed, you heal all damage from each unit and then deal damage to them equal to half its remaining HP rounded down. So all the damage on the board becomes irrelevant. Everything gets reset by Kira to what Kira wants to do. And then we just see a swing for 4 into base because, of course, Kira's got grit.
Of course, why wouldn't she? So, you know, sometimes it's fun when you flip a Kira and your opponent happens to have a 3-attack unit on the board that you just get to trade into and go, I have a 7-1. And I have initiative, and I have overwhelming barrage in my hand. I hope you like pain, because you're about to get a whole lot of it. This is a classic thing we see with Kira, and it really informs the way, if you're playing against Kira, you need to be very considerate in the units and the trades you make, because sometimes you want to make a slightly worse trade just because it makes your opponent's Kira flip that much worse. And these are the kind of things that these players will both be thinking about. They'll be thinking not just actions, they'll be thinking turns ahead. What am I worried about when my opponent gets to this stage in their game plan? You know, what are my concerns? I think we're going to see a daring raid coming down from the Callus there. Not a barrage, interestingly, which would have dealt with the full board.
But at least you get your Callus down, and the Callus, you know, sits there, potentially a little bit of a draw engine. It's already drawn 1 card. You don't want it to draw anymore. Don't give your opponent too many advantages. And you only paid 1 resource. You got the unit off the board. It's a decent enough trade. You're right, barrage would have been nice, but you've at least got rid of one of the threats there.
Yeah, I'm curious what Francisco's worried about there in terms of not just going ahead and throwing down that barrage to defeat the whole board on JS's side. We will see here 6 resources being paid. I think it's probably going to be a vigilance, is my guess.
Your guess would be correct.
Vigilance. And I mean, you might just shield the Kira here.
I would want to shield the Kira most of the time. Of course, it's one of those ones. Okay, so we're going to heal. That's first thing, and it does look like we are going to defeat a unit with 3 or less remaining HP. Don't get the shield on Kira, but look, you can only choose 2 of them. You chose 2. It worked quite nicely, and it looks like a resupply is going to come down from Francisco to get an extra resource there into your resource row. And then...
this is, just going to be a swing from Kira. And now we are going to be able to flip that Boba onto the Kylo's tie, which will defeat the Kira. So there is the line that Francisco was playing to. Didn't see the respawn in the hand. Does make sense. Maybe a slightly greedy line, just because you are leaving yourself a little bit potentially vulnerable, depending on what the Kira has. And of course, if Kira had chosen to shield there, this line is very, very bad. But thankfully for Francisco, JS decided to heal instead of doing that. And so he was actually able to just get that nice bit of value in there.
Yeah, generally, if they're not playing the overwhelming barrage, they've got some other plan which is going to achieve the same goal, and it was the open fire combined with the resupply. You're getting your Boba down, and, wow, thank goodness Kira didn't shield, frankly, as we go into our resource phase, where, of course, you draw 2 cards, and if you want to resource one, you can. You don't have to. No one's going to make you. But you have the option if you want it here.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the really, really fun parts about Star Wars Unlimited. It's because we draw 2 cards a turn. Once we hit that point in the game where you know what, I've got enough. I don't actually need any more. I'm drawing 2 cards a turn. I've got plays for days.
That feels
good.
And
so top deck mode doesn't even feel that bad because you have so many potential options. Here, Power of the Dark Side for 3. No, we are instead going to see a perilous position, which is pretty good, you know. Not too bad at all. Go ahead and tap down that unit and give it -2, -2. So it's looking quite weak now, I believe. That's going to be just 3 HP on that Boba, or I should say on that Kylo's TIE Silencer, due to the -2, -2, and the 1 damage that's already on it.
And it looks like we've got a droid missile platform. Is that coming down?
Yes, looks like it's going to... And again, this is where we see indirect damage be incredibly scary. Because JS has no units on the board...
It's all just going to base.
It's all going to base. And indirect damage has been costed in this way where it deals a little bit more damage than direct damage to base or direct damage to a unit. They would normally cost it because your opponent is basically going to put it where it's worst for you, except in these situations when... there is nowhere worse to put it, and so it goes to the best place possible. And, you know, if we see a bombardment or something come down soon, this is going to be really, really scary for JS.
It absolutely is. So JS needs to build up some kind of a board here. It's clearly having a good old thing. We've got free resources being exerted here. What are we going to use it for? Oh,
Another
it's going to be
perilous
another
position.
perilous position onto the same unit. So, I mean, there must have been more than 3 remaining. So we've got...
It's just a... I think it's just a 3-1 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's got 1 HP remaining at this stage, so any ping will do at this stage. And, of course, it's been exhausted down again, so it's not going to be available until next turn. Double perilous position, you don't see it often, but if you've got a unit you really want to deal with, why not?
I'm not going to lie. I mean, looking at Francisco's hand, the poor chap's drawing just air. There's nothing good coming. And, you know, but this is the stage at which we should be going, oh, and here comes the Devastator to lock out the game. Here comes the Ruthless Raider. Here comes the Planetary Bombardment. That's where we see the really, really scary cards in Boba's Curve. But he's just not drawing them. Meanwhile, going up to 8 resources over on Kira's side, we know the sheer density of threats that Kira Datavault has access to. And there's so many of them that would be incredible to see here. We're going to see the Disabling Fan come down to make this Boba just a little bit bigger, be able to do just a little bit more damage. And staring at that Kira hand, it's bomb after bomb after bomb. That was 2 Reinforcement Walkers, an Avenger. I didn't even see the rest of it.
I think that might be a Super Laser Blast in hand.
I mean, that's
think
exactly
that
what
might have been
you
the
want to
front card.
If that's what it is.
And is that what's coming down? There it is, the wonderful Galactic Championship side event art of Super Laser Blast. Oh, they even found the right art on screen. Good work.
Oh, good
Work, backstage crew.
Whoever that is, well done.
But what it does do here is get rid of all of those units that Francisco was hoarding over there in space. And it was quite nice, because the perilous position just bought you just enough time where they weren't doing very much. And then the Super Laser Blast came in and got rid of all of them. And just as a side note, while we got a second, they did not last long on the prize wall of Galactics. People went after those Super Laser Blasts. I got my one for my binder. That'll do me.
I'm incredibly glad I managed to get my play set for my Kylo deck. I'm a big Kylo fan. I went quite ham at the Galactics, max raritying that deck. I picked up lots of nice, you know, Galactic Championship promos for it. You know, the Snokes and the Super Laser Blast, and of course the Vaders and the Anakins. Oh what a fantastic! Nice. I'm getting distracted. I'm thinking about shiny things.
Right, back to the game. They've resourced, they've drawn. Now we need to get back into the action, and we have got ourselves
more air.
HK47. Love this card. Love it way more on my first turn of the game.
Yes, and here I think we're just going to see the Avenger. Yeah, it's quite good. And this is the problem, right? We've now reached the point of the game. Like, you've done 13 damage to JS's base. It's not really enough. It's just not... And Francisco here, okay, you play the Dornean gunship, fine. You deal 2 indirect damage. Okay, at this point, I'm going to throw it onto the Avenger. I'm going to take the initiative as I'm JS, and I'm just going to hit you in the face for 8 damage, get rid of that Dornean gunship, and at that point, it's getting really, really hard for Francisco to come back into this game. We've really hit this point of stabilization for Kira.
And that's what you're looking to do. The reason you play Datavault is because you just want that extra HP. Kira takes time. You need to get to this end game. You need to get to your 8+ resource turn. And I think the way you described it was bomb after bomb after bomb. And that's what we're doing. Super Laser Blast last turn. Avenger this turn. And now we are resourcing up to 10 resources, which a lot of decks don't even ever bother doing. But Kira's got, I think, plays for days is another phrase you may have used today.
Yes. Yeah, plays for days. And this is the thing. Francisco keeps resourcing as well. In my view, I think there's a couple turns now where if you just had some of these cards in hand, had some more things to do, some more threats to put down, just a way to go a little bit wider on this board, maybe not be quite so vulnerable to an Avenger. But here, JS just going to go, all right, cool, let me just go ahead and swing 8. Let's deal with that Dornean gunship. And, we know there are at least 3 really powerful cards in JS's hand that are just going to be absolutely monstrous units that Francisco's going to have a really hard time dealing with. I mean, if nothing else, this is already lethal in 2 actions, right?
Absolutely. Because, just 2 swings of Avenger, and that's going to do 16, but 17 is up to 33. Now, Maul does come down. Problem is...
I think you just claim here as JS. You don't even need to play anything.
No. Maul doesn't really do very much at this stage because Ambush does nothing when there's no ground units on the board. But you are using 4 resources.
Oh, no, we'll just fell.
We'll just fell. The dragon comes down. It only works against bigger units. But the good news is Maul is a bigger unit. So, I think that was worth putting off claiming, and it looks like we're just shaking hands. JS is going to take game 1 because you've reached that point in the game where you know you're not coming back.
I mean, it makes total sense. We saw there, we just got to the point where Kira was so far ahead. Boba was just not able to get there early on in terms of that damage, and which is, of course, just really unfortunate for Boba, seeing... weirdly, Kira missing that turn 1 play ended up working very well in Kira's favor, have the initiative, keep it away, and even though it was a bit of a slow start, just managing to stabilize there and then start playing out those really, really powerful threats.
And that's what we see with a Kira deck. You need to buy yourself a bunch of time. You've got a bit of extra health on your base. You play a bunch of control cards, and, Vigilance is very, very good for that. And then you play Keep Away, and then you get to that point in the game where it's Super Laser Blast, it's Avenger, it's Supreme Leader Snoke, it's all of these big units that they just can't deal with because you've ruined their entire plan. Exactly. And then it's just, 2, 3, 4 swings from the big units, and that's it. The game is over at that point. So very well done there from JS, played that game absolutely beautifully. Honestly, that was a pretty textbook Kira Data Vault victory.
I think so. And, I'm sure we'll be jumping into the next game very, very shortly. But just I want to quickly say, look how shiny and beautiful that Kira deck was. I think it was all hyperfoil. Even from the base all the way down to every card in that deck. I mean, absolutely sensational stuff. You'll have to see it. We're coming in here to sideboarding. And let's have a quick little look. I can see Ross has got the decks up on the screen. And I don't know, Ross, is Kira, is there anything in here that you're looking at in that sideboard and you're thinking, wow, this seems really strong here? I mean, one thing that catches my eye is probably going to be that Arcaten's Assault Carrier. It is an 8-cost unit that ambushes in space. It's an 8/7, and when it defeats an opponent's unit, you basically steal it and you take it as one of your resources, thinking, this is out to things like, some of the really scary threats like Ruthless Raider and Devastator that Boba Data Vault tends to play and can be quite hard for decks like Kira Data Vault to handle.
Absolutely, and it's one of those ships where there's a lot of decks around right now that just don't play much in the space arena. There's a lot of decks that go very hard on the ground. But here, you're not playing against one of them. You're playing against a Boba Fett deck. They've got plenty of ships worth stealing. So, no, absolutely, that's one I'd want to go in. And look, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. Over on Francisco's side of the board, we have a Crate Dragon. And actually,
I think it's good, yeah.
We are playing in a matchup here where your opponent wants to go long. They want to get the game extended towards those end turns. And you know what's really annoying when your opponent extends the game towards those end turns?
I think I've got an idea, but why don't you tell us?
It's Crate Dragon.
What? That's crazy.
I'm always saying I want Crate Dragon sideboarded in.
Yes.
But this time I actually think it's a really good idea to sideboard it in.
I think you're exactly right. And, we also see some Palpatine's returns, some timely interventions. These are cards that are going to be very, very useful for Francisco to have access to. I think you're absolutely right. I would expect to see these Crate Dragons coming in, these Palpatine's returns coming in. I don't know if we will see the timelies. I'm not sure how amazing they are. Potentially quite useful in just, I'm thinking with that 4-cost Fett's Fire Spray in sort of doubling that indirect damage could be very, very scary. Definitely, potentially, some really nice options here in the board for Francisco, but we'll see exactly what happens. I think the players are pretty much done sideboarding here. It looked like JS put in about 4 or 5 cards there, so definitely a few options, besides the Arcaten's Assault Carrier. I mean, looking through, there's a Rival's Fall, and there's some Palps returns. There's a Confiscate. That Confiscate 100% will have gone in. We do love a 1-card answer to your opponent's leader. That costs 1.
Yeah.
Usually quite good. Can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Because those pilot leaders, they are technically upgrades when they're deployed. Something like Confiscate, a 1-cost event card, will get rid of them. Something like a Disabling Fang Fighter, your low-cost space unit's going to get rid of it. There are a bunch of options there. So, Yeah, I mean, not in every deck, but I'm saying every deck has options they can use there. It's one of the criticisms we saw about these pilot leaders very early on, that there's so many good ways to get rid of upgrades that maybe the leader units being technically upgrades gives them too much of a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the things that is going to be interesting to see, as we move forward into a Lawless Time, set 7, and we move into rotation. A lot of this upgrade hate, this upgrade removal, is in those first few sets of the game.
Yep.
And we might be coming into a whole new pilot era. I mean, obviously, massive speculation. We have no idea what a Lawless Time looks like yet. But so far, there's not a huge amount of upgrade removal. And we might be coming into the era of Boba, which would, of course, make me very sad because I hate this leader, but that's fine. I love Kylo, and Kylo makes me so happy that I don't mind that Boba is on screen at the moment.
I personally love that you are speculating about a set that we genuinely have not
It's
seen.
literally zero.
We've seen a logo, and that is literally it, and you're already speculating.
Zero information.
Because that is exactly what I love to do. I'm looking at that, I'm going, oh, Lawless Time, you know what? Think we could be seeing some Underworld, some Bounty Hunters.
Wouldn't that just be the treat?
I
That'd
would
be
be very happy.
fantastic.
No, I don't think we're alone in that. I think there's plenty of people at home when they were showing off at Galactics, when they showed us those set logos, plenty of people at home who were thinking the same thing. But it looks like we are all ready to go in game 2.
It's going to be an HK.
Now this I like. Turn 1 HK47 makes sense.
A lot more scary. We are going to potentially see a good few little extra damage pings coming out of HK. And obviously, with Boba, that's basically 2 damage that you're able to sort of spread around. So it is quite nice. We're just going to see a claim from Kira. It looks at the top card, immediately puts it in as a resource. 0 thought required. I do wonder what that was. I suspect it was probably something like a 10-cost Devastator or something that's not being played anytime soon.
Quite possibly. Those high-cost cards are so good in the late game. In the early game, a lot of the time, they are unfortunately resource fodder. So it looks like Kira here with the initiative.
And there is the resupply.
Yeah, fair one. Get an extra resource you're building up. Makes perfect sense to me.
And this is going to be really frustrating for Boba here because, yes, Boba's going to be able to go ahead and play out that Super Laser Technician we see in the hand. Right now, no fantastic way to actually activate it, though one of the neat things you can do with Boba is actually his leader ability allows you to choose which player you want to deal an extra indirect damage to, so you can choose yourself as the Boba Fett player and then ping off the Super Laser Technician that way. And this is one of the ways we see Boba Fett players play around opponents basically fully dodging and just refusing to give you a unit on the ground that you can crash your Super Laser Technician into.
There's a lot of things like that in Star Wars Unlimited where it doesn't actually say it has to be you or it has to be your opponent. And it does, like you say, open up some of those cheeky little plays, like how Entrench can be used either to boost up your own units to take out units or to stop your opponent attacking a base. It's quite nice sometimes to have that kind of option as to which player is going to be using it.
Yeah, and we saw it earlier in the tournament today when we saw that legacy run in the Thrawn 4 yellow gameplay where he was able to activate that with both Anakin and Talzin's Assassin, which was, really, really powerful. And it does seem, there's this intentionality because we do see those cards that specify, no, only you, no, only your opponent. We are just going to go ahead and shotgun deploy that Kira. I do wonder what we are in for here. Potentially a barrage, potentially something else. It does. I see a Power of the Dark Side in that hand, though, and I think there is a barrage just behind it. I think there's 2 barrages, actually.
Could not get a live. If you saw it, Chris, if I'm going to believe you, sir.
I think it is 2 barrages, which is going to be quite scary, I think, for Francisco to contend with, but we will see whether or not that is true.
And then Kira's got grit, so now actually this works out quite nicely for Kira here.
It's going to be a nice little 6-attack unit. I mean,
6-8.
To be fair,
well, 6-2, but still.
6-2, but yeah, let's, a little bit challenging there because HK is just going to be able to go ahead and throw itself right into this Kira for free. So arguably, you do just, I'll just use one barrage. No, I think we're just going to power the dark side.
I was going to say, you want something, yeah.
Perilous position. Very
I love
nice
this.
There.
I assumed that's what you were going to do. Get rid of the HK-47 before it can swing into Kira, take out your leader, and do damage to the base. Perilous position, perfect. -2, -2, but of course, in Star Wars Unlimited, if you ever bring their HP below 2-0 or below, then you do just get rid of that unit straight away. Oh, and stop me if you've heard this one before.
Ew.
Yeah, it's a droid missile platform.
Yeah, we know this can be scary. Although, of course, we might actually see Kira get to that lovely 7-1 status, which is so good. There is the Pershing, and that is exactly what JS wants to see here. 5 HP on the board. Just basically, he's got a 38 HP base now, thanks to that Dr. Pershing.
Absolutely. And of course, you can use that, like you say, to deal that last damage to Kira to turn it into a 7 attack. Now, here comes your Legion General Pride. Bit later than we saw
That
in
is
game
definitely
one.
a barrage. You claim here. Yeah, JS is going to claim. He's going to barrage. He's going to board wipe. And I think he's going to throw all 3 of that indirect damage onto the Kira, which will make Kira 9 attack. Which is, no, 11 attack because of that +2/+2 for the turn from that gunship. And then I guess one of those extra indirect damages will have to go on the Pershing so that Kira doesn't immediately get defeated. But, no, wait. I think you can put all of it onto +2/+2. No. Yeah, it would just be 3. Yep, there's the barrage. We are going to see that board getting wiped away. And go on, make it 11 attack. No, okay, we are just going to throw it all onto the base.
I mean, that
fair
does
enough.
make
It's
I mean,
fair enough.
you're still swinging for 8 here.
It's
Kira.
all right. It's okay.
Well, minimum 8, you could actually, you know.
I think you can throw this one on. I think this feels pretty good. You know, you go from 8 up to 10, and then you have like you know, a nice little 7-1 there. Yep, we just got some counters there for the grit. It looks like.
No, they were the +1. They were the
+1 from barrage.
Barrage.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. And I think maybe all of that damage went to base.
All the damage went to base. We got 6 on Kira from before, so you can take 1 more damage on Kira. Well, you could take 3, but I think I only want to take 1. I don't want it to just go away when the overwhelming barrage wears off.
Yeah, I mean, I think here your only real worry is making sure you don't take so much damage on the Kira that you lose to a Ruthless Raider. So that's really the only thing I think you're worried about. Although obviously, looking at Francisco's hand, when you I'll just deploy Boba. You're like, okay. JS is probably thinking this has not been a great turn for Francisco. And I mean, maybe you just deal with the Boba here. Yeah, I think you just go. You know what? I just got to make it a couple more turns, and I'm really through the worst of it.
No, I like this, and it's one of those. There's so much damage you can throw Akira into base. It's so tempting to go into base, but you don't really need the damage right now. What you need is time. Those big units you're going to play in the end game, they're going to deal with the base very, very quickly. Now we see another pilot coming down here into the ground arena. That is your pilot Darth Vader. But, of course, it's just a 6-cost 7/7. It's not been deployed as a pilot. No skills. It's literally just a vanilla 7/7, which is still fine.
It's quite big, yeah.
Still beefy, but
yeah.
It's not.
Oh, and here we see Francisco actually start drawing some good top end. We see the curve. He's got a maul, and after that, he's got a devastator. This is exactly what he wants to be seeing. Of course, probably ideally with a little bit more damage on JS's base at this stage. Though, you know, we have a 7/7. Is there a power? There is the power of the dark side coming down immediately. And I think we're just going to see the maul come down immediately after this. And we will see if JS has an out. Still 2 turns away from Avenger. So we are looking for something like a Fell the Dragon or some other way of just answering this maul, ideally on curve. Because, you know, being able to 1-for-1 is great, but if your opponent sort of is able to keep putting out these really big units and you're just constantly behind, and eventually you do run out of that removal, and you are going to be in a situation where you're just not able to keep up.
And then all of a sudden, this goes very differently to how it did in game 1. We did see them all going over the Pershing there. Of course, Pershing has no power, so it didn't take any damage back, and it did put a couple over there onto the base at the same time. And now the question is whether Kira's got an answer to this maul. There's 8 damage on the base, which means you've still got 25 there. You've got plenty to work with for the time being. And it looks like we're using 3 resources here.
To the second power of the dark side. I think it would be pretty good here.
It would be amazing here.
No, we are just going to claim the initiative. Potentially looking for a laser blast. But again, do you really want to... There's the crate.
Okay.
There is the crate.
That's good. I told you.
I mean, this curve is looking absolutely incredible for Francesco.
Pretty devastating.
I mean, this is what you want to be seeing. We have a 7/6. Okay, JS, answer that. No problem. Here is a 9/6. I'm also going to deal 5 damage to your face. I hope you can answer that too. Oh, you can? No worries. Here's a crate dragon. And we see a maul into a maul.
Maul crime here. They take out each other. The underworld are a little bit shady. But, of course, because the maul attacking has overwhelm, it does actually put that 1 extra damage onto Francisco's Data Vault here. So it wasn't something like a Power of the Dark Side, but Maul did get it done.
And there we go. We are going to see 5 damage coming in to JS's base from the Devastator. And once again, we're going to see JS likely just claim. I think, was that an Avenger that just flashed through? So we're probably going to see that come down. And that's the worst case scenario for Francisco, because then he just can't play that Crate Dragon, because it's just JS claims and swings and immediately defeats it. So we will see. This is the point at which JS really wants to see an Avenger. If there is no Avenger, this is very much a game that Francisco can win.
Absolutely, it is. Avenger, of course, very much like Power of the Dark Side. Makes your opponent choose and defeat a unit, and those cards are always best played when your opponent has one really nice unit that they would never choose.
Avenger.
But there is a Power of the Dark Side, so at least you get rid of Devastator. But you're right, this means that Crate Dragon can come down, and there isn't a natural check on the board. And once Crate Dragon's down, if you play something to check the Crate Dragon, you've got to take that much damage onto your unit or base, or, well, I say unit or base.
Oh, he's got the 3rd Power of the Dark Side.
No! My poor Crate Dragon!
I mean, yeah, all right. You know, I'll take 3 damage to my base if you insist. JS has got to feel really happy about this. Yes, it's not Avenger, but sitting there, 3 Power of the Dark Sides in one game is pretty good going.
You just took down Maul, Avenger, and Crate Dragon back to back to back with Power of the Dark Side. That is an absurd run. I don't think I've ever seen a Power of the Dark Side trio work that effectively. And you've got the dragon off the board, and you've only had to take 3 damage to base to do so.
We're getting a live reaction here from our friends down there in the card area. And yes, I can confirm this is exactly how we look right now over at the caster's
I'm
desk.
the guy at the front.
I'm the guy in the middle.
I'm just peeking in, happy to be here.
The 3rd Power of the Dark Side. But we're seeing now, I mean, again, we've hit this really late game inflection point. 17 damage, halfway there for Francisco. It's not unwinnable by any means. If Francisco can just keep drawing some of these really big bombs, JS has used a lot of these answers, and we're seeing here we have another 7/7 Vader in hand. We do have some more indirect damage. It's going to be 4 indirect damage going directly onto the base if JS doesn't have a unit. You know, again, we are in this situation. JS just doesn't have a board, just needs to stick something fundamentally.
And the thing is, every time you play a Power of the Dark Side, it makes the next one less likely. With 3 being played, I mean, well, I'll be honest with you. You can only play 3 of any particular card as Star Wars Unlimited.
I think if we see a 4th one, we know something's up.
Yeah, if we see a 4th one, something bad has happened.
Oh, and I think this may... that 8... It's probably going to be, I think that'll be the Reinforcement Walker, I suspect. I'm not really sure what, or maybe an Architens. There is the Walker.
You called it. It is a Reinforcement Walker.
And it's probably going to get discarded. And yep, we're going to heal up 3, and we are now going to have a unit that's going to be really, really annoying for Francisco to deal with.
Such a good card. It's when played and on attack, so you get it every turn. And you look at the top card of your deck and either, oh, it's really good, I'll draw it, or I can afford to give it up, I'm healing free from my base.
So
and there's the Pilot Vader.
Now, I think JS probably wanted to shield up this Walker, but I think in the situation you do just have to claim. This is scary. You are staring down 11 damage on the base, so you know it is definitely looking a little bit scary.
Now, unfortunately, we are going to be starting the next round very, very quickly. So we're going to let you know that JS actually did manage to win that second game and did go to 2-0. So Kira Data Vault, very good deck, very powerful, works beautifully. It is one of the favorites this weekend, I think, at least, coming in.
Oh, absolutely. Completely agree. It was definitely on my short list of decks. I was expecting to see success this weekend in this really mid-range focus meta. You know, decks like Kira, Data Vault, decks like Palpatine, I think are really well positioned right now.
Agreed.
So, yeah, I mean, really seeing that do well. And, of course, incredibly satisfying for me personally to watch not 1 but 2 Boba Data Vaults lose on stream. Just, oh, fantastic. Nom, 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 nom. Feels so, so good.
You like watching Boba lose almost as much as I like seeing Crate Dragon get sideboarded in for game 2. Well, we've got another game coming up in a mere matter of moments, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. There's lots more action to come. Who's going to make day 2? I don't know yet, but we're going to figure it out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While we have a little bit of a break in the action, I have a little treat for you. We have got one of the phenomenal artists who provide the images on those cards that we play with in Star Wars Unlimited. So rather than me do the introduction, could you tell us who you are and what you do?
Well, my name is Gabriel Gomez. I'm a Spanish artist, and well, I do illustration. And I love arts in all the ways. So I love doing this kind of stuff.
Thank you very much. Now, one of the first questions I like to ask artists who work on these properties we love: how did you become an artist for Star Wars Unlimited?
Well, I always knew that I will be an artist, so the only thing I know to do, so it's just follow the way. I became an artist from Star Wars Unlimited because, well, one day I received an email from my art director, so I just was like, oh my God, let's do it, go on.
I'm not an artist, but I have had similar emails drop in going, do you want to do this amazing thing? It's a good feeling. Now, you can probably guess one of my favorite pieces of art you've done. I'm wearing it very proudly on my lapel here, Darth Maul. Do you have a favorite card that you've illustrated?
That I have illustrated already. I love Qui-Gon Jinn, for example. I like Qui-Gon Jinn. Darth Maul, of course. Yeah, some of them that we will see in future sets.
That's quite the tease. There's some good cards coming that you've done that we haven't seen yet. I love it. We waited a long time. Qui-Gon Jinn took a long time to come into the game. We were all very happy when he appeared. So, one question I always like to ask. You've done a bunch of cards. Is there any card, whether it's a character or an era or anything you want to draw for the game that you haven't had a chance to draw yet?
Well, I used to draw characters. I didn't make ships or things like that. Ships, but. If we speak about characters, I would like to draw General Grievous. I think it's amazing characters, and I hope to do it in the future.
Well, I hope you get to do it as well. Okay, final question. You get to take some time out of your art. You get to come to events like this, meet fans, have everybody tell you how much they love your art. How much fun is it for you coming to an event like this?
It's amazing because I'm always, all time drawing in my house, in my cave. So being here is like a big dream because you can have the feedback of the fans or people like you that enjoy this event. So this is amazing. We can talk about all this universe, and it's unique. It's unique. So I love it.
Thank you very much. What a lovely answer. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us today. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The action is hotting up here in Bilbao. There are plenty of excellent matches still to come. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, heading into round 7, if my maths hasn't failed me yet. My name's Ross. I am back. But I had to give it to Christian for a minute, which is sad. He's lovely. But we've replaced him with Al. How you doing, Al?
Not too bad, not too bad. I hope there's not too many disappointed people out there. But yeah, I'm back again, ready to talk some Star Wars Unlimited.
I'm not disappointed. We casted a sector together in Liverpool last season. Now we get to come back on the big stage at the regional in Bilbao. How's your weekend going so far?
Fantastic. It's been great. I mean, these events are always fantastic, but the fact that we've been able to do constructed and limited in one sort of long weekend is just brilliant. It's my dream come true.
I mean, yes, but I had to miss the limited stuff yesterday, which made me a little bit sad, frankly. But I got literally the first flight to Bilbao from the UK this morning so that I could come and join you guys and join in the fun with Constructed. And it looks like we got our players ready to go for this next round. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I've not been told what this game is yet. Do you have any insight? Or
I have lots of insight, and I'll tell you why. The player on the right there, Adam, I'm so humble, people may know him as online, is, as you can see from his jersey there, he is a member of Team Enigma. the competitive team that I'm on. And I'll give you a little bit of info here. The deck he's playing is not just the deck that I built and designed, but the deck that I literally gave him to borrow. So he's literally borrowing my deck for this event. So,
Okay, so I don't need to think too much about this deck then, because you have got every tiny little piece of insight we are ever going to need. And I'll tell you what, this is another deck that might not be on the radar of some players coming in. It is, of course, Kazuda.
Indeed, yeah, Kazuda Security Complex. We've seen so many decks today that are fairly unpopular. Even Vader Blue, Vader Vigilance is not a deck that we see that often, really. Usually you see it, paired with Cunning instead. So we've seen so many different decks today, and it's brilliant to see. But yeah, Kazuda Security Complex, a massively underrated deck. It can really, really abuse specific cards, which I'm sure will come up shortly, to make your opponent have an awful time trying to beat you.
So just so I'm not misquoting you here, make your opponent have an awful time.
Yeah, who doesn't want to make your opponent have an awful
That is your goal with this deck. Okay.
Absolutely.
I am absolutely loving it. So it's not a deck we're used to seeing. Let's see how this is going to work. Of course, we've got Adam with Kazuda on the right. We've got Aaron with Darth Vader, the Pilot Vader on the left. Both players playing a Vigilance, what I'm talking about, base here. There we go.
Indeed.
But Adam, of course, going Security Complex gives you that once per game shield to give you a little bit of a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. The deck card was first introduced to try and counteract Force Throw, and then when Force Throw was banned, we thought, well, maybe we should cut the Security Complex, but it turns out it's just fantastic to fight in the space anyway. Being able to prevent that first instance of damage on any unit that you choose is just such a powerful ability, and I'm sure we'll see it be used to great effect here.
Absolutely. Well, let's see where we're going here. We are starting off with our Fireball. We're getting turn one?
Absolutely, yeah. So for most decks, Fireball, 2 cost 3/3 ambush. Space unit, but because Kazuda can stop the ability from functioning, you just play it as a 2 cost 3/3. There's no self-damage here. It's at its absolute best in Kazuda, and yeah, what a beaut. Kazuda pouncing his own ship.
So basically, you turn off your friendly unit actions to take an extra ability to take an extra action.
Yep.
But you turn off the bad ones.
Indeed.
So you get rid of. So you lose a downside.
Yep.
And gain an upside.
Yep.
You're starting to sell me on this, Al.
There we go. And that a little token there just representing there's no ability on that Fireball now, so it will not take any damage coming into the next round. So yeah, I mean, a 2 cost 3/3 ambush in spaces is pretty much as good as turn 1 plays get in space.
No, absolutely we do. And for what it's worth, we did see an Inferno 4 come down in space from Aaron there. Of course, Vader, quite partial to space units.
Yes, indeed. Both of these decks are pretty much all space units, to be honest with you. So I'm not expecting to see almost anything on the ground in these games at all. Might as well just make it one big map, move those leaders and bases over to the left-hand side at the bottom of your screen there, and just play everything in space.
I'm going to be honest with you. I just had a cheeky look at the deck list, and there are a bunch of ground units. They're all pilots, mate. They are literally all pilots. Well, we do get a Forged Starfighter come down here, hidden and raid 1. So at least, it's safe.
Yeah, nice to see Forged Starfighter appearing in Constructed. We saw it yesterday a lot in Limited. We had a few jokes on stream about how it's my favourite card in Limited. A very unassuming ship, but in Constructed with Vader, it's still very powerful as well. Probably the only deck Vader that is able to, the only leader that is able to utilise that card.
But it can utilize it. It works very nicely indeed. So why not, frankly? And hey, you attack with a non-token vehicle unit, and oh, look. Now you got TIE Fighters coming down left, right, and center. So looks like we're having a think here from Adam. 3 resources. What are we going to get?
Yeah, it's a Death Space Skirmisher there. Not the best option here for Adam. It has ability, does absolutely nothing in this situation. It can exhaust an opposing unit, but the Forged Starfighter came in this turn anyway. So really, that is the worst 3-drop he possibly could have had here. But there we go. Don't forget to use that Kazuda ability on the Fireball, otherwise it will be defeated.
And then you can just claim immediately afterwards with that extra action Kazuda gives you access to. Absolutely love it. I'll be honest with you. I love seeing these unexpected decks. I love seeing them in action and then having that realization of, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here.
Yeah, and I did speak to Adam a couple of rounds ago just to see how I was getting on with the deck, and he said his opponents, the number of times they've gone, whoa, what are you playing? They've had to read the ability as well. They have to remind themselves what Kazuda does, and we've seen so much of that today. So at last round as well, it's just amazing to see such an open field and such a variety of decks coming down.
Absolutely loving it. While we do see the swing there from the Death Star Skirmisher, just puts 3 damage onto Aaron's base. So now we're over to Aaron, and we're going to swing, or we're going to find another unit or something there in the hand to play.
Yeah, what's that upgrade that he's got on his Forge Starfighter? I didn't quite catch what he played onto that.
Is that a +3/+3?
Is it an Iden? I can't see.
I believe
can't
it.
make it out.
I believe it's entrenched.
Is it entrenched?
I think
Okay.
it might be
It must be entrenched, yes. He's entrenched his own unit there. Okay, so he's not going to be going base. He's recognised correctly, Aaron, here, that he is the defender in this matchup. He's not the aggressor. Kazuda deploying 2 turns before Vader means that he's so much more aggressive. You do have to play slightly slower.
And I mean, look, if it's going to work, it's going to work. We do see a clone combat squadron there. I mean, it's one of those that gets +1/+1 for each other friendly space unit. Ideally here, this is supposed to be when you got a bunch of TIE fighters out and it's really buffed up to...
Indeed.
But for now, it's at least on the board, and we haven't actually seen any TIEs come out from Darth Vader here. Hopefully they can come out fairly soon. Here is the ability from Kazuda. Oh, I wonder what it's going to be. Oh, not yet.
Yeah, the ordering with Kazuda can get a little bit tricky because obviously you can take a second action. With Fireball, it only really matters if the unit survives at the end of the turn. So you don't have to straight away use the Kazuda ability. You can wait, and that's what Adam's deciding to do here. It is worth pointing out the clone combat squadron, much stronger, I would say, in Vader Yellow, where you get a huge swarm of units very early on. We saw early with Carl on stream playing that deck. This deck, much more mid-range, much slower, harder to actually trigger those TIE Fighter tokens, as you said there.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we'll get some as we go along the game here, though. Now, it looks like... Where are we on here?
Yeah, I think we're still on Adam's action. I'm not sure what they were discussing there, but... yeah. A little tap of the table there, giving us an indication it is his action. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I like this. So we're shielding it up, kind of recognizing that actually there's a good chance I'm going to be attacked here. So maybe get the shield on there, survive a little bit longer.
Okay.
I recognize that, dude.
Yeah, so this is the ace in the hole. This is the really the key theme of the deck. You've got 12 pieces of hand discard hate in the deck, 3 jam communications, 3 tip the scale, 3 unmasking the conspiracy, and 3 spark of rebellion. So you've got 12 ways to mess with your opponent's hand. An overwhelming barrage here in this matchup would have been absolutely fantastic. So jam communications there for 1 resource, taking the most impactful card out of Aaron's hand.
And it's one of those things, it's so nice when you get to look at an opponent's hand and discard an event from it. It's so much better than just getting a random card. And like you say, getting rid of that overwhelming barrage, which, look, if you're trying to build up a nice board of space units, something like an overwhelming barrage can absolutely come and ruin your day, especially when you have something like an entrenched card there where you're +3/+3, which is going to take out that Death Star skirmisher because it doesn't want to just get rid of the shield.
Indeed, yeah. Now, it is resources all expended by Aaron, so that is going to be, other than deploying a TIE token, the most he can do to impact the board this turn. So now Adam does have free reign here. He's got 3 resources left. He could play a Falcon. He could deploy his Kazuda, which I'm sure he will, and then start pounding down on this Vader base here.
And with nothing really to check it other than undeployed pilots, it does make your leader a little bit better. You deploy it into the ground, it forces your opponent to have some other option. Well, here is that Falcon you suggested might come down. Piece of junk. Enters play ready.
No such thing. That Millennium Falcon, absolutely. That don't let the tagline deceive you. That has been one of the strongest cards in the entire game since Set 1 released, and will continue to be so, I think, until it rotates out. And then in the Eternal format, it will absolutely be a strong card there as well. Being able to come in ready, and in Kazuda, you can just get rid of the downside. So there's no downside. It's just a 3-cost 3/4 that comes in ready, which is unbelievably powerful.
Now, what we see here is we see Kazuda's ability. That's going to come in. That's going to protect the fireball from where we were before. And then it's actually going to come in there as a pilot, it looks like.
Yep.
Onto that Millennium Falcon.
Absolutely. That's now a 6/7 Millennium Falcon. Deploying as a pilot, a huge leader unit. And you can see there, when Kazuda attacks, he can use the ability on himself in his own unit. So the Falcon, no ability there. The Fireball, no ability. No downsides all around.
And there is that classic of using your leader ability, then deploying, and then being able to kind of get a second bite of the apple. Does leave the Fireball potentially vulnerable next turn, but I mean, look, the amount of use we've gotten out of that Fireball already, if it has to go down at some point,
yeah,
I mean, you've gotten value. What, 2 resources for that?
Indeed, yeah. 2 costs, and we've seen it so many times now in Star Wars Limited, that turn 1 play having such a big impact throughout the game. Sometimes these turn 1 plays survive for so many turns. Now, it does have a shield on it from the security complex, but I do spy a shuttle in the hand, ST various numbers in the hand of Aaron there, and that shuttle will be able to move the shield token away from Fireball and onto one of his own units, which is a fantastic answer to this Kazuda deck. It does struggle a little bit with the shuttle SD149.
Yeah, that 149 is quite spectacular. It comes in shielded, but then also on play and when defeated. You can take control of a token upgrade on a unit, and it's another one of those things. It doesn't specify whose token upgrades. So the absolute best case scenario is that you come in, you get your shielded space unit, while also stealing your opponent's shield or maybe experience token or something like that onto one of your own units.
Well, that's what we call in the business of value, baby. Not only, I mean, a 3-cost-3, a 4-cost-3 for shielded in space is already pretty good stats.
Yeah.
But to steal an opponent's shields, you can take theirs and put it on your own. It's just so good. And here we see it, Battle of the Prestiges. So the Fireball Prestige gets its shield token removed and then moved on to the shuttle. Where's he moving it to? That's now what, a 5/5 now?
Something along those lines. It's got a +2/+2, so yeah, 5/5 looks about right. And actually, while we're here, where are we? That's the Clone Combat Squadron.
Yeah, that's right. So
but of course,
but now, yeah, so it should be a 6/6 in fact, because it's got the shuttles come in as well for another buff.
I was going to say, so now we've got plus, so it's now a 6, there we go, it's updated now. So now it's a 6/6 shielded, but it's only going to get bigger. Every space unit that comes in immediately gives it that extra +1/+1.
Yeah.
So it's not stuck at a 6/6.
No, that's right, yeah. And I mean, a 6/6 is big enough, don't you think? But
no, apparently not.
A 6/6 shielded that can grow even further, yeah. I think Adam, while he's got a lot of base damage on here, he is in a wee bit of trouble because, as we said, there's a lot of power on the side of Aaron here. He's putting a lot of pressure in this space. And Adam, once you're cleared off the board, you don't have many ways to get any more damage in. There's no burn from hand. There's no 4 cores, I believe, in this deck, obviously, which means that you do need to deal damage the old-fashioned way with units on board.
Well, I've got some bad news. If you're trying to rely on units on board, you're starting to run out of units. You've got the Millennium Falcon, piece of junk, but Kazuda's there going, no, it's not a piece of junk. I can fix it. Very appropriate artwork for that, incidentally. But that's all we've got at the moment against, you know, what is a mounting army of units over on Aaron's side of the board. But we do have, at least for the time being, it's an N1 Starfighter. I recognise that. I like that film.
Yeah, absolutely. The who doesn't? A lot of people apparently. It's a mercenary gunship upgraded, so it's mercenary gunship, but it doesn't have any downside. So back in set 2, when the 3/2 in space was like all the rage, we thought, wow, that's actually a fantastic unit. Now we just get it with no downside at all, which is again brilliant. And there's Fireball. It's back again.
Fireball's back, and of course, Kazuda, every time they attack, they can actually give that ability to multiple friendly units if they wish, but it looks like we are going to see a swing with that entrenched ship. It's not going to be enough, but it is going to get a sizable chunk of damage down there.
That's right, yeah. So now 6 damage on the base there. Kazuda getting to swing in. And this base damage is starting to really add up now. That's 21. We're only 9 away. But as I said, if we can't get that damage in through the space arena, there's no other way to do it.
Well, there's no Sentinel out right now,
No.
so you can't, you know, is there an argument here to just, look, ignore all your lovely big space? I don't care. I've got a bunch of, I'm just going to use them to attack your base.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Adam is never sending an attack anywhere but the base for the rest of this game. I don't think he's attacked anything except the base, other than with Fireball when it ambushed in. So, yeah, he'll be going further and attacking the base.
And you get 6 off them. Well, you would have got 6 off Millennium Falcon. It's gone now.
Yeah, it's like Kazuda comes down exhausted now. Yeah. Epic action. It's also exhausted, so the ability cannot be used this turn. So Fireball will be taking a point of damage if it survives. Somehow suspect that it will be defeated before the end of the turn.
Quite possibly, unfortunately, and you've only got 6. Oh, I like this. Surprise strike comes in, and you get yourself an extra, you know, an extra free damage. So now you're up to, is that?
27
That's
now.
27,
Yeah.
which means either Fireball or your N1 Starfighter is threatening lethal next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the magic number. 27 is exactly where you want to be. Yeah, they're just checking the damage. It should be 27 at 26. He was on 21, and then we had N Starfighter with Surprise Strike. 21 plus 6 is 27.
I can confirm your maths there, and it looks like the players are agreeing with you on the table. They've put it up to 27. The Fireball has gone down.
Now, the question is, does Adam, he could theoretically claim here, and if there was no way to deal with the Starfighter, go from there, but no, I think this is the right play. Get another ship down, make your opponent need 2 answers, and you see the deflation in Aaron's face. He's like, oh, okay, how do I deal with all this stuff?
He was not loving that, because you're right. And that's the thing, you know, Vader coming through as a pilot here onto the TIE Fighter makes that token unit into a far better unit, and then that gives you an answer potentially to the N1 Starfighter. But now Millennium Falcon, which, oh, would you believe it, also does exactly 3 damage.
Yep.
That's out now. And if Adam claims, I mean, there's still a lot of open resources for Aaron is the issue here.
It really comes down to there's 2 cards in the hand of Aaron, I believe. So does Aaron have a way to deal with one of these ships from hand? We know he needs to deal with both or he loses the game. It's no coincidence that everything has 3 power and he's on 27. It's a very well calculated deck if I do this myself. But we'll have to see. If Aaron can have an answer to the second ship, that could be it. Because there is no way that Adam is going to be able to stick a unit on this board moving forward. Does he have it?
Right now...
Victor Leader that was. That's not an answer. That's not enough.
I mean, it's making a very beefy ship there.
It's huge. It's humongous, but it's exhausted, so it doesn't matter. It can be as big as you want.
It's currently a 9-9 if anyone at home is, or 9-6 with the damage on, but still.
Yeah.
9 power, but then, of course, it looks like that's gone down.
Oh,
we did have an answer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's completely saved the game for Aaron there, that Power of the Dark Side. He needed exactly 1 answer there with 3 resources left, and he absolutely had it there. Without that answer, Adam absolutely would have been able to swing in for lethal, but Aaron, I think that should be it now. I can't see any way back from this now with such a huge space presence for Aaron. He may even have lethal this turn.
And it's worth pointing out, you know, Aaron has got 3 health remaining on his base. Adam has yet to take any damage on the base. He's got a completely clean base. But O and I are actually counting it up right now. So we've got a lot of big units there. We're hitting 9 from the clone.
I count exactly 25. We'll have to see.
If you've counted, then I'm going to believe you on this one, mate. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, let's see. I think it's exactly 25. Honestly, it doesn't hugely matter because, again, Adam doesn't have any burn. There's no way for him to get the damage through anyway. Whatever he plays, Aaron will just clear it off. Okay, so at the end of the day, he doesn't need lethal this turn, but I think he has exact lethal.
That is, I mean, there's no point both of us counting. You've done the counting. I'm going to believe you on that one. But like you say, here, any ship that gets played is just going to get bumped away by Aaron ships anyway, and then just taking the time to, well, go from there. You know, once you can deal with the threats as they come on the board, any extra swings you've got can then just go into base, and it might take a couple of turns time you're getting rid of everything that hits the board, but over a couple of turns, like you say. And you've built this deck, you know this deck better than probably anyone, arguably maybe better than Adam.
Well,
because you built the
I'll
deck.
tell you what, I do know better than him because he's played about 20 games of the deck. I convinced him to bring it based on the power of the deck, so I can tell you that it's. I certainly know it better than him, but he's had a lot of training. Last night, I know the Enigma guys were all training with him and getting all prepared for this event, so I'm sure they helped him get up to scratch.
I mean, he's 501. He's clearly doing very well for himself. But the point I'm making is, if you're telling me there's no way back at this stage,
I am.
Then as the architect of the deck, I am willing to believe you. So from here on, the question is, you know, essentially, how long is it going to take Aaron to take this out? Adam, he can play some more ships. He can try and play some bigger ships. Maybe Aaron has to take some damage back, but the problem is any damage he takes from ships Adam plays, he can just play his own ships. He's played another one right there.
Yeah, indeed. He's going to keep going.
On first order TIE Fighter,
I think this is the first game we've seen pretty much all day where we're just seeing entirely space, right? I don't think we've seen anything like that. And it's really a flashback to Jump to Lightspeed, right? Both of these decks very heavily Jump to Lightspeed focused, really demonstrating the power of those sets. We've seen a lot of Legends of the Force cards today, a lot of Force decks playing on the ground. It is nice, I think, just to dip back into some space combat.
I played 4 pre-releases with Jump to Lightspeed in the end. I played a lot of that set kind of on release, and then of course it comes out and it mixes with the other sets and it's a bit less spacey. But when you look at that set overall and you build decks in that, you know, with that set, Poe Dameron was one I was very fond of.
Oh yes, indeed.
Love me some Poe.
Oh,
but
who doesn't?
You're right. It means that you end up playing very, very spacey, and we see a bunch of decks in Star Wars Unlimited that do go almost entirely, like Cad Bane, for instance, has no time for the space arena.
Indeed, yeah. We often see, I mean, it's just by nature of the way that competitive card game players are, they want to maximize and push everything to its limits. You will often see top competitive decks be either all ground or all space pretty much, because at the end of the day, if you play a split of both, you're spreading your resources and your aggression across 2 different arenas. And this is the one way. Okay, there's only one ground unit in the entire deck. That is R2D2. That is the only way to play a ground unit in the deck. And so that means that if Adam has another surprise strike, there is theoretically a way he can actually steal this game. And it's a lot of ifs here. Aaron also needs to have no way to answer the R2.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, if I can see a surprise strike,
But I
R2.
think surely Aaron has lethal on board here, though. It's slightly off shot there, so I can't quite make it out. But surely there must be enough damage with this. That squadron is on. How much damage is that now?
The squadron is at a 10-10 right now.
Yeah.
So the squadron alone is doing 10 damage.
Yeah, it's a big
11
shit.
damage.
Oh, he didn't have enough.
Did he not have enough?
It was one short, it's 24. No surprise strike off the top for Adam there. So he did. There was an out there. He played to his out, so good for him.
Okay, I love that. But we do see Aaron taking game one there. Well, it was a very weird kind of game. We saw Adam there for the entire game, just coming along with the Kazuda and the Space Units and the Fireball and the Millennium Falcon, ticking over to that magic 27 number, going, I've got multiple free attack space units, free power space units. I'm going to make this work. And Aaron going, I hope I can survive for a little bit longer. Oh, wait, no, I totally did. And then those last free damage never came down. The R2 at the end, there was a chance for a surprise strike.
Hail Mary R2.
Did not work. Oh, surprise strike R2 for the win would have been my favorite play of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, so in the sideboard here, I'll start with Kazuda just because it should be short and sweet. We have Bamboozles in the sideboard, which will help a lot in this matchup. You can just use it to defeat the pilot. I think you mentioned it on the last game as well, that those pilots are susceptible to upgrade hate. So Bamboozle, perfect. A zero-cost way to defeat an opponent's leader is just, I mean, the most efficient removal in the entire game. So they should definitely be coming in. The other cards, some other things that might make a slight impact, but not particularly. It's mainly the Bamboozle that we'll expect to see here.
And then over on the other side, there's no Crate Dragon this time, unfortunately. There were in both the previous games. That's why it's relevant. But you were watching, you know.
I was.
But is there anything we're seeing in here? I mean, there's a bunch more ships. We've got Devastating Gunship, Ego Escort Fighter, Survivor's Gauntlet, Direct Hit, Foul the Dragon, Takedown.
I mean, honestly, and this is no disrespect to the play here, but you may not know exactly how to play against Kazuda because it's such a rare deck. But if he does know, he should be bringing in the takedowns. They are phenomenally good against Kazuda. They can stop Kazuda deploying as a pilot onto a space unit. They will help a lot. The Survivor's Gauntlet might be okay, but I'll tell you what, the Direct Hit will also be really useful. And the Ego Escort Fighter, the one of Ego Escort Fighter is fantastic here because it can defeat a Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, I agree entirely. And again, you know, it depends how much he learned from that first game, how much he understands. I'm lucky because I've got you just sitting here telling me everything I need to know about the deck. Aaron, unfortunately, not quite in such a fortunate position, but it is apparently all down to those mid-rangey kind of ships. Get them.
Yes. When you see a ship, you kill it on sight. That is the rule against Kazuda. If Kazuda cannot deploy his pilot onto a ship, he will lose the game in all likelihood. Because if you have to deploy him on the ground as a ground unit, he's a 2/5 with no abilities, really, right? So he's just not a threat at all. But if you can deploy him onto a ship, he's +3/+3. You make a huge unit that just can't be dealt with. So yeah, the mission really, number one mission here would be to make sure that Adam can't deploy onto a space unit.
There we go. Well, we're shuffling up here between games. We've got Aaron just making sure his cards are all in order. Sometimes, you know, have a little count. Just make sure you haven't lost a card somewhere along the line. I know some players do like to do that. Adam sitting there a bit confident. It's looking like he's ready to go for the next game. So you watch game one. Is there anything you're looking for Adam to try and kind of do in game two? Or was it just bad matchup, ran out of steam at the wrong time?
Honestly, I'm not sure how bad the matchup is, but I do think that a lot of this deck is done in the deck building portion. Now, Adam, I think he played it perfectly there. I don't see anything that I would have done differently. I think he played it really, really well. But what I will say is that sometimes with this deck in particular, if your opponent has the answers, there is very little you can do. You just have to accept it. It's one of those decks where you've got to roll with the punches, and sometimes you'll win and sometimes you'll lose. And there's some decks, those really grindy decks that play a million turns. I'm thinking of like Command Heroism, things like that, you have so much influence over the result because there's so many decisions over the course of the game. This Kazuda matchup is decided in the first 4 turns pretty much. So, it's
cool.
Short and sweet.
I mean, I'm loving getting the insight here. Having the person who built the deck, being able to sit here and tell me everything I need to know, especially about a deck which is so unusual as Kazuda. It is not a deck. I'm not sure I've never even had it on stream before.
No, possibly not. Certainly not today. But yeah, I mean, there are a few people on it, but yeah, it's really today we've seen there must be at least one player playing almost every leader here. The number of leaders, different leaders and bases and things we've seen.
Makes me happy. Well, we got that turn 1 fireball again, just like we had back in game 1. So we got a very similar start from Adam there. That's a good one.
Not the best start, though, from Aaron here,
No.
because only starting with the 1-cost 1-2, I mean, compare that to a 3-3, you know, it does not compare favorably at all. So, yeah, not an ideal start there for Aaron.
No, Droid Starfighter, and, you know, only being able to get 1 cost down on your 2 resource turn. It's not ideal. You got 2 resources, you want to use them both. It means you're playing off curve immediately.
Yeah.
Now,
One of the sorry to interrupt there. One of the advantages of playing this version of Vader is that you will have one of the disadvantages, sorry, is that you'll have far fewer turn 1 plays. You know, when you're playing the cunning version, you have lots of 1-drops. You can go double 1-drop almost every single game. It's a lot harder to do it in this list because there's just fewer options. You know, Vigilance Villainy does not have any ships you can play on turn 1.
No, unfortunately not. Well, we see a first order TIE fighter coming down from Aaron here, and Adam, of course, has already taken down the first ship that hit the board. No mucking about. You played a ship turn 1. It wasn't a very good one. Droid Starfighter goes down. Oh, and we got the stolen 80 hauler coming in here.
Yeah, so the probably the second best option after the jump to Lightspeed Millennium Falcon. A 3-cost 4/5, which is clearly unbelievable stats. The reason the card hasn't taken off in other decks is because when it gets defeated, obviously your opponent can steal it, which is a big problem.
Yes.
But with Kazuda, you can turn off the ability. So if you do that, they can't steal it, even if they defeat it.
It's a card I see popping up in a lot of decks all over the place, and it's always a card that's terrified me because, like, I know it's really well statted for a free cost, but it's well statted because your opponent can steal it.
Absolutely, but Kazuda's not about that. He goes, no, you can't steal my ship. He's got it all locked up nice and tight.
And I do see the play here because, of course, like you say, if you can turn off that, then it's just an incredibly well-statted free cost. And interestingly enough, it is that, like you say, rather than the Fireball. Fireball is going to go and hit free damage into base here, but your stolen 80 hauler, it's too good. You do not want to give your opponent a chance to go and steal it.
Yeah, if your opponent gets to play what's effectively a 0-cost 4/5 in space, you'll go on to lose that game. So yeah, Adam, they're playing conservatively, making absolutely positive that he cannot be stolen. So yeah, we do get to look at the whole hand there. So yeah, Barrage once again getting discarded. We've got an Iden. Nice for us casters. We get to see what he's got in hand, which is handy. So we've got the Combat Squadron and the Iden as well.
Well, the Combat Squadron is going to be quite good. The Iden Versio could come in quite nicely later. But that Overwhelming Barrage, such a good card and would be very impactful. A lot to turns last game. That would have made a big difference. But of course, you couldn't use it last game because of jam communications. You can't use it this game because of jam communications.
Those communications have been thoroughly jammed.
Thoroughly jammed.
The spaceship orbiting above with the barrage ready, they're not getting their orders. They've been entirely jammed. Now, this is one of my favorite plays and one of the bits I love about this deck and base leader combination in particular. Security Complex reads, you can give a shield token to a non-leader unit. Now, you can give the shield token to the ship first and then deploy Kazuda onto it, making it a leader unit. So it's the only way to get a shield token, onto a leader unit using the security complex. It's having a pilot leader, which is just brilliant.
I think that's fantastic. Well, speaking of pilots, Iden Versio comes down and, oh, look, she brings a shield with her. It's what she does. So now we got a beefy First Order TIE Fighter there with the shield coming in. And, of course, we have had the TIE Fighter created by the Darth Vader leader as well. So both players doing what they do, starting to build up those beefier space units. Who's going to be able to establish dominance, though? That's going to be the big question.
Yeah, I think Iden's really useful here. The 1/1 token is also very useful to be able to ping off the shield from the security complex next turn. And again, the name of the game here for Aaron is he needs to defeat this Kazuda pilot when he deploys onto the stolen hauler. It needs to be done. Otherwise, Kazuda will run away with the game. So yeah, it's very tense here. We're on a knife edge. The game will be decided in the next turn or so. And Adam, I don't think he's very happy with his hand based on his expression there. I'm not sure he's got very much he can be doing.
He's not got the air of a man who knows exactly what he wants to do and how he wants to do it. And if you're experienced with a deck and you've got that look, it generally means the cards aren't favoring you. Well, here we do see the deployment of Kazuda as a leader here. So now we've got the boost and we've got the shield and we've got ourselves, you know, that big leader unit. So we've had a swing from the TIE Fighter into base.
Yeah, so that's 2 plus the 1 for raid and then 3 for the Iden, 6 damage into base there. Did have the option to trade shields if he wanted to, but Aaron decided, no, I want to get the base damage in here. Again, what has Adam got in his hand that he's not deciding to play any of these cards? He's still got 3 resources available.
I wish I could tell you. We see a big swing into base here from the stolen 80 Hall. I believe that's 7 coming down.
Yes, indeed it is.
And then we see a swing from the TIE Fighter just going to 6. We see the initiative being taken by Aaron there. And, oh, it is a Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, jump to Lightspeed Falcon. Not the best here. It's very vulnerable to the First Order TIE Fighter. As we said, that's got 6 power at the moment and a shield, so it can just cleanly trade with it for free if it wishes.
Yeah, that's not ideal, frankly. That's not what we're looking for.
No, that card much better on turn 2 when you can actually deploy Kazuda as a pilot onto it and give it the additional power. Not ideal having to play it on that turn there, turn 3, but still better than nothing. It means you do protect yourself against the power of the dark side for the time being, in case Aaron did top deck it. How many power of the dark sides does he run? Do we know?
How many power of the dark sides does he run?
3, I think it is bottom. Yeah, 3 power of the dark sides, and also 3 entrenched main deck as well, which is a really good card in the matchup as well for Aaron. He did use it on his own unit last game, and we saw it was effective there, but you can also just stick it on your opponent's unit and stop Kazuda attacking.
Yeah, I really like that. You know, give them a... Okay, fine, you're giving them a really good unit to go after yours, but it means they're not able to actually do anything against your base. We did see the First Order TIE Fighter take out that Millennium Falcon, but now we see another Millennium Falcon come down, but a different one.
Indeed.
And I'm just going to say, with all these different prints and alternate arts and molds, it gets a bit confusing sometimes.
So I wouldn't be, yeah, absolutely that token goes into the security complex there. A really, really efficient way to deal with that shield. Just trading in one of Vader's lowly TIE Fighter tokens, but that's another 7 damage on the base. That's taken up to 50-17. 50-17.
50-17, not too bad. We do see the deployment there of that clone combat squadron. And the good news is, if you're getting towards the point where you're going to be deploying Vader, oh, what we see now?
Yeah, so we've got the surprise strike for burst damage, but we've also got Han Solo pilot from Jump to Lightspeed as well. So he now deploys as a pilot onto his own ship, Millennium Falcon, slamming into base for 5 more damage, which now puts Aaron to 22. Not quite enough for the stolen Hauler plus Kazuda to end the game in 1 action, but it's a lot of damage on the base.
It's not too bad. We see another First Order TIE Fighter here, but these are small ships. They're not doing a huge amount of damage. They're not getting you over the line like you'd want. It is still beefing up the Clone Combat Squadron, and of course, when Vader deploys, that's going to be another 2 ties. That's another +1/+1 twice onto that Clone Combat Squadron. You're getting another beefy unit like you did last game. But last game, you dealt with all of Adam's big ships really nicely.
Yeah, Kazuda lived this time, which was the main difference here. Kazuda is still alive on that pilot, still going strong. That's still a 7-8 unit. He's got a 7-8 unit in the stolen Hauler, and he's got a 6-7 unit in the 5-7 unit in the Han Soloed up Falcons. Also 2 huge space units. Neither one of them is enough to defeat or end the game in 1 action, unless Adam did draw a pump spell for the top of his deck, surprise strike breaking in. Either one would do the trick, but we'll have to see. He does have the initiative, so if he drew one of those cards, the game is over right now. If not, then there's still a bit of game left to go.
Right, well, let's see what he's got. If he drops one of those cards down, we are going to be in a very nice position.
As casters we get to do a game 3, so ideal.
And I'm enjoying this game, quite frankly.
Oh, yeah.
I like seeing unusual decks. I like getting to see the ins and outs of them. Well, here is the Millennium Falcon. That's going to swing, and that's going to be enough for Adam to take game 2, and you get your wish here, Al. We're going to be heading off to a game 3.
Fantastic. I mentioned it earlier. Game 3s, there's nothing better in life than game 3s. We all want game 3s in a best of 3. Come on. So, yeah, brilliant. I'm glad to see it. We get now finally a game 3, and this time Aaron will actually have the initiative for the first time in this best of 3 match. So finally he will get his chance. The advantage he got winning that first game was that in this final game now we will have the initiative, which should help him out a bit there. In the end he didn't have an answer for the big ships, and again that's what it comes down to. If you can't answer the Kazuda gets you.
It does indeed. No, I like a good best of 3 like anybody. I like a good game 3 as much as anybody. I really like seeing a game 3 where one player is won by deck A doing what it does, and the other game is won by deck B doing what it does. And then we get to see, okay, we've seen both decks doing what they do and winning. Now let's have a game 3. That is not what we've seen here. This whole series has been dictated by Adam and this unusual Kazuda deck. Game 1 fell a little bit short. and then Vader built up the ships, and then it was enough. Game 2, the Kazuda stuck, and it went on to win. It does feel a bit like Adam is dictating this matchup quite a bit, and it's probably because, I mean, look, you're preparing for this regional, right? You're going to be testing against Cad Bane, and, you know, you're going to be testing against things like Boba Fett, like Kira. You're not going to be testing against Kazuda.
No, absolutely. I mean, really, the surprise factor is a huge portion, I'm sure, of how Adam is doing really well. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world, so he's brilliant. But at the end of the day, he wins a lot of PQs, I'll tell you that. But yeah, he's the surprise factor is huge. And this is why so many players today have opted to bring a deck that maybe if you were to run a simulation and play 1,000 games against every deck in the format, it wouldn't have as high a win rate as some of the other decks. But at the end of the day, surprise factor in Star Wars Unlimited in particular as a game is a huge component to winning. If your opponent doesn't know what your deck can do, doesn't know what you may have in hand, it can give you a massive advantage.
We saw Thrawn in the last round, Christian
Oh,
and I.
yeah, that was beautiful, wasn't it?
Absolutely beautiful. Seeing Zuckuss do its thing was wonderful. Now we're seeing Kazuda actually coming in 2 rounds in a row with decks that, I mean, I think we could have asked players to name 30, 40, maybe 50 decks, and they wouldn't have got to these 2.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even, I mean, Vader 4 has been a deck on people's radar for such a long time, but at the end of the day, that's Vader 4 Cunning. Vader 4 Vigilance, while it exists, and people do play against it every now and again, you wouldn't necessarily have expected it to get so deep into a tournament.
No.
You know, 5-1, I mean, it's a pretty impressive record for any deck that's kind of off-meta like these 2.
And that's the thing to remember. These are 5-1 at this stage. These are players who are having a pretty good day. They're in pretty good position. We see these unusual decks, and I don't know, it's like you're used to seeing these kind of things down at the lower tables. Essentially, players who took a chance, tried something new, and it didn't work out. We've all done it. We've all had those tournaments. But here, we're at players who are doing great, and they're apparently not that worried about the clock. Both of them taking their time to shuffle up. Having said that, we've got 18 minutes left. We've already done 2 full games. I think we're going to be fine.
Yeah, Kazuda, one of those decks that, much like Sabine or any other really fast, aggressive deck, I mean, Kazuda might arguably one of the fastest decks in the entire game, if not the fastest. And at the end of the day, you get to spend your time, you get to take your time thinking through every decision thoroughly. And that's the amazing thing that aggro decks afford you. You get to make sure you play as close to perfect as you possibly can. When you're playing a deck that needs to have 100 turns to end the game, you need to play quick. You can't think through every tiny micro decision. Kazuda is all about the micro decisions. I'm just gonna
argue with you a tiny bit here, Al. Did you watch the Captain Rex on stream earlier?
Yeah, I saw a
that
bit of it,
is the fastest deck in the game.
That's very quick. It can be very quick indeed. Yeah, absolutely. Some decks, even that Zuckuss, we saw when you now the 2 of them Zuckuss on turn 2, that game ends very quickly. 8 damage on a turn 2 play? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, now there are 2 of them. Zuckuss for 8 that was one of the wilder plays we've seen in Star Wars.
A thing of
Unlimited.
beauty.
Okay, so just a quick reminder then for players that may be newer. At the start of the game, you draw 6 cards. 2 of them go down as your starting resources. 4 of them will comprise your opening hand. And during every resource phase, you draw another 2. And you can resource, you don't have to. And most decks have that point where I've resourced enough, I'm not resourcing anymore. Now I just draw 2 cards per turn.
Yeah, a much better hand from Aaron here. He's got a mercenary gunship, which is pretty much as good as the start you can hope for, and an entrenched in hand as well. I may have seen the eager escort fighter as well, which would be fantastic if he had it, but I'm not sure on that one. But yeah, certainly entrenched mercenary gunship, exactly where you want to be. We can see here Adam using immediately the security complex, doing this to play around that eager escort fighter, make sure that it can't immediately be traded into, or just if Aaron wants to, trade him with a mercenary gunship, which he probably would do given the opportunity.
I think he might, but that's not going to be much of an option here. So instead, we're just swinging into base here. Oh, we're not.
No,
yeah, we are. We're swinging into base with stuff that's easier to see on the stream.
Thank you very much. My eyesight is pretty much as bad as it gets, so thank you for that. Whoever made the decision to use those big dice, what a great idea that was.
Oh, I love it. Fantastic. Shout out to everyone making our jobs easier. So, we are using Vader here. No, we're not using Vader, sorry. We are just playing a TIE fighter instead.
Yeah, so that's Victor Squadron Leader.
Yep.
Just coming in, and he would be buffing up units. There we go. There's the TIE Fighter now. So, if you leave that Victor Leader alive, he will get out of control. You do have to potentially deal with it. can see Adam here, probably the third best of the turn 2 players you can have, but Falcon at the end of the day is still a 3-cost 3/4 that comes in ready, and that is, again, with Kazuda's ability, no downside, he's a better pilot than Han, I would argue. Han 1, his own ship is better in Kazuda than it is in Han 1.
That is a bold statement we'll have to unpick later. One of my favorite things about a Victor leader, one of the reasons it's so good in the deck, of course, is because it buffs up your TIE Fighter tokens. Turns them from 1/1s into 2/2s. There is a huge difference between 1/1 and 2/2. Those tiny 1 damage pings are everywhere in the game. Being protected from them, absolutely huge. So we see players resourcing up to 4. Ooh, there's another Victor leader in hand. We could start stacking this ability if we want to.
Yeah, they are unique, so we wouldn't be able to have
we
them.
can't start stacking them. I'm
so
sorry.
to
I got
to
too
mess with your
excited
funk.
out.
I know, yeah. But there we go. We've got the Han Solo unit there, so we can trade into the Victor leader, clear it off, although we might see it replayed now that that unique unit's gone away. But as you can see, the really key thing here is that +1/+1 token is now gone from the TIE token, so it cannot trade with a Starfighter, the 3/2. And as you're saying, those +1/+1 counters matter a lot.
Well, unless you played a new Victor leader and then swung with it, then it would trade quite nicely indeed.
Yeah, so don't ignore that experience token there on the TIE token. It does not have one.
It does not right now. Entrenched comes down. We do need... There we go. It can come back. Of course, Entrenched works nicely as well. Now we can actually trade and survive. Oh, no, it can't.
Yeah.
It's been confiscated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, main deck confiscate for me. And it's back again. It's back again.
Oh, yes, it can. Entrenched is back.
Now, Adam does have the option here to deploy his leader back onto the mercenary gunship, which puts it to 5 power, which is out of range of the TIE token. That's a lowly 4/4 TIE token with the Entrenched. The Falcon itself has got 7 HP. So, yeah, there's plenty of HP on Adam's board. Nothing that the TIE token can quite clear as of yet.
Is that a good enough target for the Kazuda leader here? It's a worse target than we've seen in the first 2 games.
Unfortunately, he cannot deploy onto the Falcon because we've obviously got the pilot on there with a Han Solo anyway. So this is where Han Solo and Kazuda are both racing, right? You can imagine them. They've both got their own ships. They're both fighting here. Who's the better pilot? But at the end of the day, it means that you've got a 6/5 ship in play. So that sounds pretty good to me.
So it's not worth waiting for Eternal 2 to get a better option.
Oh, no. You need to go as quick as possible. Aaron here, despite being on quite a fast deck at the end of the day with Vader, is absolutely 100% the control deck here. Damage on Adam's base means nothing. And then we got Jam Communications there. Unfortunately, nothing there for Adam to hit in the hand. There was the Victor leader and the Combat Squadron again.
Yep.
So once again, no targets there. Jam Communications only hits events.
Unfortunately, well, we got overrun with Barrage in Game 1 and again in Game 2.
Not this time.
I mean, it did a bunch of work, all right?
And at the very least, the way to think about it is that now you know your opponent, unless they top decked it, don't have the Barrage in hand, okay? So at the end of the day, the Barrage would have been amazing either way. So either they have it and you get rid of it, or they don't have it and you're happy anyway.
Worth noting, that doesn't do nothing. You still get that information from your opponent's hand. That is worth something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Value, I think we call it.
We do indeed. Absolutely.
I went there. So we're up to the 5 resource turn now then, and it looks like Iden Versio is coming back again with Entrenched on that TIE Fighter and the shield as well. They're making me do maths. Right, so we've got a +6, so we got a 7/7 shielded, but it cannot attack bases.
Yeah, indeed. But at the end of the day, not being able to attack bases really isn't that big a deal here because, as I said, Aaron is going to win the late game if he gets there. When he deploys that Vader pilot eventually, it will do a lot of work to end the game. And this means that there's not really a great way to deal with this unit. The Ident is perfect in this situation. You've got this huge shielded unit that can just clear up all the space units on the side of Adam over the next couple of turns.
And this is kind of what I was saying with the Kazuda a minute ago. Like, this is not the best option to get the TIE Fighter token with your Entrenched and your Iden Versio.
No, and I will say, this is incredibly risky by Aaron. What he's done is mean that if your opponent has Bamboozle, you will absolutely lose this game because Bamboozle here would bounce all these things back to hand. It would exhaust the TIE token. You'd be in a hell of a bad position, but he doesn't have it, clearly. I think if Adam had it, he would have played it by now, so I don't think there's any Bamboozle in hand.
Nope.
Which means we're going to have a bit of trouble dealing with this TIE token.
And that's the thing, your +6/+6 might be better on a different ship. You don't have a different ship.
Yeah.
It's still on the TIE. You've still got your shielded 7/7. That is not too shabby here.
Indeed, yeah. You've got to play with what you've got. You don't always get the perfect ship to deploy your pilot on. They've got to pilot whatever they can.
Very much like in all
life.
the Star Wars movies.
Yeah, indeed, yeah,
And
absolutely.
games as well, actually. It's a real recurring theme in Star Wars.
Absolutely.
I'll pilot whatever I can. So, what are we thinking of from Adam here?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. I'm just thinking he must have a couple of options in hand for him to be taking this long. But as you said, we've got 10 minutes left on the round. The game will absolutely be over by then.
It's a surprise strike onto the Kazuda on the N1 Starfighter. So that's what? 3? Is that 3? 4,
3,
5,
6,
6, 7,
9.
8. Oh,
Yeah.
9, sorry. Yes, we're on 9 here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice amount of cheeky base damage to get out of nowhere. But the TIE Fighter does take down the Han Soloed Millennium Falcon, giving up just its shield in response. Not a bad trade, but the stolen 80 Hauler is coming out now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire for Adam here, just because this TIE token has got so much health, so much power. It's so big. I can't believe it's how big this unit has got. And really, at the end of the day, that shield token from Iden just coming in absolutely clutch. At the end, if the TIE Fighter token have not had that shield token, it could have been traded into, right? There was a way to deal with this.
Yep.
But to have a 7/7, I mean, at the end of the Falcon, what was that Falcon? It was a 5/7, and
Something like that.
It just got defeated for free with the shield token.
Yeah, which is absolutely absurd. Trading that for a shield token,
Yeah.
honestly seems unfair.
Well, there you go. This is why we all play Confiscate in our sideboards to stop things like this from happening.
It was a 5/7, can confirm.
Yeah. Okay, so only 15 damage on Aaron's base, just halfway there, which means there's a long way to go if Adam is going to win this game. He's going to need to hope that Aaron doesn't have very much in his hand, but he's got a lot of cards. I think he's got at least 4 cards in hand now.
Has Aaron taken the initiative?
I hope not. I don't think so. I'd be quite surprised if he had with all those cards in hand. He's got a barrage in hand.
I was going to say, because I'm just thinking if he is able to get the initiative, then he can take out the stolen 80 Hauler next turn, get that as well if he wants to.
I mean, he can barrage this turn and take it right now. No need to wait. Why wait?
Yeah, why wait? You're right. Why wait for next turn when you can have it this turn instead?
Yeah, instant gratification. That's what we call it. we want the stolen Hauler right now. I want it now.
And that's a 4/5 taken off for your opponent, given to yourself. And like you say,
Dark Side, I think, in hand as well. It's an even more efficient way of stealing the Hauler.
More efficient way. And like you say, with no burn cards in Adam's deck, then that means that his chance of taking that stolen Hauler back is actually very, very slim.
Indeed, yeah. He's managed to find here. Aaron's managed to find a window. Okay, no, it wasn't. it was a lowly Victor leader. Aaron's managed to find an opportunity here where he could defeat the Kazuda pilot, which means you have one turn where he doesn't have the ability active, which means stolen Hauler is vulnerable to being stolen potentially. But he decided not to barrage as of yet. Maybe waiting until next turn to barrage for an even bigger amount.
But then you're in an... Okay, here comes a fireball coming down again from Adam. Thing is, even if Adam's got the initiative, you then have to choose between protecting your stolen 80 Hauler or attacking with something first next turn. But right now, Victor Leader has actually got a Darth Vader on. That's going to bring in a couple of TIE Fighter tokens as well. Bearing in mind, everything is getting buffed +1/+1 by the Victor Leader. And then it seems like we are getting a power of the dark side, but it is going to go for the fireball, not the stolen 80 Hauler. Had to be, or else your opponent would just play it for free. Easy decision.
Yeah. I think we're once again in a very similar position to game one, where Adam can get quite close. I mean, with a surprise strike, he would actually get to 26, I think
26?
it is.
Oh, 26, sorry.
Yeah, so he would get very close, which would put R2-D2 in range once again on the ground. I think we're going to need a similar Hail Mary play from Adam.
So what you're saying is next turn we need surprise strike with stolen 80 Hauler, and you need to pop an R2 down onto the field, and then you need to hope you have a surprise strike the following turn, and then we're good.
That's it. That's all we need.
There we go then.
Easy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he failed at step one. We didn't have the surprise strike.
It's not looking great now.
No, indeed it isn't. And this is exactly what you've got to do. Aaron's played fantastically. It's exactly what you need to do. You need to control the board as much as possible. Don't be scared to entrench your own units. Just to fight for the board. You know, at the end of the day, like I said, inevitability is on your side.
Kazuda needs to win quick. It didn't win quick game one. It won pretty quick game two. It hasn't managed it here in game three, and that has put Aaron very much on the front foot. We got Darth Vader on a Victor Leader. We've got a couple of TIE Fighters tokens, but of course they are being buffed up by the aforementioned Victor leader as well. So they are 2/2s rather than 1/1s. We do see a ship coming down.
Yeah, Corporate Defense Shuttle. This is absolutely the only deck this card goes in, but it's boy is it good in this deck. On turn 1, playing a 3/5 ship that you can turn the ability off, so it's just a 3/5 ship for 2 is amazing. But yeah, I mean, Death Space Skirmisher here, exhausting Vader, saves you a lot of time, a lot of damage. I mean, it means that he's... Oh, there's the Barrage. That Barrage is how much? 8? That can defeat both units.
Can we just say enough to defeat both units?
Exactly enough, actually, to defeat both units.
So both of them go down, and that means that Adam's got even less of an option than he did before. And this is the point of the game where Aaron is going to start stacking that damage onto the base. It might take a couple of turns, but it looks like he's going to have a couple of turns. We're back at that point where anything Adam plays is going to be able to be taken out by Aaron, either one of those control cards in his hand that Vigilance loves so much, or one of his units on the board. And then anytime you're not using a unit for anything else, swing it into the base, and unfortunately it's going to leave Adam with few answers. We do get...
Yeah, Spark of Rebellion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means that you can answer the power of the dark side, which means, again, the R2 Dream is slightly alive. There is a couple of other ground units in the sideboard. There's favourable delegate, so Adam could potentially have brought them in. It's not impossible. I don't think he has, but if he has, then that will be another way to potentially try and get through on the ground. But yeah, I think he had his last Hail Mary play last turn where he played all his ships out and thought, okay, as long as my opponent doesn't have the area effect damage, I might be able to get another attack in. But then, of course, we saw the Barrage.
Yeah, Barrage unfortunately came down and ruined everything. We do see an Outer Rim Headhunter coming down.
Yeah, that's it's more of a turn 1 play than a turn, what is this, turn 8, turn 9?
Been a while. Well, Eager Escort Fighters unfortunately dealt with it anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant, I'm afraid. And now we are just seeing that damage ticking up. Adam's still ahead on the damage for now, but there's no way to get that extra damage. Explain to me what you mean when you say there's no burn cards in Adam's deck. Explain that for me.
So there's lots of cards in the game that deal damage directly from hand. So you've got For a Cause I Believe in, Chaos of War, things like that. Nothing in this deck to be able to actually deal damage from hand. But there you go. Adam with the concession there, seeing that, understanding the deck well enough, he knows that the game is over there and has conceded to Aaron. Aaron will take it.
So there's Aaron with a 2-1 victory in this round 7 game. Going to 6-1.
Oh, we did see the R2 surprise strike. It was coming eventually.
It was coming. It wasn't coming fast enough. And Vader with Vigilance of all things.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's a real deck. And Kazuda, okay, you dropped to 5-2. It's not ideal, but showing that there are other decks out there like Thrawn, like Kazuda, which actually... I'm telling you, there's a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, 5-2, still a very good record at this stage in the tournament. 2 more wins, and you are through to day 2.
Yep.
So both players with a very good chance of making it through to the next round. But Aaron there with some fantastic play, a really cool, slightly different deck. I mean, at this stage, you know, even though that deck is probably in the bottom, you know, maybe like the 25th most popular deck, it's actually, you know, compared to some of the things we've seen, fairly standard. I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff today.
Yeah, no, absolutely we have, and you love to see it. A lot of people behind us here. I love this view, Al.
It's great,
We can
isn't
see
it?
everyone behind us having fun.
Yeah.
And see, you know, how well the hall's been set up. But you're right, there are some surprises here. This is what I'm always looking for from a regional qualifier, yeah? I want to have this level of tournament where people are going, I've been saving this. Kind of like you were talking about with Kazuda. Me and my team have been working on this in secret. We're not told anybody, but we've got this deck nobody else has thought of. And I think with decks like that, I don't think you take them to a planetary qualifier.
No.
Because you take them to a planetary qualifier, and you might win. And to be fair, you win your planetary qualifier, you do get your Galactics invite. But then it goes up on the line. Everybody's seen it.
Yeah.
If it's that good of a surprise deck,
Yeah.
you need it on the bigger stage.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a couple of people on the team who will be taking it to a planetary qualifier after this event. In fact, I'll be taking it to my own next weekend. so yeah, we will be doing, but only once the cat is out of the bag, as we've seen for this tournament, and people do see the deck. Which they
So
have
if
now.
anyone plays against Al next weekend, watch the game we've just seen. Literally just giving you the playbook to beat him at the planetary qualifier next weekend.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, play what you were going to play. Play a nice, even game.
Yeah.
So Kazuda, then, that was actually going to be my next question. So if you head out to a planetary qualifier, you are on Kazuda. This isn't just a deck for your friend at regionals.
Oh, no.
This is your baby.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've worked on this a lot over the past few weeks, and I'm very happy with it. It's a very fun deck. Like I said, it's until it becomes, really well understood and popular, it'd be nice just to play it different. And it's nice just to bring something a bit different, right? I'm all for playing a meta deck. Meta decks can be really fun. Learning the intricacies of like 2 meta decks facing each other is awesome. But I mean, we all love playing something that's a bit off the wall. Absolutely.
And I do think there is that real surprise factor. One of the things I absolutely adored about Galactics, for instance, was that everything was kind of a surprise because they were like, surprise, Legends of the Force is legal, what's good? And it turned out, the whole set was good, but Mother Talzin was the best thing in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Team Enigma were on that as well. Obviously, Philip, my teammate, we've mentioned a couple of times, we've had him on stream a couple of times over the past couple of days. He obviously won the Galactic Championship with Talzin, with another deck that people weren't expecting, that was out of the blue. So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing better. There's no better way, no easier way to win a big event, than bringing an off-meta pick that's strong and that you're good at. That's the 3 milk stool triad you need to get. You need to be good at it, it needs to be strong, and it needs to be off-meta, and then that's your ticket to win an event.
And, of course, a lot of people out there who are thinking, 2 of the 3. I'm good with the deck. It's definitely unexpected.
Yeah.
Turns out the deck wasn't actually that good. I overrated it in my own
That's the hardest one to get. Absolutely, yeah.
But, it takes down a lot of those barriers because, like you say about those meta decks, the problem is when you bring, let's take Kira Data Vault as an example. We just had it on stream a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows that deck.
Yeah.
Everybody understands that deck. Now, you might have a bad matchup against it.
Mm-hmm.
You may have chosen to sacrifice your matchup because you don't think it's going to be good enough. That's fine.
Yeah.
You may be confident enough that it's low enough percentage that you can, just hope that matchup works out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're playing Kira Data Vault, everyone in the room knows what you're doing. Everyone in the room knows your game plan.
Yeah.
Everyone in the room has tested against you, and you might end up having to do a mirror or 2 during the day. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
But it turns out, why agree with me when we can go and watch an interview? Let's do that instead.
Even better.
Thanks, Ross and Al. Yes, I am with Aaron here. Aaron, a very, very close game there in the feature match. First reactions, how do you feel?
Exhausted, very, very lucky, and very, very happy. I honestly am ecstatic I won that. It was such a fun game, and we all praised the little token that could.
That's generally the way, isn't it, as well, with the Pilot Vader decks, that army of token units that you can generate. What made you land on Pilot Vader, but Pilot Vader with Vigilance as its pair as opposed to Cunning?
Okay, so this deck is my baby. I've been playing this since Liverpool, the Liverpool sector. And I lost to Vader in a sealed event just after set 4. And I was like, wow, 5-5 on a pilot? That's crazy. And I started playing yellow, and it was in the Django, or tried like a couple games of yellow in the Django meta. It was terrible. It was useless. Django just destroyed it. So I started playing with blue, and the shields worked amazingly. And I realized Iden, and then after playing it for a little while, I suddenly realized Malevolence was a card, and this card is what makes the deck really. It's just such a good unit, and the deck is just so fun to play as well. That kind of is why I ended up landing on it. And I've still not managed to find anything to change to, so I'm staying with this Vader for life.
It makes sense, if you get to a strong strategy, stick to it. I think we saw the Malevolence in a earlier round up against Lando Calrissian, I believe it was. What made you kind of at what point did you look at that Malevolence and go, okay, there really is something here?
So I like many Star Wars players, will just scroll through the card database trying to find something new. And when Dooku was announced and a Malevolence, I really wanted to play with Malevolence because it looks so cool. So when I was going through the card database, and I kind of just, it was after about 3 weeks of play, or maybe 2 weeks of playing Vader, and it had good results. But as soon as I saw Malevolence, it clicked, and it was like, you can barrage off of it for 12, if you have Vader on the Malevolence, you can barrage off of it for 14. Malevolence by its own barrages for 9. You can play the card on turn 2.
If you really want to, you probably shouldn't, but you can. And it's just having that extra healing and that ability to slow your opponent down with the with its ability to tap, or well, not tap, but stun, is just so useful in so many matchups that the card just works so well, and it just, yeah, it's perfect for the deck basically.
I mean, you've convinced me with that argument alone. Up against Kazada in that matchup, was there much sort of testing, preparation, or consideration for Kazada going into this weekend from yourself?
I definitely wasn't planning to face Kazuda or Kazada. I know I've played the matchup a few times. I will say I'm So Humble has played the matchup better than I've ever seen anyone play it before. It was a really, really tight game. I feel like I got very lucky to manage to win. But it was also, I was just playing to my outs. I was like, I'm so unlikely to win this at this point that I'm just going to go for the craziest play and hope I can manage to pull it off. And sometimes the crazy play gets you there. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep an eye out for you in the last couple of rounds. We've just heard that pairings have gone live for round 8. So congratulations, Aaron. Very, very well played. We will have round 8 for ourselves in the feature match area as well with you very, very soon. So do not go anywhere. We're here in Bilbao, so you stay right there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again here live in Bilbao. We're still in the regional qualifier. I was traveling around my roads already. We're going into round 8.
Yep.
One more round after this,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's decided who's going to day 2, who's going to that top cut, and who we're going to see in the final.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, yesterday was fantastic. 9 rounds, which is a lot of Star Wars Unlimited. 9 rounds, and you got to see multiple games, most rounds as well. Same again today, 7 rounds in. That's 16 done so far. 2 more rounds today. Plenty more action there. Some would argue the most exciting rounds, where we finally get to see who's going to finish potentially X and O at the end of the day. And then tomorrow, the best day of them all. We get a mix of both formats, and we get the top cut of both events.
Exactly, Al. To make day 2 today, you actually need to go X2. So you're allowed to have 2 losses or an equal points to that. So, of course, a draw will give you a different kind of point system. But with X2, you should be going to day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got 2 routes. You can either go 6 wins and 3 draws. And that can happen. It sounds a bit far-fetched, but if you get to 6 and 0, you could, potentially draw the last 3 rounds and make sure that you get your way into the next day. Or you can go 7 wins and 2 losses or better. So 7 wins, 8 wins, or 9 wins. So yeah, 2 losses. It's pretty punishing, to be honest with you. I mean, going 9 rounds against some of the best players in the world and only losing twice is very difficult, even for the best players in the world. We've seen today some fantastic players losing. The immovable object against the what's the phrase? The unstoppable force against the immovable object, right? When you get 2 world-class players on great decks playing against each other, one of them has to lose.
Yeah, that's the thing I already talked about to Ben as well. There will be a winner, there will be a loser in this game. No matter what's happening, that's the outcome of the game, or a draw. But that's a cool hat. Sorry, out of my way. That's a cool hat.
Yeah, it certainly is. That is Joshua Freeman-Birch. From the UK, arguably absolutely one of the strongest players in the UK. He's been fantastic, dominating the UK scene for many, many months last year. Not quite as many results in recent history, but obviously looking here with a record of 6-0-1 to try and get a good record in this tournament as well. And I swear I am not controlling who's put it on this stream here. Josh is also a member of Team Inigo. He's one of the 8 players, so I've had 3 of them on today. I swear I've had nothing to do with it. It just turns out that they've all been playing very well. So when they get a good enough record, they end up on stream.
What do you mean nothing to do with it? You keep begging Emma to get them on stream.
I do not. But here we go. Yet another couple of decks that we've not seen at all today. I don't think we've seen Han1 Blue at all today, have we?
No, I
can't
maybe
recall.
once. Maybe once.
Yeah, maybe once. But yeah, definitely a deck that I expected to see a bit more of this event. Han1, Command, Han1 Vigilance, both very good decks that I think underrepresented. But then Major Vonreg Cunning. Another deck that you never ever see, and another deck after my heart. I absolutely love Major Vonreg.
Yeah, it's cool to see leaders at this point of the stage. 6-0-1 is a great score to have for a leader that's pretty much hasn't been mentioned at all today, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've not even touched on him. There are so many leaders in the game now that we cannot possibly cover them all. Just point out what a fantastic name is. Gaspar Loret Lafuente. What a fantastic name. I love that. You got to love these Joshua Freeman-Birch as well. These long 3 names that I absolutely love to see. But yeah, I did see a little cheeky Sanctioner Shuttle in the hand of Gaspar there. And realistically, that is going to be one of the best cards in this matchup if Josh doesn't have Millennium Falcon Piece of Junk to deal with his Space Arena, but he does have it.
So he instantly answers the questions that Gaspar is asking Joshua, and looks like with a small damage here on the Millennium Falcon, he's going to get great way out of this.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there are not many ways there for Josh to actually, fight for that Space Arena. If Josh should have played onto the ground, Ezra Bridger or something like that, then Gaspar would have just simply played his Sanctioner Shuttle, captured the unit, and been so far ahead. But that is completely turned on its head now. The Millennium Falcon not only can answer both of these hotshot V-Wings, but also it's going to entirely prevent Gaspar from playing that Sanctioner Shuttle on turn 2. So yeah, I mean, realistically, there's absolutely the best possible start for Josh.
Josh is having indeed a great answer. And looking at Gaspar's leader, we see that it's really a space-based unit, so it's going to be space into space. I don't know if Joshua is playing a lot of ground units, probably not that many. So we're going to see an epic space battle, and I'm all in for it.
Yeah, absolutely there. So we see the ability used by Vonreg there to give +1 power to V-Wing. I must say, interesting that Gasper got a little bit greedy there. Deciding to attack that way around does mean that the Lurking Tie is going to end up being answered no matter what. He could have maybe stalled an action, but I suppose Josh is experienced enough to know that he's going to, wait with this Falcon and not attack in straight away anyway. Tranquility gone into the disco pile of Josh there. Obviously, that's in for other matchups. Lots of the slower matchups, Tranquility can end up being played 5 or 6 times. In fact, I was talking to him earlier, and he said he played Tranquility against his opponent 6 times in one game. So, yeah, it's not something that's going to happen in this game, but you can use Tranquility to bring itself back from the discard pile.
A giant spaceship. We love to see it, especially in a full pilot deck.
Yeah.
But Gaspar is here considering what he's going to do as a next play, using his leader mem, so we will see a vehicle get pumped out.
Yeah, absolutely. So strike ship there, just buff up the hotshot V-Wing again, and this means that he's going to need something to discard here in order to not exhaust the hotshot V-Wing. Just wondering what's going on. Did he show Josh what was in his hand?
Ahsoka just got dropped. So
he's
he
deciding
has to
here,
discard a card
So he's
from his
deciding what
card.
to discard. Does he have both units in hand? Oh, he's got No Go To Me Dead. Okay, so that's fantastic for him. It means that, he absolutely does discard that. This means that his Hotshot V-Wing cannot be exhausted by Ahsoka. It's not a unit that is discarded, and therefore Vonreg can deploy, and he can slam in for the 5 damage, 6 damage in fact, in this case, which is brilliant for him. If he had have lost out on that 6 damage, it would have been a very, very big deal. So despite the fantastic start from Josh, it does mean that Gasper is still putting a lot of pressure on in the space arena.
Yeah, it's still going head-to-head. It's really hard at this point to say who is in the lead right now. They're going to change the damage tokens to the dice, so it's easier for us to count. Thank you very much, Stream Team.
Indeed, thank you for that. Easier for you at home as well. Those nice, lovely, big dice. But yeah, Vonreg, actually very similar to Kazuda that we saw last round. I mean, realistically, both of them deploying 4 as a pilot leader, and that means that they just lend themselves very much to this all-space, massive aggression strategy where you just try and beat your opponent down in the first few turns of the game, and you make all of these top-end cards like Tranquility redundant. And then we see Out of Aspect, No Go To Me Dead being used on the V-Wing with Vonreg piloting it, which is going to prevent 10 at least 10 damage from Gasper there. So, despite the fact that No Go To Me Dead costs 4, they're still a really good play.
Yeah, it's totally worth it. It's only 4, still a great card. There are much more expensive cards out there that do almost the same effect in aspect, but looks like Ahsoka is getting stolen.
Yeah, so the Sanctioner's shuttle coming out there, obviously the coordinate is active. Just double check. The Sanctioner's shuttle, I believe it's if it costs 3 or less. Ahsoka costs 4. So yeah, I did just have to question myself then. I was like, hold on a minute, that doesn't get to capture that. Yeah, so Ahsoka, it's Sanctioner's shuttle here, just a 3 cost 2/3 ship. Better than nothing, but at the end of the day, it would have been much better if it could capture Ahsoka.
Yeah, I think a slight misplay here from Gaspar, maybe not noticing that it's actually a 4 cost the Ahsoka, and not optimally what you want to see with the Sanctioner shuttle.
Absolutely, we've all done it there. Sanctioned shuttle, so you just slam it down. Usually when it comes down at that point in the game, it can capture pretty much anything that's been played anyway. But here, the one thing I will say in Gaspar's favour here, even though his board is it's getting pretty big, but at the end of the day, he's not put that much damage on Josh's base. But because No Go To Me Dead costs 4 out of aspect, it does mean that Josh did not have anything else to play that turn. Oh, he did. He had the Falcon. He was just slow rolling it for us there.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding here. Gaspar thought we were going into the regroup phase, while Joshua was like, no, I still have resources.
I've still got cards to play,
I can still throw a piece of junk at your face.
Absolutely, yeah. And Strike Ship, while it's a fantastic unit in this deck, 0 power on the defense means that it is very vulnerable to Falcon. Falcon's traded into that, and it's still now going to remain. That we're going to have to see how much work that Falcon ends up doing, and I bet it ends up defeating multiple units this game.
The Silencer also came out while we were discussing what was going on, making Gaspar's space area look pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and No Go To Me Dead there, still keeping the Vonreg exhausted, which is unfortunate there. There we go, that's the second ship that Falcon has been able to take out.
Pretty much value for a piece of junk.
Yeah, and really all Gaspar's deck at this point will probably be Oh, there we go. Yep, Spark Rebellion to discard the last one. I was going to say it's all just kind of spaceships. That's, I mean, pretty much that's what the rest of the deck is. There's a couple of events in there, No Good to Me Dead, potentially things like Koya Grand Turn, but most of the time it is just going to be space units. So you're just going to keep playing them on curve, keep throwing them down, and then hopefully they will get you there. But Josh's deck has a lot more flexibility, lots of different things that he can be doing. He'll be looking to hopefully for him draw a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight soon.
With another Falcon comes
yeah.
out. Just to get that ambush and to get rid of any more spaceships. Gasper in a bit of a tough pickle situation. He has to top deck now. He has no cards in hand.
Yep.
Joshua has a lot of options in his hand still. And he just picked his hand clean. It's all gone.
He did, yeah. It was like a whale carcass at the bottom of the ocean. It was picked clean completely. And I think he's picked up Arm to the Teeth there and another Von Rig's Tie Interceptor, which is unfortunate because it's one of the only cards in the deck he can't play because he's already got one in play at the moment. So until it gets defeated, that is a complete dead draw. The hot shot, the Arm to the Teeth may end up being useful here, but really Gasper is in a position where he's got to hope against all odds that... it's a Death Space Skirmisher. Okay, yeah, the art looks very similar.
Yeah, it's close. But
another No Good to Me Dead. Oh, no.
Joshua keeps CCing the units of Gasper, so it doesn't even matter that he has that much presence. He's dictating the pace of the space area.
He is, and just think about how good those No Good to Me Deads have been, right? They've saved 10 damage, or probably more like, I mean, it's more like 20 damage, if you think about it. The amount of attacks it's going to stop 4 attacks, right? So yeah, potentially Josh has just completely saved his game by having that.
Yeah, and meanwhile the Falcon is just picking apart the space. You would almost think he has plot armor at this point.
Indeed, yeah. So base damage now, where we need to start doing some maths here, because there's 18 damage on Josh's base, which means that next turn it's going to be difficult, although not impossible, for Gasper to have lethal. But Josh is now, sneakily, it's actually added up a lot of damage onto Gasper's base, and there's 23 there.
Yeah, slowly.
Or 21 is that? There's 21 being shown.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Joshua's ground units actually is getting filled. There is a Han, there is the Ahsoka, and the Kira just joined. So I don't know if Gaspar has any decent answers to...
No, I mean, one of those cards is definitely not very useful. He's got the Hotshot V-Wing in hand as well. That's just like the one in play. It's not going to do anything. There's another card that looks like an event in his hand there. It could be a No Good to Me Dead. It could be something else. But there might be something that could sneak a win here. But at the end of the day, Josh is potentially 2 or 3, depending on which life total is correct, actions away from winning this game.
Looks like the life points have been recalibrated to what is correct, so we can follow
Star Wars
along.
word, recalibrated. I
Whoa.
like that. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, the great thing about Han 1 Blue is that not only is he a Vigilance Heroism deck, which normally is quite a controlling deck, and you can play quite slow, you've got Restore in your deck and things like that, but because he's also paired with Cunning, you get access to tons of great tempo cards, like Falcon, like Ahsoka. Your leader, can help you get to 7 resources on turn 4, which is, brilliant. So yeah, there's lots of ways to actually get ahead in the game, and you're not just sitting there like a true control deck, waiting for your opponent to get you. That's a Punch It, which is a +2 power and attack with a unit, a vehicle only. That's 5 more damage into the base. So it does mean there's 25 damage on the base now of Josh, which is 1 attack away from lethal with the Arm to the Teeth. He's not got it. He's not got anything to stop this Von Rig's Tie Interceptor from attacking. That's it. That's game 1 to Gasper.
All right, pretty nice. Like at the start of the game, we would have thought that that it's looking very well here for Joshua, but that's not what's actually happened in the long run.
No, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, really out of nowhere there, Josh was a couple of actions away himself from getting lethal, but 1 Punch It, not quite as good as Surprise Strike there, but still +2 was just enough, and there was exact lethal on board. And I'll tell you what, Gasper had nothing in hand. There was nothing more he could have done. If he didn't have that extra 2 damage from Punch It, he absolutely was going to lose that game that turn. So yeah, really, what a close game there, coming right down to the wire. We'll have to see what these players will want to decide to put in from their sideboard. And I'll tell you what, when Josh was building his deck, he may have had space aggro in mind, I'm sure he did, but he wouldn't have had specifically Von Rig. I'm pretty sure about that. Whereas Gasper may well have some tools in his sideboard to help with hand 1 Vigilance, considering it is one of the stronger and more well-known decks in the meta.
That's the thing. Joshua already probably prepared for a Boba or something like that. That's known to be aggressive in the space area, that's known to deal a lot of damage. But that's the thing, when you come in with a leader that's like almost unknown, right?
Yeah. Oh,
you have
100%.
such a good surprise effect on people sometimes that it can give you some wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a cheeky little look here at what Gasper's looking at here. Yeah, he's got some tough decisions to make. I think he's just... No, he's not mixing his sideboard with his main deck. He is keeping it separate. Just want to see what he takes out. We might be able to get a sneaky little glance here. He's considering No Good to Me Dead. I think you want the Von Reg's Interceptor. What can you take out? Oh, okay, what was that? That was the... I think that was the... Oh, the very little known card. What is that? What is that space unit called? It's the 3-cost 4/3 space unit, and that card sees absolutely no play. And for the life of me, the first time today, I've completely forgotten what the card is called.
I'm sure the card picker will show it on screen in a second.
They may not know either. It's such a rare card. Prototype Tie Advanced. I think I might have glanced there. A card that yeah, it's just a generic vanilla 3-cost 4/3. But again, Von Reg just needs enough space units put into the deck. Yeah, thank you there, Card Spotter. I think that might be what he took out of his deck. Don't quote me on that, but yeah. I mean, not a very good card on the face of it. I can see why he's taking it out. It's usually just in there because you need to fill up those slots with enough 3-drop spaceships. But when I'm not building Sabine and building Kazuda, the other deck I like to work on is Von Reg Cunning. So I'm glad to see we've got it on stream. And I really like the look of Gasper's list. I think it absolutely can steal games. Bamboozle there being shown on screen. I'm guessing that's an indication there that he may have that in the sideboard. One of the cards that you can play off aspect, because despite the fact that it would cost 4 for Gasper to play from hand, it does still cost 0 if you discard another Cunning card alongside it. So a great anti-pilot tech there. Hand 1, Vigilance doesn't run many upgrades, if any, so there won't be a huge number of ways for Bamboozle to be relevant here. But I'm assuming potentially Josh, if he didn't have them in the main deck himself, he may have some Bamboozles in his sideboard, and they will help a lot against Von Reg, being a pilot leader.
Yeah, Gasper probably has been practicing and have a lot of experience against other meta decks. Han, not the biggest outspoken meta deck right now, I would say, but he was a contender to be in that top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think Han 1 has just shown over the years that he's such a powerful leader. He keeps coming back for more. We saw a period there for, when Force Throw was the real meta-dominant card for the past few months. Han 1, for the first time ever, really took a back seat because his ability, while being so incredibly powerful, it is vulnerable to hand hate because you have to discard cards from your hand, of course. And Force Throw being able to not only be a tempo swing, but also discarding that card in your opponent's hand is perfect for that situation. Again, Josh starting with the Millennium Falcon on turn 1, which is just absolutely the strongest card in this matchup. Like, unquestionably, it's so good. And he's once again been able to answer Gasper's turn 1 play.
Yeah, the Tranquility is getting thrown into the field there.
yeah, that's been thrown to the trash there. That's not coming into play this game, I can guarantee you that.
Expensive ship to throw in the trash.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But I take the piece of junk Millennium Falcon any day over Tranquility. I like my ships cheap and ready to hit face. I don't need card draw. Who wants card draw? We want damage on base.
Looks like Gasper is very much thinking about what he could resource. It's important at this point. He's 1 win ahead, so if he can take this one home, he's set for tomorrow.
Absolutely. He decided there to resource the Sanctioner's Shuttle. I think a fantastic choice. Sanctioner's Shuttle is just not going to ever come down in this game, really. It's never going to trigger because of that Falcon. Just constantly clearing off these units. You're never going to have 3 for the coordinate, really. So I'm not surprised at all to see him use that resource that there. And just something to think about with Star Wars Unlimited, it might seem like a really quick and obvious thing to do. Which card do I resource? I'll just throw that one down. Resourcing is often one of the most important things that newer players and even the sort of mid-level players, they don't do as well as the top-tier players, and that can make a huge difference. If you resource the wrong card on turn 2, you may never realize that mistake cost you the game, but it absolutely could.
Even though if you play multiple copies of it, it doesn't mean that you will actually see them when you need them.
Of course.
So the thing is, think about it. Think a few steps ahead, a few turns ahead. When will I need this card? Will I actually need it? Is that Vader that's getting played there? Okay.
So Gasper decided to just sling that under without us being able to see, and thank goodness Josh decided to show me what that card was, because it was actually the event-exclusive Vader that people have got from this event, I believe.
A beautiful promo card.
Oh, it's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. The only shame about it is that because it's an upgrade, sometimes you have to slide it under your TIE Fighter, right? I don't want to see that TIE Fighter. I want to see the beautiful Vader promo.
Another pitch you can do to make them transparent, the ships, so you can see the pilot that's in it.
That would be absolutely incredible. Let's do that. What I want is we need a little like 3D model that you could slot the Vader into.
Oh yeah,
right?
even
Wouldn't that be
better.
great?
Yeah.
But yeah, I cannot express how much of a difference that Falcon has made this game. We saw in game 1, Josh had it, and it made a huge difference, but he still ended up losing the game here. He's in a much better position here. The Falcon has kept the board almost entirely clean, even though the TIE Fighter LN has the Darth Vader pilot on it, and it's a big unit. Now there's nowhere for Vonreg to go. Vonreg can't deploy. You can't have 2 pilots on 1 unit. So unfortunately for Gasper, the Vonreg will probably have to come out on the ground, which is not ideal.
Yeah, at this point he can already deploy him. Probably better to just wait until there's another space unit available for him to deploy onto.
Possibly. He could wait, but again, waiting against a deck that's slower than you, it really puts you in a tricky position because, if he waits, he loses out on the 2 damage that he could get from Vonreg deploying onto the ground, which is obviously all the damage matters in this game. And when we start to get to the mid to late game, Josh will absolutely take control of this. So much like Kazuda last round, as a pilot leader, most pilot leaders, in fact, are aggressive and they need to win early.
Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent too much space, too much time to start establishing the board. You don't want to go into the 7, 8 resources. You want to stay small. You want to finish the game quickly. That's what he's made for. Get into a ship, start blasting.
Absolutely. Absolutely that. And unfortunately, Vonreg, that ship is already occupied by Vader, and I think Vader might outrank Vonreg, to be honest with you. So I don't think he's telling him to go anywhere. I think Vonreg's going to have to walk on this occasion. But we'll have to see. He does have 2 Outer Rim Headhunters, I think, in hand, and a strike ship, which again, all just kind of generic, vanilla space units. They're not doing anything particular to impact the game.
Yeah, but I guess that's the deck that's filled with it. The deck is filled with cards like that, just to get spaceships, just to get options for him to deploy the later on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing. What you sacrifice in flexibility with decks like Vonreg, you make up for in the fact that your decks are so consistent. Every game you're going to play 1 or 2 space units turn 1, a space unit turn 2, and then on turn 3 you're going to deploy Vonreg and deal a bunch of damage. So the games play out fairly similarly each time. And if your opponent doesn't happen to have probably the single best unit in the game for fighting in space, Millennium Falcon, then it can cause your opponent a lot of trouble.
Yeah, a linear playstyle is also a good playstyle to have for bigger tournaments. Tournaments where my deck does this, and most of the time I can just keep on doing my thing, where I don't really have to think about what I will do, but more against what I can do against the enemy or opponent in this case.
Yep. That's a fantastic point. You've raised a really, really interesting point there. I mean, with major tournaments, any kind of large tournament, but especially a huge one like this, the second only to the Galactic Championship in the competitive calendar year, if you bring something like a hard control deck where specific removal has to answer specific threats, when you come up against the deck you've not expected to see, it can put you in a lot of trouble, and that's part of the reason why we see so few hard control decks. If you go into a meta where you know exactly what you're going to face, hard control is amazing. But in a meta where it's very open like this, aggro gets a huge boost because, as you say, every game, like Sabine is probably the prime example of this, every game plays out in a fairly similar way. You know your deck is consistent and you're not going to lose to your own deck.
Exactly. It takes a lot of brain power as well with a control deck to know, I need to keep track of this. Is he going to play this? Would he even have this in his deck? Is it worth to keep my removal for that card, or should I just start playing it? That's a lot of things that you need to think about the whole day. These are 9 rounds of Swiss that you're playing just to make day 2. Tomorrow another 5, then into top 8.
Yeah,
it's a lot of brain
That's
power.
17
and brain
rounds
capacity
to win the event.
Exactly, yeah.
That's a lot of rounds.
It's amazing if you can keep that up. And there are people who can, like true know their deck and know what to do and what the meta is. But with the meta being changed right now so badly, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, and what I find ironic here is that Gasper managed to finally get rid of that Millennium Falcon that's given him so much trouble throughout this game. It's defeated, I think, 3 different units, including when it was bounced back to hand by Josh. So it's just with so many problems, caused so many problems for Gasper, and then he finally deals with it, and then because his unit got defeated, Josh then he's able to activate Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight and immediately defeat the huge Vader-piloted TIE LN. So, even using that to his advantage there must feel pretty bad for Gasper. The true power of Luke is not only is he a huge unit that can deal a lot of damage, and he can defeat a unit when he comes into play, but having that restore makes a big difference. A lot of these 7-drops, as I mentioned earlier today, they do great things on the board, but they don't stabilize in the same way. Now, every turn that Luke Skywalker is alive, and he's not going to get defeated, I'll tell you that. There's no way Vonreg has got to defeat that Skywalker. Then Josh is going to gain 3 life. And it's going to make this health total of 15 be very, very difficult to crack.
Yeah, last game we also saw that Gasper had trouble with ground units, and we see the same thing happening again. Joshua putting the resources that he has into the ground units, establishing a great board, bamboozling here.
Yeah, Bamboozle actually it's just a 0 cost vanquish because I think he may have paid for it, but yeah, he did pay for it, so 2 cost because not only does it defeat the Outram Headhunter because it had 3 damage on it anyway, but Von Reg obviously is an upgrade, he can't go back to hand, so he also gets defeated. I mean, the only thing I would say there about Josh is he's so far ahead here, he may not have even needed to show that he had the Bamboozle, but I think Gasper is probably experienced enough to know that Josh will be running the Bamboozle here.
Yeah, deck also coming down here, making the smuggle cards even more smuggling.
Indeed, yeah. Disabling Fang Fighter there for Gasper. Obviously just included in the deck usually for the enemy pilots. It can be used to stop an entrenched that's going to ruin your day, things like that. Josh, I think, probably does run entrenched in this list. I'm not 100% sure on that. We can get a check on that. But yeah, I think he runs entrenched. So yeah, Fang Fighter is useful in the matchup. But here it's just a 3 cost, 3/2. You know, again, just another vanilla ship trying to get there. But Luke, he's got Josh back down to the health total. He was at the start of last turn, 15.
Yeah, Luke is actually starting to cause mayhem here for Gaspar. It's not looking great for him. It's going to be a base race, but I don't think he's winning this one.
No, I don't think so either. He's only representing 8 damage himself, which is nowhere near enough for lethal. It's not even enough for lethal over 2 turns. Punch it this time, while a powerful card, not really ideal because at the end of the day, he's facing down. Well, he's facing down 9 damage on the side of Josh. So it's not enough to end the game this turn unless Josh had something in his resources to end it or in his hand. But Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight now is representing lethal himself next turn.
It's looking grim, and I think we're going to go to a game 3.
Yeah, I think so too. That's 23 damage now on Josh's base. Doesn't decide to claim there. There is still a card in the hand of Gasper. I'm suspecting because he's not claimed there, this probably means he's got some kind of Hotshot Blaster or Surprise Strike to end the game now, because otherwise his opponent, it does open up potentially more damage here. Yeah, he does claim. Gasper claims there. So I'm guessing that means we do have a way to end the game there, indeed, with the Falcon. From resources with tech. Yeah, I think Josh, there's no way he attacks there unless he had a way to end it. But yeah, Gasper had to take his chance there and claim the initiative. But it is down once again for the, I don't know how many times today, down to a game 3.
But that means that it's pretty even, right? That means that the games are pretty balanced if we go to game 3 so many times.
Yeah,
it means it's actually going neck to neck. And I think we saw a lot of really nice matches today. We saw some beautiful back and forwards during the games. And let's see who's going with a win here.
I mean, you can't ask for much more, I think. I've had a few people speaking to me about the stream and, who've got on just a variety of decks and things. I don't think you can have any complaints about this meta or what we've shown here. We've shown, not only have we shown meta decks, it's not all been crazy stuff, but it's not like we've had to go to the bottom tables to find people.
Exactly.
I've commentated tournaments where you have to go to like the tables where people have lost twice or something like that just to find a deck that's not like one of the top 5 decks. Here, there's people with 1 loss who are playing all sorts of things. And I mean, again, I know I harp on about it, but I think we just got to appreciate what a lovely meta this is.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The balancing from the dev team really makes it possible that everyone has a chance, every leader has a chance if you play it well enough, if you know your leader well enough, and the matchups, of course.
Yeah, that's the ideal situation to be in where that's the case. It isn't always the case with every meta, but as with any card game in existence, sometimes with so many cards being released, mistakes can happen, cards can be too powerful, and I think the devs they've shown that they are willing to ban cards if needs be, and I think it's the right choice. Nobody at this point can turn around to me and say Force Throw should not have been banned. The meta we were in before, while not a horrible meta, it was quite stale. Force Throw was in over half of the top meta decks. It was by far the highest win rate card, the most played card. And now look at this. I mean, you could not pick a single leader or a single card that's like the top dominant one. There isn't one. It's just not. There's none at all.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Honestly, Al. And I think that's great that they can say like, okay, this card was too powerful. We thought it would have been different in our meta, but it's not. So you guys can't play it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, people got the chance, right? We've had Force Throw for a lot of sets.
Yes.
And we did get a few months for Force Throw, including the World Championship, to be out with the set designed for Force units. So it's not like people didn't get the chance to play with that card, and they will be able to once again in the Eternal format. They will be able to use the Force Throw. Cards aren't banned in that format, so it's not like it's gone forever. But yeah, absolutely the right call there. Now, the one thing Gasper is hoping for this game, for the 3rd game in a row, please Lord, do not allow Josh to have a Millennium Falcon piece of junk.
Yeah,
It's
it would
opening
be crazy for Josh to also open once again with that Millennium Falcon. And do we see it in his hand?
No, but he did keep. I can't see it there, but he did keep the hand. He was very quick to keep that hand.
The silencer coming out
he
here.
does have it. He has it. Oh, goodness me. I'm
And
so
boom.
sorry. Look at his face.
Oh, did you see
Oh,
Gasper?
I
He's
did.
like, not again. How is this possible?
It's just brutal. I was going to say, when Josh decided not to mulligan that hand, I honestly think you were just hard mulligan for the Falcon. I don't think there's any other card you want, honestly, in the matchup. It's just so good.
Yeah, it's so powerful, especially against Gaspar with his pilot deck. Like, it's designed to stop him, basically.
Yeah, honestly, Gasper's in such a difficult position already. I think he's got the Von Reg's tie in hand, so he will be able to play a unit that doesn't at least get immediately defeated by the Falcon. If he was forced to play the Death Space Skirmisher that he's got, or the TIE Phantom, he would be in a lot of trouble. But thankfully, he's got a 3/4 unit, which means that he may actually be able to deploy his Von Reg. The card on the left. You've got to play the card on the left. You've got to do it. He does it. Okay. He sees the line. Like, please don't play something that gets defeated by Falcon.
I love the flavor as well. Yoda coming down here searching for some restoration.
Yeah. Yeah, Yoda's actually, as much as there are a lot worse things that Josh could have had here from Gasper's perspective, Yoda is still a bit of a problem because at the end of the day, every turn now for the rest of this game is going to heal for 2, unless, there's a couple of times where you can exhaust it, no good to be dead or Death Space Skirmisher, but for the most part, that Yoda is not going to get defeated. I don't think there's any way for it to be defeated, actually. So, yeah, it's just kind of like it's almost like a permanent, fix on the board where you're just constantly healing. It's like your base starts at 40 health instead of 30.
Yeah, that's really like a weakness, we could almost say, for
Absolutely.
Gaspar's deck. There are no ground units, or we haven't seen any ground units yet, so we can assume that he's not playing any of them. And he's just all into space, so basically the ground units of Joshua are just free roaming. They're slashing and bashing and restoring at will.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Von Reg being the aggressive deck, you don't really usually care about ground units. The only ones you do care about are the ones with restore. But Yoda, with one thing he can do, he can certainly restore. So yeah, but a great little play there from Gasper. He is able to stop the Falcon from doing anything. Oh, but is this... Oh, the Bamboozle is absolutely brutal here. We saw Rivals fall there in the discard pile of Josh. That is effectively... that's a 2-cost Rivals fall. That is unbelievably powerful in this situation. It stopped Gasper slamming in for what was that, 7 damage? 8 damage he would have dealt? So much that he can't now deal. Oh, and I just feel awful there that Josh has just had everything he needed this game.
Yeah, you feel also awful for Gaspar, but it's a great play once again from Joshua, having the answers to the questions.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate for Gaspar, but Joshua is playing this almost perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think there have been decisions to make as well. A lot of it is I think good deck design. Not everyone plays all of these options in the deck. I mean, everyone plays Falcon. Not everyone necessarily would play Bamboozle. I think he might main deck some as well. But I think this is part of the problem with Von Reg. Honestly, it's a really powerful deck. You can certainly catch people off guard and by surprise, but at the end of the day, he is very vulnerable to cards like Millennium Falcon, Piece of Junk, and Bamboozle. They completely decimate the strategy that you're going for. And, when you're playing a deck that's very, very vulnerable to a few specific cards, you kind of run into trouble, as we saw last game with Kazuda.
Yeah, for sure. And it keeps on happening to Gaspar, sadly enough. You see it on his face. He's not having the best time, I think, at the moment. But he's still into it. He's still going to give it him all. Nothing is lost yet. They're on 1-1, so... Nothing's lost.
No, the game's still going on. I do think he's in a lot of trouble, but the game isn't quite over yet. Josh could potentially not draw anything very useful for the next few turns and give him a chance. Open fire does mean that the Yoda will probably get defeated this turn as well. Josh there being... I just say, he's a gentleman, Josh, there. The Von Reg leader ability is obviously optional. You don't have to use it. And Gasper there decided he didn't want to use it. I think he clearly completely forgot about the strike chip ability. That the Von Reg ability was going to lose 1 point of damage. Or did he put the token on, but he just did exhaust the lead, actually? Maybe
I think
I'll give Josh too much credit.
Later. Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, so Yoda there is going to get some restoring now, finally. He's actually winning the race, which is unbelievable. He's managed to control Gasper's early game so much here that the slower controlier deck is actually winning the race.
Yeah, but that's what they do most of the time, right? They keep on controlling. Like we said, it's a control deck, even though you wouldn't really think about that. Another Skirmisher coming down.
Yeah, Deathspace Skirmisher, a card that may be a bit underrated, honestly, but in these all-space decks, it just works an absolute treat. It means that, again, you can exhaust restore units, you can exhaust things that are going to fight you in space, and there Josh has... was that another Falcon, or did he bounce it back? I think he bounced it back to hand, didn't it? So it's the same Falcon, I believe.
The same Falcon.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Deathspace Skirmisher really been a great performer in these space every aggro decks. It's pretty much always useful. But again, at the end of the day, all it is really in this situation is still a 3/3 space unit, and there's 25 points of HP left on Josh's base.
Yeah, Joshua, he knows space isn't where I'm going to win, so he even deploys his hand to the ground because he knows there he will live forever as much as. The open fire will get used on the Millennium Falcon,
Yes.
sorry there. And Casper finally got rid of him. Now he has the whole space units lined up to start blasting the base of Joshua.
Yeah, so stay on target there used, a card that you don't often see really, but again, it's one of these cards that's useful in an all-space deck. Just allow me to attack the vehicle, do an extra 2 points of damage, and then it replaces itself as well, so it's kind of like free, in a sense, in the hand. Now, like you said, at the very least, the one saving grace here for Gasper is that because he's managed to clear all of the space arena, if Josh doesn't draw anything else removal-wise or space-wise, he may be able to fight, but we do see the Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight come down again. So once again, this is now 7 restore he's got on the ground. 7!
7 is a lot. That's more than the attacks that Gasper momently can deal. So he's going to overheal the base.
Yeah, and I think cards like Outmaneuver, while very useful in this sort of situation, you know, there is ways to sneak wins with things like that, but if Gasper is running it, but at the end of the day, Josh, you know, he's not really in a rush. He's only taken 9 damage, you know, so Gasper is so far away from ending this game that I think right now it's just a case of going through the motions, really, and just, you know, you're at a top event, you know, probably the biggest event, unless you went to the Galactic Championship, it definitely is the biggest Star Wars Unlimited event of his life. And you're doing really well. A 6-0-1 record is obviously fantastic. And again, you know, all he needs to do is win one more game, and then he will be through. So even if Gasper does go on to lose this game, still in a pretty good position to try and make day 2.
Okay, I thought that Luke was getting discarded. I was like, no, that's not what's happening with No Good To Me Dead, but he's just being thrown to the side.
Yeah, Josh is like, I don't care about that Luke anymore. He's dead to me.
He did so much for us.
He did, absolutely.
Exactly. He got exhausted, saving Gaspar a bit damage. Totally worth it to play the No Good To Me Dead there on Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, No Good To Me Dead, another card that in the right deck has shown itself to be a fantastic card. I mean, again, being played out of aspect here in Josh's deck, obviously in part to enable Anakin, you know, a card that we've seen do really well, both in the limited and constructed. And then we've finally got the triplets in play. We've got, now there are 3 of them here, 3 Deathspace Skirmishers. Again, pretty useful card, but in this situation, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, he's just pumping out units to pump out units at this point. He doesn't have an answer for the ground units, which are piling up there. There are already 4 there. There's a lot of damage there on the board for Joshua. There's already a lot of damage on Gaspar's base. He's already at 50% of his base has already been destroyed. So it's basically now or never that Gaspar needs to start pumping.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what in theory he could have that could help him in this situation. I mean, I just think that more removal there. I mean, there aren't any cards. You know, my deck has no pathetic cards. There aren't any cards in this deck.
Okay, Yugi.
There aren't any cards in this deck that Josh can draw that won't help him. I mean, honestly, anything. Removal, units, space units, ground units, they all help to end the game quicker. So again, I think Gasper just enjoying the moment. You know, like I said, he's doing really well, got a great record. You know, I think Josh probably thinking about the next game now at this point because, or the final match now, the final round for him, because again, I don't see any way for Gaspar to get out of this.
There's also no need to stress at this point for Gaspar. He can take one more loss. Should be fine if he just is able to win the next one. Of course, you rather be safe, right?
Yes.
If you win this round, like
It
probably.
was. Oh my goodness me, I was right. You see that tiny little glimpse I got of that card, the prototype tie
You
advanced?
are amazing, Al. Truly you are. That's what you want to hear, right?
I
Yeah,
know,
you are
thank
amazing.
Oh, thank you. Stroke my ego more, please. I mean, it's the most useless bit of knowledge you'll ever have. That card is prototype tie advanced. You'll probably never see it again. But yeah, it does exist. It's a card.
And you knew it.
And I knew it. There you go. Look at that. I need to spend less time looking at Star Wars Unlimited cards, I think. I know what prototype tie advanced is.
But there, the damage is coming into Gaspar, and he's not really much that he can do to stop it.
Yeah, 19 damage now. Again, we're just in the final death throes of this game.
Like I said, Gaspar keeps pumping out units on the space area, but I think it's a little too late at 21 HP. So 9 more damage for Joshua to deal, and then we go to the next round.
Yeah, so this will absolutely be the last round of the game. Josh has enough damage now on the ground. The only thing that could prevent it would be an outmaneuver from Gaspar again. All that does is push the can down the road. Next turn will then be the last round. But yeah, I think in all likelihood we're going to get there here. Josh has, like I said, endless restore. I mean, it's 7 to restore still, and then power on the board, 6, 9, 15.
There is more than enough to finish the game. I think Gaspar knows it as well, but you're in the feature match. Why not take time? Why not just play out the game? You still have 60 minutes left in the round. There's no need to scoop it up if you can just like enjoy the game. Just play it out.
I think we might be on a world record here for the amount of times that a player has been on 15 HP, because Josh went down from 15, up from 15 down to 15. He must have been on 15 about 4 times that game. That was the magic number. He could have gone again then if Gaspar had attacked. But finally, yep, Josh does take down the win, and Gaspar graciously concedes.
Once again, we saw Gaspar being very happy, actually. Like, I think he was enjoying the game as well. And that's so beautiful. Like, I've said it enough. I'm going to say it again, El, just because it's you. The community is amazing.
They are.
It truly is amazing.
They certainly are. And I just want to say quickly about that. I think that to get even to a third game in a situation where your opponent has the Millennium Falcon turn 1 every single time, the kryptonite to your deck, I think it just shows the testament to how well he knows the deck and how well put together the deck is. But unfortunately, when you play these high-risk, high-reward strategies like pilots are, sometimes you do get punished.
That's the thing, right? Gaspar already had a great run. He already had 6 wins on his record. Now he has his second loss. There's still 1 more round today, so he can still make day 2. It shows that he knows his deck. He knows how to play the meta, how to play against it, and it shows. Just a bit unlucky.
Yep, absolutely, and that's what happens. You know, if we didn't want to look in our games, we'd all go and play chess. There's a reason we're not at a chess convention right now. We're at a Star Wars Limited convention. We want a bit of look in our card game. Believe it or not, you know, as much as you would maybe deny it, everybody needs a bit of luck in their life.
That's the thing, right? And sometimes it can be your day, sometimes it can't be your day, but it happens. It can happen to your opponent as well when it's your day, and then you're feeling great.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, without more yapping, we're going to feature match 2, who's playing right now. We're starting from game 1, so let's enjoy.
Fantastic. I hope we can I do some more yapping, or
go ahead?
Or are we going to do this one in silence? Okay, great. Okay. Now I'll tell you an interesting fact about Alfonso and Will. They're actually both members of Team Enigma. No, I'm only joking.
It's like, not again, man.
No, we don't have teammates in literally every player here. No, they're not members of Team Enigma. Another player from the UK, though, as you expect, we've seen lots of Spanish players here today. You know, of course, whenever you're in any country, I'd say over half the players usually are from the country of origin, because as it's just logistically easier to get to, gives them an opportunity to play in a big event. But we've seen a lot of players here come from the UK, and Will once again representing my homeland.
I think Will. Oh no. Okay, perfect. I thought Will was already like signing that he's passing his first turn, and it would be very, very sad to see him deciding to do that. Okay, he's playing Tron, so it's okay. You don't really have to play on the first turn, but you rather do, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's very few decks that are happy not playing on turn 1. I think probably one of the only ones is Hard Control, when you just claim and play Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest. Other than that, you almost always want to play something on turn 1. Grand Admiral Thorn here. How unfortunate. A leader that we've, I think, seen once. Yes, we did see it once earlier today. Well, we actually saw it paired with Cunning twice, but this is a more traditional, I would say, Grand Admiral Thorn paired with Data Vault, with Command, lots of when defeated abilities you can make use of here. And then Han Solo, worth the risk. He needs no introduction. He's been a strong leader for a very, very long time now. And again, probably the leader that the most has clung on to a strong deck despite Force Throw being banned.
Yeah, we saw him as well, finishing 3 times in the top 8 in our neighbor land across the ocean. So in Portland, he did very good.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I think he was the 4th most popular deck here, right? Which is, if I'm right, I think he was, which I'm very surprised about. I think the deck's still really powerful. But at the end of the day, if you do lose the strongest card in any deck, you are going to take a big hit to power level. That's just a fact. You know, there's no getting around it. And Force Throw, you know, it does mean that the deck is far more susceptible to aggressive strategies. Of course, that's not what we've got here with Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I think in the last PQs that were in Europe, we saw him finishing top 8 2 times, I think, something like that. I'm not sure. Don't pin me on that, chat, please. But yeah, he's been doing great. I think he will do great today and this weekend. But I wonder how the Sabines are doing.
Yeah, I mean, we've not seen a single Sabine on stream, have we? Yeah, so unless we unluckily didn't see one earlier on, and then maybe none of them have made the top cut, or a high enough record to make it day 2. I did say at the start of the event, as much as Sabine is the deck probably I love the most and I've played the most over the years by far, I don't think she's that great into this meta, honestly. Cad Bane being the most popular deck and being a big problem for her. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see Sabine not make it into the latter stages of this tournament.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that tomorrow will be all Sabines, and that's why we haven't picked them yet.
Yeah, I doubt it.
yeah.
It could be. Let's hope not. Let's hope it's not all Sabines. Yeah, but deciding that, I'm not sure if Alfonso had the Ogdo Bogdo on turn 1 or if he drew into it, but if he did, deciding to play the Grogu is interesting. You do want to generally put a bit of pressure on this matchup. I'd say you are... It's hard to say who's the aggressor as such, but I do think you're probably more aggressive than Thrawn here. 33 HP, though, is a big differential there. 5 HP differential here between the bases.
I think at the moment, Thrawn really wants to get into that late game, to get into the higher resources count, and then just start pumping out bigger units instead of the small ones that Han usually tries to get out while he's choking up the board.
Yeah, so we see one of the main reasons to be in Thrawn command is the Cobb Vanth. Being able to trigger that twice is just fantastic. It puts you in mind like a Bounty Hunter's Quarry or something like that, where you're just able to pull out this unit that costs 2 or less from your deck, and as long as you include enough of them, and usually there's going to be at least 12, I would say, you're very likely to hit off of that. And then we see here the Onyx Squadron Brute and the Night Sister Warrior being able to be played, put into the discard pile, and then later on played for free this round by Will.
Yeah, the Night Sister is a great card here in the Tron deck, being able to draw 2 cards instead of 1. So yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, now another little non-bow here for those of you thinking, hold on a minute, Super Laser Technician ramps when you defeat it. If I defeat that, will Thrawn let me ramp twice? It will not, because the Super Laser Technician can only be put as a physical item, a physical game piece, into your resources once. So much like with Karis that we've mentioned earlier today, Thrawn will not trigger twice off of that. Sorry, Thrawn.
It would be insane.
It would be insane.
It will be insane.
I mean, thank goodness
if
that
you get
that
2 resources from a Super Laser Technician.
Absolutely, that's
but
thank goodness.
Indeed, like you said, because it has to physically go into the resource pile, it's impossible for it to duplicate itself.
Yeah, I mean, you could do the little action if you wanted. You could pick it back up and then put it back down to the resources if you really wanted, and exhaust your Thrawn, but it wouldn't have any in-game effect. Maybe also, that Thrawn showcase artwork is gorgeous. I think, like,
yeah,
is that
it's
the
really
sun
nice.
behind it or like a star? I think that looks beautiful.
Like a sunset, I would say.
Yeah.
Sunset in space. Very nice.
So there we go. The Super Laser Technician get traded in there, taking Will up to 6 resources. So we can now deploy Thrawn on the same turn as Han 2. Very handy.
And we will see if he will actually do that. At the moment, he's pretty crowded there in the ground unit area of Alfonso, so probably wants to wait that out a bit.
Yeah, something else I would say about this meta, unlike some of the others we've seen, is not only have we got a great balance of decks, but also a great balance of like space and ground presence. There are lots of space-only decks, there are lots of ground-only decks, and there are plenty of decks that play into both as well. So I think this meta is also showing off both arenas to the extreme, which is great. You know, when we only had Jump to Light Speed before Legends of the Force released, I think it was a very, very space-heavy world and environment. And now that we've had a full space set pretty much and a full ground set pretty much, we get to see the best of both worlds there, which is great.
The Jump to Light Speed was also super focused on piloting and the new keyword, and it was amazing. So everybody wanted to be in space, right? So getting new sets out here, like Legends of the Force, opens much more options for people to build other kind of decks than just piloting.
Yeah, absolutely. And Barrage here, pretty good. I mean, 6 is going to be able to be enough to deal with both the Secretive Sage and the Ogdo Bogdo, which is a huge swing in Will's favour. And I must say that Alfonso is running out a bit of steam here, although I will say that once again we're in a deck that is very likely to run 3 copies of Great Dragon, which means, like we saw earlier today, you can't just assume that you're going to win the game just by stopping the early aggression. Your opponent can always go late with Great Dragons.
Yeah, Cray is an insane monster to deal with, but looks like Will has it under control for now.
Yeah, Nicest Warrior doing great work there. Cobb Vanth, if you think about it, he started this all off. Not only when he was defeated did he effectively draw and play 2 cards, but then one of the cards he played then got defeated and drew 2 more cards. That Cobb Vanth is like multiplied into like 5 cards.
That's pretty crazy. We see the Mundi here coming down.
Yeah, Kiadimundi, a card we've not really seen very much. It was a really dominant card. A lot of people arguing the strongest card of Legends of the Force before the Force Throw ban. Once that happened and some of these Force decks got far less powerful and less common, Kiadimundi has dropped off quite a bit, although in this deck in particular, very, very good because you can play it as a 3-cost 4/2, draw 2 cards.
The tiny Grogu is also getting thrown into the field. We already saw how much impact this card can have on the match. So hopefully Will thinks about that and takes care of it.
Yeah, when Grogu was revealed alongside or a similar time to Ogdo Bogdo in the pre-release season or pre-season before Legends of the Force fully released, both cards looked amazing in hand too, but I think most people were kind of maybe overlooking Grogu a little bit and thinking Ogdo Bogdo might be a bit stronger, but it turns out Grogu has ended up being far stronger than Ogdo Bogdo, not least because he's a Force unit himself and can generate the Force token, but also because, you know, that healing ability is just so powerful. Being able to shoot off bolts of Force at different people by healing them off and redirecting it is just incredibly powerful.
It's beautifully said. I never thought about it that he would do it like that, but yeah, now it fits in my head actually.
That's not canon.
Also, the thing is, with Grogu, you're able to target space units, and that's actually what's happening now. Wow. And that can make sure that you can like control as well in the space area while you're not even playing space units yourself.
Yeah, and we see here both players absolutely correctly trying to... Also, that's minus... Yeah, just -3, -3, so not enough to defeat the throne. Wouldn't be anyway with the barrage in play. So Anakin there just being a 6-cost vanilla 5/7, unfortunately, for Alfonso. Not the end of the world, though. But yeah, I was just about to say we're correctly seeing it. I think both players identified that they need to just clear the board here. This feels a lot more like a draft game than it does a constructed game, but there's no pilot shenanigans trying to race down the base or anything like that. It's both players really trying to get a foothold on the ground, fighting tooth and nail. You know, classic Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, for these players, it's also a very important round because they are 5-0-2. That means whoever loses this game is missing out on day 2. So one of the more important matches for these people. Next to the next round, they will also have to play after they win this one. So they have to perform right now.
Absolutely, the pressure's really on these players. Unlike sort of Josh last game, where you know you can potentially afford a loss if you get one. At this stage in the tournament, you've absolutely got to win, and even if you win them, and the reward for that is you get, you know, you could argue a 50-50 chance at the spot in the top 32, which, you know, the prizing does get a lot better the higher you go up, right?
Yeah.
Like a top 32 space matters a lot.
Yeah, not only for prizing as in the physical stuff that we get, but also the points for the Galactic tournament, right?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, you get a lot more points for getting top 32 and having a chance to get the really big money points, top 16, top 8. For those of you who don't know, we've got Super Laser Blast there, clear out the board, reset everything. I think we're in for a long one here because this game is going to take a long time to come to conclusions. A lot of base HP left, 25 for Alfonso and 30 for Will. Again, once again, showing that Vigilance can just slow down games so much, and it's really a complete opposite to what we've seen in the past 2 matches where we had Space Aggro. But yeah, just a point about the points there. A point about the points, well. Yeah, so for the Galactic Championship, the top 32 point earners will earn across the year. If you're one of the people who've earned the most points in the top 32, then you will earn yourself a free flights and hotel to the Galactic Championship.
Ooh, is that an Avenger coming down?
Yeah, it is.
A big ship. I love it.
Oh, yeah, gorgeous. Absolutely. We've seen a couple of Avengers today. The Pizza Slice of Doom. Yeah, absolutely. It's causing havoc. It's been a great card since Spark of Rebellion. A common theme, you'll see. Spark of Rebellion, absolutely by far the strongest set we've seen in Star Wars Unlimited so far.
Yeah, it makes sense that the first set actually is the strongest, right? And then we build up from there.
Yeah, Felder Dragon there, a nice little answer to Avenger as well. So both players back and forth, answering things. You know, at the end of the day here, both players have got 2 losses, okay? So a draw is no good. If we draw at the end of this match, it means that both players are not going to be able to make it into the top 32 because, you know, they're just not going to get enough wins. They're not going to get enough points. The maximum points they could earn would be 19 at that point. So, yeah, both players really need to start picking up the pace a bit in this game, I think.
Well, they still have 42 minutes left, so I think they still have some time.
They do, but those 42 minutes go very, very quickly. I mean, this game is nowhere near completion yet. and we've we've still got potentially 2 more to go.
Looks like the grounds area is getting filled up here by Will. Troll is pumping out his units.
Yeah, the mole there really nice as an answer to Cassian. Alfonso, had the first sort of shot at getting some presence on the board, and then Maul not only defeating the Cassian, dealing with the base damage, but importantly leaving a 7-3 behind as well. Means that a lot of pressure can be put onto Alfonso now, and he's going to have to respond pretty quickly. I mean, this board is not going to get any smaller from Will. He's going to keep playing units onto it and pushing more damage on the ground.
I've been talking to Ben about this as well. When you play Premier, when you get big boys out that cost a lot of resources, you're almost sure to be met with an answer that will just get rid of them right away. Meanwhile, while in Sealed, when you play them, you have to see them at least 1 round on the board most of the time.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. I mean, the sticky. This is why stats in Limited are so important. I mean, just having lots of stats and being hard to remove is kind of, the main sort of definition of a good card. Whereas in Constructed, we see things like card draw and that kind of thing is far more valuable.
We see another Mundi coming down here, but it will get destroyed instantly by another Avenger coming down, followed by some ties. Are those Inferno Force?
Yeah, Onyx Squadron Brute. So 2 cost 2/3. Really good in this deck because when it gets defeated, it can heal for 4 instead of 2 with Thrawn's ability, which is really, really nice if there's any kind of space aggression. Not hugely useful in this matchup, but again, it's just another unit on board. It might end up making the game end a turn quicker. And we see here, no Super Laser Blasts for Alfonso, so there's no way for him to get back onto this board.
Looks like he's scooping up. He knows the Avenger, like you said, the pizza slice of doom. That's too much to handle. Such a big capital ship coming out. We're not going to do this. We're going into the next round. So Will taking the first game here, and we will see if Alfonso has a comeback. We see that Will is already just shuffling up. Meanwhile, Alfonso is sideboarding.
Yeah, interesting there. Will not even deciding to look at his sideboard.
Yeah. I just wanted to say
he is now.
Then why would you shuffle, Will? You're confusing us.
Yeah,
I was going to say that we saw this as a trend, or at least I did, that a lot of players who won game 1 will not sideboard yet. Going into game 2, if they already won game 1.
Yeah, I suppose it's the thinking of if it isn't broke, don't fix it. If you won the game, then you don't need to make any changes. I mean, I personally think you come into the tournament really with a sideboard strategy. You should use it no matter how well the first game goes. Unless you learn something about your opponent's deck you weren't expecting, then you should sideboard anyway. But yeah, not for everyone, absolutely. But
Yeah, clearly, because I've been seeing it a few times this day, and yesterday was sealed, so it's a different kind of format.
Yeah,
but I really think that even though you had the head start, even though I can defeat it with my base deck, why not side in some cards that you could use, actually?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sideboard strategy is always very interesting. It's kind of funny how it's so different across the 2 formats. When we saw Sealed yesterday, there is a sideboard. You can sideboard the entire collection of cards you opened.
Yeah.
And we saw that come in some very funky ways. We know Oliver Simons from the UK as well, when he sideboarded and changed his whole base leader combination.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I was so happy to see that.
So obviously there's nothing quite as extreme as that in Constructed in Premier, but at the end of the day, the sideboard's a very vital part of the format. And I mean, if you don't have a plan with your sideboard, then you're going to end up losing a lot of game 2s.
All right, and talking about game 2, we're jumping right into game 2 right now. So let's see what will go on. We will see that Alfonso has the initiative. He will start this time, which makes sense on a Han Solo. And Will is just instantly picking the resources. He didn't have to question or think twice.
No, I must be happy with the hand he's got there. Nice little start. Ogdo Bogdo, though, nice to put a bit of pressure on. Is not going to be threatened by that Night Sister Warrior. A 5/3 for 2 resources is, boy oh boy, is that good. I mean, again, like I said, Grogu probably ended up being the standout performer of the 2 of them, but Ogdo Bogdo still does see play in the deck. I think Grogu just sees a bit more wider play there.
I do think Alfonso has a Grogu suit. That would be a great combination to put in the next round when he has resources to heal the Ogobogo and then just strike down the draw card that's on Will's field right now.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's another couple of key cards there. We've got a Sham Syndulla, which I'm sure has been sided in there from Alfonso. A really great counter to any deck that has ramp cards, allowing you to ramp yourself. It's such a fantastic answer to resupply a Super Laser Technician. This time, though, Will did not have that, and he once again had a Cobb Vanth. So, again, Sham Syndulla not going to answer that necessarily.
All right, he's going to actually pay the hand cost once again to get the Grogu out.
Yeah, so again, not even there. We got Will not even bothering to attack with the Night Sister Warrior, just maintaining the initiative so we can take an immediate trade in with Cobb Vanth, I would suspect, into the Ogdo Bogdo, preventing all of that damage coming into his base and also allowing him to once again double trigger this Cobb Vanth. And if it does hit two things, it just puts so much pressure on the board.
There's some discussing coming out here. I wonder what's it about. Oh, if he can instantly do all the cards, probably, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you do have to do the 10 first, and then you exhaust the throne and do the 10 again. It has to come out that way. You can't look at the top 20, which means you are slightly more likely to miss. But no, I mean, the chances of missing are just astronomically low. I'd say sub 5%. We saw Krennic there in that selection for Will, so he absolutely has hit something from Cobb Vanth on the first trigger. And you could obviously at that point as well decide not to use it. Yeah, decides to go with Owen Lars. Interesting, just slowing the game down a little bit. But you can also just decide at that point if you don't want to use the Cobb Vanth second trigger. But we are.
We already saw that Owen can be dangerous. The poor farmer, but with a blaster, he can be fundamental to win a game. So maybe Will is betting on that, for the accuracy of Owen.
Yeah, and I think if there was any doubt as to the power level of Legends of the Force, the fact that, you know, the strongest card in Force Throw has been banned, and we're still seeing so many cards from Legends of the Force see play, I think it's just testament that the set did have a lot of strong cards. I mean, in fact, the past few matches we've seen, you know, basically showcase decks for both Legends of the Force and Jump to Lightspeed. Okay, Twilight of the Republic, Shadow of the Galaxy, and Spark of Rebellion have taken a bit of a back seat, honestly, with those decks, which is interesting to see.
Talking about older set cards, we see a Poe Dameron coming here.
Yeah, arguably the strongest card, probably the strongest card from Shadow of the Galaxy there. Poe Dameron has just remained a meta staple for so long now. Any deck that can run him does tend to do so, especially if you compare it with Energy Conversion Lab or Han Worth the Risk, where you get to play a turn early. You know, a 4-cost 6/4 that has to be killed. You absolutely must answer Poe in almost any situation. It's just a great card.
It's indeed a great card. Not only can you like start hand controlling your opponent, you can also deal extra damage while you're attacking. It is a problem for Will. I don't know if it will stay a problem for long. It already has some damage on it. He has some units ready to bash into it, but he needs to get rid of that Poe as fast as he can.
Yeah, Poe will get an opportunity to attack if Alfonso wanted to. I think I agree with this. Use the Grogu, heal it up, defeat the Night Sister Warrior, make it much harder now for Thrawn to answer Poe. Takedown is no longer an answer. Power of the Dark Side obviously doesn't get there, so there are far fewer answers to Poe now that that damage has been healed off. There's actually no power on the side of Will that can threaten it. Owen Lars obviously doesn't have any power himself, without the Hotshot Blaster, that is. And Lothwolf itself obviously can't attack unless it was in Kazuda. So because of that, Poe is actually pretty safe here.
Yeah, the Night Sister does give 2 draws to Will, so Will is getting more options because of some of the plays that he's doing. It's so important to have hands. It's also less worse case when you need to discard because of Poe. So yeah, I think Will is in a tough situation, but not an unwinnable one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a pretty close game here. He did play a resupply there, so once again, just like game 1, Will is going to be able to deploy on the same turn with his Thrawn as Alfonso did with Han. Although Sham Syndulla here, coming out, we mentioned him earlier now, so he can play him for 4 resources and then ramp himself. So while Will had to pay 3 for his resupply, Alfonso didn't have to pay anything for his own, which is why that card is so powerful here.
We see Tron coming out here and instantly gets smacked in the face by Poe. That's not nice, Poe.
Yeah, we've got the fun decision now. Alfonso, he can decide to either use a card to defeat the Thrawn, use a card to discard a card from Will's hand, or use one to defeat the shield token. Just uses the 1 card to defeat the Thrawn, which I think is very reasonable. And now, once again, this Poe is in a position where Will needs to find an answer for it. He's not got one on board.
The issue is, as a leader stays on board, it has a lot of value. And I think Alfonso recognized that instantly and tried to get rid of the Tron as soon as he could.
Of course, yeah, just like last game, both players fighting for board is the name of the game here. There's no need to go to face. The base life totals can be dealt with later on. They're an afterthought. At the moment, you need to make sure you get full control of the board. Just like Will did in game 1, he got full control of that Grand Arena, and at that point, there was no way back for Alfonso.
Yeah, but the thing is, we saw from Will that he has the Avenger, he has the big capital ships as well in his deck. So I think Alfonso maybe should like change up a bit the strategy and start doing some damage on the base, because it's great for Will if he keeps trading. I'm fine with going into a next turn and a next turn, and suddenly you have the big ships coming down. And what are you going to do then, Hanselo?
Yeah, I think it can go both ways. I mean, Throne generally has more top end, as you say. Like I said, those are crate dragons from hand that can sometimes sort of sneak it there and can act as a better top end. But at the end of the day, you know, if on average, if the game goes late, it will be in Will's favour, as you pointed out. Double Power of the Dark Side there. That card annoys me to no end. I cannot tell you how much that card annoys me. It's been so good for so long, and oh my goodness me, that card is so powerful in so many different situations. Power of the Dark Side, indeed.
It's insanely strong, but I don't see the hate. Don't you love the power of the dark side?
No. Or I'm the light side, thanks.
But it can lead to abilities some might consider to be unnatural.
I'll tell you what's unnatural. 3 resources defeat any unit. You can defeat a crate dragon with that thing. We've seen it today, right? Like, come on. The power of the dark side's not that powerful.
It is.
There it is, crate dragon. It finally comes down.
And the super blast as an answer.
Okay, so he does have a super laser blast, but at least crate dragon can now deal the 8 damage to the base, so it doesn't go down without a fight. It does get to take a chunk out of Throne's base there. So now we're all reset, just like we were last game after the super laser blast, and that means that both players need to try and get back on the board as quickly as possible.
It's indeed a clear board, but with so many resources really playing into Throne's game, this is where he starts to shine. The Anakin's coming down. Not really anything that he can point out here. Is just basically, oh, and another mole getting searched here.
Yeah, so Owen Lars with the Super Laser Blast trigger, allowing him to draw 2 cards, which just, the value of Throne is unbelievable. You just cannot keep up with the value here. The amount of cards in his deck that just draw 2 when they get defeated. And again, drawing not just 2 cards, not just any 2 cards, but 2 of the strongest cards in the deck with more than Anakin as well. I think Alfonso needs another Crate Dragon right now.
He indeed does, to get an answer out of there.
Let's just see here if we are going to see it. No, that's 1 resource for an Owen Lars. Okay, that might just be fodder to protect against. Oh, snap. Your own Owen Lars back at you. It might just be fodder to protect for the... to protect against the power of the dark side here. Let's see. Poe, not quite a Crate Dragon, but honestly probably the next best thing. Another big threat that does need to be answered by Will, and this is very nip and tuck here. There's a oh, okay, timely intervention. This timely Anakin. No, it's timely intervention Vader. One of the brilliant new players from the new set. You can defeat 2 units here. You can ambush into the Owen Lars, defeat that, and use the ability to defeat the Poe Dameron. And I think that is going to put Alfonso in a very, very tricky situation. He does get another Crate Dragon in hand, but at the end of the day, the Vader on board already is giving Will a big lead.
Yeah, the turret here.
The Crate Dragon's gone to the bottom of the deck. That was the Owen Lars trigger, so he's not got the Crate Dragon, and it's not going to get it this game either.
No, it wasn't his hand, indeed. And let's see what's going to happen with Alfonso here. He's a bit in a tough situation, you might say. Indeed, Will has the answer of a mole that can ambush in and just strike down any threat.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's got a 3rd Poe in hand now for Alfonso, but that's just not going to be enough. He really needed another Crate Dragon, and even that probably wouldn't have got him there. But yeah, just a real tough game there, I think. Luke's obviously really nice, but so it is going to be. So the Olin was defeated this. Was the Olin defeated this phase? No, that was a new round, right?
Yeah,
So no -6/-6 to defeat the Vader, unfortunately for Alfonso.
And the Vader here showing how strong the dark side of the Force is, Al. Once again.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. In this game, in this card game, the dark side is very powerful. I won't deny it. There's a couple of Anakins in hand. Will has got so many resources here. There's just so much he can do. You know, sneaking a win is going to be very, very difficult. But this is what you've got to do as a competitive player, top player. What you've got to decide to do is if you're really behind in a game, you know, your back's against the wall, you're in a very difficult situation, you've got to try and look at the strange lines, you know, entrenching your own Luke or whatever it might be. The kind of weird lines that might just be able to sneak a win. You've got to play to your outs. Because, you know, 1 in 50 games, it will end up with a win, and that can make all the difference in a big tournament like this.
That's exactly the case in the bigger tournaments. You need to sometimes think outside of the box, so to say. And that's what Alfonso is doing here. Oh, he gets answered by another insane another insane board clearance here. Will still in the lead position here, pumping out more units, getting that Vader stronger and stronger.
Yeah, so just getting word now, the last round I think has been paired, so we will be going into round 9 shortly. Be able to watch the rest of this game for a bit longer now, but possibly not to its conclusion, depending on who wins this game. I mean, if Alfonso does find a way to win, but I think it's safe to say Will probably very, very favoured from this point.
Maybe our production team can let us know who won this game, so because this was feature match number 2 that we were able to present to you. But yeah, we will see. Meanwhile, Alfonso tries to clear up the boards of Will, but Will is starting to go face. It's that time of the day for Will.
Yeah, it's been a long day for all these players, long day for Will, and he's like, no. We need to end this quickly now. Yeah, I've had enough now. I've had enough of messing around. Let's start to get some damage on the base. I mean, his board has dwindled, I must say. Like, the board that was... Oh, it's an Annihilator. Okay, yeah, that Luke Skywalker got thoroughly annihilated there.
Yeah. Like the name says, another pizza slice of doom? Or do you have another nickname for this one?
No, they're all pizza slices of doom.
Okay.
It's a large pizza, right? You've got lots of slices.
Oh, yeah, makes sense now. I've never thought about it like that.
Yeah, Annihilator, not a card that actually goes in every list, but I think maybe as a 1-of in the top end or a 2-of maybe in some of these slower decks, it can work quite well.
We see here doing a lot of work for Tron, and that was what I was talking about, Al. When you go into the later game, you clear the board, you start from 0, but it's not really from 0 because you have more than 7 resources, and more than 7 resources means a lot of big boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the top end for Alfonso pretty much looks like 3 Luke Skywalker Jedi Knights and 3 Crate Dragons. And again, we've seen one of the Crate Dragons was as good as defeated, but it went to the bottom of the deck. Another one has already been defeated by the Super Laser Blast, and then I think 2 of the Lukes have gone now as well. This will be the 3rd Poe now of the game for Alfonso.
And now 12 damage getting into the base.
Yeah.
And it's looking good for Will.
Yeah, I think we're certainly going to get there soon enough now.
Once again, 15 HP on the base.
Wow, look at that.
The magic number.
The magic number. So that is 25 minutes left in the round as well, so Will's got plenty of time here to get this win down. Again, I think that's there's a Loth Wolf in the discard pile there, just showing Alfonso for confirmation, so it does defeat the Poe outright. And yeah, I think we're going to be ending this game in the next action or so.
Yeah, if that Annihilator flies into that base one more time, it's going to be GG for Will.
Did draw. Alfonso did draw his 3rd Crate Dragon yet, but I think it's safe to say that was a turn too late.
Yeah, that is more than safe to say, Al.
Yeah, well done to Will there, taking it now. Again, representing the UK. Will be going on.
Okay, there.
No, I said UK. He will be going on to the final round now, so he'll have his shot now at making day 2.
Yeah, so one more round for Will that he needs to secure to get into that day 2. We're not sure yet if he's going to actually make it, but let's hope so.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, hope for his sake. Although not so much for his opponent, whoever he does get paired with. I'm sure they'll be hoping they can make the day 2 as well. A bit brutal for Alfonso there. Great showing for him. Fantastic with, one of the more meta decks that we've seen, but I think playing it greatly there. But at the end of the day, not quite enough. Again, 3 losses and you can't make day 2. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, but that's the name of the game. Luckily for these players who came all the way here to play, there are a million side events that you can participate in.
Yeah. Once you've played all the rounds of the main event yesterday and the main event today, now you get to enjoy yourself with a full day of side events tomorrow,
Exactly.
which is fantastic for them.
There are so many different kind of ways to play tomorrow. We have Twin Suns. We have on-demands for anything you would like. So if you're around, why not come here? Why not come down here to Bilbao?
Yeah.
just take the bus or walk.
Yeah, depending on where you are.
You're all welcome.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, what time is it? It's 7, so you can still book a plane and come.
You could, yeah, absolutely.
But I think we're going for a little break here before we go into round 9. We're very looking forward to the last round for today. I will be joined by Ben for the last round, so we're going to say goodbye to Al for now.
Absolutely, for now. But don't
worry.
You worry those 2 or 3 Al fans out there. I'll be back on tomorrow, and you'll see me.
At least 5.
At least 5, thank you. I'll be making my awful dad jokes and puns tomorrow as well again.
Perfect. See you in a few.
Yes, we only promised that we would be back and gone for a few moments. We are back here now, ready for the 9th and final round of day 1 here in the Regional Championships for Star Wars Unlimited. Ben and Driss here with you, and this is it for day 1. This is for all the marbles, and for a lot of players, their last chance to qualify into day 2 tomorrow.
Exactly. It's a big round now, especially for the people who already got only 1 loss left. So it's going to be big. Big, not what we can say about the other player in the seat right now. He seems like a very young Padawan, but I'm sure if he's now on stream that he's doing a great job right now. I don't know what his record is at the moment. Can you tell me, Ben?
We'll be able to find out in just a moment, but what we can say for sure is that Gaspar is back in the feature match area on Major Vonreg with the 30 HP Cunning base, and Isia here, who is at a 6-2 record with Cad Bane Tarkin Town. So one of the unsung potential heroes of this day 1 up against one of the youngest but undoubtedly brightest opportunities with this Cad Bane list.
What an insane record here for Asir, as well for Gaspar. This round means the most for them, because this one is going to decide, will we go to day 2 or not?
Yes, certainly so. We've obviously seen about what Major Vonreg is about. Litter the space arena, get a load of those vehicles into play, pilot Vonreg onto one of those units early on, with it being a 4-resource deploy leader. And for Cad Bane, a little bit of a more mid-rangey sort of measured approach here, but does have the capacity to go very, very quickly on the ground arena specifically, with cards like Bazine Natals early, Boba Fett units at 3, your Zuckuses, your Forloms as well, all of that fantastic underworld package, and you've got the Tarkin Town base in there as well to help deal with some of those pesky high HP leaders.
Exactly. Some of the units that you really want to get rid of, you just use your Tarkin Town to ping them down, and then you'll be fine. Ashir here, reading the leader of Gaspar real quick. What is this about? What will this leader do?
Yeah, absolutely. It makes no sense. It makes a lot of sense that Isa is going to have a little read of what Major Vonreg does. Probably the first time that he may have even seen this leader since it got revealed and released all the way back in Jump to Lightspeed. On its leader side, it has the action to exhaust itself, play a vehicle unit from your hand. If you do, you give it a +1 power boost, and a similar kind of action over on the leader unit side as well, only when it deploys as a pilot, however. Into the game we go, though. Double 1 resource play on phase 1, immediately using that Tarkin Town epic action as well, in combination with the leader ping from Cad Bane to take out that Kylo silencer.
Yeah, making quick work of it. Maybe a bit overkill, because I think it's 3 damage, right, that Tarkin Town does?
It does indeed, but generally this is what you'll see quite often from players that use the Tarkin Town base. They'll generally look to use it within the first 2 or 3 action phases to generate some real quick and good advantage on the board state here. I mean, look at this.
Wow.
Isa has already gone 4 wide on the ground arena and has got a Bazine Natal here, which is going to be able to steal a second lurking TIE Phantom away from Gaspar. There's only 1 more now that's unaccounted for in the entirety of the deck.
Yeah, so he's Gaspar also got into 2 no good to me deaths, so he will be able to make stalling a thing right now for like stopping Esther for a while. But will it be enough? It looks like Esther just is playing so quickly. He really knows what he's doing with the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always the markings of a good player and a strong player, especially at this age as well, being able to have such confidence to play with such pace, but also such precision as well. And when you've got a board state that you're looking down where you're 4 wide on the ground arena, facing up against 1 unit up in space, yes, that unit is quite a scary one, lurking TIE Phantom with that inbuilt kind of protection, can't be captured, damaged, or defeated by enemy card abilities, and also the raid too as well, so it's swinging in for 4, swinging in for 5 on this action phase, though, with this Crackshot V-Wing being played with the Major Vonreg ability.
Enorm strong. I think it's a blaster going down and instantly attacking the base here for 5. That's a strong boy.
Yeah, Hotshot DL44 Blaster, very, very nice. Always like to see that being played out of the Smuggle, because when you do, you can immediately attack with the unit that you decide to attach it onto. But here we're seeing the advantage of that 4 resource deploy variance. Major Von Reg attached unit is a leader unit, and it gains on attack. You may give another unit in this arena +1 power for this phase. So as I said, very similar to the way that the leader works on its leader zone side, as is generally the case, and Gaspar immediately continuing with this Space Arena assault, disabling Fangfighter here to deal with the Hotshot DL44 Blaster and prevent any further aggression coming in the ground arena.
A great moment to have the disable of Fangfighter indeed. I don't think Cad Bane plays that many upgrades, I would say. He does play a few, but it's perfect to already have it this early in the game.
Yeah, generally it's only realistically Hotshot DL44 Blaster. You might see maybe a couple of arms to the teeth running around here and there potentially, but Hotshot Blaster is usually the upgrade of choice if there are any in the deck. There is a No Good To Me Dead now from Isa here that is going to be able to exhaust down that lurking TIE Phantom that is being piloted by Von Reg and keep it frozen for not only this action phase, but also next action phase as well.
Yeah, a great use of the card, I would say. The No Good To Me Dead here on the strongest space unit. Probably waiting for some underground units to start pinging those air units, because I don't see anything in Asher's hand that could answer these space fighters.
As we see the stay on target making things even more difficult now as well with the aggression that Gaspar is providing in the space arena. But yeah, I totally agree. Cad Bane, not a deck that is realistically known for playing into the space too much. You probably have cards like Ruthless Raider, IG-2000, because it does also have that Underworld tag, so it does trigger the Cad Bane ping. You've also got things like Devastator in there just for those late game threats to try and either finish off a board and clear the way for you to swing in, or to just assign all of the indirect Devastator damage into the base as well. But not one, unlike the Von Reg deck, that is pretty much solely fixated on the space arena here.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be a real race, and that's what we see as well. Gaspar already on 21 damage, while Asher is at 18.
Yeah, but I think our card spotter here has pulled up Surprise Strike, because we are potentially in that Surprise Strike kind of range if we get the action economy right. Of course, the Lurking TIE Phantom isn't going to be able to ready up in this regroup phase, but if Isa doesn't find a way around it here, or we can see another stay on target that is in hand here for Gaspar that we're using on the first action here. Oh, he's drawn into another one as well.
That's beautiful. I think Gaspar is very happy with that draw.
Yeah, but Isa is very happy as well with that equal response. Ruthless Raider to be able to deal the 2 damage necessary to take out the Crackshot V-Wing, stop it from being able to attack, and profit from that stay on target there, and dealing 2 extra damage to base as well. Meaning that with the ground army that Isa has on the board, he is presenting game with all of the attacks. And if we've said about Cad Bane not being known to play into the space arena, Von Reg certainly does not play into the ground arena, and Gaspar is going to scoop it up, seeing that there is no answer to the ground arena forces that Isa has provided. Isa goes up game 1 against Major Von Reg.
Yeah, it was a... From the start to the end, it was just spamming units on the board and start going into the base. They almost did not talk to each other. The battle also almost didn't happen. It was straight to the base. They like flowing over each other and under.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's totally understanding, right? Obviously, Major Von Reg in and of itself, a very high aggro deck. Yeah. A lot of those units, I think you were saying with Al earlier on, only hover around that sort of 2 to 3 resource range, because you want to be playing as many of those units out as you possibly can and getting as many options for that Major Von Reg leader unit to deploy into as a pilot here. But we've said a couple of times about Cad Bane Tark in town that while it is generally some more of a measured deck, maybe tempo, probably the most apt word to use. It does also have the opportunity to be quite aggressive, and it feels like with the build that Isa has brought here, at least in that game one, he is leaning certainly more towards the aggressive style of tempo as opposed to the more measured and controlling style.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of campaigns that also go into more like the mid-range, so to say. But that's not really the case here for Asher. I don't know if he plays a lot of high costs. Maybe a Devastator or something like that could be in there. But yeah, we saw a lot of small units, but a lot of small things make one big chunk of damage.
Yeah, and Isa certainly proving that there in game one as both players consulting through the sideboards and trying to figure out if there's anything that's going to be able to help each other out in this matchup. Gaspar, I imagine, would have their sideboard probably a little bit better teched for their opponent's deck. Isa, however, I can't imagine that they went to bed one night before the event here this weekend and thought, you know what, Major Vonreg, that's a leader that I really need to watch out for and at least put a couple of cards in my side deck for.
I'm not sure, Ben, but he did have to read the leader, so I'm not sure if that was the case, actually. But you can be right. It could be that he couldn't sleep last night because he was like, oh, I
need to prepare for Vonreg. I need to prepare for the space onslaught. I mean, obviously there would have probably been a little bit of preparation or thought given to Pilot Vader, which plays in a similar kind of fashion. Not exactly the same, of course. You have a couple of units that are of that sort of higher cost threshold as opposed to this one here. And Pilot Vader does have the opportunity to work its way into the ground. The Wingmen Victor 2, for example, can deploy as ground units and not just as pilots. Same can be said for Iden Versio, which we saw in the Vader Vigilance deck that we saw a couple of rounds ago under the hands of Aaron back in round 7. But yeah, Isa could have potentially had a little bit of opportunity to think, okay, maybe an outmaneuver to bring into the deck just to make sure that I have an action phase to deal with any big space aggression. But we're going to find out very, very soon. Very sportsmanlike there from Isa as well. Being up a game in probably the biggest game of your Star Wars Unlimited career so far. One more win, and it is a day 2 qualification in the regional championships. The first one of season 1 so far, and you're offering your opponent a handshake.
Yeah, but that's what it's all about. Once again, this community is awesome.
We certainly are indeed, as we see that Isa not happy with their opening hand, so going to shuffle it back and draw a fresh 6 new cards, but they are going to have to go ahead and go and stick with this next 6 cards that they draw. Gaspar, however, is going to keep the 6 that they have drawn into. We'll be starting with the initiative as well in Game 2, of course, having lost Game 1 and having the opportunity to choose whether you want the initiative or not. But Isa now pretty quickly getting ready to set those resources. One final change of heart, readying those 2 up, and we are underway now in Game number 2. The Strike Ship underway. A claim of the initiative on Phase 1 for Isa there. That's going to hurt compared to Game 1.
Yeah, 100%. You want to pump out as much units as possible, as fast as possible. So not being able to play on your first turn will be a big hit in the Cad Bane playbook.
Yeah, and I think also just to rub salt into the wound here for Isa, I think that he pulled a Guardian Antagonizer as one of the 2 cards drawn at the start of the regroup phase here. Does have a pretty strong 3-resource play, though, with the 3-cost Boba Fett, 3/5 from Spark of Rebellion, was been a card that has been around in the format for in the entirety of the Star Wars Unlimited's existence.
It's a great card.
It is a great card, but in this matchup, that on-attack ability is going to be a little bit more difficult. Obviously, when you attack into an exhausted unit that didn't enter play this round, you can deal 3 damage to the defender on attack, and that happens before the actual sort of damage step occurs in a battle. But as we've established, Vonreg not a leader in a deck that plays into the ground realistically, so you're not really going to get many, if any, opportunities to have that on-attack effect get value for you. It's just going to be a 3-damage unit that's going to battle into the space arena.
Gaspar taking his time here to think about his next play. Meanwhile, Asher is pretty confident in what he's going to do. You also see if you look at a player and you see how he's playing and how he's handling the cards, how experienced he is, and I instantly noticed from Ash here, he's been doing this a lot.
Yes.
He's been playing a lot of the cards.
Yeah, sitting up, leaning forward as well, looking very, very comfortable as we see the strike ship deal 3 damage into base. Only extra action that Aisha was going to be able to take there was exactly what we've seen. Tarkin Town epic action to take out the damaged strike ship. Lurking TIE Phantom makes its way down onto board for Gaspar, so a prime target here for that Major Vonreg leader unit to go ahead and deploy onto. Does Aisha have a copy of No Good to Me Dead like they did in game 1 to be able to stop that lurking TIE Phantom from attacking if first action in this phase from Gaspar is deploy Vonreg to pilot the Phantom?
I don't see one in his hand, but what I did see what he resourced, and it was a hot shot blaster.
Ooh, hot shot blaster, a card we always love to put into the resources with that smuggle mechanic, one that has been really nicely utilized throughout the entirety of Smuggle's existence. Turns out that when you're sending cards away to the resource row and you think, oh, I'm probably not going to be able to see those and play those for the entirety of the game again, having a way to recur them is pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good indeed.
So we see the Crackshot V-Wing getting played down here for 1 resource, played out with the Major Vonreg leader action as well to boost the Lurking TIE Phantom up by an extra power. So right now it's hitting for 5 if you include the Raid 2. Guardian Antagonizer coming down here. Believe we taken the damage from the Cad Bane leader ping. If we have, then we just need to make sure that we're marking it on and making ourselves aware exactly where that damage is going. Here, though, the Sanctioneer's shuttle coming into play with Coordinate currently online. Remember with Coordinate that it counts the unit itself with the ability, so 3 or more going ahead and capturing that Guardian Antagonizer away from Asia.
Yeah, a great play here from Kaspar. I'm not sure if he would have taken the Boba. The Boba doesn't really do much at the moment, right? But yeah, we will see if it will be in Gaspar's favor to take him over Boba.
Well, I think one of the biggest reasons as well here, as we saw the Major Vonreg go and jump into the TIE Phantom, swinging in for a bunch of damage into the base, is that there's actually the bounty on Guardian Antagonizer, which a lot of people will claim when they defeat a unit, but you can also claim that bounty when it's captured. So in this case, being able to draw it here, readying up, and I think, was that a power failure that Isa has flashed there? It is indeed power failure, defeating any number of upgrades on a unit, and in this case, essentially being a 2-resource Rivals Fall to take care of the Vonreg leader unit.
It's a great play here from Asher. That he saw that line of play is amazing.
Yeah, really, really heads-up play there from Asia and making it sure that that leader unit has gone back into the leader zone and there's not going to be extra pieces of damage that are going to fly their way. But this space arena is looking pretty filled up, and Asia has not been able to have the same kind of tempo that they did in Game 1 to match things on the ground arena. We do see there that there was the surprise strike to swing in with a Sanctioneer's shuttle. There is that hotshot DL-44 blaster, well spotted there, Driss, from the resources with Smuggle to combine with the Boba Fett. Pilot Vader now jumping in to the lurking TIE Phantom that's been left vacant thanks to the power failure here. Aesir has no more actions that it's going to be able to take in this phase. So Vader now swinging in along with that lurking TIE Phantom and the Crackshot V-Wing as well, getting some damage in. We are 1 action away from a victory here for Gaspar to tie this series up. And unfortunately, this is what can happen when a power of a Space Swarm deck can be left unchecked.
Exactly. I think the life points at
There's
the
the
moment
extension.
are kind of messed up, but they will go back to 0 right now as it's a 1-1 now. Asher isn't that happy. I just saw his face. He's like, I really want to win this one. And it's understandable because this will decide the next game. Who's going to day 2?
And fittingly so, it's going to go to a third and final deciding game as well. One of these two players on your screen will be qualifying into day 2 tomorrow. We'll have more rounds of Swiss to play as well before we get into that top 8 break. There could potentially even be the opportunity where one of these players that we're seeing on our screen right now, Driss, could be earning an invitation to the Galactic Championships this weekend. What a story it would be for either Gaspar on Major Vonreg or Isa to be able to do it.
For sure, yeah. I think Gaspar with a leader that we haven't even spoken about. That would be amazing for me.
Certainly would indeed. Well, it's a similar story for quite a few players around in the venue right now. So these guys will take a moment here to make sure that they are as calm and as composed as they will be. We haven't really seen any kind of evidence of nerves between any of these players so far. And of course, with having a 6-2 record to go through into this final round today, even if one of these players is to end up losing in this third and final game, they can walk away with their head held very, very high.
Exactly. What you say for word is correct, actually, Ben. I think it's amazing that these players already got this far. I think it's nice that we feature somebody who is actually fighting now to make day 2 instead of somebody who's comfortably already in his chair. So it means so much for them right now. This game, both are not happy with their starting hands. So they're going to mulligan it.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy here as well, actually. Both players with their day 2 berths on the line here, sending their opening 6 cards away and relying on the next top 6 cards after the shuffle to see if they're going to get off to the bright start that they need to do. And realistically, the pressure will be more, I think, on Major Vonreg to have the really strong start here as opposed to Cad Bane here, because Cad Bane, as we've established already, is going to have those action phases where it's going to be able to build a little bit more. Major Vonreg, however, really needs to hit that impactful 4 resource deployment onto a vacant space unit here. So Gaspar is going to have a lot of pressure to find some of those strong units early on. Things like that prototype tie as well that we pointed out that was well remembered and called out by Al in game previously. But here we go, underway. We have the Kylo's TIE Silencer on first action, and we have double 1 resource in the first action. It's a complete mirror of game 1's first action phase here between Gaspar and Isia, Antagonizer and Criminal Muscle with the Cad Bane Tack in Town Ping to deal with the Kylo's TIE Silencer that Gaspar could only play.
I was about to say, I think the TIE Silencer is really like glued to Gaspar's hands. How many times I saw him open with it. But yeah, the answer from Asher is coming back. We see indeed the first game where Asher has so much dominance in the ground area. And hopefully Gaspar can answer it this time. He can match it up.
Well, we do see that the lurking TIE Phantom is going to come down. An aggressive hotshot DL44 blaster is going to be firing in here, dealing 4 damage on this attack after boosting up the Guavian Antagonizer. And Isia is just, again, going to continue to pile all this damage into the base here. Criminal Muscle now getting in for an extra 2 damage with that attack there. Moving on to the regroup phase, Isia already prepared to take their first action when they get the opportunity, but it's going to be Gaspar who will have the initiative, have the first action. Right now, still needs to choose a resource, and it looks like a Ruthless Raider is going to be the card that is going to be sent away.
I think at this moment he really wants just something that his pilot can jump into next to the lurking fighter, like lurking TIE Phantom, excuse me, because yeah, he's going to pump it out. It's always smart to use your leader ability before you actually use him as a pilot or as a deployment, and that's what Gaspar is doing.
Yeah, and a really nice unit to choose as well here with this one, with the Death Space Skirmisher. We control another space unit, so that means we get to exhaust down the Antagonizer that was paired with the Shot DL44 Blaster. We see Daring Raid to deal with the Criminal Muscle. There now is a Mist Hunter on the board for Icea, so a little bit of answering potentially in the Space Arena in the later action phases. But what it does mean, though, with all resources being spent, is that there's going to be no copy of No Good to Me Dead on this action phase and no immediate answer. So the Von Reg jumping into the lurking TIE Phantom and crashing into Tarkintown for some big damage.
Another Hotshot Blaster going into the resource pile here from Acer. And I'm not sure what's going on. Probably asking something.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of a rulings clarification about how a card interaction works in a certain situation there. Always a great idea if you're not 100% sure to just double check and clarify before you go ahead and play the card, reveal that information, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh no, that actually doesn't work in that interaction, and all of a sudden you've shown off that that card was either in hand, or the effect just sort of fizzles away and does nothing, and you've just wasted a load of resources here. So again, good heads up work here from Icea, just making sure and double checking that this card works in the way that they are looking for it to do before they go ahead and commit on this first action of the 5 resource phase.
Looks like he's double checking again if there's anything to smuggle here next to the Hotshot Blaster, but I don't think so yet. He has the initiative, so thinking a while here, but he's just going to go into the base, which makes sense.
Yeah, just trying to get as much damage as possible onto the board in that first action phase there. There is also the argument potentially to go ahead and attack with the Mist Hunter first, just to deal with the Death Space Skirmisher straight away. It's 3 less damage that you're going to be immediately taking as we see it attacking in now. But Icea probably wanting to wait till that on-attack trigger is going to be live. If you played a Bounty Hunter or Pilot card on this phase, on attack, you may draw a card. So Icea really valuing that card advantage potential that the Mist Hunter can generate. Here comes the Sanctioneers shuttle, though, meaning that there's going to be no card advantage that's going to be generated from Mist Hunter. Bombing Run, though, is going to make its way down onto the board here and be able to clean up with a 2-for-1, multiple units on the board.
A great play here from Acer. He doesn't really have an answer for the space units unless he sights into it, right?
Yeah, well, we mentioned about a card like Outmaneuver, beg your pardon, that could potentially be brought into the sideboard to help deal with a very space-dominant deck. You get to choose an arena, and for whatever arena you choose, you can exhaust every unit in that arena, both yours and your opponent's. But if you're not playing into that arena, it's just a complete free lockdown of the one that your opponent is trying to dodge into here. So not the card that we see in this situation. It was Bombing Run, but still doing a very similar job here. Gaspar now trying to look to rebuild with that Strike Ship as the last action in that phase. We're into the new action phase here, however. 6 resources, I believe, here if Icea has been continuing to resource. So Cad Bane is going to be eligible to deploy, and it's going to be Planetary Bombardment that we're going to bring down here. 8 indirect damage is going to have to be assigned here by Gaspar, because unfortunately, Mist Hunter, not a capital ship.
Not yet.
Needs to do some growing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he needs to eat some more metal. But but it's coming down here. 8 damage. Luckily, Caspar can choose where that damage is going. There is no nothing that Acer can do about that. But a lot of damage makes it vulnerable for the Cad Bane pings.
Yes, certainly does. And if we believe that there is the 6 resource action phase here, Cad Bane does have the opportunity to deploy on this action phase. Unfortunately, we're all out of resources, so it's not like we're going to be able to play an Underworld card for the remainder of this phase, get the extra 2 damage onto a unit from the Cad Bane leader unit side. But at least it's going to be eligible to deploy. It swings in for 4 with the Rage 2 already inherently built in on the kit. So it is going to be a little bit of extra damage as No Good to Me Dead is going to come down here, stop that Mist Hunter from being able to attack in this and the next action phase.
a good way from Gaspar to keep his ships a little longer on board, making sure he can get some more value out of them by crashing them into that Tarking town of Aesir. 15 HP left. Well, 15 damage has been done onto the base of him. Meanwhile, 19 on the base of Gaspar. So
oh, it's going to be over, though, with the punch it there, with the strike ship, only being able to play down an attack with the Greedo. Major Von Ray pilot still attached to that lurking TIE Phantom. And despite how strong the Tarkin Town base is, 25 HP is still 25 HP, and it dwindles away very, very quickly. What it does mean, though, Driss, is that we are going to have a major Von Reg deck in day 2 tomorrow.
That's really amazing. Now I'm really looking forward to the standings, to the top deck breakdown, you know what I mean? Like which leaders got into the day 2. I'm really looking forward to that info. Probably will be able to provide you guys that tomorrow morning. First thing we do, so you guys have an idea and we have an idea. And yeah, that's it. I think...
well, that's certainly it for Feature Match 1. We'll see,
of course.
We'll see if we've got action from Feature Match 2 for you in just a moment here. But we've got to give credit as well to Aesir there to play what is probably inarguably the most expensive, or the biggest game of your Star Wars Unlimited career. A win and in matchup to try and qualify for day 2. Do it on stream and try and do it against a leader that very rarely gets to see the opportunity to see play. He carried himself very, very well.
He did a great job. It was super close, let's be honest here. Yeah, it's a really... When you have that surprise effect on people, it does a lot. Like mentally you're already a bit unsure about yourself at some point. We did see that Aesir had a lot of confidence in his plays. The way he played the cards, the way he put stuff on the boards. He knew what he was doing, even though he was playing against a deck that he probably never saw. If you still have to read the leader, then I assume that it's a rare opportunity for you to play against him.
Absolutely. You might be able to hear behind us as well there, the players undoubtedly in the feature match area getting a very, very welcomed round of applause there. It certainly makes the making of a very experienced player in terms of the amount of games and the amount of time that they've put into Star Wars Unlimited. The adaptability that was able to be shown there for Aesir to be able to go look at a brand new leader that is potentially to them and go, I can try and pivot to see exactly how to defeat that, though. We do have Feature Match 2 for you now ready up, so we're going to go ahead over to there and see maybe if there's any surprise in store for us here. There is indeed Admiral Akbar Data Vault here up against Kira Data Vault for another win and in matchup.
Exactly. It's also, both players are 6'2". That means for them as well, this is the most crucial round for the tournament, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. That win and in, meaning that if you win it, you are qualifying into day 2 with that X2 or greater record that you needed. But a loss here will see the end of the tournament. We are through the first action phase already. Gungi in the ground arena for Mattia, and then the Dr. Pershing for Daryl here, as they're going to take a little look and a read of exactly what Admiral Akbar does. So let's do the exact same thing. On its leader side, you can pay 1 resource for the leader action and exhaust it. Exhaust a non-leader unit. If you do, its controller creates an X-Wing token. So the idea behind this deck is you want to try and create a load of different X-Wing tokens. There's also the timely reinforcements that this card utilizes, this deck utilizes, to be able to create a bunch of Sentinel X-Wing tokens on 1 action phase.
So basically, you spam the space area and you start crashing.
Yeah, it's another quite heavy space unit deck, but does also have the capacity to play into the ground arena as well. We've seen with Gungi there. We also see cards like Echo-based Defender there in the hand available to them. Undoubtedly, we're looking at pilots, so you'd have to imagine cards like Chewbacca Pilot, Han Pilot, Poe Dameron, which creates another X-Wing token as well if it's deployed in the ground arena, as well as maybe things like the Anakin Skywalker Pilot. I've seen that being played in a deck like this under Ollie Simons, who has played this deck previously before in an event in the UK. But already we're starting to see X-Wing tokens trying to litter onto the board. Kira, however, has already gone ahead and deployed.
Yeah, looks like Admiral Akbar is calling up the squadrons to get ready into the formation to attack. And looks like the leader of Daryl is already... Meanwhile, Daryl is from Canada. Did you notice?
I did notice that. Yeah, definitely traveled a long way if they have come all the way from Canada. But we see here that they are making the trip worth it. Overwhelming barrage onto Kira, which, remember, is a grit leader. Whenever damage is dealt to her, she just gains that static +1 power equal to each damage counter that you have. So the overwhelming barrage here capable of spreading all of the power across the board and wiping it for Mattia here. Now taking care of the echo-based defender that was put onto the ground arena for Mattia as Admiral Akbar, and making it so that Kira can just get more and more grit stacks to attack in for this action phase. Is going to go away, though, as soon as we go to the regroup.
Indeed. Looks like... I thought... I've been mistaken. I thought he already crashed with the Doctor into the data vault, but looks like that's not the case. We're going into the regroup phase. The players are picking out which cards are worth to resource and which they rather have in their hand. Everything is getting ready, and we're going into the action phase soon.
Yeah, Pershing here as well, just to clear that up, is going to just have been using its action on itself to deal 1 damage to itself and draw a card. Blue leader, however, is going to completely wipe all of that issue away, being able to ambush in with its when played ability, paying the 2 onto the ground, taking no damage back in the exchange as well. Unfortunately, as you'd expect from a Vigilance Villainy control deck, Daryl has the answer to it straight away. Fell the dragon to deal with the blue leader that was flying very low to the ground.
Yeah, a bit too low. I probably caught the tree or something, but he died indeed instantly. A clear board again, once again, for both players. And it's going to be decided now what is going to happen.
Yeah, and as a Vigilance Villainy control player with a clear board state on your opponent's side, you're absolutely loving this. Look at this. Attempted to try and play the Resistance Blue Squadron there from Mattia, but Daryl immediately, with the no glory, only results. That's exactly what Daryl is looking for here in this win and in feature match 2. Only results are going to matter as we see the Admiral Akbar leader unit has been deployed here, along with one of the other key combo pieces of this deck, the Favorable Delegate.
Looks like he drew into a Leia, who's also very strong in this deck. And
super laser blast,
instantly
however,
clearing the board.
It wipes the board entirely, defeats all units for 8 resources. The big red panic button, as I often like to call it for Vigilance Villainy players, when they see that the board is getting a little bit too wide and a little bit too out of control for their liking. We can slam the red button down, 8 resources, and start fresh. Here, though, comes a U-Wing reinforcement.
Yeah, he's been able to look at the top 10 cards and then deciding to get 3 units for a combined cost of 7 or less. The other cards get going back to the bottom of the deck, right, Ben?
They do indeed, but the best part about U-Wing Reinforcement is we get to play each of those cards for free. We don't have to pay any resources for it, so we're going to go here with Plo Koon and for Gungi as 5+2. That makes the 7. So while we're not quite getting the 3 units that we could potentially be getting from U-Wing, we're getting 2 pretty decent ones here. Plo Koon at a 3/6, which has raid 3 once the coordinate is live, so just 1 more unit needed across arenas there for that one. And then Gungi as a 2/5, just a very healthy HP boot pool on that vanilla unit.
We've seen Gungi do a lot of stuff today already, so that's... Okay, the Plo Koon instantly gets wiped again. It's done a lot of work, the No Glory Only Results card here for Daryl.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, one of the best cards that came out of the Jump to Light Speed expansion. It's just such a strong card, especially being able to get around some of those abilities, as we see the Kira come down here, of things that either kind of like get protected by enemy card effects. We saw with the Lurking TIE Phantoms in Feature Match 1, you can get around that Lurking TIE Phantom effect with No Glory Only Results because you're taking control of it and then defeating it, meaning it's not an enemy card effect that defeats the unit. It's technically your own card effect when we go ahead and do the check there. So a really, really great card that has been put in to pretty much every Vigilance villainy deck that is able to try and run it.
It's a great card, so there's no reason not to play it. Actually, there are other options to get rid of cards, but why would you limit yourself if there's such a great card out there?
Yeah, and why limit yourself entirely when you can just continue to play them all, as we now see Darth Vader hit the board. They're going to do an opportunity to search now the top 10 cards of the deck. You're going to grab any number of villainy units with a combined cost of 3 or less. It's just going to be a 2 cost here, but it is going to be the Inferno 4, which has the when played ability to check the top 2 cards of the deck and potentially just sort of fix the draws for the next regroup phase. And they looked like 2 very, very good draws that we were going into as well. It looked like it was the 9-cost Avenger and an overwhelming barrage that we stacked on the top, ready to pick up in the regroup phase.
Yeah, I hope Daryl has some other cards in his hand that are worth to resource, because those 2 he really wants to keep in hand.
Yeah, we have done quite a lot of resourcing aggressively throughout the entirety of the phases. We see Reinforcement Walker is going to come down onto board now here for Mattia. We're into these late-stage resource phases of the game where Admiral Akbar is now even playing Reinforcement Walker, electing to draw the card as opposed to discarding it from the when played ability to heal 3 damage from the base. Makes sense. There is no damage on the base to heal, so it's an extra card draw as well as being a 6/9 body for an 8-cost unit.
That's a good value if you ask me.
Yeah, it's nice. It's really, really nice indeed as we go in towards the next regroup phase. Daryl here just taking a little bit more time on the resource choice here. They're up to, it looks like about 10 or 11 resources now currently in the row, as we see the Darth Vader just go ahead and deal with Sundari Peacekeeper here.
Yeah, getting rid of the Restore is always a good idea, I think, especially in a matchup like this. You don't want him to, even though there is no damage yet, you want to prevent it. Is that the home one?
Yeah, that's a home 1 that's being played down here. A Spark of Rebellion Legendary. 8-cost Restore 2. Each other friendly unit gains Restore 1. And when played, allows you to play a Heroism unit from your discard pile. And it gets a reduction here. So this time, going with the Kira to be able to check into the hand, name something in there. And while Kira is around, it's going to be a huge and heavy tax on Daryl to want to try and play that card that was named. Still, we'll never know exactly what was named from Kira. It wasn't Avenger, though, because that's going to come down and defeat something.
Yeah, Avenger being the, like we said with Al, the pizza slice of death. And he's making really true work of that name, actually. A beautiful card, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a great card. 8/8 for 9 with the repeated, essentially, power of the dark side on a stick here. The only issue that we've got with it in this board state and in this matchup in particular is that Admiral Akbar can just continuously loop all of these X-Wing tokens. And because the Avenger forces the opponent to choose a unit, Mattia can just go, okay, cool, I'll defeat an X-Wing token, and then next action, create a new X-Wing token and just have this constant loop of easy units and tokens that we're able to throw in the way of this giant Imperial capital ship.
Yeah, there's no reason not to just destroy those freebies while you're building up your board in the other area or even in the space zone.
Certainly not, as we're going into the new action phase here as well. And while Daryl had a pretty good grip and control of the game in the earlier stages, things have started to get a little bit out of hand now. I mean, you look just purely at the unit disparity on the board right now. Yes, Daryl is matching Mattia in the space arena, and we do have that Darth Vader in the ground arena. But that Darth Vader is heavily damaged. There's only 2 HP on it right now. And Mattia is outnumbering Daryl in the ground thanks to the Kira and that big Reinforcement Walker as well. So Daryl, if he's got access to it, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see some kind of wide removal. Overwhelming Barrage is going to be the card of choice. Not a bad one, deals with the home one as well as a little bit extra here. But we would have loved, potentially, Super Laser Blast to just be that big panic button and reset things once again.
Yeah, true. You kind of want to wipe out the boards. Like, I would take that loss of the Darth Vader to clear the whole ground unit area, right? That would be totally worth it.
Oh, wow. We're going to choose sides on the Avenger, giving Daryl the Gungi and saying, oh, okay, that overwhelming barrage that you just used to power up Avenger, yeah, it's mine now. How does 11 to the face sound on this action phase if you don't want to defeat your own Avenger here? Really, really strong play from Mattia. And again, comes back to that slight, disparity of overwhelming barrage versus super laser blast in that board state. The red panic button was screaming out for Daryl. Maybe he just couldn't find it with the lights being shut off.
I really hope that it would at least bounce a bit, you know what I mean? like a little light that
little
goes
flash,
up and down.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But that's clearly not the case. I really hope that I really hope, but I guess Daryl is now in lethal range if that Avenger crashes into that data vault with the smaller units, but that's not going to be the case. There will be some trading, and Daryl will be saved for one more round.
Well, you've got two different attackers here on the board. You've got the Avenger that with the +2/+2 will get you to 27, and then the Reinforcement Walker does actually get you in lethal range here. So there is the opportunity, or was the opportunity at the very least, for Mattia to potentially be able to take the game into actions. However, we do see that the Vigilance is going to come down here, mill the top 6 cards off of the top of the deck, heal Daryl most importantly from the base, and make it so that they are out of reach from being taken out in game 1 into actions here. Very, very big and necessary find for Daryl there to give themselves a little bit of extra time in this game 1.
Like you said, it was just in time. It was necessary to get played right now. Otherwise, it would have been game over for Daryl for this game.
And look at that, Mattia now going to take their first damage, I'm pretty sure, onto the base from their own Gungi that they gave Daryl from the Choose side here. The traitor indeed, after stealing away with that Avenger. Importantly as well with Choose Sides, these cards are not going to exchange back. Unlike a card like Change of Heart, where the units go back to each other's owners at the regroup phase, Choose Side just says, yeah, you take it, and that's exactly what the headline is going to be for Mattia in game 1, with a stolen Avenger at the cost of a Gungi being able to help swoop things out here and take game 1.
I think, Ben, that's one of the best trade deals ever made in the galaxy. A little Gungi for the biggest piece of deadly pizza ever made in the universe. I would do that any day.
Yeah, you go ahead and take this lowly 254 sensitive Wookiee. I'm going to take this massively refined instrument of destruction in the form of a capital ship. Buffed up by overwhelming barrage as well. You're absolutely right. And swing in for 11. And get the benefit as well of the on-attack ability as well to force the opponent to take away one of their units.
That's crazy, actually, that this happened right now. Like, of course, it probably happens a lot. It's kind of built to this to like answer some kind of difficult calls, but trading it for something so small, it's mwah.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the beauty as well when you get towards these later stages with some of the players maybe taking losses in the earlier parts of the tournament, as we said already in the early stages of the day, because of the flat X2 or better record that you need to be able to qualify into day 2, it doesn't matter where you take those losses throughout the day. You're not relying on match win percentage of your opponents, how well your opponents do throughout the rest of the day, and at what point that you take those defeats in order to make sure that you qualify. So out there decks like Admiral Akbar that we're seeing here, like Major Von Reg that we saw earlier, might have gone 0-2 in their first 2 rounds, but all of a sudden have been on a massive ascension climb to be able to get here in round 9 and have the chance to win one more round to qualify for tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. It doesn't really matter where you get the losses. If you get them early, you also get paired against other players who did not that great in their first 2 rounds. So there is like a sub-meta, you could almost say, in those pairings.
As we have a look and see here the players that have already qualified into day 2. Surprise to nobody, Felix Skudlarek, the reigning Galactic Champion, is one of those players that we are going to be seeing tomorrow with a 7-1 record here, coming in 3rd place going into round 9. But as we've already established, even if Philip is to lose in round 9, they can be happy. They will be qualifying in to day 2 tomorrow. Quite a few different names, though, that I haven't really seen too much of in the Star Wars Unlimited competitive circuit as of yet, especially with those top 2 right now, Jonas and Jesus, battling out to find out who will be the 9-0 player going into tomorrow.
Yeah, that's big. Winning everything on day 1, that must give you such a confident boost for the next day. You can be even comfortable. Like, it doesn't even matter at this point anymore for Jonas or for Jesus if they win this round or not. They're comfortable. They have a secured spot in day 2. But getting out of this day, being undefeated, being able to say that, I think that's a great confidence boost for the next day. Like I had a little conversation yesterday with Jonas on stream. We talked about what his idea was about the sealed deck and what his plan was for tomorrow. And he was like, if I don't make it day 2 in the sealed, I'll do it in Premiere. And looks like he's doing it.
Absolutely, he is. And the other interesting thing about that is that I believe Philip is the only player that we know what deck that they are currently on, because we saw them in round 1 piloting the Hanworth the Risk with Energy Conversion Lab. The others are unknown quantities, potentially. So whether they're a part of that 40 or so % of players that were running part of the top 10 decks representatively in the start of the day, or whether they've come down with something that is completely unexpected. Maybe, just maybe, there's one of them in there with a flip palp.
I hope for you, Ben. I hope it for you. But the chances are super big that we actually will see something that we did not expect yet in day 2, just because there was such a diverse, how you say that?
Pool.
A diversity pool, exactly, of leaders that are doing great.
Absolutely. Well, we can go ahead and jump live back in to our feature match 2. We're going live into this game, into game 3 right now. So you can see the players are still currently in game right now, and it is coming down to the wire here. Both players with a match winner, with a game win so far, with only 3.5 minutes left on the clock right now. Daryl has a Supreme Leader Snoke on the board, as well as what I'm assuming is going to be a stolen favorable delegate, as well as an X-Wing token on there. Bright Hope now coming down into the space arena. There is Avenger to immediately out the Bright Hope, and Daryl looks like he's in very, very strong control of this board state right now.
There's 8 damage on Matthias' side of the base, 15 on Daryl, but I guess he's been using his life pool a bit as a resource, because that's in the end what it is. It doesn't matter if you win with 1 or with 1 million. If you have 1 left and your opponent has 0, you are the winner of that game.
Yeah, that's certainly the case as well. When you're playing with the Data Vault base, you start with that extra 3 HP than you normally would on a traditional 30 HP base. Does mean you do have to put a minimum of extra 10 cards into your deck as the trade-off here. But we're seeing a lot of players don't really mind about having that 10 extra cards. If anything, it gives them more tools in the main deck to be able to combat against some of the most popular strategies in the format right now as well.
Yeah, the Data Vault usually gets used for control-ish decks that want to have more options for removal against their opponents. And so 10 extra cards, yes, please.
Now, you might be having a little wonder to yourself and thinking, what is that giant pile of cards that Mattia is holding on to for the moment? I think that might be the discard pile that they're holding onto here. We have likely seen throughout the course of this game some vigilances being used to try and win throughout the mill win condition, quote unquote. If you're unable to draw cards at the start of the regroup phase, for each card that you cannot draw, you take damage each time onto your base, which generally is how, when you've got sort of more of a control mirror match going on, how those games tend to end up.
Yeah, if the control decks get to there, because they only have 55 minutes, right, to play the games.
Well, you know, we have had Vigilance Mill Mirrors, which have just gone ahead and become a tie, which could even potentially be the option that we see here now. Supremely to Snoke crashing into the base in the ground arena here at the moment. Home 1 being played into the space, along with Sundari Peacekeeper on the when played ability. But we've got 60 seconds remaining for this action phase at the very least to be able to try and get ourselves to one more action phase here before the overtime procedures kick in. We are having a look into the smuggle. Timely intervention is going to make its way out. What are we playing out of the hand with the ambush keyword? It's going to be a Twilight of the Apprentice Darth Vader, which is going to come down 2-for-1 the board on Mattia's side here with the when played and on attack abilities here. And this is looking very, very scary indeed. We are into the regroup phase. We're going to have this action phase and one more very likely for us to determine which one of these players is making their way into day 2 tomorrow.
I think Mattia will have to pump out a lot of stuff to get rid of this. This board looks so scary from Daryl. Even the ground units are big, his space units are big, and his life pool is looking small.
Yeah, it looks like we might be paying for a reinforcement walker here, but time does look like it is going to be called here. So what's going to happen is that players will play out this action phase and then one more action phase for this game as we see the Admiral Akbar go ahead, activate its leader action, exhaust down that Avenger, giving Daryl its X-Wing token. We can see now why Daryl has been getting all these X-Wing tokens. There is that reinforcement walker, purely just discarding the top card here, but the Twilight of the Apprentice will do enough to be able to swing in here. Mattia with Admiral Akbar Data Vault will fall to the might of Kira Data Vault. Vigilance Villainy triumphs again.
Yeah, once again, we've seen it a few times already on stream. Also, Daryl is going to make day 2 now, so he's now sure of his spot. It's also the last round of the day anyway, so day 2 is secured for him, sadly not for Mattia.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Mattia. Very, very well played to them and very well done for getting to this point
for sure.
with Admiral Akbar Data Vault, one that we've seen sort of pop around here and there, but not quite in the same numbers as something like Kira Data Vault, which is certainly seeing a resurgence now with the Force Throw suspension in effect.
Yeah, indeed. Kira was a bit of the theater, we could say, not in the spotlight anymore like she was in Lille, but now that she has a bit more breathing room, we see her occur more than once on stream already.
Absolutely, we can. Well, we've got a little bit more coverage still to bring you here live from Bilbao on day 2 of the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Championship weekend, and that is going to be in the form of an interview. So let's throw it down to the interview area and see what's happening.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While we've got ourselves a little bit of a break in the action, we have got a little bit of a treat for you. We have got a very special guest that we can have a little bit of a chat with. But rather than me introduce him, I'm going to let him introduce himself. Can you tell us who are you and what you have to do with Star Wars Unlimited?
Hello. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. I am Pablo Rojo from Asmode, Spain, and I am the business developer in Spain. It's mean that I am coordinating and helping sales, marketing, purchasing departments, including event organizers. My work is support to all the departments and try to fix the things here.
So basically, to put it simply, when it comes to Star Wars Unlimited in Spain, you are, well, you're the man, you're the important person, you're the person making it all happen. Have you been here since the beginning of Star Wars Unlimited, and how have you seen the game grow over that time?
Like a business developer, my real job is go with the games before they are developed, from the beginning to the final moment that they are going to sell in the stores, and after help the game to grow up. So basically that is my real job. With the Star Wars Unlimited, I am a loyal TCG player. I really love when I was 6 years old, so when I started to play card games. and yeah, it's my beloved kind of game. So with the Star Wars, I was in the beginning when everything was preparing, and that was awesome, incredible. Like the Spanish community, they are very, very, very loyal community too, and they love TCGs and Star Wars. So it was easy because the product is great. We started to organize events, pre-releases, releases after Spark, Shadows, big, huge event before the official system that we have now. And the community started to grow up, and we are here. This is the tournament that they deserve, and here we are.
And I think everyone here in the venue today can see kind of how wonderful it is, how awesome it is, how the game has grown, and now Spain gets to be a really big part of that with this first regional championship of the season in Bilbao. But you said there was a tournament just after Shadows of the Galaxy, a rather large tournament in Spain. Can you tell us a bit about that, how that came around and how that tournament went?
In fact, it was not the biggest in Spain, was the biggest in the world for a long time. We have 300 people after 4 months, more or less, from the release. And it was awesome because I used the content. I work really close to Fantasy Flight Games. So we have special play mats, promo cards from very, very big beginning. So that was huge for the Spanish community, 300 people. And they enjoy. We're starting to create the meta from here. Decks like Bosque was created here in that tournament. The winner of the tournament, the Bosque Control. So yeah, I was really, really happy with the success of the event and the community too. So.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, tournaments like that, they mean a lot to people. When new games start out, and I'm very much one of these people, we want to see the big events. We want a reason for building these decks and testing these decks. And now we have the sectors and the regionals, and it's wonderful. But in those early days, we need those big tournaments people like yourself are organizing. So that's always absolutely spectacular. Now, I have to ask this question when I talk to someone about Star Wars Unlimited. Are you a big Star Wars fan? Or are you a card game fan and Star Wars is just a handy bonus, or a little bit of both?
Both of them, yeah. I remember lovely films when I was younger, and I love TCGs, like I said you before, and the game is crazy, and I enjoy play. We were playing right now the Buy a Box tournament with the community. 25 people, and yeah, I really love Star Wars, and I really love TCG. So for me, it's a pleasure have the chance to work in this kind of events and situations.
I think I echo you on that one. I'm a massive TCG guy, and I've been a huge Star Wars fan since I was a kid. So, like yourself, seeing them both melded together in Star Wars Unlimited is just an absolute dream. So, you're very involved in the game, and you know a lot of things you can't tell us. I won't ask you to tell us any of that. But just in terms of, we've seen the changes from Season 0 to Season 1. And now we've got more sectors, we've got more regionals, attendances are growing. What are you looking for as the game moves on? What are your hopes for the season ahead? What do you want to see from the community, from the game, etc.?
I think that we are growing, the company, the game, the brand. So it's very important to be consistent, creating new tournaments, creating new chances that allow the people to make more community, because you are here and you see all the faces, everyone talking with all of them, and is the best reward that I can have, the smile in the face of the players. And for the future, this is the very early tournament, huge tournament, but now we will see the sector, the fight for the points, the people trying to go to Las Vegas, and this is awesome. I really love. I was competitive in TCGs, and I missed that times because now I'm working. I cannot play official tournaments, but I expect the thing that I expect is the different formats, because I know that the new formats that are developing, Twin Suns, Trilogy, are sealed. Like we have people here playing the tops in limited, means that the value of the collection of every player is higher because you use a lot of cards, not only the main meta cards, and this is the key. We give more value, we can give more value to these collections, and of course to the players because they can use different cards and enjoy the game at full range. So I can expect a growing community in other kind of tournaments like say, Twin Suns or Trilogy. That is my hope and expectation.
Thank you very much. That's such a lovely answer. And I must say, Twin Suns, it might be my favorite way to play any card game. I'd never travel without a Twin Suns deck. Obviously got one with me this weekend. And you see so many cards in Twin Suns that you would never see in a meta deck. But in Twin Suns, they've got that little bit of utility and they're wonderful. But if somebody did sit across the table from you in a standard format, what deck would you be playing this weekend? What's your go-to deck?
This is a very nice question because I come from Legend of the Five Rings when I started to play competitive, and there you have the loyalty. You only play with one clan. So here in Star Wars Unlimited, I only play Palpatine decks. Only play Palpatine decks. I can play for fun, I can play whatever, but if you want to play with me, the real Pablo, you must to play versus Emperor Palpatine or Canciller or whatever, but Palpatine, yeah.
Oh, it's absolutely wonderful. Okay, so the question I'm going to end on. I've been very vocal. I want pod racing in Star Wars Unlimited. I don't know if it's ever going to happen. I don't know how to make it happen. That's not for me. That's for other people. Is there anything, whether it's a set or a character or something, is there something you want to see from Star Wars Unlimited moving forward that you think we haven't been able to see so far?
Which character?
Any character, form, anything you like. Just something new you would like to see.
More Palpatines? More Palpatines, more units, more everything related with Palpatine. I am a huge fan of Palpatine. So yeah, more Palpatine. I will not lie you. It's the unique things that I need. More Palpatine. Fantasy Flight, make more Palpatines.
Oh, what a fantastic answer to end on. Well, thank you very much for giving us your time and chatting to us today. It was lovely to speak to you. Thank you for everything you do for the game. We all appreciate it. We're all here to enjoy the game, and without people like yourself bringing your passion and bringing us this game, we wouldn't be able to play it, and that would be really, really sad. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more action coming all weekend for you. We've got to crown a champion. We're way away yet, so don't go anywhere. More games coming right up.
Thank you very much there, guys. Always fantastic to be able to hear from Pablo and from members of the wider Star Wars Unlimited community. And look at that, making it quick speed, light speed, all the way from the interview area up to the caster's desk. It's Ross.
I mean, you say all the way. They're really close to each other, Ben. It was not a mammoth trip, but I'm really lucky. I've got to speak to a lot of really nice people today. We just saw an interview there. I got to speak to a couple of the artists earlier. I've interviewed a bunch of players today playing really interesting decks. And it's been a good day. I woke up this morning in London, not just the wrong city, the wrong country. I felt a little bit sad, because I was missing out on the tournament. So I jumped on the first plane to Bilbao. I got here as fast as I believe was humanly possible. And it's been a really good day. So, as we're finishing off, Ben, let me ask you, give me one highlight from the day today.
Oh, I think for me, one of the biggest highlights has to have been the Mono Cunning Thrawn player, pairing it with the 5-cost Zuckuss Legendary. That was so much fun. I said when that card got revealed, this could be an absolute menace in that deck. And watching it down from below, from the stream technical area, I felt pretty vindicated in my claim.
I'm only upset because Zuckuss was going to be mine. But I'm being a gentleman and letting you go first, you took my answer. I really enjoyed seeing in that last round, the Major Von Reg on that Lurking TIE Phantom, where you're just like, look, everyone knows this card is a menace because once it's on the board, it's really hard to get rid of. And it sits there poking for 4 every turn. What if it wasn't poking for 4? What if I actually deploy
the regionals winning deck dream happen?
Oh, yeah.
but they're in with a shout.
They are in with a shout. Of course, records do carry over tomorrow, so it is worth pointing out that the players who went through on, say, a 7-2 record, the minimum record, that is going to be a harder task than players who did get through with an 8-1 or even potentially even better record. But look, once you're in day 2, all it takes, you string together a few wins and all of a sudden you're in that top 8, you're fighting for that regional champion, and this is the first regional of the season. We haven't had them. We had a sector in Portland. That was fun. But we get the first regional here in Bilbao.
We certainly do, and we've been absolutely spoiled there as well. Not only with the Major Von Reg that did qualify, but with the Admiral Akbar Data Vault that almost qualified.
So
and it means that surely, out there in the venue, in the Bilbao Exhibition Centre, there have been other leaders that have slipped under our radar that have qualified in that we'll look at tomorrow and go, how on earth did that make it through?
Oh, I'm looking forward to that right now. Let's remind ourselves of the day 1 metagame coming in. And, you know, at the top there are a bunch of decks we are expecting. Cad Bane, big deck coming in. Boba Fett was one that was on the radar. Sabine Wren, I think, overrepresented compared to what we might have been expecting. But then we got, you know, Han Solo on that Vigilance that a lot of people were thinking coming in. Emperor Palpatine having that jump after, of course, winning over in Portland. Kira with Data Vault. You know, Han Solo, but it was a slightly different build there as well. So a lot of what we were expecting there, but I think the counts are a little bit off. I think Sabine is much higher than we expected. And there's some others there which I wasn't expecting in quite such big numbers. And I'm also going to ask you, Ben, did you put Cad Bane down as the most played deck coming in?
It certainly was in my top 3.
Okay.
I will be completely transparent. Cad Bane has just been in that really consistent 1.5 to tier 2, maybe bordering on tier 1 range for quite some time.
Oh, it's been around.
Absolutely. It feels like it's never left as soon as it made its debut all the way back in Shadows of the Galaxy Set 2. So now, with some more of those really force-heavy and hand disruption-reliant decks out of the way, we've not seen a Mother Tolzin today. We've not seen a Quinlan Tarkintown at all today as well. And it not being on the top 10, that certainly surprises me that there's no Quinlan Tarkintown. But Cad Bane, certainly not a surprise for me to see it being very, very well represented, at least coming in to day 1 today. Whether that's converted over to players that have qualified and we'll see tomorrow morning, that's left to be decided yet.
It is left to be decided, and it really is kind of Cad and Boba at the top there, and then there is a little bit of a drop. It's a lot closer together when you get past those first couple of decks. Sabine is one. I don't know if you had one on earlier when I wasn't here, when I was traveling, but Sabine is one we've not seen kind of jumping around. Obviously, we'll have a look tonight, figure out exactly who's in day 2, and then when we come back tomorrow, we'll be able to show you exactly where all the decks are, what the day 2 metagame looks like. Of course, we've got so many players here. You know, we can bring you a nice little snapshot every round. We can't bring you everything every round. There's too many people.
Yeah, absolutely not. Here's another reminder as well of the standings going into round 9. So these are the top 10 players that have already secured their entry into day 2 tomorrow before round 9 kicked off underway. We highlighted him before. We'll highlight him again. Philip Skudlarek, the reigning Galactic champion, securing their entry into day 2 in the Premier format. They are piloting that Han worth the risk with Energy Conversion Lab, as opposed to pairing it with what we've seen more frequently, pre-Force Throw suspension of the Vigilance Force base.
I mean, it seems to be working quite nicely, frankly. And look, if you can go and win Galactics, a regional, you know, walk in the park compared to Galactics. But you need to highlight those top 2 players there, Jesus and Jonas. They are players at 8-0. They have a chance to go in at 9-0. If you go into day 2 at 9-0, that is 2 wins above a lot of the field, most of the field, in fact, when you're actually going into that day 2, it gives you a huge advantage. Going 9-0 in day 1, or you know, into day 2 doesn't guarantee your top 8, but oh my word, does it put you on the front foot.
Yeah, and that massive momentum swing as well from you being able to go through all of day 1, being able to go perfect throughout the matches as well, gives you that extra added confidence in yourself internally as well. You think, okay, I've got through 9 rounds of Swiss already. What's another 4 or 5 more to get into that top cut and earn me those qualification points as well?
And of course, bragging rights, it's extremely hard to go undefeated in a tournament like this all the way to the final, but But if you can do it, bragging rights absolutely will be on offer. There's one person in the room already who's taken the game off the reigning Galactic champion. Now, let's have a quick reminder here of the prize pool. So all those Day 2 players already have the playmat and the Luke Skywalker promo. And that is, firstly, a phenomenal promo. Secondly, everyone gets the Vader. You've got to get Day 2 to get the Luke. That is an exclusive card, but it only goes up from there. We've got fancier versions of Luke plus a better playmat when you get to top 8, top 4 finalists and champion, plus some of those Season 1 regional packs.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. And being able to walk away with all of those prizes, to be able to be a physical representation of those bragging rights that you were talking about there, Ross. Just absolutely spectacular. And I know myself, I know I'm a little bit of a show-off player when it comes to the fancy artworks and the bling. I am putting those straight into my deck, and I hope that the players that are walking away with these prizes either secured themselves or yet to earn them are going to do the exact same thing.
And I put all my lovely shiny cards in a nice binder.
Oh,
and I play with the basest versions I can, so I can shuffle as aggressively as I like, and I'm not going to ruin my cards. Unfortunately, we might have to ruin your day by telling you that we are out of games for today, but we're going to make it up to you. Come back tomorrow, and we'll have the whole of Day 2 going all the way through to when we crown our first regional champion of the season. And I think that is going to be worth coming back. So from myself, Ross, from Ben, from all of the casters you've seen and all our wonderful backstage crew here, have yourselves a lovely evening. But come back tomorrow, because if Day 1 was this good, I can only imagine how good Day 2 is going to be.